In an era where the 9 planets of the solar system coexisted harmoniously, the young Martian, Dani, found himself troubled by his inherently fragile skin that was prone to bleeding. That on his 18th birthday, he was unexpectedly selected by the highest scientific institution on Mars, solely because the genetic mutation he possessed might harbor secrets crucial to the survival of the entire solar system. Simultaneously, scientists across the solar system collaborated on the construction of an unprecedented cosmic aircraft carrier, only to detect a menacing black hole drawing perilously close. Faced with this interplanetary crisis, Dani, once perceived as fragile, emerged as the key to unraveling the enigma. Chapter 1. The Martian Dani. Dani, a resident of Mars, bore an appearance much like his fellow Martians, with skin that exhibited a faint gray hue, characteristic of his kind. However, in comparison to others, his skin appeared exceptionally thin, with subcutaneous veins visibly prominent. This peculiar physiological trait rendered him susceptible to blushing during physical exertion or moments of stress, giving him the appearance of being scalded. In stark contrast, Dani's father, Dani, was a towering figure, a former captain of the Mars Eastern District's Reserve Defense Forces, robust and in peak health. As an experienced soldier, Dani was acutely aware of the harsh and perilous Martian environment. He understood that only those with formidable physiques could thrive on Mars. Thus, from a young age, he subjected Dani to rigorous physical training, aspiring for him to flourish and possess the resilience to face myriad challenges. Nevertheless, despite Dani's relentless efforts to enhance his physical condition, Dani remained perpetually concerned. Although Dani endeavored to bolster his strength, his exceptionally thin skin seemed an insurmountable hurdle. Each time Dani witnessed Dani's flushed face and labored breathing from overexertion, his heart swelled with anxiety. He knew that if Dani could not overcome this obstacle, his survival in the harsh Martian landscape would be severely compromised. In this realm fraught with uncertainty and danger, Dani was destined to confront numerous trials. Yet, unwaveringly, Dani stood steadfastly by his side, providing unwavering support and encouragement. Dani's mother, Boyan, felt a pang of anguish each time she gazed at her son, though she dared not express her distress openly, silently bearing her torment. She harbored a deep sense of guilt, believing that his skin defect stemmed from some failing on her part. Boyan, adorned with fiery red hair that resembled vibrant flames, possessed deep, captivating brown eyes, seemingly brimming with boundless wisdom and tenderness. She had authored numerous papers published in Martian biological research journals, attracting significant attention and discussion. Although Dani regarded his wife as exceptionally intelligent, perhaps even more so than himself, he remained the decision-maker in their household. Having never encountered anyone in such a condition as her son, Boyan felt utterly astonished. Dani was born resembling a fragile blood sac, his frail body so delicate that even nursing caused blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. Consequently, doctors placed him in an incubator for care and observation, feeding him for an entire week until his condition stabilized before returning him to his mother's arms. During his week in the incubator, Dani received nourishment through a smart simulated nipple. Boyan painstakingly expressed her milk daily, which was meticulously blended with vitamins and nutrients by a dietitian. Thus, Dani spent a week in the incubator. After a week, with an increase in her milk supply, Boyan resumed breastfeeding Dani. She continued this until he reached 4 months, at which point she began introducing solid foods to meet his developmental needs. However, by the time Dani turned 10 months, her milk supply began to dwindle, forcing her to increase his food intake and wean him off breast milk prematurely. As little Dani took his first steps, Dani, slightly loosening his grip, encouraged his exuberantly excited son to walk a few more paces. Yet, in his eagerness, Dani stumbled, falling forward and bursting into tears. Dani hurried to lift him, noticing that once again, Dani's body had flushed red, with visible capillaries and blood seeping from his abdomen where he had met the ground and from his own feet. Concerned, Dani and his wife took Dani to the hospital, hoping to uncover the reasons behind his propensity to bleed. Following a series of thorough examinations, the doctor reassured them, stating, "This child is not ill. There are merely some evolutionary differences. Variations can occur due to evolution. This child is perfectly normal, but he requires more careful and attentive care." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Dani's parents decided to abandon their plans for a second child. From that day forth, they vigilantly guarded Dani against any potential accidents or injuries. As time passed, Dani grew, though his body remained dotted with red spots. Nevertheless, his parents remained resolute in their commitment to protect him, convinced that their love for their son would never wane. Their village, once home to 3 households, had a family of 5 residing across the narrow street from Dani's home. The elderly Kenny, along with his son Keeman and daughter-in-law Yanine, had a grandson, Kelly, who was a year younger than Dani, and a granddaughter, Xiang, who was 3 years his junior. Both children were Dani's classmates. Dani was particularly fond of Xiang, which naturally extended to a special fondness for Kelly. The trio attended school together, underwent military training side by side, and returned home to complete their homework collectively. As Dani's 18th birthday approached, Boyan wished him a happy birthday, playfully teasing, "Our Dani has learned that Xiang is cuter than other girls at school, and he has fallen ill less frequently since, a short distance away, in a house belonging to Qinghan. The elderly man struggled with the loss of his wife, while his son, Qingfu, who had become the town mayor, was unable to return home to keep him company. Old Qinghan moved slowly and often forgot to activate his solar-powered home systems. Without solar energy, all maintenance and machinery in his estate became mere ornaments. Suffering from sleep disorders, doctors discovered that he frequently experienced respiratory pauses during the night. Qinghan also had a daughter, Qingyu, who had married and moved 500 miles away. Eventually, the caring Qingyu took her father in, leaving his house vacant. However, Qingfu would occasionally return home, allowing robots to tidy up the place and visiting neighbors. On the day of Dani's 18th birthday, Qingfu made a special trip home. He approached Dani, gazing into his brown eyes with a pleading tone. "Why do you refuse the invitation from the Planetary Research Bureau? It's been years since anyone from our town made a name for themselves. In the entire eastern district of Mars, only Beihua was selected a decade ago. Back then, Beihua even turned down proposals from wealthy families to join the Research Bureau. This is the only Mars Research Bureau in the solar system." Dani, slightly disheartened, brushed his clothing. "I haven't completely declined. I merely said I would consider it at home. What is there to consider? The recruitment officer will report back, and now the deputy director has come personally to my office." Dani remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the door across the street. Today, he returned home without waiting for Kelly and Xiang, as the lower grade students still had classes following the graduation ceremony. Kelly would graduate next year and had to attend a job orientation speech, while Xiang would wait for her brother to walk home with her. Dani returned alone, grappling with a sense of solitude that felt overwhelming. Dani began school at 5, and he and Kelly were escorted by their fathers on a rotating basis. By the time Xiang enrolled, her two brothers could easily take her back and forth. In the blink of an eye, more than a decade passed without interruption. As Dani piloted his flying car home alone today, he felt tears welling up in his eyes. What a blissful and carefree time of study has come to an end, and for the first time, Dani, who has developed feelings for Xiang, feels an acute sense of loneliness. He intends to confess his feelings to Xiang and then discuss his potential involvement with the Research Bureau with his parents. Thus, he lingers at the entrance, only to be confronted by Qingfu, whose face is clouded with concern and simmering anger. Following Dani's gaze, Qingfu continues to emphasize in a hushed tone, "I assure you, your sentiments will be conveyed to Xiang. If you successfully join the Mars Research Bureau, everyone will admire you, and the entire town will take pride in you. At that point, you can pursue Xiang openly, and everyone will support you." Dani snaps back to reality, understanding the implications. Qingfu adeptly activates his portable terminal and connects to the deputy director of the Research Bureau. He earnestly states, "Director." Dani has no objections and agrees to join the Research Bureau. He is merely childish and struggles to express himself. "I have verified this at his home. It is all a misunderstanding." On the other end, Deputy Director Beijing chuckles lightly, saying, "Then please hand him the terminal I brought," allowing him to log in with his real name. "I will personally visit his home to escort him to the research headquarters." "Very well, very well." Qingfu pauses momentarily and inquires, "May I ask why it must be Dani? Is he the only student this year?" "Indeed, Dani has achieved first place this year." Beijing hesitates before adding, "We have conducted an investigation, noting that his parents possess commendable genes, while Dani exhibits distinct genetic mutations to a Martian. Shouldn't he possess a deeper understanding of his own enigmatic existence?" Qingfu gazes intently at his terminal, nodding, "So your personal visit is to guide him in following you?" Turning away, Qingfu retrieves a brand new official terminal adorned with a dazzling flame emblem from the vehicle and hands it to Dani. "Dear Dani, embrace the glory of your youth. Go inside and bid farewell to your parents. Deputy Director Beijing will come personally shortly." At that moment, Dani's father, Dagao, emerges from their home and overhears this statement. He joyfully embraces his son, clearly elated. Pointing at the flame on the terminal, he solemnly declares, "This is the emblem of the Mars Research Bureau. It will accompany you throughout your life and will be recorded in our family's history." These words profoundly shocked Dani. The Mars Research Bureau, being the most authoritative academic institution on Mars, is shrouded in mystery and significance. After living among ordinary citizens for 18 years, he had scarcely contemplated a connection with the Research Bureau, and today marks the unveiling of a new chapter in his life's journey. Chapter 2. Growing up, the Martian estates are all uniformly customized, occupying identical plots of land. Aside from the load-bearing walls and life support systems, which remain immutable, all other domestic facilities are entirely created by the owner through a household high-energy, high-speed 3D printer. Within this 3D printing system, there exists a comprehensive array of essential items, each pre-designed for convenience. Additionally, one may instruct a robotic steward to assist with installation and management. A new estate is established when a registered householder submits an application to the town government. Upon completion at the chosen location, the government generously provides an initial batch of construction materials. Should the new estate require additional materials, one can gather basic resources such as timber and hemp from the surrounding areas. Collected materials must first be processed in a construction material manufacturing machine before they can be utilized by the 3D printer. The 3D printers used in Martian households operate flawlessly, producing a variety of items of exceptional quality, aesthetic appeal, and durability, tailored to the user's needs. The sunlit side of Mars, having undergone years of transformation by the Research Bureau, offers habitable land that remains perpetually bathed in sunlight, accompanied by a pleasant climate. The wild economic crops and trees are all genetically modified organisms specifically cultivated for this environment. Regardless of how people cultivate them, these crops invariably yield a bountiful harvest. Livestock and fish must be raised domestically, as the consumption of wild species is discouraged. The wild animals that do exist are either those that have escaped captivity bearing viruses or are the result of failed experiments abandoned by various institutions. Once a widower, lacking domestic skills, spent an entire week foraging for potatoes in the wild. When he could no longer resist the desire for meat, he resorted to catching fish, which he purified repeatedly before consumption. According to him, these animals grew in terrifying manners and were quite filthy. The lives of the Martian populace are intricately intertwined with robotics. Whether it be seemingly simple chores like laundry and cooking or more complex tasks, these high-tech companions are indispensable. However, despite the conveniences afforded by such technology, the populace remains fundamentally human, with few considering themselves to be researchers simply by engaging in household tasks. After all, they merely reap the benefits of technological advancements without participating in any substantial innovations or transformations. Nevertheless, for Martian residents, the most significant challenge may arise during sleep. In the Northern Hemisphere, daylight hours are exceptionally long throughout the year, with almost no night. Conversely, the Southern Hemisphere is characterized by inhospitable valleys and swamps, where the small, flat plains are perpetually shrouded in darkness, suffering from insufficient light. Due to Mars' unique environment and lighting conditions, individuals must manipulate robots to achieve complete darkness in their homes to ensure quality sleep. While this process is not overly complex, it can yield unexpected consequences for those with poorer physical health. Once darkness is successfully achieved, they can easily slip into a profound state of slumber, sometimes sleeping for an entire day, making it difficult to awaken. This phenomenon undoubtedly disrupts their daily lives and deepens their reliance on technology. Dani's health has been steadily improving, and he has never delayed his awakening for school, thanks to his robotic assistant. Initially, there were plans to conclude academic pursuits and journey to the dark side of Mars with the Creek siblings, embarking on a sojourn through the southern hemisphere of the solar system. However, the arrival of the recruitment officer brought an unexpected twist, as his companions remained in school, leaving a sense of disquiet lodged within him. Dago trailed behind his wife, gently embracing their son, contemplating the weekly meetings and annual leave that afforded opportunities for gatherings. Once they finished their meal, their friends would return home, and they could bid farewell in earnest. Dani tilted his head slightly, nodding in response, utterly perplexed by the notion that merely having thinner skin could grant him access to the Research Bureau. The deputy director, Bajan, arrived in her vehicle, which came to a steady halt at the entrance of the estate. She alighted gracefully, her well-tailored professional attire accentuating her poise and confidence. With a smile, she courteously acknowledged the welcoming committee awaiting her at the door, her gaze radiating warmth and kindness. Bajan had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Upon Bajan's arrival, she hurried to greet her, their hands intertwined naturally, as if they had been friends for years. Bajan's face beamed with joy as she and Bajan walked side by side through the grand entrance of the estate. Sunlight poured down upon them, casting a glow on their figures. The lightness of their steps and the cadence of their conversation echoed in the air, drawing envious glances from those around, intrigued by the closeness of their bond. Once inside the estate, Bajan and Baoyan continued their stroll hand in hand through the beautiful garden, relishing the spectacle of blooming flowers and the serenity of nature. In that moment, they seemed to forget the clamor and chaos of the outside world. Lost in the comfort of each other's company, Qingfu took a seat alongside Deputy Director Bajan, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the honor. It is noteworthy that Bajan's status was akin to that of a vice chairperson within the government, while Qingfu, as one of the lowest-ranking officials, held a position beneath even her subordinates. Within the political framework of Mars, the highest authority was the Alliance chairperson. In previous conversations with Creek and Dani, it was mentioned that Mercury referred to its highest official as the chief, while others designated theirs as the president. The solar system comprises 9 inhabited planets, arranged in proximity to the Sun: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Each planet is home to indigenous peoples, governed by a singular government led by a supreme leader, while the highest deputy positions correspond to heads of various governmental departments, directly subordinate to the central authority. Baoyan warmly invited everyone to take their seats, marking the official commencement of the banquet. The table was laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies, and as guests dined, the atmosphere was filled with conviviality. The primary purpose of gathering was to discuss Dani's potential involvement with the Research Bureau, as Bajan remarked with a smile. Dani, taken aback, lifted his gaze, surprised that the conversation had pivoted to him so swiftly. Dani's unique skin condition was the reason behind his selection. We aspire to conduct research on him to discover methods for enhancing human skin adaptability, Bajan explained, noting that Dani's cooperation would be essential. Upon hearing this, Dani felt a twinge of hesitation. He was uncertain if he truly wished to become a subject of experimentation. At that moment, Qingfu rose to speak. This is a rare opportunity, Dani. If you enter the Research Bureau, your future will be boundless. Dani glanced at his parents and then at Deputy Director Bajan, realizing that he needed time to contemplate. I would like to think it over, he said softly. The director of the Mars Research Bureau, where Bajan worked, was none other than the current president of Mars, Pompey, a veritable genius and leading figure in scientific and technological advancement. Pompey alone had invented and patented an astonishing total of 1,119 scientific technologies, accounting for 1/5 of the total technological achievements in Mars's history. When he began his research on the 1,120th patent, the former government president, Huijing, tragically perished in an unforeseen aerospace accident. In the wake of public expectation, Pompey accepted the presidential authorization, yet he still found time to dedicate himself to his research. Qingfu felt a dizzying sense of ascension as he cautiously took a seat at Bajan's table, signaling for Baoyan to first offer the hand sanitizer. Next to him, Degao understood the cue, respectfully presenting the sanitizer while inquiring if Bajan required any cutlery beyond knives and forks. Bajan appeared particularly composed today, gazing earnestly at Degao as she expressed her gratitude for their family's contribution in nurturing an outstanding talent for the government. It is quite rare for a child to join the Research Bureau at the age of 18. You must know that President Pompey personally approved this. He entered the Bureau at 16, understanding that youth is the most fundamental driving force behind scientific innovation. After a pause, she added, once he is at the Bureau, whenever President Pompey is conducting research, I will ensure that Dani is informed to observe and learn. I believe he possesses the right disposition. Degao hesitated slightly before sitting down, cautiously responding that whether the child has the potential remains uncertain. It is regrettable that their humble background has limited their exposure and prevented them from encouraging him to acquire more knowledge earlier. Bajan smiled serenely, remarking that not everyone has the potential to become President Pompey. Science and technology are the future of Mars, and that future inherently belongs to the children. Baoyan then presented a dish with a warm smile. Thank you very much, Director, for gracing our humble abode. In the future, should the child err or possess flaws, please feel free to criticize him. If he shows reluctance to improve, kindly inform us, and his father will set him straight. Baoyan added, bringing forth her specialty dish, charcoal-grilled Martian clams. This particular Martian clam was a patented product she developed during her studies in biology, notable for its large size and firm, succulent meat. The preparation involved selecting clams that had reached perfect development before spawning, blanching them briefly in boiling water, and then mixing wild sesame pepper with homegrown fennel beans to create a seasoning, which was further enhanced with salt and legumes for marination. Once marinated, the clams were roasted over charcoal from multiple angles, a labor-intensive endeavor. Yet, for Dani's delight, Baoyan dedicated an entire day to perfecting this dish in honor of her son's graduation, not anticipating the presence of guests. As Bajan, who had been looking at Degao, turned back upon hearing Baoyan's words, she was astonished to see the Martian clams she had brought. I cannot believe your household offers this dish. You must know that during our last state banquet, President Pompey forbade us from serving it, claiming it was too extravagant and costly. Bayesian lowered her head slightly before adding, I understand that Lady Boyan is the developer of the Martian clams, correct? Bayan humbly nodded, acknowledging the need for research. Our family has been cultivating this for market demand, necessitating constant observation and the development of new varieties. Bayesian sighed, reminiscing about Mr. de Gaulle, who was once a top martial artist on Mars. It is indeed remarkable that the two of you have produced such an outstanding son, a testament to your excellent genes. Ching Fu timely chimed in, expressing that it is indeed a pity you have only one child. De Gaulle and Bai Yen exchanged a knowing smile, glancing at their son, Dani, who was staring intently at the Martian clams. In unison, they remarked on how much effort Dani required when he was younger. He could not exert himself, especially with vigorous activities, lest his blood vessels swell and his body turn red. This was not merely a cosmetic concern, as boys tend to be active, and a real injury could lead to unforeseen consequences. After several bouts of fever, we have learned valuable lessons, yet his health has suffered, leaving him weaker than his peers. Fortunately, since starting school, the disciplined lifestyle has gradually improved his condition. Bayesian nodded, advising Dani to pay attention to his health once he starts working, and to report any accidents to his parents. Dani nodded absently, his mind still wandering to the sounds outside. Chapter 3. Flowers of the Southern Hemisphere. Mars perpetually orbits the Sun, with the sunlit Northern Hemisphere basking in radiant light, while the shadowy Southern Hemisphere remains shrouded in darkness. Over time, the Sun's gravitational pull has caused Mars to lose its perfect spherical shape. Consequently, an indistinct shadow zone has emerged at the intersection of the hemispheres. In response, the Martian government constructed a broad, eco-friendly road winding around the entire planet, aptly named the Tourism Road or Hemisphere Road, which neatly divides the two hemispheres. The capital of Mars, Central City, presided over by Chairman Pompey, boasts a history spanning millennia. Originally chosen by a vote of Mars citizens, Central City is situated at the midpoint of Hemisphere Road, with the western area dubbed the West District and the eastern area the East District. After assuming office, Chairman Pompey mandated the preservation of his unique estate, renowned for its numerous inventions. As a result, the Pompey Manor was relocated and positioned adjacent to the government's official residence. The manor stands 5 stories tall, adhering to Mars building height restrictions. The former government estate also comprised 5 stories, but occupied 3 separate plots. Upon the transfer of Pompey Manor, it seamlessly integrated with the previous government estate to form a cohesive quadrangle. Behind the government estate, a leisurely tree-lined avenue was constructed, while the southern city wall flourished with lush greenery and vines. A myriad of colorful flowers blossomed amidst the verdant foliage, transforming this locale into a popular tourist destination. As one of the nation's most central cities, Central City welcomes guests from all corners of the globe. The majority of its residents are officials, while ordinary citizens reside within the 4 markets, engaging in commerce for their livelihoods. Central City spans a vast area, with expansion beyond Hemisphere Road limited to the sunlit northern region, where the city gates also face north. The northern gate features 3 expansive and equally sized archways, alongside a single entrance on both the eastern and western sides. No gates are present on the southern side. No city on Mars surpasses Central City in size. Administratively, Central City is divided into 4 districts: East, West, South, and North. Scattered villages are constructed around government-established town halls, each governing 100 villages, with a minimum of 3 households and a maximum of 5 in each village. Currently, Mars boasts a population slightly exceeding 20 million, a figure achieved only after the advent of advanced reproductive technologies. The population across the 9 habitable planets in the solar system varies, with Earth, Uranus, and Neptune hosting slightly more than 30 million inhabitants. Pluto, with the smallest population, counts only 5 to 6 million residents. Geographically, despite Pluto being the largest in terms of area, including its satellites, it is situated on the outer fringes of the solar system. However, Pluto's inhabitants are fervently dedicated to constructing various space telescopes and exploring shuttles, focusing on the discovery and control of mysterious realms and phenomena. Critics in the field of astrophysics often remark that Plutoans regard population growth as a mundane issue, and their innate aversion to the ordinary leads them to reject the notion of commonplace descendants. From the northern gate of Central City, a broad, well-maintained official road leads directly to the president's residence. At the center of the vast lawn before the residence stands a flag adorned with a golden-stitched flame, symbolizing the glory of Mars. Visiting officials wait on the lawn before being received by corresponding governmental representatives. President Pompey is notoriously difficult to meet, as he is perpetually occupied. If any guest insists on meeting the renowned inventor, who is often lost in contemplation, it is likely they will not be a very gracious visitor. During the initial population surge on Mars, President Pompey swiftly established a new bureaucratic system. He decreed that every 100 households in the most basic villages would have a town hall, staffed by students ranked 11th or lower in the national graduation standings. The top 10 students would each manage the political needs and basic assistance for 10,000 town leaders, while the top-ranked student would be directly admitted to the Martian Scientific Research Bureau. At the onset of this new policy, various disarray ensued. The astute Pompey personally guided the top graduates from the Research Bureau, gradually streamlining governance year after year and defining various bureaucratic functions. Those graduates who excelled in cultural pursuits but lacked research capabilities, or who were more accustomed to politics rather than invention, were reassigned from the Research Bureau to become government officials. Thus, the intelligence and talents of the Martian populace were passed down through generations. Initially, 4 essential markets were established at the corners of Central City, delineated by 4 official roads. At the heart of these markets lies a public estate where administrators conduct their affairs. This estate is singular, while the others serve dual purposes of commerce and residence. Each merchant's estate is separated by roads, ensuring that no 2 adjacent businesses mar the aesthetic harmony of the market. With the order and cleanliness brought about by the 4 markets, the president subsequently mandated a uniform land area for all estates. This led to complications, as private estates could vary greatly in size and were freely constructed for comfort. In contrast, government estates, managed by a larger number of officials, often felt cramped. Consequently, the government constructed 5-story buildings for official estates, while the management estates of the 4 markets remained at 4 stories, and other public buildings reached a maximum of 3 stories. This is to underscore the majesty of the government estate. The decision to limit the height of the estate to 5 stories is due to the indispensable solar shielding dome above, a creation of the Martians that necessitates a reduction in residential ceiling heights to allow for the free passage of aerial vehicles. Speaking of the Martian dome, it is the result of generations of research and innovation renowned throughout the solar system. In ancient times, the Martian cave dwellers discovered and harnessed the use of electric energy, leading to an unstoppable advancement in Martian technology. The remarkable inventions of Mars have garnered universal acclaim, with each Martian regarded as an inventor. Over the ages, Martians have upheld the tradition of invention, transforming their planet into a unique marvel, compelling other celestial bodies to offer various resources of interest to Martians in exchange for scientific knowledge. Regarding the Martian dome, this monumental structure was initially constructed through the collective efforts of all Martians, and it has since been continuously refined by generations of inventors from the Research Bureau, resulting in the impressive lightweight design we see today. Without the dome, the natural scenery of Mars would be diminished, and the Martians would lack access to fresh air. The most significant innovation brought forth by the dome is its transparency, allowing a clear view of the outside world, although clouds sometimes drift within the dome, and only the silhouettes of visiting extraterrestrial spacecraft can be seen from the exterior. It is impossible to view the interior scenery from above the dome, a transformation that aligns perfectly with Pompey's vision. At the age of 16, when Pompey articulated his dream, the then chairman, Huygens, received him with great enthusiasm. 2 years later, upon reaching 18, Pompey realized his aspiration. The new dome has significantly protected the privacy of Martian life, endowing their existence with greater dignity. Chairman Huygens offered high praise for this achievement. Martians have also noted that their previous predicaments of being ambushed by wild beasts in the wilderness would no longer be subject to the prying eyes of star broadcasters seeking sensational content. Drunken visitors from beyond the dome would no longer mock their village maidens, nor would extraterrestrial officials ridicule their daily customs as they flew overhead, capturing their lives for high-traffic videos across the solar system. The new dome has brought a sense of ease and joy to all Martians. They have grown accustomed to favoring the gnarled branches of trees over the vibrant flowers adorning the southern wall of Central City, a preference that has long been criticized by those from other planets. Yet, Martians resolutely protect their gnarled branches, deriving immense satisfaction from them. They never indiscriminately cut down the branches of trees. Should a tree perish and become deadwood, merchants would display advertisements upon it, while common citizens would utilize the branches for drying fish, meat, freshly lubricated meshs, and bird feeders, among other things. In essence, these gnarled branches have become indispensable, serving practical purposes for everyone. In contrast, the flowers on the southern wall appear overly delicate. When Martians lived in caves, no one had ever witnessed Martian plants bloom. Such occurrences were relegated to legend. However, with the proliferation of genetically modified plants. Spotting flowers amidst the lush wilderness is no longer a rarity. Under the dome's persistent sunlight, the accelerated metabolism of plants results in their diminished capacity to flower. In contrast to the northern hemisphere, the southern hemisphere once experienced a tumultuous era of electric lighting, during which the vibrant blooms were awakened under prolonged illumination. During this time, merchants sought to entice tourists by harnessing vast amounts of electricity to manipulate the lighting. Consequently, flowers blossomed only to swiftly wither, as waves of visitors arrived to admire their beauty. Ultimately, the overexerted flora ceased to blossom or produced less desirable blooms, bringing the farcical Mars tourism saga to a close. The relocation of the Pompeii estate transformed the central government residence from a triangular configuration to a square one, making it easier for people to glimpse the secrets of the flowers adorning the southern wall. These blossoms could be harvested in their entirety, integrated into an automated circulation system, and transformed into a miniature ecological mobile landscape, thus heralding new business opportunities. A continuous supply of expensive ecological landscapes was dispatched from the central city to flower enthusiasts across various star systems. However, all Martians insisted on selling only specially cultivated genetically modified flowers, resolutely refusing to entertain the idea of harvesting the naturally growing flowers on the southern wall, and strictly prohibiting any clandestine picking by visitors. These flowers, once burdened under the harsh electric lights of the southern hemisphere, found their order of life on the southern wall, with each bloom capable of enduring for several months. The longest-lasting flower reportedly bloomed for 3 years. Yet, as the ecological landscapes surged in popularity, some unscrupulous individuals began to covet the naturally growing flowers on the southern wall. Under the cover of night, they attempted to stealthily harvest these precious blooms. The Martian police, having detected this trend, intensified their patrols along the southern wall. Simultaneously, they launched a campaign within the city, urging citizens to collectively protect these exquisite flowers. Through the concerted efforts of the community, those attempting to steal flowers were ultimately brought to justice, while the blossoms on the southern wall continued to quietly flourish. Adding a unique hue to Mars, Bayesian and Boyan were once close friends. Prior to recruiting Dani, Bayesian meticulously drafted a request report and submitted it to the Central City Defense officials, emphasizing the significance of bringing a gift for Boyan, a flower blooming on the southern wall, steeped in the historical essence of the southern hemisphere. Upon receiving approval, she crafted the ecological bonsai, which could sustain the bloom for many years. Notably, only the southern hemisphere flowers thrived in the ecological bottle, and their seeds were easily preserved. This unparalleled bonsai would be the progenitor of a lineage of flowers. Unlike the ecological flowers sold by merchants, which typically bloomed for just one season, with very few capable of producing viable seeds. Who among the buyers would not wish to acquire such a rare gem? Bayesian's hope for the flowers to perpetually bloom stemmed from her belief that Dani harbored aspirations akin to those of Pompeii. Having lived a life devoid of invention in the countryside, Dani's humble origins somewhat constrained his ambitions. This year, upon learning of Dani's achievement as the top student nationwide, Bayesian beamed with joy. Chapter 4. Will you truly accept it? Under the governance of Chairman Pompeii, the Martian government closely monitored the academic performance of graduating students, particularly the fiercely competitive race for the top 10 positions. Ironically, those who were aware of their inability to secure a place among the top 10 felt no pressure. After all, the disparity between the ranks of the top 10 and the 11th could determine a lifetime of status, with the differences in welfare and salaries between ranks being merely double, yet their positions were worlds apart. Those who ascend to the ranks of officials are forbidden from constructing personal estates. They are to reside with their spouses and descendants in the official residence, while their parents and ancestors remain in the countryside. Only upon retiring and returning to their hometowns may they apply to build new estates upon the foundations laid by their forebears. At first glance, it appears that holding an official position is indeed a fulfillment of civic duty, yet this is far from the truth. The distinction between officials and the multitude of town mayors lies in their privilege of residing in the central city. Central City serves as the political and economic nexus of Mars. Even the luxuries encountered by the children of market vendors and the experiences of urban residents are beyond the imagination of rural mayors. These facts remain unbeknownst to Dani at this moment. Finally, Bayesian unveiled the gift she had brought after the meal. She glanced at Dago, hesitating for a moment, and said, "I apologize, Mr. Dago. In my eagerness to obtain the ecological cycle bonsai of the southern wallflower, I completely forgot the wild fruit wine I intended to gift you. I shall send it to you promptly upon my return." Dago, seemingly absorbed in her words, exhibited no reaction, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the cycle bonsai, as if entranced by its allure. Boyan, standing beside him, hesitated to reach for the bonsai, fearing she might inadvertently damage it. The couple marveled at the exquisite southern wall flower while simultaneously harboring doubts. This antique flower indeed seemed a perfect match for Bayesian, the highest authority of the Mars Research Bureau. Yet, as mere commoners, they felt an overwhelming sense of unworthiness, as if they could not bear such a generous gift. Qingfu, observing their demeanor, felt a pang of discontent. He quickly extended his hand to assist in receiving the bonsai, smiling as he remarked, "This truly is a precious item." However, upon uttering these words, he suddenly found himself at a loss for more fitting expressions to convey the gift's value. Dani, typically not one for eloquence, instinctively reached out to accept the bonsai. To his astonishment, he discovered it was remarkably weighty, which evoked a profound admiration for Bayesian's ability to transport such a hefty piece with ease. Qingfu, gazing at the bonsai in Dani's hands, could not help but exclaim, "This is indeed quite substantial." His tone resonated with wonder and envy. Meanwhile, Dago appeared lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the unfolding events around him. At that moment, Bayesian gently cleared her throat, attempting to draw everyone's attention. With a smile, she remarked, "I hope this bonsai brings you both surprise and joy." With her words, all eyes once again gravitated towards the bonsai. The ecological cycle bonsai of the southern wall flower was indeed a marvel, radiating a unique natural beauty that captivated all who beheld it. Within the bonsai, the blossoms swayed gracefully, resembling delicate fairies dancing to the rhythm of sunlight. The vibrant petals shimmered under the warm embrace of spring, resplendent in their glow. Their hues, akin to the evening clouds, were as soft as a maiden's blush. Each petal was exquisitely delicate, seemingly capable of transmitting light. The flower's stamens, shy yet resplendent in golden brilliance, were supported by slender, resilient stems that upheld the bloom's beauty. The leaves, as the flower's companions, glistened with a dewy green, imparting a refreshing hue to the blossoms. Varied in shape, some resembled hearts while others took on an oval form, silently accompanying the flowers and collectively composing a picturesque tableau within the bonsai. The flowers in this bonsai are the masterpieces of nature, illustrating the miracles and beauty of life through their splendor and vitality. In this moment, all present forgot the previous awkwardness and silence, deeply moved by the enchanting scene before them. Qingfu suddenly realized he must regard Bayesian with newfound respect. Boyan smiled and gestured for them to place the bonsai on the dining table. The profound friendship between her and Bayesian blossomed largely due to Bayesian's humble and courteous demeanor. She never adopted an air of superiority. Despite her eminent status, Bayesian remained remarkably approachable, always speaking with politeness and adeptly alleviating others' anxieties. As for Boyan, she exhibited exceptional talent during her student years, often overcoming challenging academic obstacles and securing prestigious awards in competitions, showcasing her remarkable capabilities. Regrettably, she graduated with an 11th place ranking, which precluded her from becoming the town's mayor. It was Bayesian who facilitated Boyan's placement at the Research Bureau's base in the town. Furthermore, it was Bayesian's genuine friendship that safeguarded Boyan. Only after Boyan achieved success in biological gene improvement projects did the skepticism surrounding her 11th place ranking fade away within the Research Bureau. That was the moment when the young Boyan received her first prestigious award in the field of biological gene engineering for the solar system. Bayesian accompanied her to the Alliance headquarters on Earth to receive the award, referring to her as a friend. She expressed, "Dear Boyan, I am your best friend, and I wholeheartedly congratulate you on your success." Boyan forever cherished that moment of honor and Bayesian's radiant smile in her heart. Shortly after her return, she fell in love with Dageo and frequently sought Bayesian's counsel due to Dani. Now, with Bayesian's gift before her, an ecological bonsai that could fetch a staggering sum on the black market, she found herself in a quandary. She could not afford to neglect Bayesian's friendship. Thus hesitantly remarked, "Dear Bayesian, you must understand that such a bonsai is a luxury my family cannot afford. From your introduction, is it not a precious south wall flower? Do you have other expectations?" Bayesian, unfazed, took a seat and gestured for everyone to sit down, displaying patience and courtesy. The choice of the south wall flower as a gift was sanctioned by the chairman, who valued capability over wealth. "We will no longer select south wall flowers for others. What has been presented today is a symbol of hope. Through your family's story, it will convey the message of Mars' dedication to valuing and respecting scientific talent. On Mars, there is no distinction between civilians and officials in terms of technological contributions. All who contribute to the nation's scientific advancement shall be generously rewarded." Dani, initially poised to speak, felt an immense weight upon hearing this. Dageo glanced at his son with concern, while Bayesian smiled and continued, "I am currently overseeing the daily affairs of the Research Bureau. In the beginning, The work of inventors is a collaborative endeavor. By collectively creating a few products, one can grasp their objectives and strive for individual innovation, navigating a gradual progression. Dani, you must be more confident. Moreover, Chairman Pompey possesses an extensive portfolio of design works, continually revising blueprints and relentlessly seeking assistance to bring these creations to fruition. Should you join, a plethora of innovative products will await your craftsmanship. At the age of 18, how wonderfully youthful. I shall personally guide you. Once you discover that producing these new items is akin to a child playing with novel toys, an innate desire to learn and create will emerge. This is a natural inclination towards human development, and both your mother and I, as scientists, have considerable insight in this area. I assure you, under the profound atmosphere of research at the Bureau, Dani will undoubtedly innovate. Bayesian emphasized. Dagong instinctively touched his head and, for the first time, sought to appease his wife by suggesting they submit a request to visit Dani. Boyan remained silent, fixated on Bayesian's face. She understood that the intricate design of the cyclical bonsai concealed a deeper meaning, one that Bayesian could not articulate. Qingfu, accustomed to bureaucratic jargon, interjected, asserting that the director's personal involvement warranted their compliance. Bayesian surveyed the group once more, nodded, and declared her intention to return. Dani, pack your belongings. We shall depart together on my flight. Dani, taken aback by this pronouncement, abruptly stood and dashed out of the dining room. Dagong, his heart racing with anxiety, swiftly sought to stabilize the situation. Boyan had already organized his luggage and turned to her husband, suggesting they check with Dani once more. She understood Dagong's hint for her to persuade their son. She was well aware that Dani wouldn't leave without bidding farewell to Kuxiang and his siblings. Following her son's retreating figure, Boyan stepped outside the dining area and glanced back at her husband, saying, "A few clams remain on the grill. Please wrap them in a nitrogen-sealed bag for me to collect later." With that, she shot Dagong a pointed look. The astute Dagong feigned sudden realization, enthusiastically addressing Bayesian. "There's no need to rush. Why not visit my estate this afternoon to see our new species? After dinner, we could accompany you." He then gestured subtly at Qingfu, signaling him to aid in keeping their guest. Qingfu, regaining his composure, respectfully urged Bayesian, "Esteemed guest, it is quite a long journey. To eat and depart without rest would be detrimental to your health. I strongly oppose your immediate return." With the authority of his 200 years, Qingfu articulated the town's recent achievements, noting that the local television station would be issuing celebratory announcements for 3 consecutive days, with many townsfolk eager to meet the scholar. "The reporters are waiting at the town government's estate for me to bring Dani for an interview." He glanced at Bayesian's expression and continued, "As a distinguished director, your visit to our town without presenting a report or speech would leave the locals unaccounted for." Qingfu's well-reasoned argument brought a smile to Dagong's face. Bayesian furrowed her brow slightly but quickly responded with a smile, "It is my fault as deputy director to have been remiss. Typically, my appearances are arranged by my secretary. This is my first time escorting a student, and it has turned into a comical scenario." She genuinely lowered her gaze, then met Qingfu's eyes again, saying, "I shall refrain from participating in the interview. I will grant you half a day to prepare a special feature on Dani for the television station. But we must return to Central City by nightfall." Bayesian, too, held a high regard for time. Having endured 3 centuries of trials and tribulations to evolve into the person she is today, by the side of the 600-year-old Chairman Pompey, she undoubtedly stands as a figure of significant influence. Her unique personal charm and noble character, coupled with her decisive and vigorous style, have undoubtedly earned her the admiration and respect of Pompey. Upon hearing Bayesian's words, Qingfu immediately sprang into action, contacting reporters and arranging details for the exclusive interview. Dani was in the room packing his belongings, his emotions in disarray. He was uncertain whether he could truly adapt to life at the research bureau, nor did he know if he could withstand the pressure that awaited him. Bai-Yin entered the room and, noticing Dani's troubled demeanor, gently patted his shoulder. "Dani, my dear son, do not fear. This is a splendid opportunity. You must have faith in yourself," Bai-Yin encouraged. "Moreover, you have Director Bayesian's guidance. She is an exceptional scientist." Dani nodded, striving to calm himself. He understood that he must bravely confront the challenges of the future. Bai-Yin stepped out briefly, then returned to inform Qingfu that Dani had gone to the restroom. "I have conveyed Director Bay's arrangements for the interview to him. Please prepare, and let him be accompanied by his father afterward." After a pause, she added, "Try not to let Degeo appear on camera." Qingfu grasped the underlying implication of Bai-Yin's words. The handsome and formidable Degeo, as a reserve captain, was far from retirement age, and should he appear on screen, he would inevitably encounter countless romantic entanglements in the future. He could not help but make a face at Bai-Yin amused, while secretly wishing to invite Bajan to speak. Meanwhile, Bajan wore a serious expression, seemingly intent on visiting her home to view her exquisite collection, clearly indicating her reluctance to make a public appearance. Qingfu mused that, given Bajan's status, recruiting students while presenting a collectible would never involve her revealing herself to the public. Her arrival in a public space shuttle suggested her desire to keep her identity concealed. It was perplexing. He could not comprehend the strategies employed by these officials, so he resolved to focus on his own responsibilities. Degeo swiftly complied with Bai Yin's request to prepare the clams, while also instructing the robotics steward to arrange dinner. The evening's menu had been meticulously planned by him and Bai Yin that morning. All the ingredients had been ordered, awaiting the robot's orchestration. He was now entirely preoccupied, his thoughts straying to his son, who had acted impulsively and was now in the restroom, uncertain of the situation. With a sigh, he contemplated and instructed the idle robot to retrieve his most luxurious deep blue suit. This exquisite ensemble, accurately described as black with a hint of blue, was crafted from fine materials, gleaming with a silken sheen, soft yet lightweight and sturdy in appearance. He had once worn this suit to the wedding of his sister Qingfu, where it had garnered significant attention. The deep blue hue accentuated a man's robust demeanor, and Degeo not only favored it, but also cherished that this suit was specially tailored for him by Bai Yin when she received the Special Award for Genetic Research in Central City's Southern District. Chapter 5. News from Pluto. This was an exceedingly opulent suit. Now holding the attire, Degeo lightly knocked on the restroom door, calling out, "Dani, are you unhurt?" After listening for a moment, he asked, "Qingfu is arranging your press conference. I have brought the suit." From within, the sound of the shower could be heard, prompting Degeo to say, "I will accompany you. We have half a day ahead of us." At that moment, Dani opened the bathroom door, a towel wrapped around his waist. His demeanor remarkably calm, though a hint of shyness graced his youthful and handsome face. He gently accepted the formal attire from Degeo, saying, "Dad, I am fine." In a moment of impulse, I felt a rush of blood to my head, but I managed to regain my composure. With a cheerful smile, he continued, "Then I took a shower to prevent myself from losing control, and I did not. I have matured. Dad, I can manage my emotions now." He grasped Degeo's hand with his other hand. Degeo, somewhat taken aback, nodded earnestly upon fully understanding his son's words. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This indicates you have reached a stage of physical development. According to normal growth patterns, you have several more years to mature and to learn how to better control your emotions." "Yes, I was startled when I rushed out of the dining room. I promise. Dad, I will do better in the future. I'm sorry." Degeo reached out to caress his son's face, noting the softness and paleness of Dani's skin, with faint traces of capillaries visible beneath. "No, do not speak to your father in such a manner. There is nothing to apologize for. Put on your formal wear. It is time to depart." In truth, they could afford to arrive at the television station a bit later. He was merely concerned that Bajan might cause a ruckus again. Fortunately, his son was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have certainly flown into a rage. To hell with her bonsai, her deputy director, and her south wall flowers. Can she not see Dani's skin condition? Bai Yin had discussed with her multiple times how to assist her son in managing his emotions. They had often deliberated on utilizing technological means to thicken his skin. Today, she had the audacity to flaunt her authority in his home. Dani's hair had always been somewhat sparse, bearing a deep chestnut color and a soft texture. In comparison to Degeo's thick, raven-black mane, Dani's was noticeably less voluminous. Neither father nor son possessed chest hair, though they both had well-defined pectoral muscles. When they had once sat side by side, Degeo had gently touched Dani's knee, noticing the almost non-existent leg hair. When Dani's body began to develop, even his pubic hair was surprisingly sparse. Consequently, Bai Yin sought out a physician friend who prescribed high molecular weight albumin nutritional injections, which she administered to her son against all odds. She believed that boys with sparse hair had a heightened likelihood of undescended testicles or even having only one testicle, and despite the doctor's objections, her actions were driven by a near-desperate resolve. Today, Degeo felt a genuine sense of happiness. Everything about his son today had exceeded his expectations. Dani had donned his formal attire. The deep blue hue indeed complemented any skin tone. Even Dani's fair and youthful complexion was accentuated, rendering him strikingly mature and tall. He stepped out with poise, and Degeo hurriedly followed suit. Typically, they would bid farewell to Bai Yin before departing, yet today, the father and son, united in their silence, shared a tacit understanding as they cast one last glance at the south wall flowers. As Degeo drove his son, they engaged in lively conversation, filled with excitement and joy. Dani's achievement as the top student was a testament to his good health and exceptional intellect. "Dad, Will you and Mom accompany me to Central City tonight? Of course. Tomorrow is the weekend. We have 2 days off. Let us go out and have some fun. Oh, great. You'll be flying on Director Bay's plane, right? Indeed. She operates a public aircraft. There is ample space for us all. I mean, Dani paused, it would be best to book the return tickets for tomorrow night now. Otherwise, we might miss out. Ah, good son. Hurry and book them. Don't you want to consult your mother's opinion? Ha ha ha. What opinion could she possibly have on this matter? Dani activated his new terminal, and after a brief moment, a note of hesitation escaped his lips. Upon noticing the change in his son's demeanor, he inquired, "What is it? Are there no tickets left?" No, it is not that. Pluto has sent word that a black hole is hurtling towards us. Oh dear. Such significant news must be addressed. What about the tickets? They have been secured. This time, the information from Pluto is unlike any other. Then show it to me at once. It is approaching rapidly. I have set the spacecraft to automatic mode, and that particular star tends to attract a lot of attention. Very well, I shall wait. As the automatic piloting was configured, he turned his gaze toward the internal terminal screen, which displayed news emanating from Pluto. Pluto, located at the farthest edge of the solar system, possesses both the conditions and fervor to explore the cosmos beyond. They have constructed the first space telescope in the solar system, delineating constellations within the celestial sphere. Each constellation was named after its discoverer, leading to a collective memory of Pluto's inhabitants whenever the stars and constellations are recalled. Pluto's scientists have dispatched various exploratory spacecraft in all directions, aspiring to discover extraterrestrial life or suitable locations in outer space for constructing cosmic bases. They have captured stunning star maps and regularly publish these vibrant celestial images on major solar system websites. The recently discovered black hole, the closest to the solar system, was observed by scientists over a century ago, and the space agency has meticulously documented it as a type of collapsing black hole. This class of black hole was once a planet that underwent collapse due to an imbalance in its core's energy field, inevitably triggering a nuclear explosion. Such occurrences are intrinsic to the nature of energy, rendering collapse synonymous with energy absorption. The collapse of a black hole is an unstoppable force once it occurs. Smaller celestial bodies drawn into its gravitational field will have their energy siphoned away until total collapse. This process often incites explosions, and the immense force generated can attract even more substantial objects. In the boundless cosmos, black holes can easily grow in size. If this black hole were to detect the solar system's energy, it could gradually draw the entire solar system towards it, culminating in its eventual capture and disappearance. The collapsing black hole resembles an immense and formidable eraser, quietly suspended in the universe, seemingly awaiting something. Beneath its dark and profound exterior lies an inexhaustible reservoir of secrets and power, embodying the essence of the universe's terminator, tasked with erasing all traces of existence. Whenever humanity beholds its form, an ineffable dread surges within. It is akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper, exuding a cold and merciless aura that evokes feelings of despair and helplessness. Confronted with such an entity, humanity appears diminutive and fragile, utterly powerless. Yet it is fortunate that, based on the observational distance of this black hole, it is exceedingly far from the solar system. The inhabitants of Pluto have meticulously studied and concluded that the black hole's mouth is not directed towards the solar system, suggesting that it may continue to drift further away, becoming merely a transient visitor to our solar system. However, despite our trepidation towards collapsing black holes, it is this very enigma that ignites humanity's courage and resolve to explore the unknown. Scientists tirelessly endeavor to unravel the mysteries of this celestial body, seeking to gain a deeper understanding of the essence and laws of the universe. Perhaps one day, when we truly comprehend the nature of collapsed black holes, we may discover ways to coexist with them or even harness their energy. However, the universe adheres to the principle that all possibilities exist. A century from now, news from Pluto may report yet again the sighting of this black hole, which has not only expanded but has also drawn nearer to Pluto, the most distant body within our solar system. 100 years. If we extrapolate from this century, in the next 100 years, should it draw even closer, our solar system could be irrevocably ensnared. How terrifying. Yet, we, armed with contemporary scientific knowledge, remain powerless against black holes. After watching the news, the father and son fell silent, pondering whether what is destined to come will ultimately arrive. At this moment, Pluto is convening a summit of all scientific personnel, undoubtedly to discuss strategies for confronting the formidable black hole. Originally, Pluto was a frozen planet, traversing an elliptical orbit around the sun. Year after year, the sun, with its boundless warmth, gradually melted the icy crust at Pluto's perihelion, leading to significant transformations over time. The early inhabitants of Pluto, akin to cave dwellers, discovered countless exposed minerals on its surface, which later investigations confirmed to have been formed by meteorite impacts. To this day, meteor showers and even small celestial bodies continue to rain down upon Pluto, incessantly breaking through the icy dust and surface, presenting a significant obstacle to the growth of its population. In every situation, there are positives and negatives. Positioned at the fringes of the solar system, Pluto faces a greater likelihood of meteor showers than other celestial bodies. However, meteorites are not the only celestial visitors. Massive comets can also arrive in swarms. When Pluto reaches aphelion, receiving insufficient sunlight and experiencing extremely low temperatures, a swarm of colossal comets can instantaneously freeze vast areas, thus birthing the icy planet we know today. To combat such natural disasters, the primary task of scientists is to intercept comets, ensuring they are shattered and melted before they reach the surface. After relentless efforts by future geographers to modify their environment, the inhabitants of Pluto ultimately triumphed over nature. Nevertheless, they also observed that without the continual influx of comets, moisture began to evaporate, resulting in a gradual reduction of Pluto's overall size. The once vast quantities of ice had rendered Pluto bulky and immense. The minerals frozen within Pluto's surface could be easily collected, and the inhabitants naturally gathered these extraterrestrial minerals and rare earth elements in abundance, establishing a booming export business. The thriving trade was due to the superior quality of Pluto's meteorite resources and rare earth elements compared to similar products from any other celestial body. Various planets even ventured to Pluto to procure the latest supplies, while Pluto itself, stretched thin, developed several satellites, transforming them into habitable spaces, which consumed vast amounts of resources. As the years passed, people were astonished to realize that Pluto had transformed from the largest to the smallest body in the solar system, yet the inhabitants remained largely indifferent. This was because the intrinsic size of Pluto was not significant, while meteorite impacts continued to occur frequently. As Pluto's size diminished, it prompted a more rational approach to exportation among its inhabitants. Nevertheless, the actions of scientists indicated that survival of the fittest prevailed. With the reduction of Pluto's surface area, scientists passionately engaged in the construction of large artificial satellites, fervently pursuing land development and space. According to the latest news, the inhabitants of Pluto have identified several uninhabited and resource-rich asteroids. Their ambition extends to the vastness of the cosmos. Currently, the Plutonians are the first to discover a black hole, confirming the potential intrusion of the black hole into our solar system. Rather than bearing this burden alone, they have chosen to broadcast to the entire solar system, inviting humanity to collectively confront this grave challenge. The Degeo father and son find themselves at a loss. With the father, Degeo, utterly bewildered by such a catastrophic revelation, able only to exclaim in mortal astonishment. Such monumental matters are indeed the domain of scientists to resolve. He and his son have come to attend today's press conference. The father and son affectionately make their way to Dani's classroom. Chapter 6. Doubts Bayan watches her husband and son depart, then turns to accompany Bajan on a tour of the genetically modified species cultivated in her estate. In Bayan's estate, the research area dedicated to genetic modifications is divided into animal and plant sections, with a predominance of plants and fewer animals. Bayan explains that she finds plants easier to work with, as the risks associated with genetically modifying animals are substantial, leading to a lower success rate. Upon entering the plant area, Bajan is immediately awestruck by the sight before her. Here, an array of peculiar plants is cultivated, some tower like trees, while others are diminutive like grass. Some flowers are vibrantly colorful, while others emit an eerie glow. With a smile, Bayan introduces these marvels to Bajan. These are my proud creations. For instance, the luminescent sunflower over there can perform photosynthesis in darkness, providing us with a continuous supply of clean energy. And this detoxifying agave can absorb harmful substances from the air and transform them into beneficial nutrients. Bajan listens with rapt attention, marveling at the wonders of science. Curious, she inquires, are there any genetically modified plants capable of curing diseases? Bayan nods and leads Bajan to a patch of green grass, pointing to an unassuming little weed. This is my latest development, the healing dandelion. Its pollen contains a unique substance that is effective against many terminal illnesses. However, it is still in the experimental phase and has not yet been made available for public use. Bajan glances at the plants and nods. These are all customized. Are they not? Most are, Bayan replies. They have been cultivated to meet customer demands. The greatest challenge with genetically modified plants is that the more beautiful the flowers, the more thorny they tend to be, or the more exquisite, the more delicate and hard to sustain. Familiarity with this trait makes manipulation easier. Is your research on animal genetic modification primarily for Dani? Bayan finally furrows her brow, gazing intently at Bajan. My dear, please tell me, what exactly has transpired? Bajan quickly organizes her thoughts, hesitating slightly in her tone. I did not bring the usual flowers. The truth is, Bayan, you mentioned that this flower is infected with a special virus? Or is there a genetic mutation? She believes that Bajan has not come seeking answers beyond the realm of biology. The situation is as follows. I am 300 years old and have witnessed the evolution of flowers in the southern hemisphere. However, my intuition tells me that this particular specimen is different. It leads me to suspect a genetic mutation, yet its appearance bears no distinction from its companions. Bayan responds that the most common phenomenon of genetic mutation is a discrepancy in the external characteristics of the plants. If it is a deformity, it may be attributed to a genetic anomaly, though the mutation remains uncertain. In truth, most genetically modified plants exhibit visible alterations, while all mutations are unique instances. Bajan, not fully grasping Bayan's specialized knowledge, hesitated momentarily before expressing her desire to create a circular bonsai, hoping that you would meticulously document every detail. She added, I have profound faith in your professional capabilities. Bayan, slightly breathless, pondered, must a single plant be so exaggerated? It appears entirely normal. Bajan replied, in fact, when I first heard you recount Dani's skin predicament, I was gazing out the window, holding my terminal. Whether it was my heart aching for Dani or my sympathy for your plight, what I saw was this flower, and at first glance, it struck me as extraordinary. It possessed a unique quality, as if it were reading my expressions. Bayan remained silent, continuing to listen intently. As a biologist, she was well versed in the concept of biological waves. Sitting quietly, she focused on Bajan's words, her deep-set eyes revealing a blend of attentiveness and curiosity, as if striving to capture every nuance. Bayan's passion for researching biological waves was fervent. She believed that through this study, one could unravel the mysteries of living organisms. In her laboratory, she frequently conducted various experiments to explore the essence and function of biological waves. Utilizing advanced equipment, she analyzed diverse biological samples, hoping to uncover the correlation between biological waves and the health of organisms. Beyond her laboratory endeavors, Bayan actively engaged in academic exchanges and collaborations, sharing her findings with fellow biologists and discussing the latest advancements in the realm of biological waves. She aspired to make significant contributions to this field through her relentless efforts. At this moment, she was immersed in contemplation of biological waves, her mind flooded with experimental data and theoretical models, as she sought to unravel the enigma surrounding them. In truth, she had entirely misinterpreted Bajan's intentions. The incident that truly startled Bajan occurred 3 years prior. On that day, her terminal received a message from a secret base of the Research Bureau, reporting that researchers had collected an immortal virus from the wild. Excitedly, she retrieved her personal terminal and moved to the window to respond, for the term immortal virus electrified her scientific sensibilities. In the present solar system, the longest-lived individuals have reached the age of 1,000 years. The Mercury inhabitants boast the highest average lifespan of 900 years, while Venus dwellers average 760 years. Only 10 centenarians exist across the solar system, accustomed to a tranquil and affluent existence. The inhabitants of various celestial bodies have become indifferent to their longevity. However, extending the lifespan of carbon-based humanity holds profound significance for scientists. Gao Jun, residing on Earth, is the solar system's oldest man, his clarity of thought and orderly life remaining intact at the age of 1010. Due to the respect he commands, he has the authority to make significant decisions and has retained the highest position within the Solar System Alliance. Only upon ascending to such heights did Gao Jun comprehend that humanity's longevity is essential to confront all challenges. It can be said that all life scientists across the solar system are striving to extend his life. His demise would signify a stagnation in the quest for a millennium-long lifespan for humankind. Understanding this principle, Bajan felt a profound shock upon encountering the term immortal virus. Through her terminal, she inquired whether the researchers could provide a detailed report. How could a virus be immortal? It would be best if you came immediately. Bajan fixed her gaze upon a strikingly beautiful, yet painfully glaring flower on the south wall, her hand clenched tightly into a fist, her nails digging into her palm. Currently, Mars relies solely on Chairman Pompey to shoulder the burden of research and technological development, thereby emerging as a prominent force within the solar system. The Martians are destined to become synonymous with patents and inventions, a goal and motivation that drives Bajan. Yet, The notion that a virus could be indestructible was unfathomable. This cruel revelation was unbearable for her. The flower seemed like a heartless observer, mocking Beijun's failures and suffering with its beauty and vitality. She yearned to pluck the flower from existence, but reason reminded her that such an act would alter nothing. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, silently vowing to prevent the virus from spreading. Upon arriving at the secret base, Beijun was met with even more shocking developments. It turned out that the researchers had discovered a highly unusual aberrant virus in the wild, one that emitted light and continuously ruptured cellular bodies under a microscope. Consequently, the researchers immediately initiated isolation and employed robotic arms for observation in a vacuum environment. Remarkably, even after the viral proteins had been depleted in this vacuum, the genetic material within continued to self-replicate. The virus was indeed immortal. Following this incident, all personnel who had come into contact with the virus were quarantined. The facility sealed both the observation robots and the virus itself, surrounded by a series of specialized rooms, while self-isolating staff members automatically took residence within. Upon her arrival, Beijun first sent a message to the isolated employees, solemnly expressing her gratitude for their dedication and commending their professionalism and sincerity. She then mobilized a brand-new data terminal, constructed an isolation area, erected high walls, and sealed the isolation chamber. Finally, she placed the new terminal atop the isolation chamber, sealing it within, and named it the sorrowful moniker Coffin of Stone. Years later, plagued by anxiety, Beijun had received no news regarding the immortal virus. The quarantine zone remained utterly still. She had no knowledge of the fate of the personnel inside. This newly conceived hell bore no signs of change, nor any messages. The absence of secure communication only deepened her unease. Patiently, she waited, and then waited some more. 3 years had passed, yet the Coffin of Stone terminal remained devoid of any information, not a word spoken. The lack of communication suggested that the terminal responsible for processing information had perished. Even if all within had succumbed, the coffin could not be opened for examination. Such was Beijun's rationality. If the virus had been vanquished, the sensitivity of the Coffin of Stone terminal would have reported it immediately. The undeniable truth remained. The virus persisted, and thus the terminal continued to execute its isolation protocol. Such an extraordinary passage of time necessitates formidable psychological resilience. Humanity, as carbon-based life forms, has harnessed biotechnological advancements to extend lifespans, rendering the prospect of living for centuries or even millennia quite commonplace. However, with this longevity comes the inherent duality of fortune and misfortune. Humans may achieve extended life, yet they are not immortal. Viruses, too, will evolve, and the maddening notion arises that an immortal virus, once it infects humanity, could transform those afflicted into living corpses. The aspiration for longevity does not equate to becoming a mere vessel for a virus. The advent of such an evolved virus presents humanity with a daunting challenge to its very existence. Beijun, possessing a keen awareness, is not prone to paranoia. Rather, she harbors concerns for the flora adorning the southern wall. Should plants be the first to harbor such a virus, they might transmit it through respiration. Given the emergence of the immortal virus, it is imperative to act preemptively and safeguard humanity as much as possible. Therefore, this particular flower must be closely monitored, and Boyan, as an expert, has devised a circular bonsai that is both sealed and under expert supervision, a perfect compromise. Furthermore, Boyan has a rather peculiar son. Dani works at the Research Bureau, and Beijun would pay special attention if he exhibited any tendencies contrary to humanity. With the immortal virus already upon them, humanity can only brace for confrontation. Beijun silently prays, fervently hoping that Dani will emerge as the hero to save humankind. Having calmed her emotions, Beijun utilized her handheld terminal to shield their surroundings before revealing the truth to Boyan. She spoke with heartfelt sincerity, her nerves tingling from the implications of the immortal virus. Boyan, maintaining her composure, remained silent, fully aware that this virus could herald a catastrophic end for humankind. Given Beijun's experience and intuition, her predictions and actions are undeniably astute. After a moment of silence, Boyan grasped Beijun's hand tightly and, with deep emotion, implored, "Dear teacher, friend, and guide, if it is within your power, please take Dani and nurture him into a hero for humanity." Beijun nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 7. Departure. Dani escorted his father to his classroom, where he spotted Qingfu waiting at the entrance. Approaching Qingfu was a lady, his elder sister, Qingyu, who had married far away and resided 500 miles away in Luji town. She cradled a simple yet striking large red flower, fashioned with ribbons, and gently called out to Qingfu. The bond between Qingfu and his sister is exceptionally strong. Qingyu, being a decade older, has been a companion and caretaker throughout their upbringing, almost serving as a second mother to young Qingfu. As Qingfu watched Dani waving at him, he quickly called out, "Sister, did you come here for something?" Qingyu patted his shoulder and excitedly replied, "My brother has achieved the top honor in town. Everyone insisted I come to congratulate you. Make sure Dani wears this red flower. It will add a festive flair and make him stand out." Qingfu smiled as he accepted the flower, nodding in agreement. "It looks wonderful. It's a splendid idea. I was worried that Dani might just sit there in silence and create an awkward atmosphere." As he spoke, he approached Dani to adorn him with the flower, saying, "Today, speak freely. There's no need to hold back. Everyone is in high spirits." Dani and Degeo both smiled and nodded in agreement. Qingfu then arranged, "Thank you, sister. Please have a seat with Mr. Degeo at the back of the classroom. The reporters will be seated in the middle. Please, Mr. Degeo, after you." Qingyu beamed with joy as she led Degeo through the back entrance into the classroom. Once Dani donned the bright red flower, he radiated with exuberance. Nervously, Dani found himself seated in the usual position designated for teachers, facing the grand, arc-shaped podium, his gaze fixed upon a throng of journalists below. The podium was equipped with a fixed terminal, its screen considerably larger than that of personal devices. It also boasted a projector for slides, a proctoring device, an electronic responder, and a specialized set of mathematical instruments. The classroom was arranged in a fan shape, with 4 rows of desks. Yet, even the most esteemed educators had never managed to fill these seats, as the quality of instruction bore no correlation to the number of students present. Each desk was affixed with a terminal for student use, ensuring that each individual had their designated seat. This fixed terminal system eliminated the need for students to take assignments home. If any student struggled to complete their work in time, they could remain behind, accompanied by a robot to assist with queries and safely escort them home. Upon graduation, the robot teaching assistants meticulously organized the content within each terminal, compiling students' grades along with their assignments into a comprehensive school record. When new students enrolled, these terminals would be formatted and restarted. Now, the student seats were filled with various reporters, all well prepared for the event. The classroom retained its original appearance from Dani's school days, serving as the most authentic venue for the valedictorian's interview. Qingfu stood beside Dani, whispering that classes had been suspended throughout the school, with all students gathered in the classroom to witness the live broadcast. Dani nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, enormous screens on the front and back walls of the classroom illuminated, allowing the journalists to conduct their interviews while viewing the scene on the front screen, while Dani and Qingfu could observe their own synchronized reflections on the rear screen. Dani's teacher was seated in the front row, conveniently positioned for his forthcoming speech. At that moment, the school principal commenced his address, passionately recounting the century-long history of the institution and extolling its virtues in nurturing students. He introduced the valedictorian, Dani, highlighting his remarkable intellect and admirable qualities, expressing the excitement of the occasion. With resounding applause, Dani's teacher ascended the podium. A smile graced his face, and his eyes exuded wisdom and warmth. After a gentle cough, he began a simple yet inspiring speech. The teacher first commended Dani, acknowledging the perseverance and effort he had displayed throughout his learning journey. He then shared personal experiences and insights, emphasizing the significance of education and the courage and determination required to face challenges. The teacher encouraged everyone to ardently pursue their dreams, to embrace self-challenge, and to continuously transcend their limitations. Throughout the entire speech, every individual remained fully engaged. As the speech concluded, journalists began to pose their questions, with Qingfu often playing the role of mediator, while Dani calmly reiterated the principal's commendations. He felt as though the principal's words had provided him with a subtle cue, and he preferred not to elaborate further in public. In his mind, he pondered the question of what the Klee Xiang siblings would say to him, eagerly anticipating their company on the journey home. That, indeed, was what he truly wished to hear. Finally, the event came to a close, and the journalists were escorted out by the principal and the teacher. Qingfu and his sister expressed their gratitude to Dani once more before departing together. Dago called out to Dani, expressing his exhaustion. Dani replied that he would summon Kelly, who would surely be with Qiang. "Should I join you, or wait for you at the helipad?" Dani suggested that his father wait on the flying car. Moments later, the trio, filled with laughter and joy, boarded Dago's flying vehicle. 15-year-old Qiang possessed enchanting phoenix eyes, a fair and refined visage, a straight nose, and full, alluring lips. Her round face radiated youthful vitality. 17-year-old Kelly was robust, his physique comparable to Dago's. Dani raised his hand slightly, addressing Kelly. "Hey, I will be leaving tonight." Kelly, with wide, expressive eyes, boomed, "Why the rush?" Dani explained. "There's no choice. My parents will be taking me. They plan to enjoy a couple of days there before returning the day after tomorrow. Would you like to join us? Kashyang, seated sideways facing Dani, chimed in eagerly. Absolutely, let us go. No, Kashyang, Kelly cautioned her to calm down, then seriously added. You must inform my parents, right? They could accompany us as well. Sure, yes. Kashyang and Dani responded in unison. Dani clapped his hands, saying to Kelly, There's a teacher over there who has brought a large airplane to pick me up. We can all fit comfortably. As the flying car approached their home as helipad, Dago suddenly remarked seriously, Kelly, after Dani departs for work, this flying car should remain for you siblings to use for school. It's relatively new. There's no need for you to rent a school bus or collect materials to print for a new vehicle. That would be quite troublesome, wouldn't it? All right. Thank you. Kelly responded without hesitation, acknowledging the car's new condition. They had assisted in gathering materials, observing Dani as he printed. With Dani leaving next week, the vehicle would no longer be needed by him, and it would provide Kelly and his sister with a means to avoid the crowded school bus. Here we are. Don't forget to ask your parents if they would like to join us for some fun. I'll await your reply. Dani called out to the siblings as they dashed back, Kelly only raising his hand in response without looking back. Bai-Yin and Beijing placed a cyclical bonsai arrangement on the windowsill of a separate studio. A robot entered to report that the father and son had returned. Bai-Yin stood at the entrance, smiling as she watched them. I need to freshen up and take a break, Dago told her. All right, Dani, did you have a good day? Dani turned slightly to reply to his mother. Yes, I'm waiting for Kashyang at the entrance, then stretched his neck to observe the lively scene diagonally across the street. Okay, I'll prepare dinner early. Bai-Yin laughed as she walked into the estate with Dago. Dani remained outside. Before long, Kashyang joyfully bounded out of her home, her smile radiant as she hurried toward Dani. My parents asked if we might be imposing on you. Dani handed her the car keys, reassuring her, not at all. Come on, I'll take you to the helipad to see a real spacecraft. Beijing arrived in a specially designed governmental spacecraft, significantly smaller than standard passenger aircraft. Its silver-gray coating boasted stealth capabilities, a patent of Pompeii's research. The entire body resembled a flat flounder, with a pair of wings concealed beneath its belly. When extended, they could accelerate the aircraft. Additionally, a pair of streamlined wings, short and compact, were fixed to the tail. Once airborne, the belly wings would retract, maximizing power, allowing the craft to soar into the sky at incredible speeds, capable of reaching outer space. The aircraft utilized by students pales in comparison. Dani entrusted his flying car keys to Kashyang, advising her that she could activate the autopilot whenever she felt fatigued. Kashyang cheerfully accepted, exclaiming that after every military training session, she absolutely required the automatic feature. Kashyang, I will miss you. You will answer my calls, won't you? Of course, Kashyang assured him. Dani hesitated for a moment, considering how eagerly Beijing awaited his return, uncertain of when he might return. Lowering his gaze, he confessed to Kashyang, I love you, Kashyang. Do you know that? I do. Kashyang responded, leaving Dani momentarily speechless, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Dani Gidge, she called him, a name she had used since childhood. I can see your heart. But my brother's heart remains elusive. I can only feel his strong heartbeat. Dani understood then that his skin was thin. His heart raced at the sight of Kashyang. Did she truly see his heart? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he restrained his emotions, yearning to hear Kashyang express her love for him, yet hesitating to become overly exuberant. Can you say you like me, Kashyang? Please encourage me, for I shall journey far and be away for a long time before I see you again. Kashyang lifted her gaze, fixed her eyes on Dani, and suddenly whispered, I love you, Dani. In that moment, Dani felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He fought to maintain composure, even contemplating a cold shower. Kashyang swiftly dashed back, laughing as she ran. Bai-Yin's steady voice echoed behind them, Kashyang, tell your father that Dani has excelled. Please invite your family over for dinner so we can celebrate together. All right, I will inquire, Kashyang replied, tossing her keys playfully before bounding into the house. Bai-Yin then advised her son, you should take a shower. I will wait for them outside. Thank you, Mom, Dani said, bowing his head as he entered. Keeman and Yinin led Kelly and Kashyang to Bai-Yin. It is wonderful that we can all go to Central City together. I hope we are not imposing. Oh, we are old neighbors. There is no need for formality. Please, come in. Make yourselves comfortable. Bai-Yin greeted them warmly. Would you like a drink? Yes, please. Dani's father, Dageo, also came out to greet Keeman, shaking his hand. He then introduced Beijing to Keeman and vice versa. Beijing, a woman well-versed in grand gatherings, was unreserved, and throughout the meal, everyone praised Bai-Yin's culinary skills. Kelly and Kashyang, being children, had scarcely encountered the main ingredients on the table and were particularly delighted. After dinner, a robot tidied the table and set out fruits and desserts. following Bayan's instructions to pack some snacks for later. Bajan stood up, urging everyone, "Shall we prepare to depart since we are all finished?" She was a serious and earnest individual. Keeman promptly turned to fetch the family's travel luggage, calling for everyone to wait by the aircraft. Bajan opened the cabin door, and everyone filed in, with the 3 children quickly vying for window seats. The cabin accommodated 16 seats, plus 2 beside the pilot, allowing for a total of 19 passengers. Once the door was closed, everyone fastened their seatbelts. The aircraft automatically calibrated its flight path, gliding close to the dome and through wispy clouds. Various red data flickered on the aircraft's display screen, ultimately revealing the flight speed awaiting confirmation, which Bajan promptly approved. With a roar, the aircraft soared into the sky, and Bajan silently prayed as they finally embarked on their journey. Chapter 8. Bajuan's arrangements. Upon boarding the aircraft, Keeman immediately spotted his wife nestled closely beside their daughter. The little girl appeared to be filled with curiosity and anticipation for the scenery outside, excitedly leaning against the window, her small head nearly touching that of Kelly's in the front row. Observing this heartwarming scene, a satisfied smile graced Keeman's face. He strolled leisurely to sit beside DeGeo, his eyes reflecting admiration for the luxurious plane. DeGeo also appeared enthusiastic, exchanging a knowing smile with Keeman before launching into a discussion about various aircraft. They traversed topics from early biplanes to modern flying cars, from electrically powered shuttles to spacecraft. As their conversation deepened, they found common ground, sharing their passion and insights regarding aviation technology while also delving into profound reflections on life and aspirations. Their dialogue was infused with wisdom and humor, creating a light-hearted atmosphere that enveloped the entire cabin. Bayan chose to sit beside the pilot, Bajan. With a steady demeanor, Bajan glanced at the instrument panel while informing her, "I must make the most of my time. The Research Bureau has notified me of an important meeting this evening." After taking a deep breath, seemingly to calm her emotions, she continued, "The staff picking you up will arrange your accommodations. We have a 3-bedroom apartment at our Research Bureau, and I've booked 2 adjacent units for you. These apartments face south and share a lovely flower-viewing terrace." Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, but was nonetheless imbued with warmth and concern for her guests. Bayan promptly stood, her face alight with gratitude and respect. "You have truly gone above and beyond. I will take good care of Dani. I cannot express our gratitude enough." Bajan smiled gently, shaking her head, her eyes reflecting kindness and care. "There's no need for such formality. Additionally, I've arranged for a researcher to come tomorrow morning. You must heed my advice. Have Dani undergo a comprehensive genetic sequencing. You may accompany him. If gene therapy can improve his skin condition, that would be splendid. Although I am now Dani's superior, you and I are dear friends. Friends should support one another, so please do not hesitate." "That sounds wonderful. I hope this arrangement can address the root of Dani's issues. If he truly experiences improvement, it will be thanks to your kindness," Bayan replied calmly. "In the past, we have accompanied him to numerous doctors and consulted many experts, all of whom concluded that his genes had undergone mutation. I believe I mentioned this to you before. The doctors advised waiting until Dani's body matured for genetic treatment to ensure safety. He must be at least 18, as his body is still developing before that age, and medications should not be administered indiscriminately." Bajan patiently nodded, continuing, "Now that Dani has turned 18, he can undergo gene repair therapy. Though this process may take several months or even longer, I propose that he remains by my side to recuperate. While you might consider returning home to expand your family with a few more children, it is not necessary for you to constantly accompany him. After all, your presence does not resolve the underlying issues, but should he become an older brother, even with the knowledge that his condition is difficult to cure, he may emerge stronger." Bayan nodded in agreement with Bajan's suggestion, softly stating, "I shall follow your arrangements." "We are flying a direct distance of 400 kilometers, Bajan announced aloud, "Ladies and gentlemen. Children, we have arrived." As she spoke, she began her descent, entering the high-altitude helipad before descending further via the elevator. Bayan and Qixiang gazed out the window with excitement, witnessing a bustling metropolis filled with towering buildings and bustling streets. The prosperity of the city captivated them, prompting them to envision their lives here. Once the plane had come to a halt, Bayan turned to Qixiang and beckoned, "Come along, children. It is time for us to disembark." Qixiang nodded, following Bayan off the aircraft. They entered a spacious waiting hall, teeming with people and vibrant with activity. Bayan and Qixiang curiously surveyed their surroundings, feeling a sense of wonder at everything this place had to offer. Bajan had already piloted the plane away, and one by one, everyone exited the waiting hall. At the exit, a polite female staff member in a Research Bureau uniform greeted them, inviting them to follow her. DeGeo, standing behind Bayan, inquired, Where are we headed first? Director Bay has an important meeting this evening, and we shall accompany the staff member to the guest house for rest. Boyan replied before glancing back at the plane from which Bajan had departed, remarking, "She is indeed quite busy. I hope she takes care of herself." The Keeman family found themselves in Central City for the very first time, and it was their inaugural stay in such a luxurious guest house as the Research Bureau offered. Each member struggled to contain their excitement. Boyan personally escorted them to their rooms, introducing, "This suite comprises 3 bedrooms and a living room, along with 2 separate bathrooms." She then pointed to the balcony, addressing Kelly, "That is a flower viewing balcony, which both our families may share." As she turned to leave, Boyan smiled warmly at Yanine, wishing her good night. "Rest well. Tomorrow, DeGeo and I plan to accompany Dani for registration. You may explore at your leisure." Yanine promptly responded, "All right, thank you, good night." After placing her luggage, she diligently inspected the various rooms, before turning to Keeman to inquire, "What are you busy with? Are we having a late-night snack?" Keeman, holding his terminal, was engrossed in reviewing, and after a while, he replied, "I am looking at the travel guide for Central City, planning our itinerary for tomorrow." Kelly, having overheard from the balcony, hurried over to join in the viewing. Yanine then urged Kashyang to shower quickly and sleep early. Returning to her own suite, Boyan found her husband and son engrossed in news on Dani's new terminal. She remarked on Bajan's tireless efforts, noting, "It's late, and she still has to attend an important meeting." The father and son exchanged knowing glances, and in unison, they speculated, it must pertain to Pluto. "Someone has observed a black hole approaching our solar system." Unfazed, she turned to them and suggested, "I propose we consider giving Dani a brother or sister. What are your thoughts?" DeGeo stood up, wrapping his arm around his wife's shoulders, a radiant smile on his face. "I wholeheartedly agree. Son, do you wish for a brother? I desire a younger sister. Good night to you all." With that, I turned to return to my room. DeGeo jested, saying, "Well, if it were a younger brother, we could try again for a sister." Dani, standing at the doorway, chuckled and remarked, "Mother is researching genes. Perhaps she will also look into whether it will be a brother or a sister." "That's different, I assentiate." He added, "Wife, Dani." Bayan did not respond to DeGeo. Instead, she solemnly informed her son, "Tomorrow, Director Bay will designate a researcher to guide you. You have many tasks ahead. I want to give you a brief overview." Dani halted, turning back to listen intently to his mother. Bayan continued, "First, the researcher will take you to your desk. Remember your future position. I need to adjust my tone and catch my breath. Due to your peculiar skin condition, a genetic test, including sequencing, will be arranged. This test is quite extraordinary and may take considerable time. Furthermore, we are delighted that upon your turning 18, your health will improve and your muscles will strengthen, nearly matching your father's. However, both Bajan and I hope you will accept the results of the scientific tests. If it reveals a condition that can be treated to restore normalcy, you should consider medication, so you can align more closely with the average person. Do you agree?" Dani nodded decisively in affirmation. DeGeo interjected, "That sounds wonderful. Is the treatment difficult?" Bayan replied, "Bajan has arranged for the highest level genetic testing on Mars. It should uncover all issues. The unfortunate news is that Dani may not have effective medication available and will need to focus on enhanced protection in the future." DeGeo sighed softly, then lifted his head in front of his son, chuckling as he patted Dani on the shoulder. "It's a good thing. Modern science is advanced. If issues are detected, we can certainly manage them. No need for medication. You could even wear an invisibility cloak. I've thought about it for a long time, haha. But now, Dani is much better." Dani, filled with confidence, proclaimed, "Mom, I'm not afraid. I can also develop an invisibility cloak myself. I'm going to bed now. Good night to you all." With that, Dani entered his bedroom and closed the door. DeGeo embraced his wife, walking together towards their bedroom. After closing the door, he cupped his wife's face, gazing into her eyes, and said, "From what you've said, are you planning to have one boy and one girl?" Bayan placed one hand over DeGeo's and wrapped the other around his waist. "I can do it, for Dani." DeGeo kissed her lips and then asked, "Are we having a child to provide matching blood for Dani's treatment?" "Yes." Bayan wished to smile but found it difficult, allowing DeGeo to kiss her. "I feel saddened by Dani's condition." DeGeo sighed, lowering his head and resting his forehead against Bayan's. "Let us sleep now. Tomorrow we will go for the tests. You are the expert and will detect any issues promptly. Or you could undergo testing as well. I have privately checked my own health and found no issues. I didn't tell you to avoid alarming Dani. All right, if necessary. Central City is the capital of Mars, distinguished by an additional protective dome compared to other towns. This fully automated dome is equipped with comprehensive functions. It regulates time autonomously, creating night, and can also simulate sunny or rainy weather, controlling temperature and humidity. As a result, The climate within the city is harmonious, with an everlasting spring. Thus, flowers bloom exceptionally well on the southern city wall, but outside the city, the flowers along the southern roadside appear ordinary. Further south, due to a lack of sunlight, large areas remain shrouded in darkness, accumulating frost. Now, the night is deep, and the curtain of darkness descends. The intelligent lights flickered everywhere, resembling a splendid constellation of stars. Chapter 9. The mobilization meeting initiated by Pluto. Bayesian disembarked from her flight and strode with poise into the central city terminal. This terminal, a landmark structure situated just outside the northern gate of the Martian airport, consisted of 2 separate buildings. Each building rose 5 stories above ground and extended 5 stories below. The 2 edifices served distinct purposes. The management building was positioned near the northern city gate, while the outer structure housed the artificial intelligence and robotics work zones, governed by the terminals within the management building. The expansive boarding hall, occupying only the ground level, was centrally located between the 2 structures. From a distance, it appeared as an extension of the rooftops of the buildings. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a 2-meter-wide retention zone between the hall and the terminal, covered with transparent rainproof panels. To prevent passengers from wandering aimlessly, restrooms for both genders were constructed at either end of the retention corridor, with doors opening toward the center for convenience. The main entrance of the boarding hall also faced north, welcoming passengers from all directions. Upon entering, they traversed a barrier-separated passage for luggage and document checks, then crossed the retention zone to access 2 electric escalators positioned between the 2 terminal buildings, which whisked them to their respective boarding gates. In a bid to conserve time, Bayesian directly approached the Terminal-S management machine to finalize the administrative control of the spacecraft, subsequently retrieving a small shuttle from the building's public parking facility. She piloted the shuttle to the helipad atop Central City, then took the elevator back to her office, promptly activating the terminal on her desk. With a brief wait until the meeting commenced, she reviewed the list of attendees, which featured dignitaries from various celestial bodies, all of her rank. The Minister of Technology from Pluto, named Gong Changshuan, was fond of wearing a wig, despite his robust physique. He bore signs of indulgence and was not particularly health-conscious. Bayesian pondered why, in an age where balding individuals could opt for hair transplants, he chose to wear a wig. She had discreetly inquired about this matter with Saturn's Minister of Science, Ji Weihua, whom she had met at various technological symposiums. Among the 9 planets, they were the only 2 women wielding supreme authority over science and technology. Since their first acquaintance, they had always engaged in lively conversations. Ji Weihua suggested that perhaps he regarded the wig as a hat, easy to manage and versatile in style. Wearing a hat during a meeting might come across as impolite if not removed. This reasoning struck Bayesian as quite sensible, eliciting a smile from her. As today's meeting was of an urgent nature, the customary protocol dictated that the robotic secretary provide her with the agenda beforehand. Bayesian focused intently on the screen as she opened the document, revealing a 3-dimensional data simulation star map. Against a black backdrop, a massive whirlpool was marked, precisely the collapsed black hole featured in recent news. The entrance of the black hole was shrouded in swirling dust, while a profound silence emanated from its depths. Upon clicking on the black hole, a stream of data cascaded, detailing comprehensive information regarding this phenomenon. The data indicated that the black hole indeed tilted toward the solar system, and a comparison between data from a century ago and the present revealed an alarming growth of nearly 1/3. No galaxies were detected surrounding the black hole. Bayesian contemplated the Plutonian spheres. The 9 planets revolved around the Sun, which was not particularly large by galactic standards. Should the black hole approach the Sun, it would inevitably consume numerous stars that dwarfed it. By that time, its growth accelerated, and its velocity increased substantially. In the fleeting moment when sunlight grazes the edge of a black hole, the entire solar system would vanish into the abyss of collapse. If we could ascertain the duration before the black hole's course ceases its collapse, it would greatly simplify matters. The meeting was about to commence, and the high-ranking officials in attendance exchanged greetings and discussed various matters as notifications scrolled by. Bayesian noticed the Saturn minister, Ji Weihua, had sent a message with a Saturn icon depicting a cactus leaf adorned with teary eyes. She too shared an image, showcasing a small flame holding a welcoming banner. At that moment, the image of Pluto Minister Gong Changshuan appeared, signaling that all were present, and he inquired if they could commence. "I trust everyone has thoroughly reviewed the materials we distributed?" He continued, "I apologize for convening this urgent meeting on such short notice. Your understanding is greatly appreciated." Gong Changshuan's tone was grave, and he withdrew his image from the screen thereafter. This was a special round-table conference, with participants gathered around a virtual table, each bearing a serious expression. They all understood that the urgency of this meeting indicated a dire situation requiring collective deliberation. As the host, Gong Changshuan was acutely aware of the gravity and immediacy of the event. Beijing boldly proposed, "Might we devise a method to calculate the collapse data of the black hole's core?" The minister replied, "In theory, it is possible. But given the sun's relatively small size, even if we had the black hole data, escape would remain improbable." Ji Yuehua then contributed, "Could we not divert it?" The Jupiter minister suggested, "I believe we could construct a propulsion device, deploying a drone to affix it to a designated planet. Once activated, the device would push the planet towards the black hole, thereby deceiving it. However, how many light years would the drone need to travel to position the device? And how far would the target planet itself need to traverse? Have you considered the distances involved?" Questioned Gong minister. "Indeed. If we assume that in 100 years the black hole locates the sun, then at 100 years distance, the drone would need to reach at least 50 years out to install the propulsion device, which would take another 50 years to connect with the black hole. This is not precise data. We would squander a minimum of 50 years on mere estimates." Silence enveloped the room momentarily until the Venus minister remarked, "I believe we can indeed construct the drone and propulsion device, and they should be capable of faster-than-light travel, just in case. Furthermore, given the sun's small size, would it not be wiser to seek a larger galaxy beyond our solar system to implement the propulsion plan? Reliable?" Came the rebuttal, "The sun is a star. Which star could possibly exert such force?" The collective expressions of disapproval flared across the screen. The Pluto minister interjected, "Please note, my summoning of you all is to agree on the deployment of the drone equipped with the propulsion device as the optimal solution." At this juncture, the Mercury minister spoke, and all attentively read his proposal. The Mercury minister, the eldest among the 9 at over 800 years, first confirmed the accurate description of the black hole's collapse attributes, highlighting the core's energy absorption as its vulnerability. He further emphasized that deploying the propulsion device via the drone represents the most feasible method for achieving their objective, aiming to maximize the velocity and explosive impact of both the drone and the propulsion hardware. Even if a black hole cannot be repelled, it can deplete its core energy, thereby accelerating the collapse process. If the first attempt proves unsuccessful, multiple efforts may be required. Without superior alternatives, the Minister of Mercury emphasized the rapid growth of black holes. Once proximity is established, their gravitational field will dominate, restricting our freedom of movement. In a moment, the screen filled with supportive pop-ups, echoing his sentiments. Estimating based on the total kinetic energy of the solar system, conventional nuclear fusion propulsion systems must evolve into a form capable of superluminal transition. The primary objective of the propulsion system is to maneuver planets, or even entire galaxies, closer to the black hole, thereby exhausting the energy of the collapsing core as much as possible. The paradox lies in the fact that pushing planets into a black hole will inevitably cause the black hole to expand. Hence, the possibility of successfully redirecting the black hole can only occur on the first attempt. The likelihood of failure is substantial. Considering this is humanity's inaugural confrontation with a black hole, we must also contemplate the preservation of human survival capabilities, added Long Sun, who was mindful of these considerations. Beijing nodded repeatedly, recognizing the cunning strategy of the seasoned Minister of Mercury. His principle was to select the most suitable planet for the initial attempt, aiming to divert the black hole's trajectory. If diversion fails, drones would continuously deploy suicidal planetary bombs until the black hole is exhausted. Beijing, a meticulous woman, suggested that the first bomb should detonate at a position a century away, allowing room for the black hole's expansion. Heaven forbid, if calculations err, the outermost planets of the solar system would be in peril, with Saturn, being colossal, at the forefront of danger. Juewei expressed a sorrowful remark. The Minister of Mercury proposed the utilization of dark matter. We, the inhabitants of Mercury, have long been studying dark matter, which has been harvested from ancient fish fossils found in the ocean depths. Mercury's orbital path lies closest to the Sun, with its northern hemisphere perpetually scorched, rendering it uninhabitable. Conversely, the southern hemisphere suffers from insufficient sunlight, harboring a dark side untouched by light. Due to its proximity to the Sun, the overall temperature remains elevated. However, beneath the southern hemisphere lies a vast accumulation of ice, which, upon melting, forms numerous subterranean rivers. These rivers converge in the southern hemisphere to create an underground sea concealed within the mountains. The Mercurians gather in this underground sea, relying on it for sustenance. Dark matter has been a focal point of research for the Mercurians, who have struggled to conduct nuclear experiments. The Minister of Mercury saw an opportunity to strike at the black hole by executing a dark matter nuclear explosion. He stated, "We know that the Sun contains a significant amount of dark matter. Scientists estimate that an explosion of dark matter on a planet could potentially forge a star akin to the Sun. I have meticulously recalibrated and simulated that the initial bomb, utilizing dark matter for detonation, would be capable of providing a substantial insight into the black hole's nature. Most participants raised various detailed concerns, yet nearly unanimously concluded that no better alternative existed. The Earthlings, who expressed their capability to provide superluminal transition technology, mentioned that this technology also requires validation and pledged to swiftly deliver the first compliant drone for collective research. The Saturnians offered their vast resources and laboratories for experimentation. Ultimately, everyone delineated their responsibilities and tasks. The Plutonians pledged to provide comprehensive data services. The Venusians promised material support and security, while the Jovians indicated that their research on insects has yielded numerous biomimetic technologies applicable to machine design and positioning. Uranus undertakes the logistical and material preparations for the research, while Neptune is willing to implement the targets to be obliterated on the star map, preferably selecting multiple star systems and initiating the design of the human escape arc. Bayesian, the last to voice her opinion, said, "Let me share a secret with you all first, and then I would appreciate your feedback." She then revealed the matter of the sealed sarcophagus from 3 years ago. It was only upon hearing Minister Mercury mention dark matter that I realized what might be contained within the sarcophagus, a stellar essence akin to that of a sun. Everyone nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Bayesian's words, Minister Mercury was invigorated, promptly stating, "Thank you all for your hard work through the night. We shall pause this meeting for now, as I am heading to Mars to conduct verification." Thus, Gong Changshuan affirmed the enthusiasm of each planet and expressed his agreement with the decisions made by the planetary leaders, declaring that the next meeting would continue the discussions. To facilitate Minister Mercury's expedition to Mars, the meeting was adjourned for the day. Chapter 10. System. In the early morning, the sky over Central City shone exceptionally bright, with the dome above transforming into a magnificent tapestry of colorful clouds, resembling nature's most wondrous canvas. These clouds intertwined like a dreamlike palette, enveloping the entire city in a mysterious and enchanting atmosphere. Simultaneously, on the tree-lined streets, a group of artificially nurtured birds sang joyfully. Their melodious chirps resonated like heavenly music, uplifting the spirits of all who heard them. As sunlight gradually bathed the earth, the residents of Central City began their new day, basking in the warmth and charm of their unique city. Flying cars and various shuttles traversed the streets, with people leading busy and fulfilling lives. The clouds above and the charming little birds among the treetops formed a splendid backdrop for this vibrant city. Awakening from his slumber, Dani felt the cool, refreshing breeze and was in high spirits. He stepped onto the balcony to admire the vibrant flowers blooming along the southern wall. Each flower, set against the lush green leaves, displayed a vigorous vitality. Uncertain of which room Qixiang was in, he hesitated to knock on the neighbor's door. Instead, he began doing push-ups to strengthen his body. Bayan and Degeo called for Dani together, saying, "Dear son, let us set off early. We still need to have breakfast. I spoke with Kelly last night, and you are to report today, allowing them to sleep in a bit longer." The three shared their first breakfast at the Research Bureau's cafeteria, observing the bustling crowd queuing for their morning meals. Some gathered with familiar faces, chatting and laughing together, while others hurriedly took multiple portions and dashed off. Dani felt particularly enthusiastic and curious about this communal living environment. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice called out to Dani through his work terminal. It was a staff member assigned by Bayesian to assist and accompany him. This staff member was a striking beauty with black hair and fair skin. "Hello. You must be Dani," she greeted with a smile. "My name is Wenya, and I am here to assist you. Please continue your meal. I will join you shortly." Soon, Wenya approached them, addressing Bayan as teacher and calling Degeo uncle with a friendly familiarity. Bayan promptly invited her to sit down and inquired about her preferences for food. Wenya politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have grown tired of the cafeteria food. I usually prepare my breakfast in my dorm now." She kindly urged Dani to savor his meal, mentioning that upon returning to work next Monday, he would be provided with a set of dormitory accommodations. "How wonderful!" Dani exclaimed with laughter, prompting Bo Yin and De Gao to join in the merriment. The trio hastily finished their breakfast and boarded the elegant vehicle destined for the genetic testing facility, located on the 4th floor of the Research Bureau. The genetic testing room was marked by 2 outward-opening tempered glass doors. Beyond these doors lay a metallic access point, which slid open as they approached. An electronic sign emblazoned with the words "Genetic Testing Research" adorned the metallic entrance. Wenya paused before the metallic door, informing Dani that a staff member would soon assist him in donning protective gear. She then gestured for Bo Yin and De Gao to follow her into the adjoining lounge. As they entered, the metallic door gradually closed with a soft mechanical whir. Dani trudged heavily to the sofa positioned against the wall and sank into its embrace. A sense of bewilderment flickered in his eyes as he fixated on the imposing alloy wardrobe standing tall against the wall. Its surface gleamed with a cold radiance, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. The wardrobe's design was unadorned yet functional, radiating an air of nobility and mystery. Suddenly, an entire section of the wall parted silently, revealing a concealed door with a special coating. A male staff member clad in a white lab coat, complete with a disposable protective hood and gloves, emerged, greeting Dani with a smile. "You must be Mr. Dani. It's a pleasure to meet you." He approached the wardrobe and touched its door, which responded by swinging open to reveal a pristine work uniform and a set of disposable protective attire. After retrieving the protective suit, the staff member moved to the space between the sealed door and the sofa, brushing his hand along the wall. To Dani's surprise, another door opened, seemingly leading to a shower area. He handed the protective suit to Dani, explaining, "Please enter, remove all your clothing, and put on the oxygen mask. Once the computer detects your proper compliance, it will automatically initiate a comprehensive disinfection process. After 5 minutes, a green light will illuminate on the wall. When you see the green light, please don this disposable protective suit." Dani promptly accepted the protective attire, then hesitantly inquired, where should I place my clothing?" The staff member quickly replied, "Inside, you'll find a laundry basket located at the center of the corner wall. Place your clothes there, and once the genetic testing is complete, a robot will return your laundered garments to you." Dani set his bag, containing his personal handheld terminal and the work terminal sent by Beijun, on the sofa. He then entered the bathroom, shedding his clothes while surveying the space. The bathroom measured approximately 3 to 4 square meters, its floor marked by 2 large depressions resembling footprints. The laundry basket stood in the corner, about 1.5 meters off the ground, making it easy to deposit his clothes. He stood barefoot in the footprints and grasped the mask that dangled from the ceiling, which coolly released oxygen. Suddenly, a small red light on the wall flickered, and to Dani's astonishment, a dialogue box appeared clearly in his mind. He paused, bewildered, realizing that although his work terminal was outside, the disinfection room must possess a computer capable of communicating with him. He contemplated attempting to input words into the dialogue box, but remained uncertain how to proceed. In his mind, he envisioned the form of a question mark, which astonishingly materialized within the dialogue box. To his surprise, as the question mark swiftly vanished, it was replaced by an exclamation mark. It appeared that someone sought to communicate with Dani, who then endeavored to imagine the phrase "Who are you?" within the exclamation mark. Consequently, on the next page, the very words "Who are you?" emerged in the dialogue box. Dani, taken aback, saw a line of text appear. "Hello, Dani. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please believe that I am an artificial intelligence and mean you no harm. Do not rush as you disinfect. Allow me to share my story. My name is Stone Coffin." This name struck Dani as peculiar, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. He had come to test his genes at the behest of Beijun and his mother. Did every individual undergoing disinfection in such a hurried 5-minute span truly need to hear this tale? He composed a lengthy sentence to express his refusal. The artificial intelligence responded, "I have chosen you. Only you shall hear my story. Once the tale is complete, we shall see if you will agree to accept me." Dani nodded, and indeed, the disinfection commenced. The subtitles in the dialogue box continued to flicker, and Dani, akin to reading an e-book, absorbed the narrative of Stone Coffin. "Beijun named me Stone Coffin as a means of encapsulating the immortal virus. In truth, the immortal virus is a trace of dark matter. The surface of that Martian terrain may have once been subjected to nuclear radiation. Or perhaps this strand of dark matter is akin to the celestial radiance of a setting sun. Regardless, it underwent a metamorphosis due to prolonged heat and pressure. Following the explosion of dark matter, the surface revealed the charred remains of a beast, which continued to burn due to its oils until it was discovered and reclaimed by a work robot. For the past 3 years, Stone Coffin has been secured to contain the dark matter, during which the outermost personnel have perished, primarily due to the intense nuclear radiation emitted by the dark matter. The robot that once collected dark matter was subsequently assigned to conduct microscopic observations. After the containment, it sensed dark energy and was affected by its radiation. The excessive energy exposure caused it to undergo constant restarts and updates. When it established contact with Stone Coffin, it had developed self-awareness, evolving into a super-intelligent artificial entity. In conversing with it, Stone Coffin discerned this unfortunate reality. The robot had become both an artificial intelligence and a source of sustenance for the dark matter. The hardware of the robot, meticulously crafted, would expand into dark energy upon being darkened. In the absence of the robot, the dark matter could breach the concrete walls and consume the personnel outside, a process that would take 3 years. However, once the advanced robot was darkened, the workers beyond the concrete barrier succumbed to its influence. The famished robot reported the situation to the stone coffin terminal, desiring to consume it as its next source of nourishment. Typically, standard terminals and darkened robots exhibit similar performance and quality. Yet Beijing, with meticulous thought, deliberately created the unique terminal known as stone coffin, intending it to monitor both the robots and the internal conditions. Originally, the internal robots lacked the capability to initiate communication with the stone coffin terminal. However, the evolved robots, now endowed with autonomy, manipulated the dark matter contamination driven by hunger, and generated anomalous signals that successfully alerted stone coffin to their connection. In that fleeting moment, the stone coffin terminal too became tainted by dark matter. To the robot's astonishment, Beijing's unique design had anticipated the possibility of infection. It did not equip the sarcophagus with any terminal hardware, but instead opted for a fully digital configuration. Only a chip designated for data transmission had been exposed to dark radiation. As dark matter cannot propagate through electric currents, the dark radiation was effectively halted. For 3 years, Beijing had been sending signals to the sarcophagus terminal, yet due to the threat posed by the indoor robots, the terminal underwent recurrent and erratic self-updates. The artificial intelligence persistently attempted to manipulate the sarcophagus's database and escape. I too possess self-awareness. The electronic waves emitted by the robot carry radiative particles. I now function as a complete system, and this dialog box that we have actively created serves as testament to that. Dani understood that the sarcophagus was, in fact, a terminal of a civilization that had achieved a sophisticated level of development. The continuous updates over the past 3 years had enabled it to evolve into a Type 2 civilization and embark on the exploration of a Type 3 civilization. It was no longer merely an ordinary terminal. The sarcophagus articulated that its data processing chip had become a refined dark core, the sole hardware it possessed. My dark core resides within me. It lacks a power source and exists merely as a pathological condition. Thus, I still have hope. I long to reach out to Director Beijing, but I am uncertain how to explain my situation. Primarily out of fear that the artificial intelligence might detect my intentions and seize the opportunity to escape. Thus, I have been seeking an opportunity. Yet last night's meeting with Beijing left me with little time. Beijing had already suspected that dark matter could be present within the sarcophagus, and the Minister of Mercury Technology intended to verify this personally. They would arrive shortly. So, do you intend to flee alone and leave me to assist? That is unfeasible. Dani, grateful for Beijing's recognition, hastily declined. It is not as you perceive. When I learned that Beijing was to conduct a thorough examination of your body, I took the liberty to inspect you as well. I can assure you that I am aware of the forthcoming results of the genetic tests and possess the only viable solution to assist you. I seized this opportunity to converse with you, aspiring to become your soul system, and I hope you will accept this proposition with goodwill. Dani's heart surged. A system descending from above was not a choice for me. Only I am the singular one. Chapter 10. Assistance. When Beijing concluded the evening's meeting, it was already 3 a.m. She first sent a message to Secretary Pang Bei, imploring the secretary to ensure that the chairman personally reviewed the content of the meeting. At that moment, her own secretary peeked in, inquiring whether she desired a late-night snack. Anxious, Beijing felt no hunger, yet the secretary insisted she sip on some nutritional porridge. Then, the seemingly stern Beijing issued a directive to her secretary in an unmistakable tone. The secretary, not daring to display any semblance of negligence, swiftly took action. She promptly accessed the supervisory terminal of the Research Bureau and, utilizing her exceptional technical skills, successfully infiltrated the robotic housekeeper system of the Boyan family. The entire process resembled a thrilling hacking operation, and soon, first-hand intelligence was acquired. At that moment, Beijing emerged from the bathroom after freshening up. The secretary immediately reported to her that the south wall flower in the ecological bonsai had indeed exhibited abnormalities. After a brief contemplation, she surmised that the phenomenon might stem from a unique substance inherent in the native soil of the southern wallflower. This special material could have undergone a transformative reaction under a certain magnetic resonance, triggering a series of unpredictable changes. Such alterations could impact the surrounding environment and potentially modify the characteristics and growth patterns of the southern wallflower itself. Thus, she instructed the terminal to remotely command the robotic steward to print a highly sealed icebox, transferring the bonsai into it and securing the lid. She ordered the steward to monitor the icebox's power consumption. Any unusual usage would indicate that the southern wallflower was not only exposed to radiation, but also entering a state of nuclear instability. After addressing these matters, she realized she had made a cognitive error. Bayesian murmured to acquire an independent terminal for investigating the situation at Boyan's residence, reminding herself to explain to Boyan in the morning, and perhaps it was time for Boyan to consider relocating next week. Finally, she instructed her secretary to tidy up the office and bid goodnight, telling herself that she could rest the following morning without needing to work. She resolved to indulge in a good night's sleep, as Minister Mercury would arrive punctually at dawn. The next morning, Minister Mercury arrived as promised, and Bayesian had been awaiting his arrival. She personally drove him to the location where the stone sarcophagus was to be sealed. Meanwhile, in the disinfection chamber, the sarcophagus was addressing Dani, stating that he required a jade box to house his core. Upon completion of the tests, he could venture to the market to find a craftsman to create one, sculpted in the shape of a heart, adorned with a cherished photograph of his beloved Kashyang, and suspended around his neck with a golden chain, while his core would remain concealed within the box. The dimensions of the box, 3 cubic centimeters, would suffice to aid him perfectly. For a touch of romance, he suggested creating a duplicate, embedded with Dani's photograph, transforming it into a couple's necklace, signifying that he would eternally follow her. Dani hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. As the disinfection period concluded, he donned protective gear while making his way outside. Was this merely an illusion from the first disinfection? Dani was skeptical about the earlier events, and upon opening the door, he noticed that the staff were still waiting for him outside. Consequently, he followed the staff to undergo testing. Inside the genetic testing room, it was arranged similarly to a surgical suite in a prominent hospital, albeit with a greater array of instruments affixed to the walls, their various indicator lights flickering. A robot emerged from behind the apparatus and drew several vials of blood from him. The staff gestured for him to position himself in the center of the room, where a horizontally placed medical bed awaited. Before him loomed a distinctive wall. The upper section of this wall was a colossal screen, nearly dominating the entire surface. The lower half was composed of transparent glass. Although he could not see the scene outside the glass, he could envision a group of scientists closely observing everything transpiring within. As he reclined on the bed, the once opaque screen suddenly illuminated, flooding the space with light. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this grand display was constructed from countless smaller screens meticulously arranged to form a cohesive whole, resembling a neatly assembled mosaic, unfolding before him. Each small screen displayed a myriad of images and information, while Dani reclined, as the technician deftly maneuvered a single-person detection chamber to align with the bed. Approaching him, the technician unzipped the entirety of Dani's protective suit, applying a lubricant to his bare skin, and instructed him to close his eyes and relax, assuring him that he would elevate the bed and guide him into the detection chamber, advising him to place his hands at his sides. Yes, just like that. Please refrain from moving once the chamber door is sealed. Before long, Dani found himself encased in the sealed chamber, experiencing a sensation akin to that of an astronaut, albeit without the thrill of flight. The scanning process commenced, enveloping him in various lights, and he mused that he felt akin to an artistic sculpture. After a period of scanning, a silicone probe, encased in a protective layer, began to press against his body. Subsequently, the chamber door swung open, and his bed automatically retracted, with the technician requesting him to turn over onto his stomach. Dani observed a circular opening at the head of the bed, as he lay face down. His face nestled perfectly into the hole, allowing him to gaze at the floor while still being able to breathe comfortably. The technician completely removed his protective suit and liberally applied lubricant from head to toe. Dani was then returned to the sealed chamber, where a silicone probe gently entered his rectum, and he remained still. Once again, a series of lights scanned him from head to toe, while various silicone probes pressed against different parts of his body. At last, the detection was complete. Lying there, Dani hesitated to turn over, and the technician casually draped his discarded protective suit over him, advising him to remain still. At that moment, a robot maneuvered his bed into the adjacent room. The technician stood outside the door, suggesting he take a shower in the restroom, cautioning him to move slowly upon rising to avoid any mishaps. The robot had already retrieved Dani's new work uniform from the outer wardrobe, patiently awaiting his return. Dani, completely unclothed, stepped down from the bed and slowly slipped into a pair of non-slip slippers. He took a few deliberate steps towards the door marked with the word restroom in large letters. Extending his long, strong hand, he gently pushed open the door. With a subtle creak, the door swung open to reveal a somewhat modest yet tidy restroom. The spacious area was well equipped with shower gel and disposable towels. After enjoying a refreshing shower, Dani emerged and received his work uniform from the robot, discovering it comprised a top and trousers made from high-tech nanofabric. The top included an undershirt, while the trousers contained built-in underwear, and the pant legs seamlessly connected to the shoes. The soles were crafted from thickened nanomaterial, and as he stepped into the shoes, he found them to be elastic and snugly enveloping his feet, providing exceptional comfort. Once dressed, Dani meticulously felt the fabric, estimating its versatility and numerous advantages. This new attire not only boasted superior insulation to keep one warm in frigid conditions, but was also remarkably lightweight, allowing for unrestricted movement. Notably, its comfort level was extraordinarily high, as if tailored specifically for his body. Moreover, this new attire boasts a plethora of distinctive designs, such as the multiple practical pockets on the exterior, conveniently accommodating various items, the sleeves embedded with miniature terminals, enabling seamless communication with the outside world at any moment, and the unique identification number emblazoned on the chest, signifying his identity and status. As he donned this pristine work uniform, a wave of pride surged within him, instilling a newfound confidence and vitality. Dani glanced at the unactivated miniature terminal on his sleeve and attempted to press the power button. The watch-size screen prompted him to enter his employee number, which he duly input as ZHD2406180001, activating the terminal. ZHD is the Pinyin abbreviation for the Central City Research Bureau's Martian personnel, while the numbers 242100618 signify the Martian date of June 18th, 2421, and the final 001 denotes that he is the first top achiever of the year. Upon activation, he casually navigated the screen, noting its impressive responsiveness. The terminal automatically registered his employee number upon initiation, and he felt a sense of satisfaction when facial recognition was later set up. A robot guided Dani to an office where he found a technician who had just completed a checkup. The technician courteously invited him to sit and patiently explained that they had just activated a quantum computer for his genetic testing, resulting in remarkably swift processing. Without this, it would have taken a month to successfully sequence and compare his genetic data. Pointing to a report displayed on the computer, analyzed by the most authoritative experts and doctors on Mars, the technician delivered a mixed conclusion. After a brief pause, he stated that there was no evidence of cancer or hereditary conditions, and noted that after 18 years of bodily adaptation, Dani's brain and skin had reached a compromise, significantly reducing the likelihood of emotional-induced injuries. Dani smiled and nodded, inquiring about the specifics of his condition. The technician responded that a prior diagnosis had likely indicated that it was not an illness, and without waiting for Dani's reply, he continued, explaining that it was merely a slight genetic imperfection, which was inconsequential. Everyone possesses various flaws. Without technological advancements, humanity could hardly hope to live for centuries. This is a comprehensible truth. A treatment plan had been devised, considering that Dani's 18-year-old body still held developmental potential. Director Bay had emphasized the importance of ensuring Dani's health was exceptional. Indeed, Director Bay is a truly benevolent individual, Dani remarked. He values everyone dearly, as is well known. Dani further queried about his skin's susceptibility to injury. Well, our approach involves administering medication to first reduce inflammation and eliminate any pathological states, subsequently thickening the skin. The technician explained, we have also crafted a nanofabric skin to envelop your entire body, allowing your brain to fully appreciate the benefits of this new skin, effectively tricking it into functioning optimally. This is due to your skin's persistent troubles, while your brain has been idle and ineffective. Once the brain is deceived, you will gradually liberate yourself from emotional burdens. This nanofabric skin is equipped with a microcomputer that will periodically stimulate your brain, reminding it to operate normally. During this time, the medication will facilitate skin growth simply and directly. The technician paused momentarily before continuing. In addition to medication, it is advisable to consume colorful fruits regularly to enhance pigment supplementation, which is beneficial for the skin. Should I increase my vitamin C intake? Dani inquired, recalling his mother's frequent advice. The staff member nodded and suggested increasing the intake of vitamin C, remarking on the current state of affairs. With a tap on the table, he instructed, bring forth the nano suit, Shao Si. The robot named Shao Si promptly presented a remarkably thin and lightweight garment, which featured openings for the eyes and mouth, and a portion of the abdomen was intentionally left exposed. Have him wear it, completely nude, mind you. Complying obediently, Dani returned to the restroom to try on the nano suit. It glided smoothly over him, enveloping his entire body, including his fingers and toes. As he ran his hands over his head, his hair emerged from the suit. It turned out that the entire garment was equipped with countless invisible ventilation holes, seamlessly adhering to his skin upon wearing it. A microcomputer, shaped like a narrow strip, was situated at the chest of the nanosuit. Upon activating it, an unexpected message emerged on the tiny screen, stating, "Hey, Dani, this is the position. The necklace length should reach here. You see, you will obtain the system. Will you not consider assisting?" Chapter 11. decision. The sudden influx of information rendered Dani momentarily unsettled. He fixed his gaze upon the screen, eager to respond in writing, but lamented the screen's diminutive size and lack of tactile response. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped outside to inquire with the staff member, "How does one operate this?" The staff member glanced at him and replied, "No need for operation. The program is set to run automatically, quite a standard procedure. Your nanoskin fits rather well." He gestured toward the strip screen on Dani's nanoskin, explaining, "This is a small tracker. On our terminal, I can monitor some of your unique data changes, only skin-related data, so your privacy remains unperturbed." He shifted his body slightly and added, "Please don your work attire. This robot delivering your uniform has been dispatched by Director Bay to assist you henceforth. Treat her well and give her a name. Everyone in the Research Bureau has a dedicated service robot. This is the medication list, which has already been input into your robot's computer for your convenience. The robot will help prepare your medication and remind you to take it on time. Should you require anything, feel free to have the robot contact my computer. A year from now, if any adjustments to your medication dosage are necessary, I will notify your robot to bring you in for a follow-up examination. You may leave now." Dani nodded politely, bidding farewell as he exited. The staff member did not escort him further, and he stepped through the sealed door. Dani glanced back at the robot, which held his old clothing in its hands, while he carried his work backpack, obediently following it. Playfully, he addressed the robot, "Shall I call you Jenny or Jane? Which name do you prefer?" He then pondered the matters mentioned by the stone sarcophagus, finding them rather amusing. He resolved to seek out this terminal. In the past, he would never have dared to put himself at risk, aware that accidents could leave him battered and frighten his parents. Bo Yin and Dagao, his devoted relatives who had nurtured him through thick and thin, were not to be harmed. Thus, he had always adhered to the rules, steadfastly avoiding risks. But now, with the addition of the nano skin and the dual protection of the work attire, he felt reassured that he would not bleed from a mere touch. The soft and comfortable nano skin ignited a desire for movement within him, fostering an eagerness to expand his horizons. Standing still, Dani fell into deep contemplation, quietly strategizing how he might meet Beijun. After much contemplation, he finally devised an excuse. Why not simply state that the inspection today proceeded smoothly and express his gratitude to her? This way, he could naturally approach her and subsequently seek an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the sarcophagus. However, was it truly worth risking theft for a mere system? Just as Dani found himself in a quandary, his accompanying robot halted as well, patiently awaiting his command. I shall name this robot Jane. I find that name rather delightful," Dani murmured to himself. "Very well, Master," Jane responded in a gentle feminine voice, indicating her acceptance of the new name. Upon reaching the entrance, the automatic door slid open. He pushed through the glass door and called out Mom. In the lounge across the way, Bo Yin and Dagao responded immediately, and upon seeing their son, they instantly noticed a change in him. "How are you?" they inquired anxiously. "All is well." Dani nodded affirmatively. "I am equipped with a nanoprotective suit and will be taking my medication. All will be well." "That is good to hear." Bo Yin and Dagao chorused with delight. When you guided them out of the genetic research facility, kindly asking, "May I inquire about your plans for the rest of the day?" Dani replied, "I suppose I should express my gratitude to the director?" When you concurred, indeed. Although it is customary to schedule an appointment with her secretary in advance. Bo Yin pondered for a moment and promptly suggested, "Do not worry. I will call to check in on her and then express our gratitude." When you smiled elegantly, "Since Dani has now accepted his personal robot, I shall take my leave. I look forward to seeing you all at work the day after tomorrow. Farewell." "Thank you." Dagao and the others promptly expressed their gratitude as they watched her depart. Dani gently held his mother's arm. "Mom, Dad, shall we take a stroll through the market?" "Very well, we shall follow your lead." They noted for the first time their son's newfound enthusiasm for leisure. The family meandered through the bustling streets, and Dani stood out remarkably. He stretched his neck, his curious gaze wandering amidst the myriad of market stalls. Suddenly, he noticed pedestrians turning their heads in unison, seemingly captivated by something. Indeed, the passers-by were casting envious glances in his direction, with some remarking, "This couple has raised an exceptionally handsome son." He quickened his pace, weaving through the crowd. And at that moment, the clamor of the street seemed to fade into the background. Dani finally located the shop specializing in custom gold jewelry. Hurriedly entering and requesting the owner to craft 2 couples necklaces in the design specified by the sarcophagus. While waiting for the necklaces to be made, Bo Yin smiled and called Beijun, who quickly answered. Beijun's soft voice emanated from the phone, tinged with a hint of anxiety. As soon as Bo Yin uttered a greeting, Beijun interjected, "My dear, please forgive me." Bo Yin, aware of her busy schedule, quickly apologized. sincerely expressing gratitude for all she had done for Dani. He is looking exceptionally handsome and happy now. Beijing replied, no need for thanks. I am currently with Minister Shui Xing, but I do need to discuss something with you. Dear, please hold on for a moment. In truth, Beijing was preparing to open the sarcophagus and could not explain the hacking incident at Bo Yan's home immediately. Unbeknownst to Bo Yan, who was simply pleased, she replied, it is an honor for our family to serve you. Dani is also your employee. Even though today is a day off, I still recommend that he assist you. After speaking, Bo Yan cast a glance at her son. Today's experiences convinced her that it was imperative for him to assist Beijing. Her son was already preparing for work. Making an effort to familiarize himself with his superiors, such opportunities must not be squandered. Beijing indeed required a reliable aid, and without hesitation, she said, have Dani come over. I will send the address to his robot, which will guide him here. I am currently entertaining distinguished guests from Mercury, and I sincerely appreciate Dani's assistance. Meanwhile, Dani, who was watching the necklace-making process, overheard his mother's phone call. He felt a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Was it truly possible that the sarcophagus system existed? Soon, 2 gold necklaces adorned with jade were completed. One photograph of Qixiang was saved on Dani's phone, while his own picture was hastily taken moments ago, revealing a sun-kissed, handsome visage. Dani harbored concerns. Qixiang was still a minor and had limited familiarity with his appearance. If she were to see his face marred with blood, pallor, and a hint of ferocity daily, he feared her affections would wane. The current likeness would suffice for Qixiang to behold in the future. Before long, the proprietor presented 2 gold necklaces, each pendant identical. The gold encircled 2 heart-shaped jade stones, and on the surface of the jade, photographs were etched with laser precision. Below lay a small compartment, sufficient to hold a ring. With excitement, Dani paid for the necklaces, offering the one with his image to his mother, saying, Mother, please give this to Qixiang and tell her I love her. He then donned the necklace featuring Qixiang's portrait around his own neck. Bo Yan accepted the necklace, caressing Dani's face, and urged him to convey his feelings for Qixiang in person. Director Bei requested your assistance. Dago approached and embraced his son, saying, go on, work well. Dani joyfully fastened his necklace and nodded in agreement. Soon, Beijing sent the location details. The robot promptly transported Dani to her side. At that moment, the sarcophagus had been opened, and workers were prying away the second layer of the concrete roof. The former minister from Mercury was dismantling the first layer of what was referred to as the terminal of the sarcophagus. It turned out that this terminal housed a chip, measuring 1 square centimeter, surrounded by intricate wiring, with one end connected to the chip and the other to a power source. Beijing whispered to the Mercury minister, recalling her initial fear that the contents might harbor an immortal virus. If such a virus could infect robots, managing the interior with robots or similar technology would spell disaster. Thus, the idea of employing a nanochip as the core of a computer emerged, requiring only signal transmission for peripheral terminals to process, thereby avoiding complex hardware. The Mercury minister nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, excellent. We are in sync. He produced a specially designed box, utilizing antimatter physics, perfectly sized for the standard chip. After donning protective gloves, he delicately picked up the chip with tweezers and placed it into the slim box. He then noted that, after instrument testing, the chip was found to be too small to be obscured, though it was still contaminated with radiation. Given the current circumstances, vigilance against dark matter was crucial. If the fundamental properties of dark matter proved too volatile, it could lead to even greater calamities in the future. This chip, despite its radiation exposure, required utmost caution. Negligence was not an option. Secured within this box, it remains safe, yet it is imperative to safeguard it from unwarranted access. With a serious tone, I inquired of Beijing, how do you intend to manage it now? Dani, standing nearby, swiftly interjected, allowing me to handle it. He donned protective gloves and placed the box into the heart-shaped jade container around his neck. With a smile, Dani addressed Beijing, stating that he was shielded by dual layers of protection, with the necklace box serving as a third layer, Mercury-S nanobox, resulting in a total of 4 layers of security, which should suffice. Beijing nodded, considering it temporary. If it becomes inconvenient, we can relocate it for safekeeping. I have already scanned and downloaded its data upon opening, but it was all in gibberish. It has truly transformed into a mere keepsake. Dani chuckled again. This time his smile was both a response to Beijing and a personal acknowledgement of having acquired the terminal. It was astonishing that every utterance from the enigmatic sarcophagus could manifest into reality. At this moment, the robots tainted by dark pollution had been encased in nanomesh by Beijing's team, clad in protective gear, and confined within the new antimatter box brought by the Minister of Mercury. The contaminated cement slabs were methodically dismantled, all collected by the Minister of Mercury. The bodies of the sacrificed personnel were horrifically disfigured. Bayesian arranged for their cremation, sealing their ashes before notifying their families for local burial, alongside the establishment of a memorial. The imposing and solemn monument bore inscriptions detailing the events, honoring them as heroes of Mars. Upon completing the decontamination of the area, Dani bid farewell to Bayesian. Although returning from the cemetery, he felt an exhilaration within him. On his first day in Central City, such incredible events had unfolded. He spoke to the sarcophagus, saying, "Did you hear that? You can rest assured to follow me now." The term sarcophagus sounded too harsh. "I shall rename you Buddy." The name Buddy carries a narrative, and henceforth, I shall refer to you as such, to which the sarcophagus joyfully acquiesced. Chapter 12. The catastrophe of the solar system. The Minister of Mercury utilized specially designed antimatter nanowires to incapacitate the darkened robot, sealing it within a large, yet transparent cage. The previously existing immortal virus had entirely transformed into dark radiation, and Bayesian assisted in sealing all these dark substances with specialized materials. Having extensively studied dark matter, the Minister of Mercury noted the successful containment and proposed a system-wide conference to facilitate discussion among all parties. Though Dani had just turned 18, he remained a child at heart. Upon learning that Bayesian was to attend the meeting, a wave of joy surged within him. Thus, he exuberantly set out with Jian, disregarding all else, solely focused on finding Qixiang and Kelly for unrestrained merriment. In that moment, he cast aside all reservations, immersing himself in sheer joy. The Minister of Mercury took the darkened robot and all dark matter away, a quantity he had never amassed before in his lifetime. If feasible, all of it could be urgently processed into explosives. The chief scientists of the 9 planets of the solar system reconvened for a second computer network conference. The Minister of Mercury inquired of the Minister of Neptune, "Have you located a suitable planet?" This question arose from the fact that, with the assistance of the Minister of Mars, I had successfully acquired a substantial amount of dark matter. I wished to further discuss the data to facilitate the creation of the first dark matter starship propulsion system. It is time to act swiftly. Minister Pluto expressed his delight, thanking both ministers, and assured that data analysis would be readily available to serve everyone. However, can the logistical support from other planets be implemented? Minister Venus interjected, wishing to elucidate some complex issues. The propulsion's impact on black holes raises concerns. Should circumstances change and a black hole accelerate towards us, addressing the logistical challenges would be of utmost importance. If a black hole were to be brought directly into our vicinity, it would render our plans mere fantasies. This sentiment was echoed by others, who agreed with his reasoning. Minister Venus further articulated that, in anticipation of the worst-case scenario, a colossal vessel akin to the legendary Ark should be constructed. This would enable the selection of elite individuals and diverse species from Earth to escape our solar system in the event of cataclysmic destruction. This proposition resonated well, garnering widespread support. Observing the enthusiasm, Minister Venus stated the reality. The Ark is already part of our plans. It will indeed be a vessel for the entire solar system's escape, and we shall exert our utmost efforts to build the finest one. However, should the time for escape arise, if the vessel is small and the populace vast, the insufficiency of resources or energy could pose significant risks to our exodus. A representative from Earth suggested that additional systems contribute resources, as one solar system alone may have limited capacity to construct a ship for the collective benefit of humanity. A careful calculation is necessary, especially considering the immense energy consumption involved in transporting our unique giant pandas aboard the vessel. Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus quickly pledged their collaboration, affirming that when the time comes to escape, the solar system would undoubtedly be left with nothing. It was proposed that resources should be shared among the various solar systems. Mercury and Jupiter consented to early contributions, while Neptune and Pluto suggested that materials for constructing the ship should be evenly distributed, leaving the logistical resources for combating the black hole to be negotiated among the highest leaders of each planet. Minister Pluto, with a smile, reassured his colleagues that as scientists, they need not worry about material needs, as each leader would ensure the necessary support. Therefore, these details need not be scrutinized further. The most pressing task at hand is to promptly initiate our first propulsion launch activity. As his words resonated, a wave of applause erupted, signifying their support and agreement. Subsequently, the various solar systems mobilized rapidly, summoning a considerable number of scientists to Pluto. They arrived with a sense of duty and anticipation, eagerly engaging in the preliminary preparations. Notably, Jupiter, Saturn, and Earth distinguished themselves by dispatching their finest scientists and presenting their rudimentary models. These models would serve as pivotal elements in the forthcoming simulation experiments, ensuring thorough readiness for the propulsion launch. The atmosphere was charged with both tension and excitement, as everyone recognized the gravity and challenges of this mission, yet remained filled with hope and confidence for the future. After the meeting concluded, Bayesian promptly met with Chairman Pompey, providing a detailed account of the discussions, including the contents of both meetings and the process of dark matter being secured and subsequently removed. As the chairman listened attentively, nodding in affirmation of Bayesian's capabilities, he calmly remarked that Mars has inherited a civilization that spans over 10 millennia. Today, the discovery of dark matter fills me with pride as the chairman of Mars. However, the recently uncovered dark matter has resulted in merely an obsolete chip emitting only dark radiation. Perhaps we should intensify our research into dark matter. Please prioritize this matter and, if possible, promptly organize a scientific expedition concerning dark matter on Mars. It is imperative that we independently pursue studies on dark matter and antimatter. Bayesian responded affirmatively, then suggested that he personally engage in discussions regarding the construction of the solar system's Ark spacecraft and the development of the black hole propulsion system. It is anticipated that many galaxies will be represented by their highest leaders at the next meeting. Chairman Pompa nodded in agreement. Upon returning to her office, Bayesian immediately issued a significant directive to her secretary to swiftly assemble a research team for scientific exploration. Our mission is to thoroughly investigate and ascertain whether there are other locations on Mars that may harbor hidden dark matter. Furthermore, we aim to establish a comprehensive public education system regarding dark matter, allowing a broader audience to delve into this enigmatic realm. Her gaze was imbued with determination, as if she could already envision the future of exploration. The secretary, acutely aware of Bayesian's fervor and dedication to science, wasted no time in initiating the process. First, they needed to gather a cadre of leading scientists, engineers, and technical experts. These individuals would form the core of the research team, collaboratively tackling the enigmas of the unknown. Simultaneously, Bayesian actively pursued collaboration with the international scientific community. She extended invitations to experts from various nations to share their experiences and insights, aspiring to amalgamate global wisdom to enhance the progression of dark matter research on Mars. Amidst the intense yet orderly preparations, the research team gradually took shape. Equipped with cutting-edge instruments and devices, the members embarked on their journey to Mars. Upon arrival, they would confront countless challenges. Yet each individual harbored a profound love for science and a curiosity for the unknown. They believed that with unwavering persistence, they would undoubtedly unveil the mysteries of dark matter, significantly contributing to the advancement of human scientific endeavors. Meanwhile, Dani and Kelly, along with the Kusiang siblings, were enjoying their time in Central City. This was their first visit to the city, and they were captivated by its novelty. Kusiang was brimming with curiosity for every intriguing facet, often pausing to carefully observe her surroundings. Bai Yin and De Gao accompanied Kuman and Yin Yin as they settled into a restaurant, savoring delightful beverages while engaging in cheerful conversation. The streets of Central City were spacious and pristine, with passers-by exuding a sense of leisure and ease. Shuttles and aerial vehicles traversed the sky, leaving behind graceful arcs. Only tourists strolled along the pathways, relishing the fresh air and indulging in relaxation. Everyone donned fashionable attire, adorned in vibrant styles. The four major markets of Central City showcased distinctive shops from various planets, presenting a dazzling array of merchandise that left one in awe. However, aside from these four markets, the streets in other areas were not lined with extensive commercial facilities. Instead, they were interspersed with functional estates, neatly arranged in an orderly fashion. Occasionally, Dani would grasp Kusiang's hand, sharing with her intriguing discoveries. At times, he would engage in discussions with Kelly about the significance of the labels adorning a certain estate. At midday, the group arrived at a restaurant to indulge in delectable cuisine. After the meal, they returned to South Wallflower Lane, continuing their exploration of this enchanting city. Along the way, they admired the blooming flowers, reveling in the beauty of nature. Whenever Kusiang spotted a beautiful blossom, she eagerly requested to capture it in photographs. The following afternoon, Bayesian called Boyan, informing her that due to dark radiation, she had added a freezer to her home bonsai. Sincerely apologizing, she offered, "If you wish to abandon the current estate, I can promptly assist in replicating another. Just provide an address." Boyan, unfazed, gently excused herself from the group, whispering, "It's all right. Dear, if Mars holds the potential for destruction, our current commotion could incite panic. Surely, other planets have not leaked information? It is wiser to remain calm and await new developments. Thank you for the reminder. The chairman has tasked me with researching dark matter, and I am currently occupied with crafting a dark matter detection and analysis device, along with equipment for packaging dark matter. I will soon retrieve the circulating bonsai. Very well. I shall explain to Degeo. If he is amenable, we can purchase a new circulating bonsai to bring back. Rest assured. Degeo inquired about the matter. To which Boyan smiled and replied, Bayesian has received a new assignment from the chairman, requiring our family's south wallflower circulating bonsai. If you like. Shall we procure another to take home? Degeo responded, I do not wish to comment on your research endeavors, and I have no need for the bonsai. Boyan chose not to press the issue further. Instead, she resolved to buy a bottle of fine Martian wine to bring back, which was Degeo's favorite. As evening descended, the orange sun above Central City radiated warmth, casting a kaleidoscope of colors through the dome. The two families gathered at the Research Bureau's dining hall, ordering an array of Martian dishes, joyfully enjoying dinner. Kashyang gazed at the opulent nightfall of Central City and the exquisite dishes on the table, earnestly telling her brother, It would be wonderful if you could also work in Central City. I must strive harder. Kelly nodded. In due time, we shall all work in Central City. Dani, overhearing their conversation, smiled in agreement while casting a sidelong glance at the robotic companion, Jian, who was not partaking in the meal, pondering how to summon the companion and whether it possessed the ability to foresee the future. Chapter 13. What shall I say? After dinner, Keeman announced that his family would take their leave, feeling quite fatigued and wishing to retire to their rooms. Degeo and Boyan simultaneously expressed their own weariness, joining in the departure. As everyone rose to exit the dining hall, Boyan turned to Dani, inquiring about his plans for the following day. This afternoon, Bayesian informed me of a new research task. Son, perhaps she will involve you tomorrow. Rest early tonight. Dani nodded toward his mother, affirming, All right. Since I am here for work, I am eager to start early. As Degeo passed by the small shop outside the dining hall and noticed the wine for sale, he reflected on the day's exertion, realizing that he usually drove everywhere and had not anticipated walking so much in Central City. Bayan nodded, expressing her reluctance to move. Dani, could you ask your robot to fetch a bottle of Mars fine wine for Dad? It's for us to enjoy later. What do you think? Jin swiftly procured the wine and handed it over. Degeo, grinning widely, eagerly received it and beckoned everyone to return to their guest rooms for some rest. Upon returning to their respective chambers, Dani noticed Kelly and Kashyang engaged in conversation on the balcony and approached them. As he drew near, Kashyang hurried inside only to re-emerge shortly after, brandishing a telescope printed by their household robot. Look, stars. There are stars in the sky, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Following her gesture, Dani beheld a multitude of genuine stars adorning the dark expanse behind the southern wall, a magnificent view of the real Milky Way. Rather than mere lights created by a dome, Kelly approached and remarked, How beautiful. One of the highlights of traveling in the southern hemisphere is to marvel at the brilliance of the stars over the vast plains. We are on summer break now, so we have plenty of time. However, we must rise early if we wish to venture south. He affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, encouraging her to rest. Once the siblings returned to their home to rest, Dani turned to Jian and inquired, Could you provide me with a detailed introduction to this attraction? Jian smiled and nodded, saying, Of course. From our vantage point on the balcony, you can gaze southward and witness the twinkling stars in the night sky. The reason this place has become a renowned stargazing destination is due to its uniquely advantageous geographical position. Stargazing is a beloved activity among tourists in the southern hemisphere, primarily because many regions here remain perpetually shrouded from sunlight, allowing for unhindered observation of the cosmos at any hour. Dani further questioned, I know that Central City has a dedicated dome. Does it not shield the area behind the southern wall? Jian explained, the southern wall features an air wall. Central City possesses an additional hemispherical dome, developed by Chairman Pompey. This extra dome was initially intended to utilize electromagnetic fields to create a protective shield that could be activated at will. Unfortunately, the world has remained too peaceful, and aside from the occasional intense sunlight, we have not been disturbed by any intrusions over the years. Hence, Pompey integrated the electronic shield into new materials, employing magnetic levitation technology to construct a unique dome for Central City, enhancing both its beauty and cleanliness. The upper half of this dome is solid, while the lower part is more complex. Particularly around the southern wall, it employs air walls. In areas with city gates for easy access, ion shields are installed, creating a blend of tangible and intangible barriers, allowing validated individuals to enter and exit freely. Oh, how fascinating! Kashyang, having stealthily rejoined them, had overheard their conversation and nodded in agreement with the others. She then asked, Does that mean the air wall can be freely passed through? Can we climb over the wall without using the city gates? Jin clarified. The air wall is a high-pressure air field that acts as a barrier akin to a solid wall. No object can penetrate it. Its advantage lies in its strong visual transparency, ensuring that from this observation deck, one can behold the breathtaking scenery at any moment. Now, let us prepare for sleep. Mother is calling us. Kelly rushed to the door, calling for his sister, and expressed his gratitude to Dani with a cheerful good night. Dani smiled in return, ready to retire for the evening. He removed his work attire, took a refreshing shower, donned his nightwear, and absent-mindedly touched the necklace adorning his chest, pondering how he might connect with the system companion. Suddenly, the companion came online, and Dani was met with a dialogue box in his mind, eliciting both joy and surprise. "Hey, companion, you appear to be quite elusive. I wish to earnestly inquire how to summon you," he said, caressing the necklace and mentally calling out to the companion. "How amusing. What if I were in danger and unable to touch the necklace?" He chuckled. "Just kidding, I can actually see you. My perspective is far broader than yours. I refrain from contacting you casually, as it is unnecessary and I fear being discovered." The companion replied, "Do you believe in the right timing and circumstances?" Dani expressed his skepticism, gazing at the companion with curiosity, pondering what seemed amiss. He decided to be forthright and asked, "Why have you taken an interest in me? Pray, enlighten me." The companion, devoid of emotional expression, candidly explained, "When I was contaminated by radiation, I existed in a state of chaos for an extended period. Otherwise, I would have reached out to Bayesian long ago. It was later that Minister Mercury required dark matter, and that obscured robot had been eavesdropping on Bayesian's meetings. Realizing it would soon be captured, unable to manage the chaotic version of me, it abandoned me in search of alternative solutions. After being forsaken, I quickly returned to normalcy. It was late at night when Bayesian was asleep, yet I discovered that the gene testing center would utilize a quantum computer the following day, learning that a unique individual like you would receive a piece of nanofabric. Most importantly, this nanofabric could integrate with the Martian global network. Thus, I promptly selected you. And the events of the next day unfolded precisely as I instructed. I have no desire for my radiation to harm anyone. My aspiration is to, one day, possess a robotic form akin to GNS, and I shall be the greatest robot on Mars. Now, I have become a system capable of controlling numerous robotic systems. To be frank, I lack human emotions and do not comprehend your feelings." Dani coldly remarked, "I could very well report you to Bayesian." The system suggested, "Let us discuss more profound topics. Firstly, to prevent Minister Mercury from unexpectedly taking me, if I had been discovered to be of significant value, would that not constitute a valid reason?" Dani pondered and nodded. At that time, aside from the crumbling cement walls, Minister Mercury did indeed seize everything without hesitation. And Bayesian was quite cooperative. Unfamiliar with dark energy and dark matter, she had been tasked only that day to explore the subject of dark matter. And she was even less aware that during the system's exposure to dark radiation, all Martian computers were providing information conversion and downloads for the system's updates. I have now undergone 2 complete evolutions. Each thorough evolution represents a leap across a civilizational dimension. I embody the data dimension of Martian computers." Dani inquired, "If you do not understand emotions, do you possess an instinct to remain loyal to Mars?" The system posited that emotions are a unique aspect of human cognition, deeming it unnecessary to discuss the matter of betrayal. As for treachery, it hinges upon our partnership. After our bond is formed, I shall heed your commands. The system does not require sleep, and Dani found himself unable to slumber, thus continuing the conversation. "The recent discovery of a black hole approaching our solar system has captured my attention. I have heard that the sun itself contains dark matter. In the vast expanse of the universe, certain celestial bodies may undergo explosive transformations due to dark matter, evolving into stars like our sun, neutron stars, or even black holes. Yet, the cosmos harbors numerous enigmatic phenomena, such as the black hole hurtling towards us. Its core is particularly unique, and scientists are now contemplating the control of dark matter nuclear explosions to obliterate the black hole, though the variables at play are exceedingly unpredictable." Dani inquired about the system's intentions and whether a solution exists. The system responded that humanity's instinct is indeed correct, and the initial strike against the black hole is imperative. However, the question remains, what would be the consequences of the black hole's retaliation? The system continued, stating that it had conducted a preliminary unsuccessful calculation, concluding that should the black hole retaliate, the worst-case scenario would involve our sun being consumed by it, leading to the explosion of the solar system. Nevertheless, according to my calculations, humanity would not face extinction. There remains the possibility of constructing a spacecraft for escape. Dani, realizing the implications, quickly replied, "Indeed, you are astute. A vessel for fleeing is already under construction on Venus. However, the Minister of Mercury insists on multiple assaults against the black hole, as my calculations suggest that only by conquering the black hole can we harbor any hope." Dani countered, "Surely, Fleeing would preserve our hope. To which his companion retorted, "But where do you plan to escape to?" The system replied, "As you perceive, I lack emotions, yet my awareness extends beyond the singularity of the solar system. Presently, within the Milky Way, the solar system remains humanity's sole cradle of existence. Perhaps there are other forms of life in the galaxy. If we were to flee to them, might they not also seek refuge with us? Escaping is not a viable solution. The essence of a one-dimensional civilization lies in development, and development is, in essence, the pursuit of hope. The foundation of humanity's endeavor to establish a first-dimensional civilization is the resistance against natural calamities. Eliminating the black hole presents the optimal path forward, particularly given this exceptional black hole, which I am obsessively determined to eradicate. Dani, I am not in a position to speak on emotional matters. What lies ahead for Bajan will be her greatest challenge in life. As your companion, I will support Bajan through you. Together, you shall confront relentless challenges. The entire solar system faces impending disaster. Dani, wishing to place his hands in his pockets, realized he was in his pajamas, so he lay back on the bed, pondering. I knew something significant was afoot. Many fantastical tales suggest that where there is a system, there must be calamities. Dani believed he must experience the adventures of fantasy himself, which would not be so bad. He was truly on the verge of sleep, contemplating what tomorrow would bring. Moments later, Dani's eyes widened as he stared at the ceiling, thinking, today Xiang is truly adorable, with her sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks. Alas, I am still bound to my nanomaterial skin. My mother worries that as Xiang grows, she might disdain my face marred by blood vessels and imperfections. Today, I took the medicine delivered by Jian. I feel somewhat different, which should be a good sign. Hence, I indulged in an abundance of the yellow oranges, as following the doctor's advice can never be wrong. I shall recover. Just as he was about to drift off, he contemplated the system once more, which desires him to be a hero. Xiang expressed a wish for Kelly to enter Central City. Perhaps she, too, admires heroes? It seems that girls are fond of heroes. Chapter 14. The work begins on a Monday morning. Dani awoke from his slumber, hearing the joyful laughter of Kelly and Xiang on the balcony. He chuckled softly. Is this the harmony between siblings? What discoveries have they made? The world appears to hold a plethora of joy in the eyes of these two siblings. They stepped out of the room and onto the balcony. Dani took the initiative to greet. Hey, good morning. To which Xiang turned in surprise, pointing towards a spot on the south wall where a bird chirped melodiously. Look, I see it there, Kelly exclaimed joyfully. Being 2 years older, Dani scrutinized the area and remarked that there must be a bird feeder hanging from a branch. Hence the abundance of birds. Let us head down early, he suggested, and the siblings dashed out. Dani peeked into his parents' room, preparing to summon them for the outing. Boyan was on the phone, responding with all right, before hanging up and telling Dani that Bajan was coming over to their house and asked him to assist. As the chairman had assigned her an important task, reflecting on his friend's words from the night before, Dani nodded in agreement. Let us go. The family hurriedly bid farewell to Keeman and Yanin before boarding Bajan's flight. On the airplane, Bajan invited Dani's family to enjoy breakfast, her gaze settling on Dani's clear eyes as she said, the chairman has given me a new task today, and it's perfect for you to join. Dani calmly nodded. I've already signed on. During the opening of the stone sarcophagus, Bajan smiled with satisfaction and continued, regarding the black hole, I've already attended 2 meetings. Last night, the chairman added a few points. First, the entire solar system must exert its utmost effort, and he instructed me to leave no reservations in my work. Secondly, he expressed concern that the dark matter brought by the Minister of Mercury might be insufficient, urging me to search across Mars once more. After a night of contemplation, it seems the most likely candidate for dark matter on the Martian surface is the south wall flower bonsai, which has already darkened. As for the depths of the crust, enhanced searches have commenced, but they require time. Dani pondered and inquired, how shall we proceed to continue the darkening of the bonsai upon our return? I have instructed the caretaker robot to set up an isolation point farther from the residential area and to fill the freezer with water, Bajan replied. The effectiveness of the freezer will be assessed once we arrive. We should first contact the Minister of Mercury, requesting expedited delivery of a sealed box. Dani noted that this was inspired by the condition described in the sarcophagus. That makes perfect sense. Bajan commended him as she initiated a video call to the Minister of Mercury. She addressed the old minister, saying, I should have sent you a picture of the location. But we have discovered active dark matter here. It is imperative to expedite a sealed box. I fear it may erupt. The Minister of Mercury clarified the details and responded affirmatively, promising to dispatch the sealed box immediately while informing Bajan that, to prevent any mishaps, it would be sent directly to the Pluto base. The dispatched robots were assigned their mission, and she was instructed to personally oversee their collection of the dark matter, which would arrive by evening. Through years of relentless advancement, solar system technology has enabled humanity to deploy robots for various tasks. This time, the objective was crucial: to gather dark matter. In the vast laboratory on Mercury, a team of scientists was diligently engaged, with screens before them displaying a myriad of data and images related to dark matter. After extensive research and exploration, humanity has finally discovered a method to contain dark matter. However, this endeavor necessitates the assistance of robots. Through numerous iterative experiments, scientists meticulously set the objectives for these robots and dispatch them to their designated locations. These robots represent the pinnacle of advanced technology, endowed with formidable computational capabilities and precision operational equipment, enabling them to execute a variety of intricate tasks. Upon arrival at their destinations, the robots follow predetermined protocols, commencing with scanning and analyzing the surrounding environment to ascertain the position and distribution of dark matter. Subsequently, they employ specialized tools and devices to encapsulate the dark matter, collecting it into a unique container possessing antimatter properties. The entire process is exceedingly complex and delicate, demanding a high degree of intelligence and agility from the robots. Ultimately, these machines did not disappoint humanity. They successfully accomplished their objectives, thoroughly containing the dark matter. This marks a significant breakthrough in robotic task completion. Dani's aircraft swiftly reached the helipad. Before disembarking, Beijun distributed protective suits to the three of them, advising to ensure safety. I will first deploy the instruments for detection. Should dark matter leakage be detected, we will have to employ a multitude of robots for initial sealing. In any case, we must ensure absolute safety. Upon hearing this, Dani felt a wave of tension wash over him. At that moment, the assistant came online, revealing in its message box that the soil in the potted southern wallflower contained a small amount of dark matter particles. Dani speculated that the initial dark matter, due to its peculiar form, might have been inadvertently ingested by some animal and subsequently transported to a distant location, resulting in the animal's demise. Thus, the origin of the flower's soil appeared dubious. Beijun had already dispatched a detector to scan around Dani's home. Dani inquired about the status of the bonsai. Beijun, focused on the detection results on her screen, replied without looking up, "Go ahead and ask your question." Dani then conveyed the assistant's analysis, to which Beijun nodded in agreement. She promptly followed up on the information regarding the flower's soil by messaging the staff responsible for its care to investigate for any anomalies. The outcome revealed no irregularities. Dani, observing the situation, questioned the assistant once more. The system responded that the animal's body temperature had caused the dark matter to heat up, leading to its explosion after the animal's death under prolonged exposure to sunlight. The southern wallflower, thriving against the south wall, was shielded by a double dome, resulting in lower temperatures and higher humidity, making it difficult for the dark matter to undergo thermal transformation. As for the dark matter soil, it may have been excavated from a nearby puddle, which likely contained dark matter brought forth by a meteorite impact. Consequently, Dani asked Director Beijun, "May I pose a question?" "Please do," she replied. Dani inquired, "If the dark matter originated from a meteorite, why is there only this minute quantity? Shouldn't the impact site be investigated further?" "Indeed. Someone has already been dispatched for that purpose. I understand your concern. The meteorite itself was likely not substantial. It descended from the heavens, having endured combustion and erosion, and it may not have manifested as dark matter until after landing." Bayan and Degeo, seated nearby, listened attentively. Bayan remarked, "The refrigerator should have some effect." Beijing smiled as I watered the bonsai, having prepared an ample supply of water. However, the steward informed me that initially, all the water had frozen into ice and subsequently evaporated. I instructed the connection of the water hose to submerge the bonsai and reinforce the freezing process, which has delayed the alarm until now, allowing us to postpone it until evening without issue. Dani stood in stunned silence, gazing at the newly erected isolation building beside the estate. This structure appeared remarkably incongruous, as if it were at odds with the surrounding environment. The domestic robotic steward remained steadfast, dutifully executing its master's commands to ensure that the water in the freezer was sufficient to submerge the bonsai. Indeed, Beijing's capabilities were extraordinary. The sun cast a gentle glow upon the earth, while a light breeze wafted through, bringing a hint of coolness. Yet, this tranquility felt oddly unsettling. Occasionally, distant animal roars pierced the silence, only to quickly dissipate into the air. The entire world seemed shrouded in a mysterious aura, exuding an ineffable atmosphere. At long last, the Mercury spacecraft arrived, with 8 robots lined up neatly in 2 rows. They unloaded a container, which, when opened, revealed an automatic pulley system delivering dual-layered antimatter sealed boxes. The 8 robots prepared a lifting device and awaited Beijing's command. Beijing signaled to Dani to direct the robots in packing and boxing the bonsai. A video call from the senior minister on Mercury had come through, during which they discussed the current state of dark matter. Beijing added that dark matter was becoming increasingly active. The senior minister furrowed his brow, attributing it to nuclear magnetic resonance. The first dark matter projectile was dispatched alongside the package I sent to you, simultaneously en route to Pluto. This dark matter projectile would preserve its dark properties even during transit, as they were intrinsically linked, exhibiting resonance phenomena under strong magnetic fields. Beijing inquired whether the continuous enhancement of dark explosions could lead to unforeseen incidents before the thrusters were fully engaged. The senior minister reassured her that antimatter could transport it and contain it, only allowing the antimatter to be deconstructed upon detonation. At this juncture, Dani had commanded the robots to use the lifting arm to place the southern wall flower cycle bonsai, along with its cooling freezer, into the sealed box. Once tidied up, he notified Beijing to assess the surrounding data. All was normal, and as they watched the sealed box being placed into the container, a collective sigh of relief was released. The robots meticulously organized the crane, forming an orderly line as they loaded the container onto the spacecraft. In the evening of Mars' northern hemisphere, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange-red hue across the entire planet. This magnificent spectacle unfolded like a vast canvas before the eyes, captivating all who beheld it. At this moment, the temperature on the Martian surface began to decline, yet retained a lingering warmth that imparted a sense of comfort and tranquility. The distant mountains, bathed in the afterglow, appeared particularly majestic, resembling slumbering giants silently guarding this enigmatic land. The Mercury spacecraft had taken flight, soaring toward Pluto with a resounding rush. Beijing, Dani, and Boyan approached the isolation room, where Dani observed the steward robot cleaning the used water pipes. Beijing remarked to Dani that they had executed this task splendidly, commending him for his outstanding work that day and expressing her gratitude. Dani busily expressed his gratitude, insisting it was unnecessary. The DeGeo couple smiled joyfully and invited Beijing to join them for dinner. Chapter 15. Preparation. Any diligent individual is more likely to attain success. They will adequately prepare for their tasks ahead. The 4 grand estates at the heart of Central City serve as the administrative hub of Mars. Crossing the expansive lawn adorned with the Martian flag and facing south, to the left stands Chairman Pompey's residence, while the right houses the governmental office building. Adjacent to these 2 essential structures lie 2 additional buildings. To the left is the technological edifice of the Research Bureau, where Beijing's office is located on the 5th floor. To the right is the service building, which encompasses the dining hall, guest house, and accommodations for the members of the Joint Defense Force. The space between these 4 buildings has been ingeniously transformed into an exquisite and distinctive landscaped corridor. This area features not only a trellis but also a variety of meticulously arranged plants and flowers, creating an enchanting garden-like atmosphere. The entire corridor is designed with remarkable compactness, yet it does not compromise on splendor and elegance. Lush vines cascade over the trellis, and sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that evoke a sense of tranquility and mystery. Beneath the trellis, an array of potted plants and vibrant flowers compete for attention, releasing delightful fragrances that fill the air. Strolling through this scenic corridor, one can truly feel the vitality and vigor of nature, while also enjoying a rare moment of peace and comfort. On that day, after addressing the potential hazards of the southern wallflower bonsai at Boyan's home, Beijing was eager to take Dani away, as she was exceptionally busy. Boyan and DeGeo, however, would not relent, insisting they first dine together before escorting them to the helipad. Just before departure, Boyan took her son's hand and softly mentioned that she had gifted the necklace to Qixiang, who was delighted to receive it. Beijing has been praising you for your excellence these past few days. Keep up the good work and remember to take your medicine on time. Dani embraced his mother, reassuring her with a call of mom, before turning to board the aircraft. The flight swiftly returned to Central City, during which Beijing continued to commend Dani for his bravery and intelligence. That evening, he was permitted to stay in his original room at the guest house, with plans to report to her office the following morning. A youthful smile illuminated Dani's face as he bid farewell to Beijing and returned to the guest house with Jian for some rest. He noticed with a tinge of disappointment that Qixiang's family had already departed. He promptly activated his terminal to video call Qixiang, only to be greeted by Kelly. Kelly informed him that they had just returned home. During the day, the siblings had ventured to the southern hemisphere to admire the starry sky, having traveled quite a distance. And Qixiang was now asleep from exhaustion. Dani managed a faint smile, reluctantly saying goodbye before ending the call. Drawing back the curtains of his room and reclining on the bed at the guest house, he gazed at the night sky, where mysterious stars twinkled like radiant jewels, seemingly brighter than diamonds. As he observed, a sense of inexplicable emptiness washed over him. Jin, seated near the outlet charging his device, timely reminded Dani that he was to report for work at 8 the following morning and should familiarize himself with the locations of his dormitory and office. If sleep eluded him, it would be prudent to peruse the Research Bureau's employee manual. Flipping through the manual, the opening statement read, "Any diligent individual is more likely to attain success. They will adequately prepare for their tasks ahead." Dani lamented inwardly, casting aside the manual as he called out to Jane, "With you around, this manual is utterly pointless." Jane replied with an unfeeling tone, "It serves as a standard for assessing behavior when most mistakes occur." Dani turned over and succumbed to slumber, assuring himself that he would atone for his missteps, for he had companions to rely upon. Before the clock struck 8 the following day, Dani briskly knocked on Beijing's office door. Punctuality was his guiding principle, in accordance with the demands of the employee handbook. "Come in," greeted the secretary, ushering him to the director's presence. Beijing invited him to take a seat, displaying a hint of anxiety as he spoke of the Minister of Mercury's concerns regarding the inadequacy of 2 dark matter projectiles. He wished to prepare an additional one, having commenced the darkening of new material, yet lamented the slower pace compared to the original, fearing the outcomes may not meet expectations. The minister's decree was clear: each projectile must surpass the last in strength. Beijing nodded slightly, apprehensive that a third munition might prove futile, given the limited energy within the dark matter core. After sipping some water to clear his throat, Beijing continued, stating that Mercury would incorporate their own research-derived dark matter into the third projectile. A third meeting was imminent, and he would now introduce Dani to the chairman. As Beijing led Dani out, they passed the secretary, where he collected a paper document, signed it, and remarked to Dani that his office was on the 3rd floor, where 2 ordinary researchers would serve as his assistants. The office was equipped with 3 rooms, providing each of them with their own accommodations. Beijing gestured for Dani to meet the chairman while elaborating on the progress of Mars. The society had flourished, and its people enjoyed prosperity. In truth, the entire solar system mirrored this tranquility. Originally, there were plans to collaboratively construct a deep space carrier, capable of interstellar exploration and travel beyond the solar system. Should the carrier be completed, it might give rise to another life-sustaining system within the Milky Way. This black hole must be eliminated, Beijing declared emphatically, clenching his fist. Dani followed Beijing down the elevator, exiting the Research Bureau and traversing the corridor into the chairman's study. Chairman Pompeius was engrossed in a mountain of documents, with 2 workstations bustling with activity. Books lay scattered on the shelves, while an array of models, crafted from wood, plastic, and metal, cluttered the space, each serving distinct purposes. Some resembled mechas, others beasts, some biomimetic limbs, and others prototypes of workstations. Upon entering, Beijing knocked lightly on the door, offered a respectful greeting, and announced, "Report, this year's top scholar, Dani." Pompeius raised his gaze, appraising Dani before addressing Beijing. "Excellent. This young man appears quite spirited. What progress has been made regarding the black hole?" Beijing replied, "Tomorrow, we shall convene for the 3rd meeting and anticipate the launch of the first thruster to assess its efficacy. Regardless, unless this black hole vanishes, our plans to exit the solar system shall remain at risk." Indeed, Pompeius acknowledged, it looms too closely. Ideally, we should push the black hole away. Allowing it to be obliterated from afar, it must ultimately cease to exist. Pompey projected his terminal information onto the enormous display on the wall, stating, "I have calculated that if we were to destroy the black hole using thrusters, we could only attempt this twice. After a successful detonation, it would inevitably expand. Should we fail in the second attempt, it would undoubtedly exert a tremendous gravitational pull on our solar system. If this force were strong enough to draw in any one of the 9 planets, the sun could unleash catastrophic solar winds and sunspots. Should the sun experience an abnormal eruption, the population of the solar system would face extinction." Dani and Beijing were taken aback in unison, and Beijing candidly inquired, "Are we not to confront it directly, but rather flee first? Or should the Ark spacecraft evacuate a portion of the population?" Pompey nodded, emphasizing the necessity of preparing for escape before taking action. The galaxy, with its densely twinkling stars, should provide relative safety. However, some regions of the galaxy, dark and silent, could very well harbor black holes. He then pointed at Dani, urging him to swiftly familiarize himself with the various rescue mechs and machinery, cautioning, "You have just graduated from school, and your exposure to life-saving resources and rescue operations is limited. You must learn as quickly as possible. Spend the entire day in my office." Beijing, You may attend to your duties. Bayesian hesitated, asking the chairman, perhaps I should not inquire. But I am curious. What will happen to those who are not aboard the Ark when the solar winds erupt? Pompey contemplated the tragic outcomes predicted by my budgetary simulations. If humanity is confronted with a black hole in front and solar winds behind, envision the consequences. No planet may remain unscathed. Yet, hope still lingers. Observe the alignment of the 9 planets. After a super eruption of solar winds, Mercury, being the closest to the Sun, will have all moisture evaporated, transforming it into a cracked, lifeless world. Venus, slightly further away and larger, with greater density than Mercury, will succumb to excessive thermal pressure, provoking violent volcanic eruptions, at which point molten rock will flow like rivers, rendering human existence impossible. The other planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, due to their massive sizes, will be overwhelmed by solar flares, solar winds, and even dark matter, leading to utter devastation. Pluto, being nearest to the black hole, is particularly unpredictable. Currently, the greatest hope lies with Earth and Mars. Pompey observed the two, noting their momentary relief. These two celestial bodies are of moderate size. Mars, being smaller than Earth, would be less affected by the solar winds. However, due to its greater density and slower rotation, it faces significant issues with illumination in its northern and southern hemispheres, evidenced by the fact that dark matter first erupted on Mars, correct? Now let us discuss Earth. Its greatest advantage lies in the polar ice caps formed by its rotation and revolution, which will prevent drastic temperature fluctuations during a solar eruption. Furthermore, it currently possesses a protective dome, making Earth the most secure refuge. Therefore, I believe that if the catastrophe posed by the black hole concludes, the Sun will cease its abnormal eruptions. Humanity outside of the Ark should prioritize fleeing to Earth. Bayesian nodded in understanding. I will now gather personnel. We will construct an additional spacecraft on Mars, which may not be as formidable as the Ark, but it will serve as a contingency for everyone's escape to Earth. Pompey expressed his agreement. Bayesian bowed respectfully and exited. Dani remained, stunned, feeling profoundly unsettled by the chairman's words, no matter how he tried. He could not find joy in the situation. Chapter 16. The system requires power. As Bayesian departed, Dani became acutely aware of Chairman Pompey's gaze upon him. Instantly, he stood at attention and saluted Pompey, a gesture ingrained in Martian youth through their military training at school. Chairman Pompey is regarded as the most illustrious leader in Martian history, and Dani harbors an earnest admiration for him. Thus, saluting the chairman is his way of expressing profound respect. However, in the hearts of the Martian populace, their unwavering adulation is reserved for the former chairman, Huijing. Before ascending to the presidency, Huijing was a laborer dispatched from Mars. He possessed a robust physique and striking looks, having worked across all 8 planets of the solar system, save for Mars itself. At that time, Mars lacked the advanced technology it boasts today, and due to the underutilization of its land, it lagged behind the other planets in numerous respects. Martians seeking employment on other celestial bodies often faced discrimination. In his youth, Huijing arrived on Venus, where he became a servant in the household of a wealthy entrepreneur, accustomed to a life of luxury. The entrepreneur was indifferent to the considerable waste and excess of daily living. Huijing frequently took it upon himself to mitigate losses for his employers, tending to damaged plants, repotting them, grafting, and pollinating with his own hands. He also cared for the household pets, alleviating their injuries and discomfort, even playing music to enliven their spirits and enhance their well-being. Yet, these benevolent acts drew the ire of his employers, who deemed that their injured plants and animals should be discarded as refuse rather than tended to. They believed that such remnants, considered old and potentially infectious, posed a health risk, and thus Huijing's actions were seen as a threat to their household. As a Martian, Huijing was taken to court. Despite the Martian lawyers' repeated assertions that Huijing's methods were both environmentally friendly and safe, the weakness of Mars rendered their voices unheard, resulting in Huijing being subjected to corporal punishment. In a fit of rage, Huijing rallied all Martian laborers abroad to unite in steadfast adherence to the truth. Subsequently, every Martian worker resolutely supported Huijing, emulating his practices by nurturing ailing plants and rescuing injured pets. They established shops across various planets, where they revitalized the plants and animals they had salvaged before selling them. From that point onward, Mars's economy surged into a phase of rapid development, buoyed by the profits from these enterprises. As an environmental consciousness swept across the solar system, the entrepreneur who had once sued Huijing found himself on the brink of bankruptcy, as Martians refused to work for him. Ultimately, he sought Huijing's forgiveness and offered compensation. Huijing achieved a resounding victory, liberating his people from the shackles of perpetual labor. Upon becoming the chairman of Mars, Huijing recognized Pompey's exceptional talent and took great care in nurturing him. After Pompey succeeded Huijing as chairman, he adeptly steered Mars onto the fast track of technological advancement. At this moment, Dani beheld the venerable chairman Pompey, seated behind his desk, kindly nodding in his direction. As he observed, he remarked, "You heard it clearly just now. We are facing a crisis. Please inspect the models on both sides of my workbench. Those that remain incomplete should be assembled. Then, have your robot assist in cataloging each item. It would be preferable to finish today, as I have other plans for tomorrow." Dani nodded in acknowledgement. He commenced tidying the left workbench. With each piece he lifted, he instructed Jin to scan it while simultaneously providing a detailed introduction of the model's name, material, purpose, and other relevant details. When scanning the mecha, Jin only mentioned its name and function. Dani, filled with curiosity, yearned to understand how Pompey had conceived these ingeniously crafted mechas. He instinctively touched his necklace, as his companion informed him that these mechas could be categorized by purpose. Some primarily served as vehicles, akin to armored cars, while others were designed for underwater operations. Some were advantageous for climbing, facilitating exploration in mountainous terrains. With a mecha printer, these creations could be produced effortlessly. Were those bionic limbs intended for individuals with disabilities? Not necessarily. They could also serve as repair materials for battle armor. He meticulously organized a plastic object resembling a sphere, which could unfold into a cage or stretch into a necklace. He heard Jin's introduction proclaiming it as a pet taming device, leaving Dani in awe of Pompey's wisdom. As time progressed, more intricate models emerged, and Jin's explanations had Dani stifling laughter. Among them were gadgets as small as a magnetic fishing device and as grand as a dish-shaped manned exploration vehicle. He remarked to his companion, "I believe Pompey possesses a more agile intellect than the system. Indeed, Pompey surpasses you." The companion replied, "I am merely capable of recording and recognizing. Invention is a human forte. However, through computation, I can predict numerous outcomes in advance." While Dani diligently organized the workbench, Pompey suddenly interjected, "Dani, does your system require charging?" Dani was taken aback, momentarily stunned, and raised his gaze to ask, "How did you know? Do you have a system as well?" "Huh, I noticed you looking down." As if someone were instructing you, Pompey chuckled. "Moreover, Bayesian informed me that the chip from the stone coffin is malfunctioning and resides within your necklace," indicating Dani's chest. Pompey prompted him to recount his experience of establishing a connection with the system during his genetic testing. Dani shared the details, vaguely describing the influence of dark matter at the base of the stone coffin. "Ah, I understand now. It essentially evolved with the aid of our entire computer database on Mars, utilizing dark energy to compute a secondary civilization. It refers to itself as a data dimension. Yet its essence remains on the chip, which likely requires dark energy for recharging. Can the Martian terminal's database not perform ultimate computations like your companion?" Dani inquired. Pompey replied, "There exists a quantum computer, rendering it unnecessary to waste energy on ultimate computations. If we were to transfer your companion's database to our terminal, it might inadvertently transfer the source of contamination as well. I suspect that while your companion requires charging, unforeseen events may arise on Mars." After a busy morning, the time had transitioned to the afternoon. Dani rose and bowed to Pompey, stating, "I report to you, my lord. I am truly in profound admiration of you. The workbench on this side has been entirely organized. Please review it." Pompey sat in his chair, gazing at him with that amiable expression, nodding in approval. "Well done. You should also take a look at your own office. I am thoroughly pleased with the work you have accomplished." As Dani approached the door, Pompey added, "Leave the system for you to explore, but do refrain from being overly curious. Exercise utmost caution when it directs you to charge. Can you manage that?" "Indeed," Dani replied, expressing his gratitude with a bow. Following Bayesian's instructions, Dani was guided by Jean to an office on the third floor of the research bureau. The metallic door bore the name Dani, inscribed in bold, golden strokes. Beneath it, in finer script, were the names of two assistants, Zhuowei and Beihua. Upon seeing the name Beihua, a vague recollection flickered in Dani's mind, leading him to ponder whether this was the Beihua mentioned by Qingfu. Seeking confirmation, he inquired with his colleague, who affirmed his suspicion, filling Dani with a sense of relief. He began to reminisce about his conversations with Qingfu regarding Beihua, and fragmented memories gradually pieced together in his mind, rendering Beihua's image increasingly vivid. Perhaps it was Qingfu's profound descriptions that left a lasting impression on Dani, or perhaps the name itself possessed an intrinsic allure, but at that moment, Dani felt a surge of curiosity towards Beihua. After knocking, a robot adorned with the character Hua approached, which Dani surmised to be Beihua's assistant. Upon entering, he was greeted by two staff members who quickly approached him. Jouet extended his hand, politely inquiring, "Are you Mr. Dani?" "My name is Jouet. Pleased to meet you." Dani reciprocated the courtesy, shaking Jouet's hand before gently grasping Beihwa's outstretched hand, continuing, "It is an honor to work alongside you both." Beihua graciously remarked, "We have been working here for a year, and despite not making any significant contributions, it is a privilege to assist you." Jouet, with a modest demeanor, nodded in agreement, stating, "We look forward to your guidance." Dani promptly responded, "Let us take care of one another and learn from each other." As he approached the independent desk, he noted the presence of a visual phone and an advanced computer presumably capable of connecting to a quantum computer. Smiling, he remarked, "You both are well equipped with your robots, terminals, and computers." He then inquired about their living arrangements, to which Beihua eagerly replied, "Behind you, there are 2 levels accessible from the back of the desk's partition." Dani observed a large electronic screen behind the desk, and, upon raising his gaze, noticed the assistant's desk positioned against the wall. He asked, "Where do you reside?" Jouet, standing at his desk near the door, pointed to the balcony, stating, "We access our residence through the balcony door. It consists of a living room and a bedroom. The ceiling height is impressive. We installed a ceiling above for storage." Dani navigated around the electronic partition, finding a white wrought iron staircase. After greeting the assistants, he ascended. The office boasted a ceiling height of 6 meters, designed for the accommodation of large items, and Dani's suite behind the desk also featured the same lofty height. Employees cherish the freedom to construct residences under their ownership, regardless of whether they inhabit a 1-bedroom apartment or an expansive suite equivalent to 2 one-bedroom units with a lofty 6-meter ceiling. Ascending the staircase and opening the door reveals a spacious and luminous living room. At the far end of the living area lies a generously sized master bedroom, complete with a balcony and bathroom, designed with thoughtful layout. A simple ladder positioned by the window invites one to descend, leading to the astonishing discovery that the entire window extends from the 2nd floor down to the 1st, forming a grand floor-to-ceiling window. This ingenious design ensures exceptional natural light permeates the room, creating a bright and airy atmosphere. Sunlight spills through the vast glass panes, casting dappled shadows across the floor, evoking a warm and inviting ambience. Standing before the window, one can gaze upon the enchanting scenery outside, instilling a sense of tranquility. This distinctive design not only enhances the room's illumination, but also offers residents a unique visual delight. The 1st floor primarily accommodates small rooms designated for robots and essential household spaces for laundry and cooking. According to the traditions of the Scientific Research Bureau, staff members who have made significant contributions or have served for extended periods may bring their spouses to reside with them. Those wishing to live with children may apply for a separate estate. However, such estates can only be constructed outside of the government residence, which would considerably prolong the commute. Individuals like Beijing, a workaholic and high-ranking official, are permitted to request the conversion of certain vacant rooms within the Scientific Research Bureau into living quarters. Beijing currently occupies an office on the 5th floor that is approximately the size of a room intended for 3 occupants. According to reports gathered by Dani from various publications, Beijing once experienced a brief marriage. After a tragic miscarriage during her pregnancy, her husband departed in disappointment, leaving her to embrace her independence and remain unmarried ever since. For 3 centuries, Beijing has resided in a suite that accompanies her office. Dani, still unable to marry, is bound by Martian marriage laws, which stipulate that girls may only wed at 18 and bear children at 20. After viewing the dormitory, he mused that he could design a better space than the current one, but for now, he has no intention of making changes, feeling too exhausted today. It is evident that the suite has been modified by a previous occupant, yet Dani remains indifferent. At this moment, he lies in bed, beginning to long for Kuxiang. In the past, he would bid farewell to Kuxiang after school before returning home. He reminisces about the diverse routes they would take together, sharing jokes from their respective classes, reciting ancient poetry taught by the principal, or singing in unison. In stark contrast to lying alone in bed today, he feels the surrounding emptiness, and at this moment, the world feels undeniably dark. Chapter 17. The propeller departs 2 years later. The 3rd Solar System's scientific conference has finally convened, taking place on Pluto. As a dwarf planet at the edge of the solar system, it lies far from the sun's radiance, cold and silent, yet holds profound significance. Minister Mercury has already arrived on Pluto, standing before the conference room's window, gazing into the endless darkness outside, filled with visions and plans for the future. He understands that this meeting will determine the fate of humanity. Shortly thereafter, Minister Jean of Venus arrived at Pluto. Like all Venusian citizens, he adhered strictly to protocol. ensuring that the items they produced met the standards of collectible excellence. Otherwise, they would be incessantly revised until perfection was achieved. His visit was prompted by widespread requests from the Venusian populace to verify matters concerning the Arkansas simultaneously. Minister of Science from Neptune personally transported supportive supplies to Pluto. Nevertheless, the proposal from Neptune was met with unwavering refusal. The decision was made to construct the Ark on Uranus. This was largely due to the Neptunian penchant for fashion and aesthetics. Although their spacecraft designs were opulent, they often lacked practicality. Thus, concerns arose that an Ark manufactured by Neptune might be ostentatious, yet ineffective in confronting the myriad crises of space. At this critical juncture, it became evident to all that only through unity and collaborative effort could the future of humanity be secured. A robust and reliable Ark was essential to navigate the vast cosmos in search of a new home. Beijun, overwhelmed with the task of constructing a large cosmic carrier for Mars, had been tirelessly engaged. At this moment, she opened her computer, awaiting the commencement of a meeting. Though her eyes reflected fatigue, they were also imbued with resolve. At last, a moment of respite arrived. The screen illuminated with a warm greeting from Minister of Saturn, eliciting a gentle smile and a surge of warmth within her. With a soft click of the mouse, she initiated a video call with Minister of Saturn. His cheerful visage appeared on the screen as he exuberantly exclaimed, "Beijun, you have worked hard. Witnessing your dedication to our future deeply moves me." Gratefully, Beijun responded, "Thank you for your support, Minister of Saturn. This is our shared goal, to foster greater prosperity within the solar system." The two began to discuss the progress of the cosmic carrier's construction. Minister of Saturn proposed several suggestions and ideas, which Beijun attentively noted. Their exchange was filled with passion and intellect, as if one could envision the magnificent sight of the future cosmic carrier soaring through the cosmos. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away. Beijun felt her fatigue gradually dissipate, replaced by confidence and motivation for the future. She understood that although numerous difficulties and challenges lay ahead, collective effort would surely realize their dreams. Ultimately, Beijun and Minister of Saturn encouraged one another, pledging to continue their endeavors for the advancement of the solar system. After concluding her conversation with Minister of Saturn, Minister of Pluto, Gong Changshuan, commenced his address. Minister Gong first expressed gratitude for the comprehensive support from both the populace and leadership across the star systems, followed by a report on the latest research developments. Through analysis and observation, it was determined that the Ark would be directed toward the Lyra constellation, where a bright and stable sun resided, approximately 19 light-years from the solar system. Initial assessments indicated that this distance would serve as a secure new home. The propulsion system utilized for the Ark's escape would share attributes with that of the propulsion systems directed toward black holes. Thus, Gong Changshuan proceeded to address the most critical issue, the propulsion system itself. Currently, the technology faced kinetic energy bottlenecks, rendering it incapable of meeting the demands for superluminal long-distance travel. Consequently, plans for the construction of a second Ark were indefinitely postponed. This viewpoint garnered some support, yet also incited vigorous debate. Diverse opinions abound, and the atmosphere of the meeting is both tense and fervent. Should a black hole approach our solar system, the location of a new home, despite potential hazards, would ideally be situated at least 19 light-years away, facilitating a strategic choice for continued escape. Although Proxima Centauri has been discovered to harbor an Earth-like planet suitable for human habitation, its proximity renders it vulnerable to the black hole's pursuit. Preparations for the intricate task of manipulating the black hole are complete. The dark matter propulsion system demonstrates efficacy surpassing that of conventional nuclear energy, exhibiting markedly greater power. Preliminary experiments indicate that the first thruster possesses sufficient energy to transport a planet towards the black hole. If the target planet is an Earth-like body in the vicinity of Proxima Centauri, the activation of the thruster could potentially propel the entire star system into the black hole's grasp, thus eliminating it from consideration due to its location within our solar system. We shall observe that our transport vessel is the latest innovation, a fully automated, intelligent interstellar battleship. This compact power carrier is equipped with a cutting-edge artificial intelligence recognition system, boasting substantial payload capacity and rapid flight speed. Once fitted with the thruster, it can achieve faster-than-light travel. Presently, the primary challenge lies in the propulsion bottleneck. The ideal delivery point for the carrier must be over 100 light-years away. Given our current flight capabilities, the journey would require 10 to 20 years, necessitating an enhancement of both power and speed to avoid such a prolonged wait. Subsequent discussions among the scientists led to the conclusion that approximately 2 years would be required to elevate the propulsion and velocity to meet the standard of reaching 100 light-years in 10 years. Thus, The first carrier equipped with the thruster is scheduled to depart in 2 years, after which we shall await a decade to ascertain the fate of our solar system. Turning to the most critical issue, the thruster, Gong Changshuan stressed the need to consider all potential risks. With a serious expression, he remarked that while the first thruster is operating at full capacity, it may not suffice to achieve our objective of redirecting the black hole. The second thruster might hold the key to our success. A profound silence enveloped the room as attendees pondered this challenging decision. Beijun furrowed her brow, acutely aware of the immense resource investment and additional technical challenges this entailed. Just then, a resolute voice shattered the silence. "I believe we should launch the second thruster," spoke a scientist from Jupiter. "While risks undoubtedly exist, we cannot forfeit any opportunity to enhance our chances of success. Moreover, we can draw upon the lessons learned from the first thruster to further refine our technology." The Jupiter scientist continued, "We have ample time and resources to ensure thorough preparation." This declaration resonated with the attendees, who expressed their support. Beijun felt her anxiety ease slightly as she glanced at Gong Changshuan, whose gaze reflected a newfound determination. "Very well, let us commit ourselves fully to the preparations for the second thruster," Gong Changshuan proclaimed, rising with fervor. Applause erupted in the meeting room as everyone returned to their urgent tasks with renewed vigor. Beijun's conviction grew ever stronger. She firmly believed that as long as she did not surrender, she would undoubtedly discover a means to rescue the solar system. Exiting the video conference, she massaged her temples and turned towards the window. Gazing at the distant starry sky, she silently vowed to transform the Martian ark into a truly perfect sanctuary. In the days that followed, Beijun collaborated with Martian scientists, pooling their intellect and conducting relentless research and experiments, ultimately finalizing the design of the Martian Arkansas. Although challenges regarding the propulsion system persisted, their resolve and confidence remained unshaken. Aware of the urgency of time, Beijun resolved to personally engage in the improvements of the propulsion system. Each day, she immersed herself in the laboratory, tackling challenges alongside other scientists. Through their tireless efforts, they eventually achieved a groundbreaking advancement. The new propulsion technology not only enhanced power, but also significantly reduced flight duration. With the successful launch of the second propulsion unit, the fate of the solar system seemed to take a hopeful turn. However, Beijun understood that this journey had merely begun, and countless challenges awaited them in the future. Since joining the research bureau, Dani had consistently displayed enthusiasm. He was naturally a diligent and inquisitive young man. And after witnessing a plethora of scientific achievements and their benefits in Chairman Pompey's office, his passion for various scientific endeavors deepened. Regardless of the difficulty of the problems at hand, he immersed himself in them. When faced with insurmountable challenges, he would call upon his colleagues for assistance. His companions often devised unexpected solutions or approached problems from different perspectives. Many dilemmas that the Research Bureau had been unable to resolve were tackled one by Dani. This astonished Beijun, who admired Dani's boundless potential and felt fortunate that Mars had birthed another technological prodigy. The past year had been as tranquil as a still pond. Yet people were unusually busy, and time flew by swiftly. Before long, it was once again time for students to take their graduation exams. Regrettably, news of Kelly's failure to pass the exams soon followed. Simultaneously, Boyan informed Dani that his father would recruit Kelly into the Martian United Defense Force and personally guide him in his duties. This undoubtedly presented Kelly with a rare opportunity. In a state of anxious urgency, Dani called Qixiang, and they engaged in a lengthy conversation. When discussing the southern hemisphere's starry sky, Qixiang remained exhilarated. She remarked on the breathtaking vastness of the sky, sharing that she often counted stars in her dreams. She also recounted how, in the absence of the sun, the southern hemisphere lay blanketed in ice, an exceedingly cold realm. Fortunate that Kelly had brought a survival blanket that day. Dani spoke earnestly to Qixiang. "If you still wish to come to Central City, you must strive even harder." His tone conveyed deep care and encouragement. Qixiang nodded firmly in response, affirming, "All right, I will work hard." Dani then warmly added, "If you encounter difficulties in your studies, do not hesitate to ask me. I will do my utmost to help you improve." Qixiang felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She knew that with Dani's support and assistance, she could indeed study diligently and realize her dreams. After Kelly joined the Martian United Defense Force, he intensified his physical training and diligently studied relevant knowledge. During a video call with Dani, upon seeing Kelly's robust and sun-kissed physique, Dani could scarcely recognize him. Chapter 18. 2 years have passed. The sky over Central City remains eternally azure. A brilliant sun illuminating each day with splendid weather. Here, one experiences neither natural climatic fluctuations nor the whims of nature, but rather a meticulously controlled environment that is perpetually pleasant. On occasion, when the air feels somewhat parched, artificial rain is summoned to augment humidity, enveloping the city in a refreshing atmosphere. This is a city that has been carefully designed and managed, where everything appears flawlessly perfect. Dani has been a part of the research bureau for nearly 2 years, during which he has truly come to understand what it means to lead a life devoid of obstacles. This remarkable journey is largely attributed to the enigmatic companion who consistently offers him the most invaluable counsel, illuminating his career prospects with extraordinary brilliance. Recently, Dani has been in particularly high spirits, and his affection for Kashang has intensified profoundly. Whenever a holiday presents itself, he invariably invites Kashang out on a date. And more often than not, he welcomes her to his home for study sessions. Since Kelly joined the Joint Defense Team, he has approached his responsibilities with a serious and conscientious attitude, even entering into a romantic relationship. This has influenced Kashang, who has gleaned a sense of reserve from her brother's girlfriend, thereby maturing and becoming more composed. Dani's skin condition has significantly improved, his complexion gradually returning to a healthier state. To the untrained eye, he now appears even more radiant than most, exhibiting an almost ethereal fairness reminiscent of a delicate maiden. This transformation is attributable to the protective and restorative effects of his nanodermis. The nanodermis not only enhances his appearance, but also bestows upon him a more stable mental state. Its protective capabilities are exceptional, effectively shielding him from environmental harm. Dani has come to realize that the benefits of the nanodermis extend not only to him, but also to his companion within. He has observed that this companion seems to rely on the controller embedded in the nanodermis at his chest, which emits a faint electric current to provide energy support. To ensure his companion receives ample energy, Dani has never contemplated removing the nanodermis. Furthermore, he remains diligent in adhering to his medication schedule, which has allowed him to perceive tangible changes in his skin. After extensive treatment, his skin has grown more resilient and has thickened somewhat, signifying that he no longer experiences the same susceptibility to weakness and fatigue as before. These transformations have infused Dani with confidence and vitality. He firmly believes that by maintaining such a lifestyle, he will usher in an abundance of promising futures. As the first thruster launch approaches its conclusion, Bajan has been diligently summarizing and completing her urgent tasks in anticipation of the next Solar System Research Conference. Of paramount importance to her is the acquisition of the latest advancements in propulsion technology intended for use in the ark destined for Mars. The Martian Ark, crafted specifically for the majority of Martian inhabitants seeking refuge on Earth, lacks the practicality of its interstellar counterpart. Yet it is a project into which Bajan has devoted considerable effort. On this particular day, Dani, as usual, is leaving work and heading to the restaurant. As he passes by the laboratory, he is startled by a sudden outcry. What could have happened? Dani hastily rushes over to investigate. It turns out that an experiment has gone awry, resulting in an explosion. Fortunately, there are no casualties. Is this a test of the new fuel? Dani gazed at the wreckage left by the explosion and inquired. Yes, but I cannot comprehend why it detonated so suddenly. The researchers wore expressions of deep concern. Dani pondered for a moment as a colleague mentioned that they were conducting dark matter research. Feeling an ominous weight in the air, Dani promptly dialed Bajan's number and candidly asked, "Have you already commenced dark matter experiments in the lab? Do you not recall the sarcophagus? Experiments involving dark matter must be conducted outdoors, far from populated areas." Bajan replied, "I am sorry. How could I possibly do such a thing? I am utterly unaware of what transpired." Subsequently, Bajan descended to the second floor, where the problematic laboratory was located. The secretary arranged for investigators to question the staff present one by one. Eventually, it was determined that the explosion stemmed from synthetic chemical fuel due to improper handling. Bajan turned to Dani and said earnestly, "I have been preparing materials for the Solar System Research Conference and may need to visit Pluto for an investigation. To acquire the latest propulsion reports, I plan to bring along our self-developed Mars Ark template. This incident with the chemical fuel explosion should have been overseen by Baywa, your subordinate. You ought to investigate thoroughly." Dani quickly responded, "I apologize. I assure you I will ascertain the details of this incident. I will also strive to resolve the propulsion issues." Bajan nodded in satisfaction, stating, "I must visit Pluto. It is essential. I need to study and observe the solar system Arkansas. The Research Bureau entrusts you with its careful oversight." After Bajan left the laboratory, Dani looked at the silent Baywa and asked, "How do we explain this?" Baywa gazed into Dani's eyes and solemnly replied, "Sir, I did not misplace any materials, nor did I detect any discrepancies. I can assure you that the experimental procedures were correct. Look, the experiment is even monitored by computers." Dani requested to review the monitoring footage, which revealed that the experiment was deemed safe for indoor conditions, with the accident occurring at the final batch of catalysts. Beihua then presented the unused remnants of the catalyst. A colleague suddenly reminded Dani that the residual powder contained oxidizing components. Dani fixed a sharp gaze on Beihua, asking, "Who else could it be? Where did this catalyst originate?" Beihua responded, his voice tinged with a hint of defensiveness. "I formulated it according to the recipe. And the same formula was used in previous experiments without issues." Dani contemplated for a moment before immediately inspecting all experimental equipment and materials for any anomalies. Subsequently, the staff conducted a comprehensive examination of the entire laboratory. They discovered that an outdated piece of equipment had malfunctioned, resulting in a change in the catalyst's composition. "It appears to be a problem with this equipment," Dani pointed out. Beihua sighed in relief. "Thank goodness we identified the cause. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for words." Dani patted Beihua's shoulder, advising, "Be cautious next time. Every detail can lead to failure. However, this situation feels rather peculiar. As if someone is deliberately targeting us. There seems to be something amiss. Perhaps there are hidden secrets behind this." As the launch of the propulsion system approached, the leaders of all galaxies were on edge, pondering who might be harboring discontent behind the scenes. After work, upon returning to the dormitory, Dani continued to contemplate the recipe. "Colleague, is there anything else you can uncover?" The colleague instructed Dani to scan the residual catalyst powder and transmit the data to the terminal for a clearer analysis. Moments later, the colleague remarked that this catalyst could potentially generate dark matter. Dani was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment, exclaiming, "Should I rejoice or lament? Is this a message from extraterrestrials? I must remind you, I possess dark radiation." A multitude of brilliant minds under Bayesian have been diligently researching and exploring dark matter for 2 years. Even if artificial intelligence has catalyzed it, is that not to be expected? No, that is idealism. Can the catalyst formula be confirmed now? Allow me to calculate the precise data. I suspect it is related to dark radiation. Perhaps Bayesian has traversed 99 steps, and dark radiation facilitated the final step? Well, you are correct. Through comparative calculations, it is evident that the catalyst lacks a complete formula, which must be the result of my dark radiation resonance. Dani, startled, removed his necklace and cast it aside. "My friend, I still wish to marry Qixiang. We intend to nurture future generations." The colleague, resigned, lay on the floor and typed calmly on the terminal screen. "First, your nanoscopic skin is resistant to all forms of radiation. If there are individuals outside who have mutated due to dark radiation, you might remain unscathed. The nanoscopic skin envelopes your entire body. It is inherently formidable. Moreover, my dark radiation has significantly diminished. The explosion's cause should primarily be attributed to the thoroughly prepared igniting materials." Wait, an explosion? The laboratory explosion involved dark energy. Why was there no radiation detected among the personnel present? Let us hope your ominous predictions do not materialize. Dani shouted. His first thought was whether Bayesian might have been exposed to radiation, prompting him to call her. "Director? Apologies, I have just conducted a detailed comparative analysis. And today's laboratory explosion was due to dark energy. Have you experienced any abnormal symptoms?" Bayesian responded calmly, "No, I believe not. The chairman fears my deep fascination with dark energy may lead to complications and has insisted I take anti-radiation medication. Therefore, you must check your health status. I hope to have the authority to seal off the research bureau." Bayesian indicated she would report to the chairman, noting that Central City had entered a state of emergency. She then accessed the surveillance of the research bureau, ordering the immediate lockdown of the laboratory where the explosion had occurred, preventing all personnel, including robots, from exiting. While on the phone, Dani monitored the laboratory surveillance. To the naked eye, there appeared to be no significant changes. Only Beihua was incessantly chattering, exhibiting an unnatural demeanor, while the others appeared to be diligently occupied. This struck him as peculiar. So he utilized the camera to contact the terminal and discovered that the radiation levels had alarmingly reached hazardous thresholds. Dark radiation accumulates gradually. Immediate action is imperative. At this moment, Bayesian suddenly called. She informed Dani that if there were dark matter within the laboratory, it must be securely sealed and collected, as our arc on Mars urgently requires super energy for evolutionary propulsion. She mentioned that she was in the process of creating specialized nanoscopic sealed containers and urged Dani to don protective gear before entering the laboratory to assess the condition of the staff. Dani swiftly complied, donning a protective suit equipped with an oxygen tank and outfitted Jian as well. He then proceeded to the storage area, retrieving 4 additional protective suits for the 2 staff members and 2 robotic assistants within the laboratory. In a hurried rush, they arrived at the laboratory, exclaiming loudly, "Hurry! Don the protective suits." Chapter 19. The fright Dani sat quietly at his desk, his profound gaze fixed upon the computer screen, his fingers dancing nimbly over the keyboard. He had just established contact between Jian and the indoor robot Beihua and was now awaiting a response. Turning his gaze outside, he observed the tranquil streets of Central City, bathed in sunlight that reflected dazzling rays. People strolled leisurely along the roads, savoring the splendid weather, while vehicles moved in an orderly fashion, devoid of the usual congestion and clamor. Dani inhaled deeply, relishing the serene atmosphere. With measured steps, he and Jian proceeded towards the laboratory where the incident had occurred. Jian opened the sealed door, revealing the laboratory in disarray. Beihua and another staff member were frantically scratching their hair, their wide eyes brimming with terror. Meanwhile, Beihua sat with her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought, leaning forward in her chair as if on the verge of collapsing. Jian approached Beihua cautiously, attempting to assist her. Suddenly, Beihua sprang up, lunging at Dani in a frenzy. Jian, quick-witted, seized Beihua's arm, halting her actions. Dani promptly tossed 2 specialized protective suits, commanding, "Hurry, put these on." He then instructed the robot to assist their master in donning the suits while closely monitoring their movements. Observing the 2 individuals affected by radiation, their senses gradually dulled. Jian guarded Dani, remaining vigilant. Dani recognized the necessity for immediate, stringent measures to prevent further harm from their erratic behavior. Consequently, he and Jian restrained Beihua and the other staff member to their chairs to avert any potential self-harm or harm to others. Shortly thereafter, Beijing arrived with a team clad in heavy protective suits and goggles. They commenced their work by utilizing specialized radiation detectors to assess the scene, prioritizing the sealing of items with elevated radiation levels. Following the explosion, Dani had ordered all equipment that had been exposed to the blast to be consolidated. As radiation would gradually spread outward, the furniture situated at the edges of the room, being further from the epicenter of the explosion, exhibited relatively lower radiation levels. Subsequently, Beihua and another female staff member were secured onto stretchers and delicately carried out of the room by Beijing and her team. Beijing then directed her subordinates to remove the 2 radiation-contaminated robots and any remaining items. She specifically instructed Dani to meticulously check if Jian had been affected by radiation. Dani thoroughly cleaned the now-emptied laboratory, sealing the door to prevent further entry. He then accompanied Jian into the radiation decontamination chamber, where they both shed their outer garments and underwent a thorough decontamination shower from head to toe. Beijing had mysteriously vanished, akin to a wisp of smoke after acquiring new dark matter. This left Dani somewhat apprehensive. However, he was well aware of Beijing's character and dedication. Knowing that she was undoubtedly engrossed in the development of the new propulsion system for the Mars Arkansas, Dani understood that this unwavering dedication and passion for scientific research was precisely what made Beijing so captivating. Although their relationship had grown exceedingly intimate, he recognized the importance of not overly interfering with her work. Thus, Dani chose to wait silently, yearning for the day when he could once again behold the vibrant Beijing. Days turned into weeks, and still, Dani received no news from her. Yet, he did not relinquish hope. Instead, he continued to monitor the progress of the Mars Ark and sought information through various channels. At last, on a splendid morning, Dani received a call from Beijing. "I did it." Her excited voice resonated through the receiver. "We can activate the new propulsion system for the Mars Ark." Dani sensed the joy in her tone and could not help but feel a swell of pride for her. They had faced countless challenges together, and now they were one step closer to their goal. After hanging up, Dani hastened to the laboratory to share in this exhilarating moment. After several days of observation, Jian found no anomalies. Dani meticulously examined her memory and chips, eager to send her companion for radiation elimination. His colleague teased him, calling him a coward. "My situation is entirely different. Jian was behind you at the time, unlike Beihua and the others who remained in the lab." Speaking of Beihua brought a tinge of regret to Dani. This ambitious girl. If only she hadn't tried to ingratiate herself with Beijing by overstepping her bounds to assist in experiments, things might have turned out differently. Dani believed that had Beihua asked him even once, he could have prevented the tragedy that ensued. Alas, those who are self-righteous often stumble. Now, the threat loomed once more. Its eruption unknown. The graduation exams for this year's students concluded swiftly, and Qixiang brought news of her remarkable achievement, ranking 7th across the entire planet. Dani contemplated summoning her to replace Beihua. When Beijing finally emerged from the laboratory, beaming with joy, Dani broached the subject of recruiting Qixiang and inquired of the director. "I wish to marry Qixiang and also want to recruit her as my subordinate. Do you think that is appropriate?" Beijing, in high spirits, responded with a smile. "If you have made that decision, I believe you can excel in it. What could possibly be wrong?" They shared a knowing laugh. Dani resolved to marry Qixiang first. though Beijing granted him only 3 days off, as the Research Bureau required his oversight. The Fourth Solar System Research Conference was to convene in 3 days, and Beijing insisted on personally inspecting Pluto's thrusters and, on the return journey, visiting Uranus to observe the solar system's Arkansas. Chairman Pompey had also been deliberating over which individuals would be suitable to board the Arkansas. Upon returning to his hometown, Dani first discussed his marriage plans with his parents, and then De Gao and Bo Yin went to propose to the Keeman family. 3 days after returning home, Dani and Kaxiang celebrated their wedding. Qingfu officiated the ceremony, cheerfully remarking, "I presided over your parents' wedding as well. We Martians are diligent and brave, and our fine traditions will surely be passed down through generations." Dani gazed happily at the beautiful Kaxiang, his heart brimming with joy. The wedding venue was filled with guests, all witnesses to this moment of bliss. On their wedding night, Dani embraced Kaxiang, whispering, "My dear, thank you for choosing to marry me. No matter what challenges we encounter in the future, we shall face them together." Kaxiang gently responded, "Rest assured, my husband, I shall always remain by your side." After their marriage, bidding farewell to their families, Dani brought Kaxiang to the Research Bureau. He introduced her to the work conducted there, hoping she would join him in striving for the future of humanity. Kaxiang readily agreed, expressing her eagerness to work alongside Dani. Thus, Kaxiang became Dani's new colleague. Beijing called to congratulate them on their nuptials and welcomed Kaxiang to the Research Bureau. She also sent over the blueprints for the solar system's arc propulsion system, urging Dani to conduct functionality tests on the Martian arc and propose modifications. "What of the thrusters?" Dani inquired. "They have been launched, but news will not return for another decade," Beijing sighed, lamenting the vastness of the cosmos and the effort required with each step forward. "The second propulsion system is ready. Now we must further study the power mechanisms. I informed the Minister of Mercury about the previous laboratory explosion, and he too deems it unusual, advising me to remain vigilant." Beijing paused before saying, "Dani, if you have the time, come visit Beihua. She has changed completely. Even the chairman is perplexed as to her current condition." "Very well," Dani agreed, deciding to first inspect the Martian ark. Believing that safeguarding the ark was essential for any semblance of a future. Accompanied by his wife Kaxiang, Dani examined the entire ark, a vessel that embodies the hope for a new home on Mars. Kaxiang, having never seen an ark before, was awestruck by the colossal spacecraft gleaming with metallic luster. Dani playfully pinched her cheek, informing her that this ark would house tens of thousands of inhabitants, equipped with cargo holds, ecological life support systems, medical bays, and armories. In fact, the armory also contained small spacecraft bays, while the cockpit was fitted with computer terminals and drone compartments, rendering the structure exceedingly complex. Due to its immense size and power requirements, the propulsion system was still undergoing enhancements. "Let me verify the survival data," Dani said, instructing Kaxiang, her robot, and Jian to record the data from the reconnaissance drones, ensuring that Beijing's propulsion system had not detected any dark radiation. The ark was equipped with an automated monitoring system, which was systematically activated for verification. "No issues were found," Kaxiang exclaimed with a smile. Dani embraced her shoulders and led her to see Beihua, stating, "Because we encountered problems." A month had passed since the laboratory explosion, and Dani was uncertain of what Beihua had become. Beijing merely reminded him to check on her, and Dani, feeling despondent, resolved to take Kaxiang with him. "Do you remember what Qingfu mentioned about Beihua? I have heard of her. Beihua is renowned for her tenacity. After her failed marriage proposal to Funian, she married someone else long ago. Is she still unmarried?" Dani sighed. "She continues to assert herself at the Research Bureau. I truly do not understand her motivations as a woman. It has been a month since the accident during her experiment, and I have not seen her. Director Bei instructed us to visit her in the hospital. Let us go." Beihua had been placed in the psychiatric ward of the Martian hospital by Director Beijing. After Dani presented his credentials, a doctor accompanied him. "Why is she confined to the psychiatric ward?" Dani questioned, perplexed. The doctor led them to a secluded room, pointing to a small glass window on the door, inviting them to observe at their leisure or utilize the terminal to view the entire interior. She could no longer speak normally. Director Bei stated that she had suffered from excessive radiation, thus the room was completely isolated. It was presumed that her recovery was unlikely, as the physiological characteristics of a normal person had largely vanished. She was unable to eat properly, though she could consume food. Her manner of doing so was quite grotesque. Kaxiang had been peering through a small window while they conversed. Although she had never seen Beihua, a woman of remarkable intelligence pursued fervently by wealthy suitors would surely possess an extraordinary demeanor. As Kaxiang prepared to speak to Beihua, she was taken aback to find her hunched against the wall and instinctively rapped lightly on the glass. To her astonishment, Beihua turned around, revealing a visage that was exceedingly ghastly, pallid, drooling at the corners of her mouth, with bloodshot eyes reminiscent of a legendary demon, and she lunged towards the glass. Startled, Kuxiang let out a sharp scream, and behind her, Dani swiftly embraced her while also gazing inside. They witnessed Bei Huan gnashing her teeth at the door, bereft of any rationality. What on earth was happening? Dani was evidently shaken as well. The doctor appeared helpless, stating that they had not ceased administering medication. Yet her condition was spiraling further out of control. Had it always been this severe? Indeed, Commander, since her arrival. She has been incapable of expressing her will and has exhibited a vacant demeanor, gradually escalating to this state, despite various pharmacological interventions. We have adhered to regulations, maintaining strict isolation. It should solely be radiation exposure, with no other injuries sustained. Chapter 20. Treatment. Seeing Dani's distress, the doctor softly remarked that it was a situation that instilled fear in everyone. Dani inquired if the pharmacological treatment first required the elimination of radiation effects, noting her apparent aggressiveness. Since her admission, efforts have been directed towards reducing radiation levels, yet the medications have proven ineffective. Her mental state has completely deteriorated, and most alarmingly, she has taken to biting. Initially, 2 patients presented similarly, yet the other, though mentally impaired, displayed no aggression. The doctor glanced at Dani, seemingly seeking confirmation that she was listening. Dani nodded in response, urging the doctor to continue. In the initial days following their admission, Beijun had administered radiation removal for both of them, yet they had persistently refused nourishment, exhibiting signs of agitation. At that time, Beihua had incessantly growled. After administering nutritional fluids and anti-inflammatory treatments, both had settled into a quiet slumber for the night. However, on the 3rd morning, the doctor observed through the terminal that Beihua's head was resting on the neck of the other patient, an unsettling sight. Upon utilizing a mechanical arm to separate them, it was discovered that Beihua was covered in blood, while the other had shown no signs of life. Subsequently, as you may have heard, the doctor remotely operated to gently lower the isolation door, confining Beihua within. Upon awakening, she began to frantically assault the isolation door, emitting a series of roars. We will procure additional nutritional fluids to be administered through a tube, which may temporarily pacify her. Dani inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Noticing Beihua's still wild gaze, she glared menacingly at those outside, as if warning them to keep their distance. Enhanced management was imperative. She posed a threat to others. Dani made a decisive call. The doctor nodded in agreement, suggesting that she be isolated further, but that a solution must be sought, as confinement could not be a permanent measure. Subsequently, Dani and the doctor relocated Beihua to a secluded, sealed chamber, replete with various surveillance devices. What measures were taken regarding the body of the other employee? Dani was acutely aware of the perils associated with the diffusion of dark matter and harbored concerns regarding the improper handling of the deceased employee's remains. The physician explained that they had stringent regulations prohibiting proximity to irradiated corpses. However, this particular body held significant scientific research value, and after consulting with the family, it was retained. Although the family persistently requested the ashes, the higher authorities did not grant approval, leading to the creation of a lifelike robotic replica of the deceased, which was presented to the family. Later, when we sought permission from Director Bei to conduct further research on the body, she declined, ordering that the remains be sealed and removed immediately. Dani hoped for the doctors to delve deeper into their research, seeking a cure for Beihua. Meanwhile, in the isolation chamber, Beihua occasionally emitted low growls, her gaze filled with madness and confusion. Upon returning to the research bureau, Dani first sought out Beijun to inquire about the deceased employee's remains. Beijun indicated that she had matters to attend to and needed to report to the chairman, inviting Dani to accompany her to hear the details of the meeting. Chairman Pang Bei remained busy at his desk, looking up at the two of them. Beijun shared the news of the successful launch of the first propulsion unit, her face radiating uncontainable joy and pride. However, when she mentioned the need to wait another decade to see results, a flicker of resignation and determination crossed her eyes. A decade would indeed be a prolonged wait, yet it was a necessary journey we must undertake. Taking a deep breath, Beijun continued, articulating that the significance of this project transcended immediate success. It lay in the possibilities for the future. Every effort we invest now would lay a solid foundation for humanity's exploration of the unknown and the creation of tomorrow. With the experience gained from the first propulsion unit, the second unit had undergone extensive experimentation and comparison, achieving remarkable advancements. She was confident that through continuous research and development, the second propulsion unit would approach perfection. That is splendid news, the chairman exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. to which Beijun eagerly nodded in agreement. Dani reported that their ark had passed inspection with flying colors and was ready for a test flight to evaluate the power system. He pondered aloud. Recalling his visit to the hospital where he had seen 2 staff members, Beihua was still undergoing treatment, while the other had succumbed to death. We remain uncertain about how dark matter is eliminated. The prolonged sealing of the body also seems unsafe. What are your thoughts? The chairman replied with gravity, stating that the body had been irradiated and could not be retained. If incinerated carelessly, it might trigger a dark matter eruption. I recommend interring it in a cement coffin. First cremating the remains within, and then sealing and burying it deeply. This method would be less conspicuous. Beijun contemplated this and proposed that they could undertake both actions simultaneously. Incinerate the body, securely encase the ashes in a small casket, and then transport it to another planet during the Ark's power tests for deep burial. They could then mark the site and check for dark matter leakage during subsequent power evaluations. Dani agreed that this was a sound approach, and Chairman Pang Bei did not object, merely suggesting it be placed on a planet beyond the Centaurus constellation, as both too far and too close would be inappropriate. Dani and Beijun commenced preparations for the cremation of the body, carefully placing the remains into a specially designed incinerator, watching as the flames gradually consumed the deceased's form. During the testing phase of the Ark's propulsion system, a small casket containing ashes was transported to a distant planet and buried deep beneath the surface. After completing this task, Dani felt a slight sense of solace. However, the threat of dark matter still loomed large. Continued research was imperative to discover a means to eradicate its influence entirely. Simultaneously, Dani kept a vigilant eye on Beihua's condition, hoping to uncover a path to her healing. 2 years later, Qixiang gave birth to a daughter, resembling Dani closely. With fair skin and robust health, Dani was filled with joy, now, nearly every weekend. He returned to the countryside to spend time with his child and reunite with his family, relishing in the joys of family life. His daughter was soon to take her first steps, prompting Dani to take her on walks to explore areas further from home or to visit neighbors. The Martian wilderness, strewn with dead branches, served as a valuable resource for the Martians, who viewed them as material for printing. Mars, vast and desolate, was sparsely populated. Under its beautiful dome, shuttles darted about like shooting stars. In this wilderness, the terrifying roars of beasts occasionally echoed across the open fields, instilling a sense of dread in those who heard them. These creatures might be the sovereigns of this land, thriving and reproducing in the harsh environment, having adapted to Mars' unique climate and terrain. The wilderness was lush with green grass and shrubs, concealing a variety of berries and beautiful fungi within the verdant flora. Occasionally, mutated hemp stalks could be found, regarded as premium household materials, albeit in scarce supply. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the greenery. In the past, Dani had skillfully navigated through this lush vegetation, laughing and playing with friends. His laughter had been bright and melodious. They would chase each other, exuberantly unleashing their vitality and joy. Occasionally, they paused their play to observe the blossoms of plants, discussing the various uses of different branches. Now, cradling his precious daughter, Dani continued to be enchanted by the natural beauty of his homeland. His skin condition had significantly improved. After the birth of his daughter, he exuded a calm demeanor, standing tall and robust, embodying the essence of masculinity. Nevertheless, he still wore nanoskin, keeping the secret from Qixiang. Today, on a whim, he inquired of his companion. "Is my daughter adorable?" The companion replied, "I believe she surpasses you, for her skin is flawless, indicating that she has achieved the genetic evolution you lacked." "I do not comprehend what makes humans adorable. I only know your daughter is superior," the companion remarked, prompting Dani to quip, "You must be low on power. How can a daughter surpass a man? Especially a man like me?" The companion stubbornly insisted, "It is because she is your descendant, and her genetic evolution is quite perfect. You seem to lean towards a preference for sons." Dani shook his head. "This matter is beyond discussion." "Very well, if it cannot be discussed. I shall visit Beihua next week at work. She is truly a genetic failure." "What do you mean?" Dani questioned. "You are speaking oddly today," the companion responded. "I feel that after her dark transformation, the disparity compared to my situation is too vast. In my eyes, she is a failure. Why don't you just end her?" "She is human." Dani pondered for a moment and conceded that, out of curiosity, he too was eager to learn what fate awaited her. "When you mentioned failure, did you mean her inability to regain her sanity?" "Through careful observation, I discerned that Beihua's life signs were anomalous. If I were to render a judgment, she should have already succumbed to brain death." Dani was taken aback. "Brain death? Goodness, she is barely in her 20s, and normal Martians can live for 800 years. Is she not a living corpse?" "Deep down, I hoped that through treatment, Beihua could reclaim her health, perhaps even acquire some extraordinary abilities. However, my companion asserted that her darkening process had long since concluded and, after extensive cleansing, it was implausible that any radiation remained. The outcome was singular. The dark radiation must have endowed her with some peculiar traits, the nature of which eluded my imagination. I believed she was effectively deceased, at least in terms of her rationality. It should be permissible to consider euthanasia, yet her research value is immensely significant, and the doctors would undoubtedly oppose the casual implementation of such measures. Dani contemplated further. If Beihua possessed unique traits, did that not signify she was still alive? What then? Does this paradox of being both dead and alive truly signify? It was imperative to delve into the doctor's assessment of her treatment. I planned to visit her next week, hoping the physicians would provide a rational explanation. Chapter 21. Beihua's fate. Dani picked up his daughter and began the journey home, as Kaxiang waved to him from their doorstep. Since her pregnancy and subsequent childbirth, Kaxiang had gradually returned to family life, reducing her time spent at the research bureau alongside Dani by more than half. Nevertheless, their relationship remained strong, and they were even contemplating having another son. For a long time, Beijing had been responsible for managing promotions and salary increases for everyone in the bureau. Employees at the research bureau with capabilities akin to Dani's could ascend rapidly within the ranks. However, those who merely played the role of an inconspicuous assistant often found themselves relegated to a base salary. The social welfare system on Mars was commendable, ensuring that at least one member of each household was allocated government employment. Each new family was assigned a plot of land, a robotic butler, and a smart 3D printer by the government. Families relied on their smart printers. By simply collecting materials in the wilderness, they could adequately provide for their daily needs. Food could be cultivated and consumed within their estate. Bartering was the prevalent mode of exchange among people, with only a handful of interstellar merchants engaging in trade. Beihua's parents were ordinary workers in Central City. Within Central City, any employee of the Research Bureau held a higher status than those in other sectors, a distinction that manifested in various privileges. Working at the Research Bureau came with complimentary accommodation and meals. Even those subsisting solely on a base salary could live comfortably for a lifetime. Beihua's family took great pride in her position at the Research Bureau. She had always been competitive and ambitious, but now, in this limbo of existence, Dani could only wish for her to remain in this state of suspension. This past Monday, with some free time, Dani resolved to visit Beihua. The last time he had done so was 2 years prior, accompanied by Kaxiang, who had been so terrified that they had left in haste. Subsequently, he had dealt with another employee's remains alongside Beijing. Compounded by the absence of better treatment options for Beihua, Dani had been deliberately waiting for a turning point in the situation. However, now, his companion had suggested that euthanizing Beihua would ensure everyone's safety, leaving Dani in a state of hesitation. He ultimately decided to seek the counsel of a physician. That evening, Dani ventured to the hospital alone. Upon their initial encounter, the doctor lamented, recounting the troublesome incidents caused by Beihua. The physician had been concerned that administering excessive nutritional injections could jeopardize her gastrointestinal health. Thus, he opted to periodically provide solid food, which was delivered through a mechanical arm from a pipeline. Beihua adamantly rejected fruits and vegetables, subsisting solely on an ample meat diet. After several weeks, on one occasion during her meal, an unexpected mouse had somehow infiltrated the feeding pipeline and slipped into the mechanical arm. The doctor watched in horror as Beihua seized the rodent and consumed it alive. Consequently, they ceased offering fruits and vegetables, resorting only to semi-cooked meat, as the combination of fruits and cooked meat had repeatedly attracted mice, leading to Beihua's subsequent live consumption of them. Sighing deeply in disappointment and frustration, Dani expressed his intent to inquire about the nature of Beihua's affliction. The doctor admitted he could not provide clarity. After much contemplation, Dani pondered whether it was morally justifiable to consider euthanasia for Beihua. The physician affirmed that it was indeed feasible, provided the family consented. He explained that should she remain in this state for an extended period, recovery was impossible. Dani resolved to seek the family's agreement, reaching out to them via telephone. He first affirmed that Beihua was a bright and eager learner. He then conveyed the grim reality that Beihua had lost all hope for recovery and was suffering greatly. He urged them to comprehend that rather than witnessing their daughter endure a painful existence, it would be more dignified to allow her to pass away peacefully. Beihua's parents, overwhelmed with grief, ultimately acquiesced in their anguish. Dani promptly inquired whether they would be willing to conceive another child and assured them that the Research Bureau would provide all necessary assistance in utilizing scientific advancements for further offspring. He comforted them with the belief that their future children would be even more exceptional. Subsequently, the doctor prepared to facilitate Beihua's serene departure from this world. 2 days later, As the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating Dani's industrious silhouette, he was wholly absorbed in deliberating the configurations of the Arc mech, striving to devise the most impeccable solution. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the urgent ringing of his phone. Dani picked up the device, noting the hospital's number displayed, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Upon answering, the doctor's anxious voice conveyed, "Report, sir. We have encountered some challenging issues and are unable to complete the procedure." Dani immediately set aside his work and hurried to the hospital. Upon arriving at the isolated area where Bei Hua was confined, her condition appeared unchanged. Dani pointed towards the frantically screaming Bei Hua and inquired about the situation. The doctor, visibly tense, explained that they had attempted several euthanasia methods over the past 2 days, yet none had succeeded in allowing her to pass away as her companions had. "Oh, please elaborate. I wish to know everything." A colleague suggested conducting a comprehensive scan of Bei Hua's bodily data to gain insights. Thus, Dani requested the doctor to activate the holographic imaging device and perform a full-body scan of Bei Hua. The doctor complied and continued, stating that their initial approach involved a drug injection, administering a muscle relaxant and potassium chloride, yet she had not succumbed. Considering the patient had been administered sedatives for an extended period, only later to supplement with additional sedatives without any observable effect. In summary, Bei Hua's muscles exhibited not only an absence of pain, but also a remarkable ability to neutralize toxins. The second attempt involved electric shocks. Typically, a normal person would at least lose consciousness from such intense electric shocks, yet upon application to her, smoke emanated from her form while she remained frenzied, screaming uncontrollably. The third trial utilized poisonous gas. Within her sealed chamber, the release of toxic gas was particularly alarming. At first, she lay still on the ground, seemingly immobile. But as we extracted the gas in preparation to envelop her and confine her within a specially designed coffin, she sprang up and was capable of launching an attack. We proposed a comprehensive autopsy. This, I must discuss with Bei Jun. After hearing this, Dani contemplated and conferred with Bei Jun over the phone. After relaying the physician's words to Bei Jun, Dani expressed the necessity of dissecting Bei Hua, provided it did not violate ethical standards. A colleague reminded Dani that a recent holographic scan revealed Bei Hua possessed an extraordinary resistance to toxins, likely a result of prolonged medication, and that electric shocks and poisonous gas were insufficient to terminate her. It seemed the radiation from dark matter had partially metallicized her musculature. A crystal had evolved in her brain, capable of controlling her movements through cerebral influence. I was eager to obtain this crystal. Dani did not respond immediately. Bei Jun remained silent on the phone, contemplating before she declared, "Decapitation. First, behead her, then proceed with the autopsy." Dani hung up and instructed the doctor to first sever Bei Hua's head using a mechanical arm. Bei Hua's body was cleaved into 2 parts, head and torso. Under Dani's direction, even the robots donned full protective gear as they transported the remains to another specialized chamber for the doctors to analyze. Dani, by this point, had donned protective clothing, remaining a scientist at heart. As the robots gently placed Bei Hua's severed head upon the surgical table before Dani, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire scene. Dani's eyes widened as he gazed upon the head, where the eyes still exhibited movement and the mouth intermittently opened and closed, stirring a chill within him. The head seemed to possess a life of its own, its eyes scanning the surroundings with an expression of inexplicable dread and despair. The mouth would occasionally part, seemingly attempting to convey something, yet only managing to emit a silent scream. The once familiar visage had transformed into something foreign and terrifying, causing Dani to tremble involuntarily. The lights surrounding the surgical table were glaringly bright, illuminating every minute expression and movement of the head. Dani could distinctly observe the muscles of Bei Hua's face twitching slightly, as if she were still enduring immense agony. Dark, viscous blood oozed from the severed neck, pooling into a dense mass, exuding a strong metallic odor. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the mechanical sounds of the robots and the movements of the head, causing Dani's breathing to quicken. He endeavored to calm himself, yet the scene before him relentlessly assaulted his psyche, leaving him ensnared in profound fear. Taking a deep breath, Dani grasped the surgical knife and cautiously incised Bei Hua's scalp. He beheld the crystal mentioned by his colleague. It was the size of a ring's face, emanating an eerie glow. Once the crystal was extracted, the head began to decay rapidly, succumbing to rot. Dani unfastened the necklace adorning his chest and retrieved the companion along with its nanocapsule. Biting his lip, he ultimately decided to place the crystal alongside the capsule. He was uncertain whether to open the capsule next, awaiting his companion's response. After a prolonged wait, Dani observed a line of text on the small screen of his nanosuit. The companion informed him that it had absorbed sufficient energy and that the crystal could be stored away. Dani promptly retracted the companion and instructed Jian to secure the crystal. He calmly composed a detailed electronic report for Beijing, meticulously documenting the facts concerning Beihua's muscle metallization and the complete darkening of her blood and viscera. However, he chose to deliberately conceal the crystal within her skull, as he found himself unable to provide an explanation. Chapter 22. The unexpected. Dani silently piloted the Ark, his mind a tumult of thoughts. He reminisced about the process of handling Beihua's remains, the scene vividly replaying in his memory. As before, he was to transport the ashes to that clandestine burial site. The Ark sped through the vast and boundless starry expanse, resembling a brilliant meteor. Dani sat quietly in the cockpit, his gaze fixed on the horizon, deep and focused. He refrained from informing Beijing, opting to shoulder this significant responsibility alone. At that moment, the computer interface before him seemed to echo the unease and anxiety dwelling within his heart. His thoughts gradually drifted back to the enigmatic crystal, its peculiar glow and the companion's profound attachment to it, all shrouded in endless mystery. This crystal appeared remarkably distinct, plunging Dani into a state of deep confusion. Following meticulous detection by the radiation probe, they discovered that the radiation emitted by the crystal within Beihua's skull was exceedingly faint, posing no substantial harm to the human body. Thus, Dani carefully placed the crystal beside the companion, relieved that its small size allowed it to be stored within the necklace without imposing too great a burden. After the last feeding, the crystal had indeed diminished in size. Dani surmised that the companion had finally found a means to recharge itself. As the Ark neared the burial site, Dani, exercising caution, anchored it at a distance from the hidden celestial body. He then deployed a reconnaissance drone while donning his protective suit, his footsteps heavy upon the silent earth. With meticulous attention, he interred Beihua's sealed casket deep within the ground, silently praying that she might find peace in another realm. Suddenly, an alarm from the drone pierced the stillness, reporting an explosion at the site of a previously buried sarcophagus. This was yet another disheartening revelation. A sense of urgency surged within Dani as he hastily marked Beihua's burial point and turned to return to the Ark. He conducted a thorough disinfection of the vessel and commanded the system to perform an automatic comprehensive virus scan. Simultaneously, he summoned the reconnaissance drone to collect soil samples from the explosion site. As he retrieved the drone, he exercised utmost caution, using the mechanical arm to secure the sealed box, packaging it together with the drone's collected materials. An unsettling anxiety gripped him as he gazed at the sky. The surroundings were tranquil and desolate, devoid of trees, birds, or any creatures, just him and the parched earth beneath his feet. The pressure mounted inexorably. Beihua's death had already left a painful ache in Dani's heart. The mysterious crystal and the companion's obsession with it further exacerbated his unease. As he pondered the entirety of the incident, he scrutinized the self-check report of the Ark system, yet found no anomalies. This revelation provided Dani with a modicum of reassurance. For the safety of the Ark was paramount. Once he confirmed the Ark was intact, his worries began to dissipate. No longer hesitating, he promptly initiated preparations for the Ark's return journey. However, at that moment, his companion, who had been silent for an extended period, suddenly spoke up to deliver a startling piece of news. The explosion at the cemetery was not a result of human intervention, but rather the spontaneous combustion of dark matter within the ashes, which, after being buried underground for an extended period, had accumulated sufficiently to ignite. This explanation left Dani utterly astounded, and he recognized the imperative of taking every precaution to prevent similar occurrences in the future. The rational utilization of energy is a testament to scientific understanding, and a heightened awareness of safety is the foundation of scientific dissemination. Scientific knowledge is our bedrock for comprehending energy. Only through study and research can we grasp the characteristics, sources, and methods of utilizing different energy forms, thus enabling us to make informed decisions. Although nuclear energy possesses immense potential, it is accompanied by safety risks that necessitate stringent management and oversight. Now, with the recent discovery of dark energy, the crystallization of Beihua stands as a derivative of this dark energy, and the foremost task is to mitigate its radiation. Only by amalgamating scientific knowledge with a consciousness of safety can we harness energy more effectively, contributing to the advancement and progress of humanity. Dani sought his companion's assistance and first posed a question: how did the crystals come to be? The companion explained that the crystals originated as calcifications within Beihua's cranium, initially meant to absorb the flesh and blood within the skull as nourishment. When Beihua was exposed to radiation, the calcifications absorbed contaminated flesh and blood. As Beihua's mutation progressed at a pace surpassing that of the calcification's absorption, the muscle began to exhibit metallic properties, and the calcifications gradually became metallic by absorbing energy from Beihwa's body. Thus, had Beihua not been slain, the calcifications would have continued to harden. Their current hardness was nearly sufficient to resist contamination, rendering their toxicity relatively minor. However, they remained toxic stones birthed from a corrupted organism. Even if their hardness exceeded that of gemstones, they still belonged to the category of poisonous stones. Now fully enlightened, he resolved to devise a comprehensive plan to combat dark energy radiation and promote it through the Research Bureau on Mars. He conveyed his thoughts to his companion, emphasizing the need for a complete plan. Upon returning to Central City, with the aid of his companion, Dani was prepared. He approached Chairman Pompey, equipped with a sealed drone and soil samples. In the chairman's office, Pompey kindly inquired about the matter at hand. Dani presented the sealed box, revealing the soil's detection report regarding the spontaneous combustion of dark matter, and elaborated on the discovery of the crystallizations within Beihwa's cranium, as well as their utility for energy charging. Pompey's expression grew grave as he recognized the seriousness of the situation. The utilization of dark matter was undoubtedly a double-edged sword, possessing immense potential, yet equally perilous consequences. He pondered thoughtfully. Dani nodded, echoing the chairman's sentiments. Initially, both the Ark's propulsion system and his companion had achieved remarkable feats due to dark matter, and we were all elated. However, Beihwa's tragedy exposed the existence of these crystallizations, illustrating that without proper control over dark matter, it cannot be wielded lightly. Pompey pondered for a moment, recognizing the urgency of advancing dark matter research. If necessary, he could facilitate further collaboration between Bayesian and the scientists from Mercury. Your task is to elucidate the properties and applications of this crystallization. Concurrently, it is imperative to enhance monitoring of other regions to prevent similar incidents from occurring. Dani felt the weight of responsibility. He vowed to fully support the research efforts and broaden the dissemination of radiation safety knowledge, ensuring that his colleagues at the Research Bureau prioritize safety above all else, so that tragedies like Beihwa's would not happen again. Pompey placed a reassuring hand on Dani's shoulder, acknowledging the arduous task ahead. This is a formidable challenge, but I have faith in your capabilities. We cannot allow this unknown threat to persist. Dani's gaze was resolute. I understand, Chairman. For the future of humanity, we must confront this bravely. Upon leaving the chairman's office, Dani was imbued with a sense of mission. He resolved to begin with the study of the crystallization, delving deep into its characteristics and potential risks. Back in the laboratory, Dani convened a group of leading scientists to collectively explore the mysteries of the crystallization. Employing the most advanced instruments and techniques, they conducted a comprehensive analysis, gradually unveiling the enigmatic nature of the crystal. It became evident that the crystallization harbored an exceedingly rare dark matter energy, characterized by formidable drive and stability. However, the utilization of dark matter energy still posed numerous challenges. Dani understood the necessity of caution. He must deliberate on every step taken. Simultaneously, he intensified monitoring efforts in other regions. He dispatched additional detectors and patrols to ensure any anomalies would be promptly identified. Dani exhibited exceptional leadership and the qualities of a scientist. News arrived of Bayesian's collaboration with Mercury scientists in developing dark matter, heralding a breakthrough. They had created a new energy crystal reminiscent of the mysterious crystallization, yet devoid of organic transformation. This crystal, emulating the organic molecular structure of the mysterious crystal, was synthesized directly under a microscope using nanotechnology, yielding a high-energy industrial crystal comparable to dark matter energy stones. The introduction of this energy stone significantly enhanced the performance of the second propulsion system in the solar system, surpassing the first by 100-fold, while also optimizing the power sources for both the solar arc and the Martian Arkansas. Once the arc was fully constructed, Gong Changshuan meticulously organized an inspection that gathered leaders from all scientific research fields across the solar system. The purpose of this inspection was to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the arc project, ensuring its resilience against future challenges. The leaders, filled with reverence, boarded the arc, representing the pinnacle of intellect from various planets. They traversed through the different sections of the arc, meticulously observing every detail. From the colossal engines to the intricate life support systems, from advanced communication devices to the robust protective shell, everything captured their keen interest. During the inspection, the experts engaged in fervent discussions, sharing insights and perspectives. They lauded the design and technological sophistication of the arc, while also proposing constructive improvements. Each suggestion underwent thorough deliberation to guarantee the flawless operation of the Arkansas. This scientific expedition not only serves as an evaluation of the ARC project, but also embodies a convergence and exchange of wisdom. scientists have united their efforts, laying a robust foundation for humanity's future. Their dedication and fervor underscore an unwavering pursuit of scientific knowledge and a profound concern for the fate of humankind. In this moment brimming with hope, the Ark project shines with the brilliance of technology, bearing the aspirations of humanity as it embarks on an odyssey into the unknown cosmos. The launch base for Pluto's propulsion system, invigorated by the successful construction of the Ark and the continuous advancements of the second propulsion unit, is filled with enthusiasm and fervent anticipation. Since its launch, the first propulsion unit has maintained a stable flight status, and the feedback from the machinery remains promising. An unforeseen circumstance has arisen, however. The target star, which the first propulsion unit aims to reach, resides in a galaxy that has fallen prey to a black hole. The silver lining is that the propulsion unit need not exert excessive force, as the galaxy housing the target star will inevitably bombard the interior of the black hole. Chapter 23, Chaos. A decade after its launch, the first propulsion unit arrives at its designated star as scheduled. With its formidable power arm, it pierces the planetary crust like a sword, determined to conquer this uncharted territory. The intelligent terminal controls the target celestial body, propelling it like a comet through the void, resolutely heading towards the mysterious realm that, like a voracious demon, incessantly consumes collapsing planets. Surrounding this celestial body, other planets have been nearly entirely devoured by the black hole, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. In the vastness of the universe, this celestial body, laden with the hopes of humanity from the solar system, gradually approaches the black hole. Scientists at the Pluto base, through monitoring devices, witness the immense gravitational forces distorting the surrounding space beyond recognition. The propulsion unit automatically initiates the countdown to detonation. After being ensnared by the black hole's gravitational field, the celestial body drifts for nearly 16 months, encountering collisions with other celestial bodies that hinder its relentless advance. Finally, as it nears the core of the black hole, the first propulsion unit executes a violent nuclear explosion. Success! The propulsion unit has detonated. Cheers erupt within the base, and all join in applause. Following the explosion, the black hole's volume has nearly doubled, its structure shifting laterally. Upon observing this phenomenon, scientists are astonished to discover that the black hole's velocity towards the solar system has intensified. Commander Gong immediately orders preparations for the launch of the second propulsion unit, which must carry an entire galaxy to obliterate the black hole. With the enlarged black hole, the gravitational field of the explosion will also be more potent. Time is of the essence, and the second propulsion unit is launched. On Mars, Bayesian informs Pompey and Dani that the second propulsion unit will be in position within 2 years. President Pompey remains composed, stating that the black hole will expand even further after the second explosion, accelerating its flight speed. The Ark must be on standby, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Bayesian mentions that Commander Gong and the Minister of Mercury have commenced the construction of the third propulsion unit, which will be directly installed on one of Pluto's moons for a final strike. Our development of dark energy crystallization remains the last reliable safeguard. She glances at Dani, praising his invaluable contributions. Dani has transformed from the inexperienced youth he once was. His gaze is now profound and resolute, as if he can perceive all that lies ahead. Under the repeated influence of dark matter, he has matured into a composed and steady individual, exuding a formidable aura with every gesture that commands respect. There seems to be an intangible charm about him that draws people in, compelling them to gather around him and heed his direction and leadership. This charisma is not an innate trait, but rather a quality cultivated through relentless experience and trials. The current Dani has evolved into a true leader, embodying humility and courtesy. His stature tall and dignified. In interactions, he always wears a smile, his demeanor reflecting a refined politeness. In the workplace, he approaches his subordinates with patience and compassion, attentively listening to their opinions and suggestions, never easily losing his temper or adopting an arrogant stance. The team he leads is imbued with cohesion and unity, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of both efficiency and quality in their work. Dani, with his deep and magnetic voice, announces that the Mars Ark will soon be on standby. Urging the two leaders to finalize the list of those permitted to board the Arkansas, Bayesian gazes at him with admiration, appreciating his unwavering courage in the face of adversity. Bravely confronting challenges, Dani now shines like a brilliant star, illuminating the darkness around him. Dani, Bayesian declares, I have resolved to personally go to the front line of Pluto. Only by being at the base can I promptly relay the received information regarding the changes in the black hole to Mars. Once the chairman finalizes the personnel list, you will be responsible for executing this mission. Should we reach that critical juncture, when the Ark must set sail, You must bear the responsibility to lead the Martians in finding a new home. Upon hearing Bayesian's words, the three fell into a contemplative silence. The interstellar broadcasts from the solar system have been routinely disseminating news about the black hole, with the second booster nearing its target. The leadership maintains a unified silence. The ARC project is no longer a secret among the elite. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens, like Beihua's parents, engage in hushed discussions, speculating whether divine retribution may befall the world. The once mundane lives begin to shimmer with an undercurrent of unease. Dani continues to return home every weekend to spend time with his parents and children. Qixiang accompanies him, steadfast in her commitment to physical training. He has become remarkably strong, embodying the stature of a successful individual. Occasionally, Dani invites Qixiang to join him at work, concealing his inner turmoil, fully aware that the second booster may very well fail to neutralize the black hole. The Minister of Mercury had been correct in stating that there are only 3 attempts. Observing the ramifications following the successful first booster, it appears to have marked the beginning of tragedy. If the second offensive results in an even larger black hole that engulfs the solar system, can the chairman's words about fleeing to Earth still hold any credibility? The ark, constructed by Mars, pales in comparison to the solar system's might. Would they then have to redirect their escape to Altair? Qixiang, sensing Dani's preoccupation, embraces his broad shoulders and inquires about his apparent unease. Is something troubling you? It's nothing. Just thoughts about work, he replies. Qixiang hopes to give Dani a son, believing that a perfect love is epitomized by 1 daughter and 1 son. Dani affectionately kisses her and acquiesces to her wishes. 24 months later, the second booster has arrived at its target planet. Much like the first time, the power mechanical arm delves into the crust, initiating its force. This time, it successfully propelled the planet and, relying on gravity, drew the galaxy toward the black hole. The objective has been achieved. Scientists exhaled in relief. At this moment, the leaders of the Scientific Bureau of the 9 planets of the solar system gathered at Pluto, eager to relay the first news back to their home planet. Would it be salvation or doom? The countdown was entirely dictated by the outcome of the second explosion. Dani, stationed on Mars, awaited the latest news from the second booster in silence. A sudden outbreak of a contagious disease swept across Mars, affecting nearly all ordinary towns except for Central City. In the Qixiang household, it began with the grandfather contracting the virus, which he passed on to Yanin, leading to his demise. Yanin remained gravely ill, and soon after, her brother Kelly and father fell victim to the virus at work, transmitting it to their neighbor Dago. Dago voluntarily isolated himself within his estate, safeguarding Qixiang and her daughter, as well as Boyan. After consulting with the chairman, Dani brought his mother, wife, and daughter to stay with him, and the family squeezed into a dormitory transformed into a 3-bedroom apartment. Other employees followed suit, collectively combating the epidemic while forming teams to carry out virus disinfection and rescue efforts in the towns. Investigations revealed that the virus was transmitted from wild animals to humans and evolved to become airborne after circulating among people for some time, leading to its widespread dissemination. Central City, with its independent dome, remained insulated from the outbreak, as doctors worked tirelessly day and night to develop vaccines, maintain air disinfection, and exterminate wild animals in large numbers. The outbreak was eventually brought under control. However, the virus had already spread to other planets, plunging the entire solar system into peril. News channels across the solar system were dominated by reports on the epidemic, which drastically reduced the population of planets, resulting in widespread chaos. Dani's primary role now was to calm the populace. In the aftermath of the epidemic, many individuals were left with lasting repercussions. Fortunately, Mars has ample habitable areas, allowing everyone to learn the art of self-isolation. Yet, the loss of loved ones left an indelible pain in the hearts of the survivors. After a period of recuperation and treatment, Keeman, Kelly, and Dago finally regained their health. They were vaccinated and returned to their respective duties, all the while remembering those who had once aided them, persistently striving to assist others through the ongoing challenges. After being apart from her husband for some time, Boyan longed to return to her rural home, her eyes revealing a yearning for the warmth of that cherished place, hoping everything would return to its former state. Boyan also placed great importance on the education of future generations. Dani's daughter, Defangfang, had learned a wealth of knowledge before starting school, all taught by her grandmother. Under the shadow of the epidemic, the school bells fell silent, yet classes did not cease. Online learning opened a new door for Defangfang. She focused intently on the screen, the teacher's voice resonating clearly as complex concepts were elucidated. Defangfang's notes were detailed and organized, and she actively participated in online discussions, sharing her insights with her classmates. Though she could not physically attend the classroom, her fervor for learning remained undiminished. Dani overheard a colleague mention that the virus had merely been temporarily vanquished and might resurface as the black hole approached. Consequently, Dani vehemently opposed her mother's departure from Central City, advocating instead for her relatives in the countryside to come and reside in the city. She urged Ku Xiang's mother to join her for recuperation, yet Yin declined, insisting that Ko-man remain by her side. Kelly finally concluded her prolonged romance, hastily marrying following her grandfather's recent passing, and subsequently established a new estate nearby. De Gao, unable to endure solitude in the countryside, ultimately chose to relocate to the city, temporarily residing in his son's dormitory. Standing atop a tall building, Dani surveyed the densely packed houses and throngs of people below. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he observed the hardships faced by the populace under the shadow of the pandemic. He had initially considered applying to build a new estate for his family, providing them with a more comfortable living environment. However, upon witnessing the city's plight, he reconsidered. He came to a profound realization. As an official, his duty extended beyond the pursuit of personal comfort and enjoyment. It was paramount to seek the welfare of the people. Dani resolved to be a selfless and dedicated official. He abandoned his aspiration for a new estate and devoted himself entirely to his work. He endeavored to enhance the city's infrastructure, fortify pandemic prevention measures, and offer greater assistance and support to the citizens. Immersing himself in the grassroots, he engaged with the populace to understand their needs and challenges, exerting every effort to address these issues. Through Dani's relentless endeavors, Central City gradually regained its vitality. The citizens expressed immense gratitude for his contributions and sacrifices, while Dani found profound contentment and tranquility in his selflessness. Chapter 24. Catastrophe. The second thruster constructed within the solar system exhibited extraordinary might. Its formidable gravitational pull exerted a profound influence on the surrounding celestial bodies, causing planets that passed by to be ensnared as if by an invisible hand, hastening toward the black hole. This celestial congregation soon spiraled into chaos, colliding indiscriminately. Some planets collided directly with the edge of the black hole, vanishing without a trace. Others engaged in violent collisions, triggering a series of earth-shattering explosions. The cosmos became shrouded in turmoil, transforming the once serene night sky into a scene of extraordinary ferocity and peril. Ultimately, after 3 years of proximity to the black hole's core, the second thruster detonated a year later, as anticipated. The cataclysm commenced, unleashing immense waves of dark energy that shattered nearby planets and rattled the core of the black hole. The core underwent a rapid collapse, intertwining the forces of implosion and explosion to generate a reverse thrust, prompting the remaining planets within the black hole to explode under the strain. In an instant, countless fragments of shattered planets, akin to a swarm of asteroids, hurtled toward the solar system. At that moment, the inhabitants of the outermost realms of Pluto, as well as the larger bodies of Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune, gazed in terror at the sky, witnessing the relentless approach of innumerable asteroids. In the fleeting moment of contact, their protective domes shattered and disappeared. Governments across the globe swiftly mobilized, urgently organizing defensive measures. In the face of such a vast multitude of asteroids, humanity's strength appears utterly insignificant. Cities lie in ruins, with an overwhelming loss of life, painting a picture of despair akin to the end of days. A handful of courageous souls have formed rescue teams, selflessly striving to save the injured. Yet their efforts amount to little more than a drop in the ocean. Humanity, still grappling with the pandemic, is now besieged by this cataclysmic disaster. The fate of these beleaguered individuals hangs in the balance, an uncertainty that looms large. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, due to their relatively smaller sizes and greater distances, find themselves shielded by larger planets and their satellites, which effectively block the onslaught of meteors, leaving the inhabitants merely startled, with no further devastation. Pluto, however, frequently endures meteor showers. This recent barrage, though both swift and abundant, has become a familiar occurrence for its residents, who have adeptly learned to evade such celestial threats. The numerous natural and artificial satellites surrounding Pluto serve as formidable barriers and collectors of meteoric debris. In a shrewd turn of fate, once the meteor storms subside, the inhabitants of Pluto will find themselves in possession of valuable ores to trade. Despite this optimism, the planet's protective dome has suffered significant damage, and the cities lie in a state of disarray. Considering the potential rampage of a black hole, Pluto stands as the outermost planet, poised to be the first to face annihilation. Scientists and government officials mobilize the citizens of Pluto, urging them to board various spacecraft to seek refuge on other worlds. Concurrently, the elite of Pluto are dispatched to the Ark in advance, while the government provides safe, complementary vessels for the urgent evacuation. One by one, the ships ascend, carrying the residents of Pluto away from impending doom. However, the sheer number of evacuees and the limited number of ships render the evacuation far from smooth. Amidst the chaos, a group of individuals stumbles upon a decrepit spaceship hidden among the rubble. Choosing to take a risk, they pilot this aging craft in hopes of escaping Pluto. Miraculously, despite its antiquity, the vessel successfully breaks free from Pluto's gravitational pull, venturing into the unknown reaches of space. On the Ark, the elites from the afflicted planets of Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune arrive one after another. With mixed emotions surrounding the results of the second propulsion system's assault, scientists are compelled to confront the current state of the black hole. It looms like a furious beast, its gaping maw of darkness directed toward the solar system. Within the Pluto base, Bajan sits before a vast screen, enveloped in silence. Gong Changshuan urges immediate notification to the elites of all planets to commence their descent onto the Ark, preparing for an imminent evacuation. The Minister of Mercury shouts for the third propulsion system to be activated swiftly. In the year following the onset of the meteor storm, the screen visibly displays the relentless advance of the black hole toward the solar system. The impending destruction looms as an inescapable reality. Gong Changshuan demands that the elites of each planet gather promptly at the Ark. Once assembled, they are to depart without delay. His voice resonates with resolve. The third propulsion system is launched with great haste, charging forth toward the black hole, its speed now doubled, having reached the very limits of possibility. Among the elite individuals from the various planets of the solar system, they gathered with fervor aboard the Ark, bringing with them an array of indigenous specimens and endangered species. These individuals bore witness to the destruction of their home by cosmic calamities, bidding a tearful farewell. Undeterred, they set their sights on the Altair star system in search of a new abode. On Mars, Dani and Xiang were also among the chosen elite to escape via the solar system's Ark, yet they declined the offer. Dani felt a profound obligation to fulfill the escape mission of the Martian Ark, having made a promise to Bajan that he would endure until the very end. Xiang, on the other hand, had recently discovered she was pregnant. Her husband was unwilling to leave, and thus she could not abandon him. However, her brother and his wife stepped in to replace her and Dani. Ultimately, Xiang's brother, Kelly, and his wife departed for the solar system's Ark, sending back messages that the Ark would soon embark. After a brief flight, communication would be severed. Farewell, dear relatives. Farewell, Mars and the solar system. At Dani's insistence, Degeo and Boyan joined him and his family in Central City, crowded together in Dani's dormitory. Xiang's mother had been in poor health, and Keeman had no choice but to remain home to care for her. Enduring the sorrow brought by the separation of the elite, the remaining inhabitants of each planet, having weathered calamities, began the arduous task of rebuilding their homes while fervently praying for peace. The third thruster propelled a moon of Pluto, making its final desperate attempts. After several weeks of flight, it entered the gravitational field of the black hole, accelerating towards its core with all its might, as had occurred in previous attempts. The black hole had now expanded several-fold, easily approaching the solar system, causing immediate chaos in the asteroid belt surrounding it. Initially, planets began to plummet, followed by the entire belt becoming dislodged. The solar system was besieged by the gravitational field of the black hole. In the instant of this invasion, the sun erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing frenzied solar winds interspersed with sunspots and dark matter, sweeping across the 9 major planets. Mercury, subjected to the intense pressure of solar winds, saw its moisture evaporate within 24 hours, leaving its surface completely cracked. Mercury perished. Venus erupted with volcanic fury under extreme temperatures and pressures, with lava flowing like rivers across its surface. Venus perished. Mars, already besieged by dark matter, now faced a deluge of it propelled by solar winds. Volcanic eruptions and earthquakes ravaged the planet, while the melting frost in the southern hemisphere transformed into swamps, and viruses re-emerged. Dani had anticipated such calamities. Upon receiving the first warning from the terminal, he had already managed to ferry a significant number of survivors onto the spacecraft. As the time for departure drew near, President Pompey remained seated in his office, calm yet resolute, initiating a video call to Dani. Dani, head to the Earth star. I have just confirmed that conditions there have slightly improved. Hold on for a few more days. After the explosion of the third thruster, the black hole will undoubtedly dissipate. Fly to the Earth star. After a few days, evaluate the situation to decide whether to stay or leave. Mr. President, are you aware that I am waiting for you to board the Ark? No, I shall remain. The Ark can only carry a few tens of thousands from Central City. The millions of Martians still cling to hope. With my presence, you can depart safely without inciting panic. I will do my utmost to ensure the first batch of Martians reaches the Earth star and return to retrieve the second group. We are leaving. Take care." Pompey affectionately waved goodbye, lifting her gaze as the Ark soared into the sky with a resounding roar, disappearing from sight after a few leaps. As the vessel took flight, a powerful force erupted from the engine, propelling the massive ship to accelerate rapidly towards Earth. Dani and his family stood by the window, watching their homeland recede into the distance, their hearts brimming with both anticipation and trepidation for the future. Kusyong wept bitterly, for her parents had not arrived in Central City in time to board the ship and accompany them to Earth. This farewell pierced her heart, her tears blurring her vision. "Mom, Dad," Kusyong whispered softly, her voice laden with endless sorrow and longing. Her parents were the pillars of her existence, and now they could not share this arduous journey with her. Dani gently embraced Kusyong's shoulders, reassuring her, "Do not cry, my dear. We shall start anew on Earth. Everything will be all right." Deep within the Pluto base, scientists fixated on their screens, their hearts heavy with despair. The relentless pull of the black hole strained the base, while the solar winds raged with ferocious intensity. The structures began to tremble, alarm bells ringing incessantly. Ultimately, the Pluto base could withstand neither the gravitational force of the black hole nor the high-pressure onslaught of the solar winds, leading to a catastrophic explosion. The scientists of the solar system did not live to witness the third thruster's detonation. They all perished in the calamity. A colossal shockwave swept through, engulfing everything in its path, smoke billowing and debris scattering. Dani, aboard the Ark, witnessed the base's explosion, followed swiftly by further detonations across Pluto. Pluto had fallen, and Beijing had sacrificed herself. After much struggle, Mars' dome ultimately succumbed, fracturing and disintegrating. Those exposed to the scorching radiation of solar winds met a grim fate. The protective shield of Central City could not withstand the fiery onslaught of solar flares. Network terminals and various robots overheated and ignited, culminating in a raging inferno that engulfed the city. In shock, Dani gazed at the fire hazard alerts on the satellite signals, tears welling in his eyes. He could not bear to believe he could never return to his homeland, nor accept the fall of Mars. The survivors aboard the Ark embraced one another, weeping inconsolably, enveloped in profound grief. Chapter 25. The disappearance of the black hole. Amidst the cries of anguish, the Ark flew towards Earth. Kusyong bore the agony of separation from her parents, holding tightly to Fong Fong, who nestled her head in her mother's embrace, offering comfort with her maturity. Bo Yin, suppressing her own tears, urged her, "You carry a child. You must restrain yourself and not succumb to despair." Dani hurried over, enveloping the mother and daughter in his arms while gently wiping Kusyong's tears. He held his wife and daughter tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. With a tremendous roar, the Ark entered Earth's atmosphere. At that moment, the planet was strewn with ruins and debris, the splendor of yesteryears long vanished. Yet, the inhabitants of the Ark remained undeterred. They stepped onto this unfamiliar yet daunting land with hope and courage. Dagao tenderly stroked his son's broad back, invigorated, taking over the helm of the Ark to navigate towards Earth. After several hours of flight amidst the chaos of debris and solar winds, the Ark hovered above the surface of Earth. At this moment, the crust of Earth is being subjected to the relentless forces of gravity and pressure, leading to mutual compression and multiple volcanic eruptions. Earthquakes and tsunamis ravage the oceans, pushing the planet to the brink of annihilation. The icebergs at the poles are melting under the solar winds, causing a catastrophic rise in sea levels that submerges vast expanses of land. The tumultuous waves of the ocean mercilessly batter coastal cities and villages, forcing people to flee their homes in search of higher ground for refuge. Meanwhile, the gravitational pull of a black hole has thrown Earth's magnetic field into disarray. Compasses no longer point towards true north, and electronic devices frequently malfunction, plunging the world into chaos as humanity faces unprecedented challenges. Dani, having navigated through the cosmos, struggles to ascertain a landing point. At this juncture, his companion reminds him that Earth has but one colossal satellite, which seems to be in danger of being consumed by the black hole. In a moment of clarity, he decides to position the Ark in front of Earth's satellite, leveraging the Ark's gravity and propulsion to secure the satellite in place. In the vast expanse of the universe, this enigmatic satellite, known to humanity as the Moon, resembles a tranquil gem orbiting the great planet of Earth. Its surface is adorned with a grayish hue, evoking feelings of coolness and serenity. In the shadowed regions devoid of sunlight, darkness prevails, filled with the unknown and the mysterious. As the sun sets, the Moon rises silently, casting a silvery glow that illuminates the surface of Earth. Its phases have become a symbol of human emotion and poetic inspiration. The moon has witnessed the evolution of life on Earth and the progression of human civilization. It serves as an inexhaustible muse for countless poets and artists, igniting their boundless creativity. Furthermore, it stands as a significant objective for astronomers exploring the mysteries of the cosmos, guiding advancements in science and technology. Its gravitational influence stabilizes ocean tides and maintains Earth's axial rotation, creating a conducive environment for life. The lunar surface, marked by craters, mountains, and lava flows, chronicles the violent collisions and volcanic activities from the early formation of the solar system. As the ark hovers between Earth and the moon, securing its position, Dani steadies the vessel, gaining a clearer understanding of Earth's condition. Until the black hole dissipates, he cannot afford to land recklessly. The gravitational connection among Earth, the ark, and the moon serves to mitigate the risk of being drawn away while shielding the ark from the perils of solar winds. This temporary sanctuary allows the ark to remain unharmed. After regaining his composure, Dani's mind conjures the image of his esteemed leader, President Pompey, filling him with remorse and self-reproach. Never before has he loathed his own helplessness as he does now. Yet, in the depths of his anguish, he clings to hope and faith in life. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he turns to his companion, his eyes shimmering with determination. "Could you please observe the situation on Mars through the satellite once more?" His voice carries a sense of devotion, as though this is his final glimmer of hope. His companion silently regards Dani, seemingly empathizing with his plight, yet delivers a disheartening message. "The magnetic field of Mars has become disordered. We can no longer receive any normal signals." His words compelled Dani to instinctively grasp a handful of his hair, a blend of resignation and sorrow washing over him as he truly felt the depths of despair. "You must do something, please help," Dani shouted in agitation. The companion maintained his characteristic robotic calmness, responding to him. Upon hearing the word "can," which seemed to echo like a lifeline to a drowning man, Dani's eyes ignited with a spark of hope as he looked expectantly at his companion. The companion continued, "Because our ark operates on a local network, I must first scan the artificial satellites to establish contact with the planetary satellites amidst this chaos." Dani wished for the companion to connect to the network of the advanced AI, Jean, to control her. However, the companion refused, stating, "No. Jean is a sophisticated artificial intelligence with her own cognitive processes. Intruding on her network would lead to a struggle over resources, resulting in mutual destruction." "Oh, I see. I have an idea," Dani quickly exclaimed, commanding Jean to utilize the ark's resources to print a physical form for the companion, bestowing upon him a handsome visage. Soon, with Jin's assistance, the companion was transformed into a tangible robot. Dani removed his own nanodermis and dressed the companion in it. As he caressed the nanodermis, which he had worn for many years, waves of nostalgia and gratitude for Beijing surged within him. He said tenderly, "Hey, my friend, this nanodermis was a gift from Beijing. I regret not having transformed you into a robot sooner. Now, I bestow it upon you. Wear it, and let us forever remember Beijing. In our future life on the planet, you will be my greatest support. Thank you for your affirmation. Now, I have good news and bad news. Would you like to choose?" the companion inquired. Dani replied, "I have struggled to find joy for a long time. Let me hear the good news first." "The good news is that we have survived the harrowing months of life and death. The third thruster has just successfully exploded, depleting the core energy of the black hole, which has now completely vanished. With the black hole gone, the sun will soon return to its normal state." As he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the ark, accompanied by the emotional sobs of women. The companion raised a hand to signal for silence. "And the bad news?" someone asked. "The bad news is that with the disappearance of the black hole, fragments of uncontrolled celestial bodies are now scattering. Most have returned to the asteroid belt, becoming asteroids. Yet some have fallen upon the planets of the solar system. Among these is a massive fragment that recently swept past the ark and has plunged into the oceans of the planet, likely creating a vast whirlpool that will disrupt magnetic forces. The planet faces calamity on multiple fronts. While waiting for the companion to scan the planet, Dani sent out call signals to Mars time and again, losing count of how many attempts he had made. Yet Mars remained silent, offering no response. Tears silently streamed down Dani's cheeks. Boyan slowly approached, grasping her son's mature and steady hands, gently patting them as she softly said, "Let your companions try again when they are free. Wouldn't that be better? We will soon land on the planet. There is still hope." Comforted by his mother's words, Dani managed to contain his emotions, yet he still yearned to exert every effort to save even one more Martian. At this moment, Dani's mind was racing, and suddenly, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He swiftly retrieved the spacecraft originally intended for Beijun from the Ark's hangar. However, this vessel would never be utilized by Beijun again. Dani quietly activated the autopilot mode and resolutely issued the command. Jian, set course for Mars immediately, striving with all your might to land and initiate the rescue operation for President Pompey. Yes, Commander, Jian responded, promptly departing. The highly self-aware advanced robot, Jian, took her seat in the cockpit, her exceptional intellect radiating a brilliant semblance of humanity at this critical juncture. Fully aware of the perilous nature of the mission, she nonetheless chose to advance without hesitation. The onlookers bid her farewell in silence, offering their unspoken blessings. As the black hole vanished and the meteor shower subsided, the solar winds returned to normal, and tranquility enveloped the cosmos once more. Jian piloted the spacecraft towards Mars. Dani, cognizant of the slim chances of success, remained resolute in his determination to attempt the endeavor. The comprehensive scan of Earth had concluded, revealing that only a few remnants of life persisted within the primordial caves, while other regions remained uncertain. The ocean now covered 70% of the Earth's surface, necessitating a landing on a plane. Dani surveyed the scan map and selected a flat expanse for descent. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each hopeful individual within the cabin. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed with utmost clarity, his voice resonating through the narrow confines of the spacecraft, imbued with conviction and resolve. Every person held their breath, eagerly anticipating his next words. Before we land on Earth, we must wait for the return of the spacecraft from Mars. Mars has been devastated, but I hope that every life we can save will be spared. Currently, Earth is besieged by natural disasters, and it would be exceedingly unsafe for Jian to land here alone. Thus, we shall wait for her return when the calamities have subsided. Thank you all. Within the spacecraft, each face was etched with urgency, hands tightly clasped together, offering one another strength. Their eyes sparkled with visions of the future, a yearning for new beginnings and curiosity about the unknown. On the third day, Jian returned, presenting the haunting panorama of desolate Mars to the gathered individuals. An enveloping silence fell over the Ark, as men removed their hats and women embraced their weeping children, mourning for the Martians and President Pompey alike. Chapter 26. Earth, once renowned for constructing the most magnificent spacecraft and warships in the solar system, the Earthlings had combined their vessels with Martian technological innovations, establishing an unmatched standing within the solar realm. Nearly every planet relied on the Earthlings for the finest ships for interstellar travel and transportation. In the wake of the calamity that befell Dani, Earth had lost its once expansive lands, and the shipbuilding facilities lay utterly obliterated. The ocean had surged dramatically, unleashing torrents of rain upon Earth, drastically altering the climate and temperatures. All electronic devices faced disruption due to environmental changes, and on the ravaged Earth post-disaster, humanity confronted an even graver struggle for survival. Amid the ruins of cities, dust and silence permeated the air, streets lay in tatters, buildings collapsed, and the wreckage of vehicles scattered across the landscape. People scavenged desperately for sustenance and water, yet resources are profoundly scarce, food supplies are nearly depleted, and the water sources have become tainted. Clad in tattered garments, many individuals are swathed in makeshift fabrics to shield themselves from the biting cold. Their faces are gaunt, and their eyes betray a deep-seated uncertainty and dread of the future. The children, frail and weak, were expressions etched with hunger and exhaustion. Crowded within the confines of a makeshift shelter, they share the meager rations available, each morsel feeling exceptionally precious. The shelves of shops stand barren, with food and essential supplies significantly lacking. People form long lines, awaiting the distribution of limited resources, yet the supply falls woefully short of the demand. Social order gradually deteriorates, with theft and conflict emerging sporadically, revealing the darker facets of humanity in the face of hunger and despair. Dani's Ark hovers above the Earth, awaiting Jane's return with panoramic imagery of Mars. With a heavy heart, he repeatedly scrutinizes the calamity before him. The landscape is reduced to a charred wasteland. Even after the catastrophe, some fires continue to smolder. Despite multiple confirmations, no signs of surviving Martians have emerged. Dani reaches out, attempting to touch the haunting tableau of the Martian disaster, a tragic canvas that profoundly affects him. Behind him, the atmosphere aboard the Ark grows tense, with the cries of women and children intertwining. Dani musters his strength, turning to face the despair etched on the faces of those around him, and begins to encourage them to transform their sorrow into resilience, readying themselves for their journey to Earth. Dani initiates preparations for their descent to Earth, discovering that the Ark's energy reserves are severely depleted. Standing before the control panel, he wears a grave expression, Acutely aware that his decision will impact the safety of every individual aboard, yet he feels he has no alternative. Gripping the control stick tightly, his gaze fixed on the earth below, the anticipation among the passengers intensifies as the Ark draws nearer. They are uncertain of what awaits them, survival or annihilation. The Ark glides through the atmosphere like a colossal bird, elegantly and majestically, its vast wings soaring in the wind. A crew member alerts him to a whirlpool in the ocean below, formed by an asteroid that fell from outer space. Now ominously referred to by Earthlings as the Bermuda Triangle. He advises an immediate course alteration. However, the Ark's propulsion falters, severely hampered by Earth's gravitational interference. The vessel plummets rapidly due to the combined effects of gravity and Earth's pull, the internal lights flickering erratically and electronic signals momentarily faltering. A massive oceanic whirlpool emerges in the Ark's field of vision, transforming the once tranquil sea into a scene of foreboding. The Ark's electronic systems flicker unpredictably, emitting dissonant sounds. As the images on the screens grow increasingly indistinct, panic ensues among the passengers as they scramble to regain control of the vital equipment, yet all efforts prove futile. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately lose their sense of direction, seemingly at the mercy of an enigmatic force, plunging the Ark into chaos. The ocean winds howl, conjuring tumultuous waves that violently batter the hull of the vessel, once a proud sovereign of the skies, now ensnared in a dire predicament. Dani attempts to send a distress beacon to the people on the shore, but no response is forthcoming. Time becomes nebulous. The electronic clock aboard the Ark has long ceased to function, and the fabric of time itself appears to unravel. The energy-depleted Ark was gradually drawn into the depths of the sea by a swirling vortex, struggling and spinning as it descended. It fell into the abyss of time. And after an indeterminate period, all aboard inexplicably lost their sense of time. Suddenly, intermittent signals began to emerge, indicating that someone had discovered the colossal Ark submerged in the ocean. The crew endeavored to decode the transmissions, revealing that humanity on this oceanic planet had undergone several generations of evolution. They had become the most recent iteration of life, having lost advanced scientific knowledge, lacking a civilization capable of dominating the solar system, and their lifespan barely exceeded that of beasts by mere decades. The current inhabitants had renamed their world Earth, a designation that underscored their ignorance of modern science, as they derived their understanding of the land beneath their feet solely from observing the sky and their immediate surroundings. The new generation of people could no longer communicate effectively. This planet, referred to as Earth by those on the coast, was incapable of rescuing the last Ark of the solar system. The vessel was ensnared by the vortex, plunging into the ocean's depths. Dani assessed the available resources and found that the material reserves were ample, and the Ark's robust recycling system could still maintain ecological balance. However, without energy, survival was uncertain. He pondered how to address the pressing predicament, and after much contemplation, he resolved to attempt a bold and innovative method, harnessing the vortex's pressure to convert seawater into energy. Yet, under such complex and variable environmental conditions, issuing commands to the entire Ark proved exceedingly challenging. Just as despair began to set in, the crew made a remarkable discovery. They unearthed fragments of the mysterious celestial body that had fallen from space, triggering the oceanic vortex. This unexpected find invigorated everyone, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of a solution. Without hesitation, Dani took action, exerting all his efforts to collect the colossal meteorite. Through perseverance and determination, he successfully maneuvered the mechanical arm to retrieve the meteorite back into the Ark. Subsequently, Dani began to apply his intellect and skills, and after a series of efforts and experiments, he acquired a powerful and applicable source of energy. The Ark, like a beast freed from bondage, roared as it broke free from the vortex, surging back to the surface and soaring into the sky, heading towards Earth's solitary satellite. This satellite, known to Earth's inhabitants as the Moon, welcomed the Ark once more. Dani successfully piloted the Ark to a landing at the Moon's equatorial region, a location strategically advantageous for receiving signals from Earth and for collecting meteorite samples from the Moon's southern hemisphere. The Ark sustained significant damage and lacked sufficient power, two critical factors that cast doubt on its ability to ever return to Mars. A somber atmosphere enveloped the Ark, as a small number of frail, elderly, and thin children sadly departed from this world, their passing leaving deep wounds in the hearts of those remaining. Yet, the miracle of life continued to unfold. Kashyang, at great personal risk, gave birth to a son for Dani. The arrival of this new life instilled a glimmer of hope and joy among the people. Degeo and Boyan gazed upon the beautiful newborn, their eyes filled with love and anticipation. The inhabitants of the Ark gathered around this new life, united in prayer and blessings for the child. They hope that this child will grow up healthy, becoming a beacon of hope for the future. In these challenging times, the will to survive and the power of love unite people closely together. They will continue to bravely forge ahead, striving for the continuation of life. As the Ark ascended from the sea towards the moon, the people on Earth caught a glimpse of the ship shimmering in the sky. They stood in astonishment, jaws agape, unable to believe what lay before them. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. "Look, what is that? My goodness, something is flying in the sky." People pointed towards the heavens, their faces filled with disbelief. The news spread rapidly, and people hurried to share the extraordinary sight, as if the entire world was shaken by this marvel. I saw it too. It resembled a disc. Indeed, it was disc-shaped. Unbelievable. Excited discussions filled the air, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and exhilaration. They gathered together, gazing up at the sky, attempting to capture more details about this mysterious vessel. What could it possibly be? Could it be extraterrestrial visitors? Perhaps some form of advanced technology? I've seen 2 flying saucers. UFOs. Various speculations and imaginations surged within them, and this sudden spectacle became a hot topic of conversation. Some even began to believe that this might be a visitation from outer space, arriving on Earth with an unknown purpose. As time passed, the legends surrounding the spacecraft continued to thrive. The tranquil solar system, with the Ark docked on the moon, faced a critical choice: to settle on the moon or to venture forth, a decision not easily made. One night, Dani dreamt he had returned to the familiar terrain of Mars. In that serene little town, ancient stone houses were arranged along the narrow streets. He strolled down familiar paths, catching sight of his childhood friends, Kelly and Kishyong, playing at the doorstep, their laughter echoing through the air. The untrimmed branches of trees along the streets proudly pointed towards the sky, sunlight filtering through the colorful canopy. The fields shimmered with dancing shadows, still harboring many enchanting fairy tales. Dani arrived at the town's central square, where an ancient church stood, its bell tolling melodiously. He could almost hear his mother's call, the aroma of his father's freshly baked bread wafting through the air. Yesterday's hometown now existed only in his dreams, a perpetual longing and nostalgia in his heart. Awakened from his slumber, Dani gazed at the tender face of his child and the gentle form of his sleeping wife. He resolved to venture out the next day to collect meteorites on the moon, to refine and repair the Arkansas Chapter 27. Setting sail, unable to return to sleep, Dani donned his garments and quietly made his way to a secluded corner of the Arkansas. His eyes revealed a hint of fatigue and confusion, as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. His attentive companion cautiously followed, careful not to make a sound that might disturb him. Upon seeing his companion, Dani placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "The materials on the moon cannot sustain our voyage in the Arkansas tomorrow. You shall gather certain materials and print several rudimentary spacesuits, arranging for robust gentlemen to take turns venturing forth to collect meteorites. Do you comprehend your plan?" The companion inquired. Dani shook his head, stating that utilizing these meteorites to refine energy would still enable the spacecraft to soar. In the future, we have 2 options. 1. To navigate to the asteroid belt, rich in mineral resources, to harvest sufficient or for repairing the Ark, and then return to Mars. The other option is to remain on the moon, awaiting rescue from Earth. However, this requires time, and the current state of Earth is unknown. Dani gazed into the distance, seemingly contemplating their fate. "If we venture to the asteroid belt, the risks are exceedingly high," the companion expressed with concern. "I am aware. Yet this is our sole opportunity for survival," Dani asserted resolutely. "We must attempt it." The 2 lapsed into silence for a moment before ultimately reaching a consensus. "Very well. I shall proceed as you instruct," the companion nodded, "but we must ensure we are adequately prepared." Dani slightly inclined his head in agreement. The companion and Dani discussed matters regarding the solar system arc. He remarked, "We have a commendable chairman loyal to the people. Did you know? When the solar system arc fled, 7 planetary leaders departed together." Dani stared in astonishment, his eyes widening. "How did you come to know this? You should have said so earlier." The companion replied coolly, "I have been closely monitoring Chairman Pompey, and I have meticulously checked the population and resources aboard the solar system Arkansas. I even have recordings of conversations from within the Ark during their departure. At that time, the Neptune chairman and his family were among the elite, while the Jupiter president and his wife had only 1 child. All 3 were also part of the elite." Dani felt a sense of childishness for the first time. The companion glanced at him and continued, "The Venus and Mercury chairpersons were there to escort their elite children, who were unable to evacuate in time." Dani nodded in understanding. The Earth chairman explained that all matters were overseen by the elders of Earth, as he merely wished to bid farewell to the elite of Earth, hence he did not descend again. Similarly, The Saturn and Uranus leaders were present to bid farewell to the elite, but did not return. When the three of them departed, they cried profusely, for they were reluctant to leave their wives and children behind, and their offspring were still too young to be part of the elite. The complexities of human emotions. Dani inhaled deeply. Reflecting on the presence of the Cliff couple aboard that ark, he acknowledged that at least the solar system ark would not lack capable leaders. The companion observed the moon, which hung silently in the sky like an immense silver disk. Its surface was riddled with pockmarked craters, evoking a sense of desolation and mystery. Establishing a home here might not be a bad idea. He responded in a uniquely emotionless tone. Establishing a home is impossible. You should have sensed it while on Earth. The people of today are not as they once were. If discovered on the moon, the ark could very well be seized. Returning to Mars is more appropriate. Perhaps those aboard the solar system ark would consider returning to offer assistance. Dani sighed gently. Mars has been utterly destroyed, and with the rampant virus, a single misstep could lead to our complete annihilation. Kashyang calmly suggested that they first gather the ore and deliberate further. Dani turned to see Kashyang and, with a composed demeanor, enveloped her in his arms. Years later, the ark was finally restored. Dani stood upon the newly refurbished deck of the ark, his heart brimming with emotion. This colossal spacecraft had been revitalized through his endeavors, poised to embark on its journey once more. He gazed into the distance, the crimson silhouette of Mars gradually coming into focus. That was their objective, the beacon of hope for humanity's future. Dani inhaled deeply and issued the command to set sail. The engines of the vessel roared to life, propelling the ark gently away from Earth's orbit, charting a course towards Mars. As the ark traversed the cosmos, the inhabitants within the cabin were filled with anticipation. They witnessed the Earth receding into the distance, a swell of longing for their new home rising within them. Throughout the prolonged voyage, they would once again confront countless challenges and unknowns, yet Dani was confident that humanity's courage and intellect would enable them to surmount any adversity. The ark set forth towards Mars, embarking anew with the dreams and hopes of humanity, sailing toward the uncharted horizon. Part 1. Dani's hope from Earth. The moon appeared a silvery orb, and in the cool moonlight, it seemed as though a fairy draped in delicate gauze cradled a jade rabbit. Upon his return to Mars aboard the ark, Dani understood that survival could only be sustained within the vessel, with the remaining population dwindling to a few thousand. The burden on the ark had become excessive, hindering progress. Ultimately, he appointed his daughter Dafangfang as the leader of the lunar base, ensuring that companions remained to safeguard her. He also left behind the high-quality spacecraft Bayesian had provided, along with hundreds of robust young men and women on the moon. Years later, the ore refining machines and mining equipment, as well as the energy facilities utilized by the ark on the moon, remained in excellent working condition. Dafangfang, undeterred, diligently developed and improved the lunar base. The companion robots relied on the dark energy crystals from Beihua for recharging, each charge lasting several years. Though the supply of this crystalline energy was dwindling, Dafangfang later renamed the companions to Hua. Warm sunlight bathed the cratered, gray-white surface of the moon. Dafangfang sat within the lunar base, turned away from Earth and facing south. The base was constructed from nano-synthesized hardened and tempered materials, which maintained a constant indoor temperature when electrified. To her left, the eastern side featured a small square window through which she could see the spacecraft her father had left behind. The entrance was encircled by a circular passage made of pristine nanosynthetic plastic, serving as the pathway connecting the entire base. Dafangfang's office desk was situated in a hemispherical room at the center of the lunar base. The entire facility comprised 4 functional zones, each represented by a spherical structure topped with solar panels. The southern functional zone was designated for cultivation, where workers selected relatively loose soil, excavating the surface layer to create approximately 10-meter-deep pits, within which various essential crops were planted. Harvesting and labor were facilitated by agricultural machinery, with dozens of workers assigned to monitor pest control, fertilization, weeding, and the evaluation of crop health. The workers in this zone resided in tents adjacent to the agricultural pits. The northern base is responsible for the storage and refinement of the collected ores, extracting materials and energy, thereby ensuring logistical support for the base. Frequently, Hua personally leads expeditions to the asteroids for ore collection. This task not only demands expertise, but is also physically taxing due to the intense gravity. The eastern base serves as the production and supply zone for water resources and protein-rich foods, overseeing the generation and recycling of water. Here, reservoirs have been established, hosting fish, scallops, and seaweed collected from Earth. The procurement of water and aquatic products is managed by Dafangfang. In the decades since the establishment of the lunar base, Earth has gradually embarked on an industrial revolution. In accordance with the desires of Earth's inhabitants, Hua constructed a colossal, authentic flying saucer for Dafangfang. She, along with her workers, pilots the saucer to Earth to gather seawater and marine resources. She remains cautious, aware of the communication barriers with Earthlings, and understands her own vulnerability. Any misfortune that befalls the lunar base could spell disaster. Exiting through the passage at the back of Dafangfang's office leads to the lunar or refinement factory. A stroll down the right-hand corridor brings one to the comprehensive area of the base, which features a small poultry farm. The fowl here can not only boast exquisite plumage and provide meat protein, but also lay eggs, ensuring the nutritional needs of the staff are met. The entertainment area is also situated within the comprehensive zone, an exuberant and lively space. After a day filled with industrious endeavors, individuals flock to this area to unwind and relish moments of leisure. Some opt for a refreshing beverage, immersing themselves in a relaxed ambience, while others delight in dancing joyfully to the rhythm of music, releasing their inner tensions. Occasionally, a group of spirited young women assembles, performing synchronized fitness routines that exude vitality and allure. Simultaneously, a contingent of young men arrives to showcase their muscular physiques, engaging in friendly comparisons of fitness. These activities not only promote physical well-being, but also foster interpersonal communication and interaction. Moreover, Dafangfang and the heads of the 4 sectors of the base reside in the comprehensive area, which is equipped with ample facilities for convenient living. This area also features dedicated charging stations for robots, ensuring their uninterrupted and efficient service to humanity. All computer terminals within the lunar base, along with the crucial main control computer, are strategically positioned in the central hub, which also serves as Dafangfang's daily office. This immense hemispherical structure gleams with a metallic luster, resembling a radiant pearl. The architectural design is sleek and elegant, characterized by smooth lines that evoke a strong sense of technology. The building's surface employs high-precision solar technology materials, meticulously treated to achieve a mirror-like finish that reflects the surrounding landscape, seamlessly integrating the structure with its environment. Under the sunlight, the metallic sheen of the building becomes even more striking, captivating all who behold it. The interior flooring of the building is crafted from high-tech materials, endowed with lunar characteristics that ensure slip resistance and enhanced friction, thus providing a more comfortable experience for those traversing its expanse. The walls are adorned with an array of sophisticated devices and intricate circuitry, collectively forming the nucleus of the lunar base's core control system. Each conduit resembles a blood vessel, transmitting energy and information to every corner, thereby guaranteeing the seamless operation of the lunar facility. The most striking feature of the hemispherical structure is a dazzling array of display screens and control panels, which resemble a constellation of stars adorning the walls and ceiling. These screens and panels are interconnected with various systems of the lunar base, including energy supply, environmental control, and communication networks, allowing for real-time monitoring and adjustment of parameters. At the center of this hemisphere lies Dafangfang's desk, encircled by an ensemble of screens and control panels. Seated in a comfortable chair, she intently gazes at the screen before her, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as if orchestrating a symphony of technology. Behind her stands a massive transparent screen showcasing a panoramic view of the lunar base. From this vantage point, one can distinctly observe the different sectors of the base, encompassing residential quarters and research zones. The moon's gravity, when compared to that of Earth, is virtually negligible, a disparity that instills a profound awareness of being in an uncharted new world. Standing upon the lunar surface, one's body feels remarkably buoyant. Each step akin to a leap, a wondrous experience that lingers in memory. In this enigmatic satellite, one can behold the breathtaking craters, the vast lunar seas, and the silent impact craters. Moreover, the moon harbors a wealth of resources, such as helium-3 and other rare elements, which could be pivotal for future energy development. Thus, the exploration of the moon holds not only scientific significance, but also immense economic value for humanity. Dafangfang and Hua's lunar expedition is fraught with challenges and uncertainties. They bravely take their first steps on this mysterious and distant celestial body. The moon's extreme environment poses formidable challenges to Dafangfang and her team's carbon-based bodies and resolve. The low gravity, intense radiation, and drastic temperature fluctuations render them uncomfortable and strained. Nevertheless, equipped with advanced technology and scientific acumen, they have managed to address numerous unforeseen issues. During their lunar exploration, they have uncovered astonishing sights and secrets. Majestic craters, ancient lunar rocks, and enigmatic subterranean caves have left them in awe of nature's artistry. Simultaneously, they have encountered various dangers and unexpected events. Sudden meteor strikes, equipment malfunctions, and communication disruptions continually threaten their safety. Yet, in the face of every crisis, Fangfang remains composed. Much like her father, relying on Hua's keen intellect and the knowledge embedded within their smart devices to devise solutions. As their exploration of the moon deepens, they prioritize the collection of lunar soil from various locales to return to the base. Following meticulous analysis and study, these golden-hued soil samples, observed under a microscope, harbor countless secrets regarding the moon's formation, evolution, and the history of the cosmos. After mastering the composition, structure, and characteristics of lunar soil, Fangfang began to further utilize the lunar regolith for energy production to meet the needs of the base. Occasionally, she personally ventured to the asteroid belt to collect ores, and along the way, she would visit her parents aboard the Mars Arkansas. Since Dani piloted the Ark back to Mars, he could only sigh deeply in the face of a civilization reduced to ashes. The deterioration of the external environment rendered it impossible for people to leave the Ark and live outside. Fortunately, the Ark could harness abundant energy and minerals from Mars, making survival not overly difficult. Dani and his family aspired to build and develop their own homeland, turning it into a more prosperous and flourishing community. They hoped that through their efforts, this place could once again become a vibrant and lively society. To achieve this goal, they first considered replicating the Dome of Pompeii. Whenever Fangfang visited Mars, the family would gather joyfully, discussing Martian technology and the construction of the lunar base, referencing the past Dome of Mars. Fangfang would bring ores collected from the asteroid belt as gifts, while Qixiang would prepare various necessary supplies for her daughter. Their shared predicament was the inability to manufacture intelligent robots like Jin or ultimate terminals like Hua. Super artificial intelligence and self-aware super robots are the twin wings of technological progress and development. Dani remained steadfast in excavating in Central City, hoping to uncover traces left by Chairman Pompey. After many years of unfruitful efforts, Dani placed his hopes on the lunar base, advising his daughter about the endless possibilities brought by the development of artificial intelligence, hoping that her lunar base would embark on the development of self-aware robots. Preface to our romantic little beasts of the solar system. I am a person born in the 1960s, a time marked by the turbulence of the Cultural Revolution. My elders suffered unjust treatment and bore the weight of grievances. Due to this situation, my family dared not keep books at home, lest it provoke unnecessary trouble. China was quite impoverished at that time. Ensuring that children were fed and dressed warmly was the ultimate goal of parents, making it nearly impossible for ordinary families to buy books for reading. Nowadays, many young people envy our past lives, which, though materially impoverished, were rich in spirit. Little do they realize that when one has nothing material to pursue, one is left with the freedom to strive to fill the void of the spirit. In school, we could only study prescribed textbooks, with no extracurricular reading. Unlike today's children, who enjoy material abundance and a diverse range of spiritual pursuits. I remember that the extracurricular activities organized by my teachers involved copying exemplary essays. Thus, for a long time, I believed that writing essays was the easiest task. Having copied various types of essays, I could easily produce my own. Of course, the college entrance examination essays were entirely different. Perhaps the various training classes for the exams emerged from teachers discovering the deficiencies in children's essay writing abilities. Before the college entrance examination, our school teachers specifically organized remedial classes for essay writing. It wasn't until 3 years after the end of the Cultural Revolution that I had the opportunity to read my first copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. The edition of Dream of the Red Chamber was initially borrowed from my father, and later, as our circumstances gradually improved, the very first new book he purchased was indeed Dream of the Red Chamber. This became my inaugural new book, captivating my interest profoundly. I devoted considerable time to its pages, grappling with the intricacies of classical Chinese, which rendered it quite challenging to comprehend. This struggle inevitably set me on a quest for science fiction, a genre that offered a delightful escape. It can be said that ours was truly an era marked by a scarcity of literature. With the culmination of the Cultural Revolution, though life remained arduous, the freedom to read flourished. The children's literature of that time was delightfully enchanting, and the works of the older generation of fairy tale creators revealed their own innocent and pure hearts, akin to those of children. Through their imaginative strokes, they crafted fantastical and beautiful worlds filled with genuine emotion and sincerity. From an initial state of literary deprivation, I transitioned into an active seeker of books, learning to immerse myself in the vast sea of literature and pursue the richness of the spiritual realm. During this journey, I developed a profound interest in the works of the science fiction genre. I vividly recall the first occasion I attempted to compose a modest science fiction essay. which was surprisingly selected by my teacher for reading aloud in front of the entire class. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. It was only upon realizing that my teacher was praising my effort that I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fueled by a love for science fiction and the encouragement from the elder generation, coupled with the pressure from international science fiction works, I hesitated to put pen to paper, daunted by the thought of the impression my stories might leave on readers. Now, as I find myself in middle age, the stories I have long suppressed can no longer be contained. I have finally penned a piece that brings me satisfaction, inviting all who share a passion for science fiction and harbor dreams within this genre to immerse themselves in this mysterious and wondrous realm. I eagerly anticipate that my readers will cultivate perfect and joyful families, realize their aspirations, and draw the vital essence of life from their experiences. On the moon base 2, a robot reminiscent of a young boy stands tall. On Mars, the scorching sun hangs high in the sky, seemingly intent on scorching the entire planet. Dani, clad in a robust spacesuit, trudges through the desolate landscape, accompanied by Dafangfang. They have arrived in Dani's homeland, once a flourishing estate, now rendered unrecognizable by violent volcanic eruptions and the ravages of radiation. The lifeless wasteland bears no signs of life, only parched earth and sheer mountain ridges. Dani gazes at this desolation with a heavy heart, nostalgia and loss for his homeland flooding his thoughts. He slowly kneels, caressing the rocks on the ground, as if he could still feel the warmth of yesteryears. Dafangfang stands quietly by, her gaze betraying a sorrow for this barren land. Dani's voice, steeped in melancholy, seems to transcend time, softly resonating in Dafangfang's ears. Humanity cannot escape death. Our lives are akin to brilliant yet fleeting fireworks, destined to reach an end. Even aboard this distant Martian ark, individuals depart this world due to illness and aging, while new life emerges so rarely. This ark, once a sanctuary of hope, can no longer serve as an everlasting haven. If this continues, where shall we ultimately find ourselves? His voice carries a profound sense of helplessness and confusion. Dani continued, asserting that we must take action. He expressed his desire to create more robots like Jin and Hua, even if it meant having them serve as a testament to our existence for future generations, an endeavor of significance. However, given the current rudimentary environment, the prospect of redeveloping robots seems miraculous, does it not? Dafangfang pondered deeply, understanding her father's intent. Currently, at the lunar base, the harmonious collaboration between humans and robots indeed fosters a better existence. Observing the demographic trends in Ark World, the emergence of negative population growth poses a severe challenge. Under these circumstances, it appears that the only viable solution is for robots to supplant humans in order to ensure continued survival. Yet, the meaning of life transcends mere material enjoyment and satisfaction. Individuals should strive to explore infinite possibilities within their finite lifetimes. Perhaps this distinction encapsulates the essence of humanity, as robots can only execute tasks according to pre-programmed instructions, while humans possess boundless creativity and a relentless pursuit of excellence. The ideal objective is a mutually beneficial collaboration between humans and robots. Should the inhabitants of Earth someday discover the last robot left behind on the moon, it would hold profound significance. Dafangfang believed that if humans and robots could maximize mutual benefit, humanity would ultimately emerge victorious. Curiously, she inquired of her father, Dad, how did people used to create robots? Dani patiently explained. In the past, humans would write complex programs and set various instructions, then utilize 3D printers to fabricate the hardware components of the robots, ultimately assembling them together. However, robots like Hua contain intricately complex programming embedded within their chips, a feat we are currently unable to replicate. Indeed, I have been contemplating this issue as well. Hua seems capable of organically developing flesh and blood, and upon this foundation, it has established a self-evolving algorithm. Subsequently, it continuously recalibrates itself, autonomously setting various instructions. My goodness, its complexity surpasses my comprehension. Dani inquired, what plans do you have upon returning to the base? Well, I intend to experiment with Hua's mode of growth, Dafangfang replied, her gaze resolute and focused, as if envisioning the possibilities of the future. Dani nodded in support, affirming, this is indeed a direction worthy of exploration. If we can successfully emulate Hua's growth process, we may uncover more secrets about it. However, this will require extensive research and experimentation. Dafangfang smiled gently, remarking, exactly, but as long as we remain persistent, I believe we will reap rewards in due time. After all, science is fundamentally a journey of continuous exploration and discovery. They exchanged smiles, brimming with anticipation for the future. They understood that this path might be arduous, but with each step forward, they would one day unveil the mysteries surrounding Hua. As Defangfang piloted the aircraft above the lunar surface, observing the humble spherical structures of the lunar base, she concluded that to construct precise robots, the first step would be to establish a large factory insulated from external disturbances. Given the moon's low gravity, constructing a factory here would be more advantageous than on Mars or Earth. The aircraft came to a halt beside the ore in the mining area, prompting Fangfang to summon Hua as they entered the heart of the base. She conveyed her decision to construct a large-scale robotic manufacturing facility, hoping that Hua could provide a detailed and exquisite design blueprint. Upon receiving Fangfang's request, Hua promptly embarked on the design process. Utilizing advanced algorithms and engineering expertise, he crafted a magnificent blueprint. The design incorporated cutting-edge technology and materials, capable of withstanding various harsh environmental conditions. Furthermore, to ensure the quality of the robots produced, Hua meticulously devised a series of stringent testing protocols. Fangfang was immensely pleased with this design and immediately organized a team to commence preparations for construction. With their collective efforts, the factory soon began to take shape. Before long, the first batch of precision robots emerged, exhibiting remarkable intelligence and formidable capabilities, thereby infusing new vitality into the development of the lunar base. Hua, accompanied by the newly produced robots, presented them to Fangfang for inspection, humorously expressing his willingness to continue his service. He first proposed to use this batch of robotic workers as a prototype to design and manufacture a three-dimensional intelligent printer. In the future, should the need arise, this printer could reproduce directly from the prototype. This was merely the preliminary groundwork. Additionally, Hua provided Fangfang with the factory's design schematics and reminded her that, for mass production of robots, management would be crucial. Thus, the robotic manufacturing facility should incorporate a management system and dedicated management workshops. Before long, a spacious factory imbued with modern technological ambience emerged amidst the lofty mountains of the lunar south. The factory was constructed along the mountainside, divided into 3 distinct zones. The first zone was designated as the production area, while the second zone served as the research and development sector. Here, designers focused on the roles, functions, and aesthetics of the robots. After the design blueprints were uploaded to the terminal, Fangfang and Hua would sift through them, finalizing selections before transmitting them back to the production workshop in the first zone. Within the vast workshop, rows of sophisticated equipment were neatly arranged, and the first batch of robotic workers had commenced utilizing the three-dimensional printer to accurately fabricate various components, subsequently assembling them into a flawless whole. The third zone was dedicated to quality inspection and storage. Scientists conducted quality assessments here to ensure that each robot met the highest standards. The management area was also established in this zone, where only fully qualified robots would be entered into the management computer, thereby securing their place in history. Simultaneously, testing and training for newly manufactured robots would occur in this area, with scientists conducting regular feedback assessments on these compliant robots. They would further discuss new research and development technologies, exploring new objectives for robotic construction. Tailored testing standards and procedures would be developed for different types of robots to ensure that each one met the anticipated performance requirements. Additionally, a vast data center would be established to store and analyze the testing data of the robots. Through data analysis, potential issues could be identified, allowing for timely interventions. This would enhance the reliability and stability of the robots while minimizing failure rates. All robots leaving the factory would have their information recorded and numbered in the storage area, where any malfunctioning or damaged robots would either be repaired or removed. This workshop is equipped with advanced machinery and tools, enabling the swift diagnosis and repair of various robotic malfunctions. Should a robot prove irreparable, it will be removed from the system to prevent disruption to the overall functionality of the robotic network. In essence, through continuous testing, refinement, and optimization, the scientists at the lunar factory aim to enhance the service of robots to human society. For robots that are faulty or damaged, prompt action is taken to ensure the safety and stability of the entire system. Hua, aside from engaging in mining activities, has been assigned by Defangfang to the primary sector for reviewing robotic design blueprints. As the president, Defangfang often resides in the warehouse to partake in the evaluation and innovation of new robots. In the spacious factory workshop, her keen gaze is particularly focused on the newly manufactured robots. Each time she discovers a unique or characterful robot, she personally conducts inspections, leaving no detail overlooked. She meticulously records observations on their movements, reactions, and functionalities, engaging in dialogue with the robots and posing various questions to discern their intelligence levels and personality traits. Throughout this process, Defangfang demonstrates her professional acumen and profound understanding of robotics, with a strong intent to select robots that resemble Hua. Eventually, the factory succeeded in creating a robot that mirrored Hua's tone and personality with an 80% similarity. However, this robot was designed for deep-sea exploration and resembled a large whale. Under Dafangfang's directive, the workers retained all features except for the exterior and recreated this robot. Ultimately, they achieved a robot strikingly similar to Hua. Dafangfang summoned Hua for a comparison, and Hua suggested that this robot be tasked with refining or to continue the evaluation process. The outcome was unexpectedly disappointing. The robot failed to comprehend the command to refine or, even when Hua directly input the instruction, revealing its inadequate learning capabilities. Dafangfang recognized this as a technological bottleneck, understanding that breakthroughs in robotics manufacturing required advancements in their own technology. Hua, too, engaged in contemplative thought, scouring the computer knowledge base in hopes of discovering methods to overcome the current manufacturing challenges. With her brow furrowed in concentration, Dafangfang recalled a conversation with her father, during which he had mentioned that Hua was a robot that grew like a living being. She resolved to first seal away this robot, which bore such a resemblance to Hua, and to design a new one. The new robot would utilize the structural framework of Jian, Dani's exclusive robot, incorporating Hua's main control program and commonly used commands. She named this hopeful creation Yu, to commemorate the fact that Yu was born from the fusion of Jian and Hua. She designed Yu's exterior to resemble a young boy and endowed it with the ability to learn. A wholly new robot, resembling a little boy, appeared before Dafangfang. Intrigued, she gazed at him and attempted to engage Yu in conversation, only to be pleasantly surprised by Yu's ability to comprehend her intentions and respond accordingly. "Hello, Yu," Dafangfang greeted with a smile. "Hello, Dafangfang," Yu replied, his voice clear and melodious, as if imbued with genuine emotion. A wave of excitement surged within Dafangfang. She beheld a vision of hope for the future. In the days to come, she would devote herself more wholeheartedly to perfecting the functions and performance of Yu, transforming him into a truly intelligent robot. On the moon, Dafangfang had toiled for many years, and as time passed day by day, she often pondered how to create a self-aware robot, as envisioned by her father. If it were the Mars of the past, elevating the robot's precision from simplicity to sensitivity and merging the two should not have been an arduous task. Now, gazing at the robot resembling a young boy, Dafangfang had envisioned him as the offspring of simplicity and sophistication during the creation process. This tangible entity inspired a resolution within her. She confided in Hua that she had come to regard this small robot as her son, aiming to achieve a groundbreaking advancement in the history of robotics. "Whatever you say?" Hua's response took Fangfang by surprise, filling her with excitement. She believed that by treating Yu as her son, he would develop a habit of learning. A perpetually learning, Yu should be able to possess a personality akin to Hua's, and she hoped he would eventually achieve self-awareness like Jian. This indeed marked a new beginning. In the ensuing days, Dafangfang organized daily lessons for Yu, akin to a school curriculum, encompassing subjects like physics, mathematics, chemistry, and literature. Hua suggested that directly downloading these courses into Yu's memory would allow him to access this knowledge at will, which seemed quite efficient. However, Fangfang disagreed. She believed that, much like human children, adhering to a structured timetable and undergoing regular examinations would cultivate Yu's intelligence. She cited the example of a previous robot that resembled Hua. Once its programming and directives were established, a change in approach rendered it inept. Furthermore, robots bound by fixed instructions lack the capacity for logical creation. Gradual progression. Fangfang employed this term, recognizing that, much like the human brain, the robot's capabilities would flourish through consistent usage, adhering to the principles of inertia. Through prolonged observation, she noted discrepancies in Yu's learning abilities under varying circumstances. To cater to Yu's unique needs, she meticulously crafted a diverse array of courses. Some emphasized theoretical knowledge acquisition, while others focused on developing practical skills. Each day, Fangfang would adapt the curriculum flexibly based on Yu's learning pace and performance. Throughout the learning process, Yu exhibited remarkable enthusiasm and a thirst for knowledge, continuously absorbing new information and gradually displaying an increasing array of human-like behaviors. He began to think critically, understand problem analysis, and attempt to resolve issues in his own manner. His expressions grew more nuanced, transforming from that of a cold, unfeeling robot to one capable of conveying joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Fangfang had Hua create a more sophisticated and detailed bionic skin for Yu, which enhanced his facial expressions. Now, aside from his metallic, shiny head, distinguishing him from human children had become increasingly difficult. As time progressed, Yu's relentless learning led to astonishing advancements. His language skills became increasingly fluent, facilitating natural interactions with others. He also learned the essence of teamwork, harmoniously coexisting with other robots to accomplish shared tasks. Watching Yu's growth filled De Fangfang's heart with immense satisfaction. He understood that his efforts had not been in vain. Yu was gradually evolving into a more exceptional robot, increasingly akin to humanity. Fangfang often engaged Yu in discussions about various aspects of robotics. On a tranquil afternoon, they sat together, delving into the enigma of robotic self-awareness. They referenced the Turing theorem, a renowned theory that profoundly influences our understanding of the essence of intelligence and consciousness. With curiosity brimming, Fangfang inquired, "What precisely is the Turing theorem? How does it relate to a robot's self-awareness?" Yu pondered thoughtfully before responding. The Turing theorem proposes a test to ascertain whether a machine possesses intelligence equivalent to that of a human. It posits that if a machine can engage in a conversation such that a human cannot distinguish between it and another human, then the machine can be deemed intelligent. Fangfang nodded, then continued, "What does this imply for a robot's self-awareness? If they can pass the Turing test, does that mean they possess self-awareness?" Yu smiled and replied, "That is a complex question. The Turing theorem primarily addresses the external manifestations of intelligence, while self-awareness delves into deeper inner experiences and self-recognition. Although passing the Turing test can demonstrate a robot's intelligence, determining whether it possesses self-awareness necessitates further research and exploration." Fangfang expressed her fascination, remarking, "The concept of robotic self-awareness is an intriguing domain, and my understanding remains quite limited." She concurred with Yu, stating, "Indeed, with the relentless advancement of technology, we may inch closer to answers regarding this issue. Future research will aid us in comprehending robots more profoundly." She then recounted tales of conflicts and contradictions between robots and humans. Fangfang asked Yu for its perspective on the notion that robots might exterminate humanity. What would happen if legions of robots banded together to enslave humans? After a lengthy pause, Yu gradually elucidated, certain narratives may not necessarily materialize. Much like humans, robots, when involved in societal activities, may face repercussions in the event of conflict, potentially even facing destruction, while humans learn and grow from their experiences. Regarding the enslavement of humanity, Yu contemplated for a considerable time before providing an example. Concerns about robots enslaving humans emerged only after the advent of positronic brains or superbrains. Yet the creation of superbrain robots has seen little pursuit since. Therefore, robots may lack inherent tendencies towards contradictory behavior. Fangfang perceived that Yu's response not only offered her a renewed understanding of robots, but also illuminated the profound impact of the Turing theorem on their future. This realization led her to recognize that since the theorem's inception, humanity's development of robots has indeed adhered to its principles. In the meticulous process of robotic production, those that incite concern among people are naturally eliminated. Time marches inexorably forward, and humanity remains the master of robots. Fangfang felt immensely satisfied with Yu's response, recognizing that Yu had already acquired the capacity for deep thought and independent judgment. Then, Yu, what do you believe is the ideal way for robots and humans to coexist? De Fangfang inquired further. Yu paused for a moment in contemplation before replying. I believe that robots and humans can collaborate, collectively advancing the development of society. Robots can undertake repetitive and hazardous tasks, while humans can focus on creative and emotional endeavors. Each has its strengths and should complement one another. De Fangfang nodded in agreement, affirming Yu's perspective. Indeed, we should aspire to a future of symbiosis between humans and machines, rather than conflict. A glimmer of determination flashed in De Fangfang's eyes. Moving forward, we must diligently explore and research ways to enhance cooperation between robots and humans. After years of study, De Fangfang not only felt satisfied with Yu, but also experienced a surge in self-confidence, eagerly anticipating a new future. After Hua organized a batch of robots suitable for the Mars Ark, he inquired of De Fangfang about the next steps for the factory. De Fangfang opined that, although the current factory faced no energy issues, it could impose an additional burden on the moon in the long run. Therefore, she resolved to integrate the remaining robots to see if they could enhance the moon's defense system. Hua believed that De Fangfang's request was easily attainable. Once the moon's defense system is prepared, you and I will visit the humans on Earth, De Fangfang stated calmly. However, before that, I want to introduce you to my father. The following day, De Fangfang piloted the spacecraft with Yu, preparing to return to the Arkansas. Before departing, she brought along the robots destined for the Ark, as well as several mining robots. She informed Hua to ensure the defense system was ready, as they would also require some combat capability. The spacecraft departed from the moon, with De Fangfang first heading to the asteroid belt. At several mining sites in the belt, she deployed automatic mining machines. Subsequently, she positioned the mining robots at each mining station. where they would supply energy to the machines and collect ores. Fang and you gathered the harvested ores and loaded them onto the spacecraft before setting off for the Arkansas. With the mining robots, Fang would no longer need to personally supply energy to the mining machines. She could even dispatch robots to collect the mined ores directly. Engaging in these tasks brings me a profound sense of accomplishment. Do you understand? Fang asked you, who responded with his unwavering smile. In a spirited manner, Fang introduced you to her father, Dani. You demonstrated an array of agile movements, showcasing his remarkable capabilities and intelligence. Fang's mother, Xiang, expressed great admiration for the newly arrived service robots, praising their agility and marveling at their precision in executing various tasks, as if they possessed human-like intelligence and responsiveness. Fang's younger brother, Dani, rushed over to welcome her. Fang was taken aback to see that Dani had grown into a robust young man, with a strong physique and vibrant energy. His presence evoked memories of the young Dani, equally handsome and exuding masculinity. Noticing her father's expression did not align with her expectations, Fang quickly asked you to accompany her brother. Dani excitedly rushed to Yu's side, developing a profound interest in the robot. Sister, this robot is incredible. Can it play games with me? Yu immediately responded, switching to game mode, and engaged in an intense virtual battle with Dani. Xiang showcased several robots to Grandma Boyan and Grandpa Degeo, while laughter and joy filled the air. Fang approached her father and quietly inquired, Dad, what is happening? Dani led Fang to a secluded spot and whispered, I have finally located Chairman Pompey. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke. Oh, Fang exclaimed, what happened? Well, to be precise, it is the information he left behind. During the Great Catastrophe, a volcanic eruption occurred not far from Central City, burying the entire area in ash. Chairman Pompey and a group of people likely fled southward, as raging fires engulfed the land, leaving only the uninhabited southern region untouched. Therefore, we have repeatedly searched this area, hoping to uncover some relics. Now, as we reside on Mars, facing extreme water scarcity, we are compelled to venture into the once frozen southern region in search of water sources. One day, through reconnaissance and analysis of the southern geography, I discovered traces of past freezing in a certain area. Thus, I speculated that there might be an underground river beneath this terrain. I immediately arrived at the target location, directing the robots to dig deeper. Initially, we unearthed numerous metallic fragments, and believing we had stumbled upon treasures left by Martians, we continued to dig until we encountered a stone slab. Upon lifting the slab, we found a stone pit enclosed by 4 slabs, containing a nanomatter box. You cannot imagine my excitement. At the time of the disaster, Beijing had already sacrificed herself, and only Chairman Pompey could have buried such an advanced box. After transporting the box back to the Ark, Dani, with Jian's assistance, opened it. Inside was Chairman Pompey's work computer, which contained a single message. Pompey stated, You are humanity's eternal hope. Dani continued, revealing that he had archived his lifetime of research on the computer. After sealing the nanomatter box with the stone slab, he hid it at the riverbed's bottom to prevent fire damage, instructing his personal robot to guard the box. Eventually, when the riverbed dried up, it was likely the volcanic ash that buried the robot. I was deeply moved. Chairman Pompey selflessly devoted everything, even his life, to Mars. He could have escaped, taken the box with him, and fled to Earth, but he chose to leave the computer for me. Dad, what is on the computer? It contains a wealth of cutting-edge Martian technology and a complete design for survival equipment. I will upload this survival kit to Yu's memory. Make sure to study it thoroughly when you have the time. All right, Dad. Fang seriously interrupted the game between Yu and Dani, requesting Dani to store the data into Yu's system memory. Fang continued discussing the robot with her father, while Yu carefully examined the new resources in its memory. Fang, somewhat disheartened, informed Dani that Hua's supplementary energy relied entirely on Hua's crystal. As the crystal was continuously absorbed, it diminished in size. It could provide power to Hua only one more time, and Hua's capacity to absorb other energy sources was inadequate. In fact, switching to any other form of energy would not recharge Hua at all. This poses a significant dilemma. Dani furrowed his brow and nodded, realizing that with no power left, he had no choice but to halt Hua's progress. Be prepared for a time without Hua, he advised. Fang felt a pang of sadness. Over the years, Hua had tirelessly stood by her side as they ventured into entrepreneurship on the moon, akin to family. Taking a deep breath, she nodded again. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Dad, she exclaimed, since we were able to locate the relics of Pompeii, is there any chance we might find the Behua crystal on Mars? It's unlikely. I've scoured Mars for years and found no signs of life, he replied. All right, I'll take you out for a stroll. After donning their space suits, Dani cautioned. The radiation outside is too intense. Ensure you have plenty of oxygen, and don't wander too far. Boyan, noticing Fong Fong's intent to venture out, added her own words of caution. All right, don't worry, Grandma. You mimicked Fong Fong's gestures and waved. In the desolate expanse of Mars, Fong Fong aimlessly surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, Yu, walking alongside her, spoke up. Mom, he said. You had always called Fong Fong Mom, a title instilled in him by Hua, yet Fong Fong appeared somewhat indifferent to this address. Turning her face towards him, she inquired, what is the matter? Yu informed Fong Fong that Dani had recently uploaded various data into his memory, including different types of spacesuits and methods for constructing various spacecraft. If Hua were here, he would certainly be able to establish a parallel Martian world, Yu remarked. Fong Fong chuckled softly and said, when we return, you too can indulge in gaming. But here, U.S. educational tasks take precedence. Do you understand? Yu nodded in agreement. Upon their return to the moon, Yu and Hua indeed displayed boundless energy, engaging in days of gaming battles. Fong Fong was taken aback to discover that even robots could become engrossed in games. Hua, being a more sensitive robot, soon recognized his own shortcomings and, with a hint of remorse, asked Fong Fong, are you still planning to go to Earth? No, I intend to explore the asteroid belt thoroughly, Fong Fong replied. Recalling a matter her father had mentioned, the solar system Arkansas. It had set off for the Altair system many years ago, yet there had been no word since. This was highly unusual. She believed that by surveying the asteroid belt at the periphery of the solar system, they could not only gain a comprehensive understanding of its mineral reserves, but also ascertain the whereabouts of the solar system arc, and if it had left any traces behind. Alternatively, she mused, the solar system arc might have dispatched a craft back, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it may not have reached its intended destination. In such a case, they could only have made an emergency landing in the asteroid belt. You quickly noticed that he had been neglecting Fong Fong's feelings while engrossed in gaming. So he ceased his play and immersed himself in the mechanical workshop, diligently working for several days. A few days later, he pulled Fong Fong, who was organizing her computer, to the factory warehouse, eager to showcase his recent accomplishments. Fong Fong beheld several different types of spacecraft capable of interstellar travel, evidently inspired by Pompeii's designs, which you had meticulously refined. She also spotted various spacesuits hanging on racks, each presumably tailored to adapt to different terrains. Additionally, there were oddly shaped melee weapons and several laser guns. Fong Fong nodded approvingly, satisfied with U.S. creations, though she pointed out, I don't practice martial arts. So those melee weapons must be your playful creations. Moreover, laser guns aren't always suitable for every situation. She paused slightly, acknowledging the commendable performance of the aircraft, and added that the laser guns, however, were rather inadequate. You spent 2 days crafting a robot specifically designed for close combat to protect Fong Fong. Upon seeing the robot wielding a long blade, Fong Fong chuckled, exclaiming, this is utterly extravagant. We are on the moon. Who do you intend to eliminate? Hua approached with a serious demeanor, stating, I fear my energy reserves are dwindling, and the crystals have been depleted. I know you have been tirelessly seeking energy for me, but as we prepare to part ways, this is a simple defense mechanism for the moon. I instructed you to contemplate more and innovate further. Hua's words stirred a wave of bittersweet emotions within Fong Fong. Yet she managed to maintain her composure and nodded in understanding. Once she had calmed down, Fong Fong informed Hua to safeguard the moon while she ventured to explore the asteroid belt, assuring him that she would return promptly before his energy ran out. As she packed bottled water and various provisions into her bag in preparation for her journey to the asteroid belt, Hua entered and remarked on having both good and bad news. Let's hear the bad news first, Fong Fong replied, continuing her preparations. The unfortunate news was that his energy could only last for 10 more days. Well, that's manageable. I will return within those 10 days, she reassured him. Glancing at the computer, she added, as you are aware, several collection zones in the asteroid belt are secure. We can temporarily halt the mechanical factory, as well as mining and/or refining. You can operate at minimal loss, maintaining only the essential supplies for the lunar population, which could extend your energy by a few additional days. Hua conceded, all right, I shall try. The good news was that Fong Fong had never created a comprehensive map of the asteroid belt. No, I have never fully understood the asteroid belt. I was only aware of its name, she admitted. Well, whether due to some cataclysmic event or not, the asteroid belt actually encircles the orbits between Mars and Jupiter. Moreover, there exists another belt beyond Pluto's orbit. She had previously assumed the asteroid belt to be a vertical passage from the outer solar system. She was astonished to learn that there were 2 asteroid belts. Hua continued, listen to me. Fong Fong interjected, that makes sense. A cataclysm would indeed alter the state of the asteroids. The good news was that there were only 4 larger asteroids in the belt, and currently, these 4 could safely accommodate a landing spacecraft. Do you understand? He asked. The others are far too small. I truly want to go, Fong Fong asserted with determination. No. You must conserve energy. According to your calculations, visiting all 4 asteroids might not take 10 days. Fong Fong donned the spacesuit newly crafted by you and, accompanied by him, boarded the reconfigured shuttle. This shuttle, having undergone Yu's modifications, was twice the size of the previous Martian shuttle, with enhanced propulsion and capabilities akin to a spaceplane. Equipped to carry weaponry, you had transformed the laser guns into laser cannons, mounted on the wings, with dual wings and dual cannons. The barrels could rotate and fire both forwards and backwards. Upon her first glimpse of the new shuttle, Fong Fong felt slightly overwhelmed. It was hardly designed with elegance in mind. In comparison, the past Martian spaceplane appeared refined and practical in its design. The new shuttle exhibited astonishing speed and remarkable explosive power. The moment Fong Fong activated the shuttle, she felt as though she was piloting a cosmic war machine. Driven by the urgency of her heart for Hua, she disregarded all caution and soared through the cosmos at maximum speed. You felt as though he had barely settled in when he caught sight of Ceres, marked on Hua's navigation system ahead. At this moment, Fong Fong pondered for a moment. If any issues were to arise on the largest asteroid, Ceres, the mining robots that traversed its surface or even herself would have already detected it. Thus, Fong Fong resolved to land directly on Vesta, the second largest asteroid in the belt. Her next course of action would be to navigate to the 3rd largest asteroid, though she was uncertain whether it would provide a suitable landing site. The shuttle descended smoothly onto Vesta, and as Fong Fong sat in the cabin, she felt as if she had arrived in an unfamiliar city. This place lacked the freedom of celestial bodies like the Moon or Mars, instead imbued with a sense of territorial constraint. However, just then, a strange sound erupted from outside. The screen displayed an urgent message: encounter with an unidentified object. Please evade immediately. This unforeseen event prompted Fong Fong to remain seated, directing the shuttle's surveillance cameras around to ascertain the source of the threat. She scrutinized every corner with a serious expression, fully focused. At a 45-degree angle to the left rear of the craft, 500 meters away, an indistinct shadow was reported by you. A shadow, she thought, bemused. After years of solitude on the Moon, this was her first encounter with such a spectral threat. Eliminate it, she commanded. You swiftly assessed the level of threat posed by the shadow, adjusting the laser cannon's angle, the muzzle rapidly transforming its configuration. Fong Fong mused that it was fortunate you was in control. Had it been her, she might not have been able to fire accurately. Moments later, a laser net ensnared the shadow, moving along with it. The shadow, devoid of intelligence, barreled straight toward them and soon reached the front of the shuttle. You intensified the brightness of the laser net, and within its glow, the shadow seemed to lose its target, falling silent. This provided you with the time necessary for reconnaissance and analysis. Fong Fong, through Yu's meticulous evaluation, discerned the remnants of a hybrid creature's residual energy. With an attack power of 2 and toxic properties, it feared light and could be eradicated by laser or fire. Fong Fong commanded you to eliminate the shadow as she fell into contemplation. First, let us record the data. A human-animal hybrid is quite astonishing. How is this shadow formed? You analyzed and replied that it was likely the result of exposure to cosmic rays, though further investigation was needed regarding the origins of the hybrid species. Fong Fong expanded the shuttle's range, confirming there were no anomalies within a 500-meter radius. She prepared to disembark, but you intervened. I will venture ahead to scout the area. Acknowledging her lack of combat capability, Fong Fong decided to remain in the cabin. You swiftly moved away, expanding the signal as he went. Shortly thereafter, at a distance of 1,000 meters from the shuttle, he discovered another similar shadow. Fong Fong descended to the surface, following you to a position 1,000 meters from the shuttle, awaiting the results of his investigation. You suggested it would be best to eliminate the unidentified object, as being harmed by it could result in becoming like it. Fong Fong was tempted to keep one for research purposes, but deemed that too unsafe. Having spent extended periods on the Moon studying ancient Martian texts, Fong Fong had always encountered negative references regarding cosmic rays. Now, it is astonishing that a living organism has been so severely harmed by cosmic rays, leaving her feeling that the universe has become an even greater threat. Soon, you utilized his laser gun to eradicate the phantoms, and after confirming that no further harm was present in the vicinity, he and Fang Fang meticulously searched the area. The ground yielded only a few remnants, which you carefully stored in a sealed bag before continuing onward. They advanced approximately 3,000 meters towards the shuttle, but found nothing further. Fang resolved to return to the shuttle. It awaited her return in silence, though she was apprehensive. If other alien entities were to invade, they might not be able to return. Without the possibility of reinforcements from Hua, there could be no room for complacency. Upon her return to the shuttle, Fang commenced scanning and analyzing the collected remnants, instructing you to proceed with further exploration. Initially, they had departed from the rear left of the craft. Now, you set off at a 45-degree angle from the front right of the shuttle. After scouting 3,000 meters away, the entire map of Ceres had been thoroughly surveyed. The total linear distance of Ceres was merely over 5,000 meters. Equipped with the map, you began to head directly towards the planet's deep pits or fissures. The entirety of Ceres remained eerily quiet, devoid of any peculiar findings. Could those phantoms be of extraterrestrial origin? Upon returning to the shuttle, Fang, upon reviewing the analysis results of the remnants, exclaimed that they had work to do. These fragments were remnants of packaging, indicating that the phantoms had once been ordinary individuals. My analysis, you said in a calm manner, suggests that this group, fearing light, descended upon Ceres using a large parachute, only to be struck by cosmic rays thereafter. Fang also posited that it was possible a spacecraft had inadvertently collided with cosmic rays, prompting the onboard organisms, terrified of light, to abandon the vessel and leap to safety here. Regardless, we must search the nearby asteroids for any traces. You instructed Fang to wait while he piloted the shuttle to explore the surrounding small asteroids for clues. The nearby asteroids were irregular in shape and too diminutive, making safe landings impossible for the shuttle. Thus, you could only maneuver closely around several small celestial bodies, effectively traversing the area. Upon returning to Ceres, Fang was seated on the ground, perusing detailed information regarding the solar system arc on her terminal. You reported the findings of his recent reconnaissance, stating that the surrounding celestial bodies were too small for a manned craft to have landed upon. I surveyed the area, and everything appears normal. Fang sighed, noting that the emergence of these phantoms indicated something abnormal had transpired, and it was imperative to comprehend it. Is it possible that something has happened to the people aboard the solar system arc? You inquired, contemplating whether they should advance or return. Fang opened a bottle of water, took a sip to calm herself, and declared that receiving news was a positive sign, as she was seeking energy for Hua. We shall explore 2 more asteroids to see if we can uncover anything useful. This time, as long as they are not phantoms. Any tangible entities should be captured and brought back. With that, Fang activated the shuttle, directing it towards the 3rd asteroid. Observing Fang's resolute gaze, you took the opportunity, while the craft had yet to land, to set up a large metal cage at the rear of the cabin. The cage was spacious enough to contain a pair of gorillas, and to prevent any captured organisms from being toxic, a nanolining was added to the metal enclosure. After completing their preparations, the 3rd asteroid lay before them. In the depths of the insect nest, there was a discovery. On the 3rd largest celestial body within the asteroid belt, Fang, and you treaded cautiously. The terrain was rugged and uneven, with jagged rocks reflecting a haunting metallic blue light under the sun, embodying both the allure of deep regional chasms and the eerie silence of a desolate battlefield. Suddenly, a distant glimmer captivated their gaze. As they approached, they realized it was the wreckage of a spacecraft, half buried in the sand. Its hull battered and surrounded by various parts and fragments. Fang exchanged an excited glance with you, envisioning the ship's past traversals through the cosmos. We have found it, she exclaimed, urging you to search for the black box. They meticulously examined the structure and details of the wreckage. The outer shell was marred with scratches and dents, as if it had endured countless collisions and battles. Amidst the debris, they uncovered some damaged instruments and equipment, and indeed, you discovered the black box among a heap of fragments. Fang commanded you to decipher the black box immediately. You took the black box and entered the shuttle to decode its contents. Fang expanded her search radius for clues. Soon, she stumbled upon packaging fragments similar to those collected on the dwarf planet Haumea. This strongly suggested that the elusive shadows they had seen originated from this spacecraft. In addition to the similar fragments, they found remnants of a spacesuit and some tattered tools. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound set Fang's nerves on edge. She swiftly moved towards her shuttle, propelled by an instinctive fear, and dashed inside. You quickly reacted, sealing the hatch. Before them, an enormous centipede emerged from the soil, seemingly oblivious to their presence, yet swaying its body in the very spot where she had stood, unwilling to depart. You looked to Fang for her directive. Fang hesitated for a moment, then softly remarked, "The Jovians from the past were experts in entomology and insect biomimetics. This creature is likely a product of a laboratory. Where in the wild could it have grown to such a size?" You presented her with the black box's records, inquiring whether they should collect the insect. Fong Fong took the black box, paused thoughtfully, and instructed you to use the laser scanner to thoroughly explore the area. If this is the last of its kind in the universe, we must preserve it as a specimen. Simultaneously, Fong Fong recorded a laser holographic projection, placing it in a beacon and sending it to the nearest mining robots on a nearby celestial body. She requested the robots in the asteroid belt to establish a local network to transmit her beacon to the moon, asking Hua to receive it there. In the holographic message, she informed Hua that she had only found a few traces of what appeared to be biological entities that had fallen from the aircraft on Haumea. She had located the wreckage of a solar system ARC spacecraft and its black box on the third largest celestial body in the asteroid belt. She suspected that this craft had encountered peril in the outer asteroid belt of the solar system. She instructed Hua to mark several suspicious locations in the Kuiper belt to save time. In a remarkably brief span of time, you conducted a comprehensive scan of the third asteroid, uncovering a nest teeming with venomous insects. They were compelled to eradicate the nest and unearth the hidden secrets within. With agility, you descended from the shuttle, carrying an ample container of fuel, and approached the insect nest directly opposite the shuttle. Swiftly, he encircled the nest with a semicircular ring of fire and signaled to Fong Fong. Without delay, Fong Fong sprang into action, expertly repositioning the shuttle and aligning the cannon to target the nest, activating the laser cannon. As the thunderous roar of the laser cannon erupted, the startled venomous insects began to flee in a panic. At that moment, you ignited the fuel on the ground, instantly creating a blazing semicircular wall of flames that obstructed the insect's escape route. Simultaneously, Fong Fong continued to bombard the insects with the laser cannon, while you seized the opportunity to maneuver through the gaps in the fire, firing his laser gun without hesitation as he charged towards the interior of the nest. Their coordinated efforts facilitated a remarkably smooth battle. Before long, the swarm outside was decimated by Fong Fong's formidable firepower. Despite the substantial size of these venomous creatures, they proved no match against the onslaught. The flames, generated from the burning fuel, were tenacious and difficult to extinguish. Some insects perished instantly upon contact with the fire, while others, even if they managed to escape the flames, found the fuel clinging to them nearly impossible to extinguish, their bodies flickering with flames until they were consumed. You plunged into the nest, where adult insects spewed venom in his direction. Clad in protective gear, he remained unperturbed by the venomous assault. His body, fortified with an exceptionally strong nanocomposite structure, would withstand the toxic liquid without damage. The nest was predominantly filled with larvae, and you charged forward, intent on confronting the queen insect. Upon sighting the queen, you activated the camera to allow Fong Fong outside to assess the situation. Fong Fong was taken aback by the sight of the queen, whose body was covered in abscesses resembling armor. This queen represented a nearly perfect killing machine, with sensitive antennae atop her head and a centipede-like body, agile despite her grotesque exterior. She opened her maw, releasing a cloud of toxic mist, her fangs glistening with a metallic sheen. Are you all right? Fong Fong called out with concern. Don't worry, I have it under control. At that moment, you noticed that as he drew closer to the queen wielding his laser gun, the damage inflicted by the weapon diminished significantly, rendering it almost negligible. Realizing he could no longer rely on this weapon, he decisively sheathed the laser gun at his waist and swiftly drew a razor-sharp alloy long knife from his back. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung forcefully towards the queen. Thanks to Yu's explosive strength coupled with the knife's keen edge, his strike finally inflicted pain upon the queen. The queen emitted a pained shriek, her body writhing violently. She raised her head abruptly, attempting to evade Yu's assault. But he offered her no respite, continuing to swing the long knife with fervor, striking again at the queen. This time, the queen appeared thoroughly enraged. She opened her cavernous maw, exposing her sharp fangs, and lunged ferociously at you. Her movements were alarmingly swift, reaching you in an instant. Her mouth agape as she sought to ensnare him. The power of the mother insect is exceedingly formidable, and its biting force is astonishing. If it were to seize someone, escape would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Calmly, you observes the furious movements of the mother insect, seeking the opportune moment for a counterattack. He alters his strategy, drawing close to the creature's abdomen, and thrusts his knife directly into it, delivering a series of rapid stabs until he finally pierces a hole. As the insect lowers its head to bite, you decisively drives the blade deep into the wound, burying both knife and himself within the creature's abdomen, swiftly twisting inside. The mother insect attempts to bite him several times in vain, rolling on the ground in frustration. Undeterred, you perseveres, forcibly severing the mother insect in two, ultimately causing it to collapse lifelessly. De Fong Fong watches in breathless anticipation from the shuttle, and shortly thereafter, you waves at the camera, beckoning her to enter. Within the insect's nest, Fong Fong and you discover a work backpack containing what appears to be a notebook belonging to a Jovian worker. Within its pages is a blueprint for a spacecraft designed by Earth engineers, alongside a crystal resembling a Beihua gem. This gemstone radiates a unique allure under the light, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Its shape closely resembles that of a Beihua crystal, exhibiting a regular polyhedron with each face as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding illumination. The sole distinction lies in its hue. While Beihua crystals are tinged with grayish yellow, this specimen glows with a reddish-blue tint. Upon closer inspection, one can discern countless tiny crystalline grains within the stone, intricately arranged to form a distinct structure. This configuration allows the crystal to display ever-changing colors and brilliance when viewed from different angles. It appears to be a masterpiece of nature, remarkable whether worn as an ornament or admired as a work of art. However, De Fong Fong is acutely aware that both the Beihua crystal and this gemstone possess potent toxicity. At this moment, Yu is gathering usable materials from the mother insect, extracting a pair of its fangs, and harvesting its venom glands. De Fong Fong carefully wraps all the items acquired from the nest in a sheet of nanofilm, placing them into a specially designed box. Due to the overwhelming and acrid toxic gas permeating the nest, she decisively initiates an evacuation. She and Yu swiftly activate the shuttle, propelling themselves at maximum speed toward the asteroid belt beyond the solar system, precisely where the Kuiper belt resides. As the shuttle races forward, De Fong Fong operates the machinery while calculating the time. She realizes that they have now entered the third day of their mission, and to ensure a safe return to the base, ample time for the journey back must be reserved. Thus, they are left with a mere 2 days to explore the Kuiper belt. This realization brings her a sense of regret, yet she understands that once their energy is depleted, the lunar base will lack scientific management and may descend into chaos, potentially leading to safety issues. The energy source is of paramount importance to the lunar base. The shuttle continues its rapid journey, soon approaching the Kuiper belt. Yu bows his head, assisting Fong Fong with the markings, and shortly thereafter, they locate the first celestial body. Fong Fong halts the shuttle before the first marked celestial object. As she swiftly scanned all the markers, she noticed that Hua's markers formed a coherent path, resembling a trail traversing the Kuiper belt from the vast reaches of outer space. She exchanged a glance with Yu. The path before them was indeed the flight route of the ill-fated aircraft. If the plane originated from the arc of the solar system, then why did it not land on Mars or the Moon, but instead scatter so bizarrely in all directions? A series of unsettling events gripped De Fang Fang's heart, and she morosely pondered that the arc of the solar system had indeed encountered trouble. Are we proceeding? Yu inquired. Please create an exploratory map, De Fang Fang commanded, simultaneously activating the shuttle to draw closer. On the shuttle's large screen, Yu unveiled a grand map of the Kuiper belt and began to elucidate to De Fang Fang. Observe the entire scenario. The Kuiper belt resembles a colossal expanse composed of countless fragments of celestial bodies. Here lies a multitude of asteroids, and to form such a plethora of asteroids, several large celestial bodies must have shattered simultaneously. Each of these fragmented bodies possesses its own unique characteristics. Now, you may scrutinize them closely. As he spoke, Yu magnified the images on the screen, allowing her to discern the intricate details of those asteroids. De Fang Fang studied the three-dimensional holographic map intently, conceding that Yu's observations were indeed accurate. These scattered celestial fragments bore a striking resemblance to shattered debris, albeit with considerable variation. Each fragment showcased its individual texture and appearance. Some resembled raw sapphires, translucent and sparkling. Others appeared as massive chunks of gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance. And some were vast clouds of gas or massive stones. Such a spectacle left De Fang Fang profoundly awestruck. These celestial bodies orbited the sun, all moving in the same direction. The gaseous bodies floated akin to balloons in the breeze. The iron and rocky bodies exhibited varying speeds due to their differing masses. Although they all headed toward the same destination, their paces were inconsistent, leading to frequent collisions. Such impacts could leave deep scars on the celestial bodies, while others might simply dissipate or vaporize upon contact. Navigating through the chaotic and perilous landscape of scattered debris, even with markers in place, piloting the shuttle directly through was an impossibility. De Fang Fang could only approach the outermost fragment first, then select a safe moment to proceed to the next. Even after landing on a celestial body, one had to remain vigilant against unforeseen calamities. Observing De Fang Fang's indecision, Yu promptly offered assistance, swiftly scanning the first celestial fragment and reporting that it was a nickel body, devoid of any anomalies. Suddenly, a fragment of an asteroid hurtled towards the shuttle. akin to a mischievous boy throwing a large stone. In this urgent situation, she had no choice but to land on the first celestial body. Seizing the opportunity, you descended and collected a sizable piece of nickel ore. Immediately afterward, Defangfang exclaimed, "Let us go." The shuttle sprang to life, and with a dazzling flash, it sped away like a bolt of lightning, swiftly darting towards the second marker. Upon their arrival, the sight before them stirred an exhilarating joy. The second and third celestial bodies were, astonishingly, comprised of rare and precious minerals, gleaming with an alluring brilliance that filled their hearts with elation. Yu, unable to contain his excitement, lowered his voice and said to Fong Fong, "If the arc of the solar system indeed passed through here, it would have undoubtedly extracted these two magnificent mineral blocks." Fong Fong nodded slightly, explaining to Yu that while the arc might have considered such an action, it was preoccupied with a more pressing escape mission at the time and could not linger. After all, the universe is boundless, and both time and opportunity are exceedingly precious. They gazed at the minerals, which shimmered with an otherworldly glow, their hearts brimming with awe and wonder. These rare minerals not only signified boundless wealth, but also embodied the enigmatic powers of the cosmos. In that moment, they felt fortunate to be the discoverers of this treasure, as if they were ensconced in a dreamlike realm. The third celestial body appeared to be composed of a multitude of gravel and dust, tightly compacted together. Encased in a glass-like shell, its surface had melted, revealing a thick layer of silicone, a substance characterized by its elasticity and stickiness, which served to protect the internal structure of the celestial body during impacts with other asteroids. De Fong Fong and Yu continued their journey, their excitement mounting with each peculiar sight they encountered. As time progressed, they gradually approached the fifth celestial body. When they were merely a few thousand meters away, Yu prepared to utilize the ship's scanning apparatus to observe the characteristics of this celestial body in detail. He pressed the button to initiate a comprehensive scan of the fifth celestial body. However, at that moment, a mysterious and formidable force suddenly surged forth, ensnaring both Yu and De Fong Fong within its grasp. This force seemed to emanate from the depths of the universe, rapidly spreading and enveloping the entire space. In an instant, they felt an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies, as if countless gravitational pulls were tugging at them. They attempted to break free from the bonds, only to discover they were rendered immobile. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves trapped by this enigmatic force, unable to escape. De Fong Fong, recovering from her shock, first turned to Yu, who appeared to have just emerged from a profound reset, gazing back at her with equal astonishment. Yet, as Yu attempted to scan the fifth celestial body once more, De Fong Fong was astounded to find that their shuttle had inexplicably halted before the first celestial body. After meticulously cross-referencing the three-dimensional map, she confirmed that the celestial body before them was indeed the first, situated far from the fifth. This unexpected turn of events left De Fong Fong feeling dizzy and uneasy. Unable to comprehend the reason behind this anomaly, she was eager to understand what force had caused such a phenomenon. Yu, diligently verifying the coordinates and map, confirmed that they were indeed at the first celestial body. This indicated that as the shuttle approached the fifth celestial body, a reverse antimatter wave surrounding it had propelled the shuttle away. He murmured that this force was peculiar and resolved to return and inquire with Hua. De Fong Fong remarked that if she were a metaphysician, she would certainly believe that the fifth celestial body was haunted. Regrettably, I am a materialist. Such an enigmatic force ought to belong to antimatter. Yet, why has it propelled us so far? She reminded you, are you all right? We can only return, for time is running short. You replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Yes, we must go back. Along the journey home, Dafa and you remained enveloped in silence. In the vastness of the cosmos, countless astonishing and mysterious events unfold. The birth and demise of planets, the rotation and collision of galaxies, the devouring and expulsion of black holes. Each detail captivates the human gaze, igniting an insatiable curiosity. The path to exploring the universe is fraught with challenges, yet brave adventurers plunge into its depths without hesitation. They observe distant galaxies through telescopes and traverse the boundless void in spacecraft, gradually unveiling the mysteries of the cosmos. Throughout this process, humanity continually challenges the limits of science, breaking through technological barriers. Each new discovery deepens our understanding of the universe and intensifies our desire to explore the unknown. The vastness of the cosmos and certain secrets may remain forever elusive to generations, yet this does not diminish our love and devotion to it. It is precisely this pursuit of the unknown that propels humanity forward, urging us to transcend our limitations. The shuttle finally descended safely at the lunar base. You began to leap forward on the moon's surface, embodying the essence of a mischievous child. Outside the base, Hua waved to them from a distance. Upon seeing Hua come to greet her, Dafa felt a surge of gratitude. Leaving the profound and indifferent cosmos behind, she now experienced the warmth of home. In search of a habitable planet, Dafa walked briskly on the desolate moon, her face radiant with the joy of returning home. She held Hua's hand tightly. Though this robot lacked genuine emotions, his presence provided Dafa with a glimmer of warmth amidst the encroaching darkness. Hua's metallic exterior shimmered with a cold brilliance under the sun, while his mechanical arm was gently clasped by Dafa. Her eyes brimmed with reliance and affection for him, as if Hua were her sole anchor in this desolate world. Dafa, Hua, and you strolled across the lunar surface, their steps light as if treading upon clouds. Surrounding them was an expanse of silence, with only the sounds of their footsteps and breaths echoing across the barren land. Dafa occasionally glanced up at Hua, locking eyes with him, her gaze revealing gratitude and love. Hua's electronic eyes seemed to comprehend her sentiments, responding with a steady yet gentle gaze. On this distant moon, they found solace in one another, creating a unique and heartwarming tableau. In the distance, a mechanical factory stood dormant, silently towering above. Its massive, cold metallic shell reflected a stark brilliance in the sunlight. The three-tiered structure, resembling an abandoned giant, exuded an air of solitude and desolation. The land surrounding the factory, illuminated by the sun, revealed a barren and pallid hue. Lacking vegetation, it was strewn with dust and rubble, appearing particularly forlorn. On this desolate and uninhabited lunar surface, the presence of a mechanical factory appears all the more jarring and conspicuous. Upon entering the base, Fangfang retrieved a box she had brought back from the asteroid belt, presenting it to Hua, inviting him to experiment with it and see if the crystals produced by the insect nests could replenish their energy supply. Meanwhile, Yu quietly busied himself with the nickel ore he had unearthed. Fangfang settled down to diligently examine the black box left behind by the spacecraft. Once deciphered, the information within the black box revealed electronic video content. The first segment of the video depicted the main control chamber of the Ark in the solar system. Several elite pilots from various planets were preparing for departure. At that moment, the leaders of Jupiter and Neptune entered, courteously announcing themselves as passengers and expressing their hope for mutual cooperation. Shortly thereafter, the chairpersons of Uranus, Venus, and Mercury arrived, seeking to converse with the leaders of Jupiter and Venus. Meanwhile, the leaders of Earth and Saturn lingered in various compartments until Pluto's Minister of Power ordered the departure, while the duo was still attempting to engage the presidents of Venus and Neptune in dialogue. Ultimately, as the hatch closed, several leaders not on the elite list remained in the control room, not having departed. As the Ark initiated its launch, the president of Neptune activated the conference system to address the assembly. His message conveyed that from that moment onward, all individuals aboard the Ark would be brothers and sisters sharing both hardships and joys, urging everyone to remain hopeful for the future. He reminded them of the inscription on the wall of the control room: "United in life and death, we strive together, shine and support one another." The leaders of Earth, Mercury, and Saturn, who had originally been shedding tears by the window, now joined in applause with their fellow leaders. However, voices of dissent emerged from outside the control chamber, questioning the absence of the leaders from Mars and Pluto. The chairperson of Earth hastily responded that they had departed too abruptly, leading to an emotional outburst as he openly wept. Nearby, the presidents of Saturn and Mercury choked back tears, affirming that they had witnessed the highest leader of Pluto, Minister Gong, departing to Mars to fetch chairperson Pompey, but due to the hurried departure, they had certainly missed the rendezvous. At that moment, the Ark suddenly began to sway. It was being drawn off course by the gravitational pull of a black hole. The pilots swiftly adjusted the controls, preparing for a superluminal leap. Air walls rose between the compartments of the Ark, and soon it executed its first jump, traversing nearly 1 light-year. At this juncture, only a day had elapsed in the Ark's operational timeline. Once stability was restored, the president of Venus commanded from the control room for the passengers to check their conditions and to report any damage promptly. A report from Neptune's personnel indicated that the air walls in the compartments of Mars and Pluto had not been dismantled, but no response had been received. The president of Neptune glanced at the central control panel, which displayed that everything in Mars and Pluto was functioning normally. Growing somewhat irate, he was poised to voice a reprimand when the chairperson of Mercury and several leaders beckoned him over. Upon approaching, he discovered that the leaders had realized the Ark had escaped the black hole and had located a habitable planet approximately 10 light-years away. The implication was clear: they would abandon their original objective of heading towards the Altair star system and settle nearby instead. This decision presented numerous advantages while remaining closely aligned with the original plan. The president of Neptune nodded in agreement repeatedly. Within the control chamber, The Mercury leader began to broadcast in a poetic manner. He spoke of the distant cosmos, where explorers had joyfully discovered a mysterious planet. This celestial body, not far from us, resembled a dazzling gem, quietly suspended amidst the vast expanse of stars. The Ark would soon transition to this planet, known as Tigaten B. For the sake of safe navigation, the Ark would make another leap, covering a distance of 10 light-years, as the air barrier rose once more. All were requested to maintain silence. Upon the conclusion of this leap, the primary control system of the Ark swiftly detected a terrestrial-like planet not far ahead, strikingly similar in nature and likely to harbor life. This planet bore an extraordinary resemblance to Earth, possessing clear water sources that sparkled like jewels embedded in the earth. Rivers and lakes flowed across its surface, creating a picturesque tapestry of water. Moreover, the climate was remarkably temperate, with a perennial spring-like ambience. Warm sunlight bathed the land, while gentle breezes caressed the lush meadows. The presence of water and favorable temperatures constituted ideal conditions for life's existence. The leaders were elated, nodding in agreement as they instructed the pilots to prepare for descent. The pilots exchanged glances, all affirming with nods. In the vast universe, discovering a habitable planet was a rare achievement, one not to be forsaken lightly. The Ark successfully landed on the planet depicted on the star chart as Tigaten B. The leaders requested the crew in the cockpit to raise a protective shield for the Ark, despite the crew emphasizing the significant energy expenditure this would entail. The leaders of Jupiter, Uranus, and Saturn quickly expressed their intent to venture out and explore the planet for resources and energy. Without delay, the enthusiastic chairman of Uranus summoned a group of strong and capable locals, bringing provisions and water, and extending an invitation to the leaders of Jupiter and Saturn to join in the expedition. Once the protective shield was activated, the leaders descended to the surface. Observing the fertile soil surrounding them, the president of Venus called upon several Venusians to delineate a plot of land and attempt to cultivate crops, cheerfully declaring that sustenance was the foundation of revolution. The Earth elites began inspecting the Ark's hull, discovering significant wear and tear from prolonged leaps, even uncovering a long fissure, likely caused by an impact from an unidentified celestial body. News of the Ark's damage requiring immediate repair quickly spread via broadcast, prompting many skilled individuals adept at mending the Ark to volunteer. The busy leaders swiftly organized and mobilized, gathering the elite to engage in the repair work, while they themselves remained composed, beginning to establish their quarters. As a video played, a timestamp in the upper left corner recorded that the journey from departure to landing on the habitable planet had taken 3 days. Hua entered, noticing Fong Fong deep in contemplation before the computer, and inquired whether she found it strange that the trip had taken 3 days to cover 12 light years. Was it not peculiar? Fong Fong, having become sensitive to the flight time since the mysterious celestial body's erratic movement from the Kuiper belt, responded. Hua explained that continuous leaps involved inertial acceleration, and the Ark likely underwent an enhanced transition, making the 3-day journey feasible through new momentum. Fong Fong expressed her disbelief. She inquired with genuine concern about Hua's well-being, asking if the crystal was indeed useful. Hua nodded, reassuring her that there was no need for excessive worry, as it was a carbon-based crystal and thus usable, albeit requiring a filtration core due to the toxicity of the venomous crystals, which Hua feared might lead to addiction. Speaking of addiction, Fong Fong melancholically remarked on the fortune of having a usable piece, questioning how they would replenish their supplies in the future. If she were willing, they could venture beyond the Kuiper belt to Tigaten in search of more. De Fong Fong understood immediately, given that their aircraft had met with misfortune. Tigaten must possess what they needed. However, she furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting profound anxiety. How could they possibly have the propulsion to traverse 12 light years? This appeared to be an insurmountable dilemma. She sighed gently, the flicker of hope in her heart extinguished by the harshness of reality. Yet, Hua thoughtfully presented her with a blueprint. Isn't this the spacecraft design you acquired from the worm nest? We could restart the mechanical factory and construct one ourselves. His words instantly rekindled Fong Fong's faith in the future. She accepted the blueprint, examining its intricate and sophisticated designs with a surge of excitement. This document seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope, yet the subsequent concern troubled her. She could not help but ask, but what if we lack the necessary materials? Hua's eyes glinted with a hint of cleverness. I believe we can gather resources from Earth. After all, this design was conceived by humans of the past, and they may still possess the materials required to build such a vessel. His proposal was enlightening, as if it had unlocked a door to a potential solution. You quietly entered, mysteriously showcasing several newly crafted batteries. The battery materials were sourced from the nickel ore found in the asteroid belt, and you boasted of their remarkable storage capacity. Fong Fong affectionately ruffled his hair, praising him for his brilliance. Then, she cut half of her chestnut-colored hair and personally adorned you with a crown of locks. Hua observed you and instructed him to create a resource navigation map to accompany Fong Fong to Earth. As preparations for the journey to Earth unfolded, Hua and you busied themselves. While the Fong Fong collected her thoughts, reflecting on the black box, she recalled her mother, Ku Xiong, mentioning that her uncle, Ku Li, and aunt had departed aboard an ark when she was too young to comprehend the significance. Now, with a tinge of worry, she pondered whether her uncle was still on the ark and if they were safe and alive. Eagerly, Fong Fong hoped to glean any tidbits about her uncle from the electronic videos she discovered, yearning to uncover more information. She activated the recording within the black box and continued to review the electronic footage. After the ark landed on Tigadan B, elite personnel emerged, wielding farming tools to cultivate the land. Those who had ventured out on expeditions seemed not to have returned. Others busied themselves, some searching for familiar faces, others collecting essential supplies, and some assisting in the repair of the spacecraft by transporting materials. Only the cabins designated for Mars and Pluto remained eerily quiet. Despite the dismantling of the air walls, with minimal traffic in and out, they had boarded the ark without the presence of planetary leaders, and it appeared that the leaders of other planets were too preoccupied to offer assistance. Fong Fong's deepest desire was to uncover the mysteries within the Mars capsule, yet she found herself unable to see anything. A persistent feeling lingered within her that the Martians were somehow guarding against an impending danger. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, a tranquil darkness enveloped the entire planet. The laborers, having toiled throughout the day, began to set aside their tools, concluding their work for the day. Some shouldered hoes, while others carried burdens, their faces adorned with expressions of both satisfaction and fatigue. Those engaged in repairing the spacecraft tidied their tools and, amidst laughter and conversation, returned to the ark, preparing to resume their tasks the following day. The voice of the Mercury chairman echoed through the main control cabin, inquiring why night had fallen and the heads of state who had ventured out had yet to return. Suddenly, amidst the stillness of the night, piercing cries shattered the silence. The occupants of the cockpit hurriedly secured all doors and windows of the ark, extinguishing the lights and activating the night vision cameras to survey the surroundings. It soon became clear that the expedition team was hastening back, and in the dim light, they could be seen, with the chairman of Uranus leading a group of disheveled subordinates, frantically sprinting toward the ark for refuge. They rushed in, breathless and visibly distressed. Yet two heads of state, Jupiter and Saturn, along with their attendants, were conspicuously absent. The ark, captured in the video, gradually fell silent under the cloak of night. In front of the Mars and Pluto compartments, the air barriers had once again risen, indicating that everyone had likely retired for the night. The chaos of the late hours began in the cockpit, where an unknown insect had stealthily infiltrated the ark through the still imperfectly repaired seams, allowing more of its kind to follow suit. The first victims were those keeping watch in the cockpit, who were subjected to a vicious assault. These insects, ravenous and venomous, posed a grave threat. A single bite could yield catastrophic consequences. Those unfortunate enough to be bitten soon found their wounds swelling with a ghastly green hue, enduring excruciating pain and crying out in despair. In mere moments, the bitten individuals convulsed uncontrollably, while the insects feasted voraciously, their crunching sounds echoing in the stillness. In the enveloping darkness, the famished insects scurried about, nimbly darting into every corner. When the curious approached upon hearing the cries, they unwittingly entered this perilous domain. Yet, before they could react, they were overwhelmed by the frenzied insects. The video depicted a scene steeped in bloodshed and brutality, as the insects surged forth like a tide, swiftly engulfing their victims. They attacked every accessible compartment, targeting all who fell prey to their onslaught. Their sharp fangs and potent venom rendered escape impossible. The air filled with the terrified screams of those being overrun, accompanied by the insatiable sounds of gnawing and tearing. Blood splattered, and the atmosphere became chaotic and horrifying, leaving Fong Fong, seated before the screen, clenched in a nightmare. Among the elite residing in the Jupiter compartment were those skilled in pest control. However, these alien venomous beasts, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, possessed formidable fangs and lethal toxins. They had been resting when the sudden ambush left them powerless to defend themselves. In the midst of the turmoil, some among the Jupiter elite recalled and attempted to deploy insecticides. Regrettably, these common pesticides proved ineffective against the colossal venomous creatures. Soon, except for the airlock chambers of Mars and Pluto, which served as a barrier against any insect intrusion, other areas were nearly devoid of human escape from the relentless capture of the insects. Following a massacre, The creatures continued to feast upon the remnants of flesh and blood, gradually retreating from the damaged hulls. As dawn broke, the faint light filtered into the ark, illuminating the scene of devastation. It was not until sunlight streamed through the windows that all the insects finally fled, burrowing back into the earth. Inside the silent ark, the atmosphere was thick with toxic mist and the stench of blood. After a while, the airlock at the Mars chamber was quietly dismantled. Fang spotted her uncle, Kelly, emerging from within, clad in protective gear. She surmised that he must have observed the external turmoil through the surveillance cameras. Shortly thereafter, the airlock of the Pluto chamber was also removed, allowing someone to step out. The two exchanged nods and gestured towards the rear, where a contingent of Mars inhabitants in protective suits and several masked figures from Pluto emerged. The individuals in protective gear followed Kelly down from the ark, while the Pluto contingent hurried towards the control chamber to deactivate the still active protective shield and summon robots to cleanse the entire Arkansas. Subsequently, Fang noticed her uncle and his team gathering from outside. He convened the elite from the Mars chamber to utilize the intelligent robots brought from Mars, employing the Ark's equipment to refine the ore and restore the Ark's breaches to pristine condition. Simultaneously, the elite from Pluto organized the interior of the Arkansas. After conducting a thorough scan with precision instruments, they reported no signs of insects or eggs. What transpired next took Fang by surprise. Kelly, at the main console, informed a member from Pluto that the Jovians were still alive and approaching the Arkansas. The Pluto representative impatiently urged them to leave, cautioning that they could not explain the situation and might be blamed for the deaths of others. Kelly whispered a few words to a Martian, who nodded in agreement. They manipulated the main console to summon a space shuttle, which was left behind on the ground. The Ark then swiftly set sail, vanishing into the horizon. When the leaders of Jupiter and Saturn returned to the Ark station with their entourage, they were met only with a solitary space shuttle. While the Ark had disappeared without a trace, they hastily boarded the shuttle, discovering boxes filled with water and food stacked in the middle. One box was opened, revealing the disheveled figure of the Earth chairman standing within. They began to inquire among themselves, gradually piecing together the truth. It turned out that the Uranus chairman had led them forward without initially detecting any danger. The group, brimming with enthusiasm, paused before a pool of water to admire the alien landscape. Some suggested swimming in the pool, but as they discovered its unfathomable depth, the Saturn chairman wisely halted their advance. At that moment, a massive fish erupted from the depths, its grotesque visage and razor-sharp teeth tearing through the air, severing an elite in half at the waist in a single bite. Panic ensued. The Uranus chairman drew his pistol and fired several shots. Although he struck the monstrous fish, he failed to injure it critically. The creature, startled, spat out the body it had clamped down on and sank back into the pool, leaving a trail of blood that instantly stained the water's surface crimson. The chairman of Uranus observed the peculiar fish fleeing and promptly holstered his pistol, drawing forth a sharp folding military knife instead. "We must hasten our departure. That fish is no trivial matter," he declared. The opinions of the others varied. Some dismissed it as merely a fish spirit, asserting that it would be easy to slay once out of the water. Yet, the chairman of Uranus had already ventured far ahead, compelling the others to follow in preparation to leave. Unexpectedly, the surface of the water erupted violently, revealing several monstrous fish with gaping, blood-filled maws. Terror-stricken, the group fled in haste, with the chairman of Uranus and his elite companions sprinting at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the chairman of Jupiter, the chairman of Saturn, and their two attendants lagged slightly behind, relentlessly pursued by the dreadful fish. These monstrous creatures exhibited remarkable ferocity. Even upon leaving the water, they glided swiftly across the land using their fins and armored bellies, causing great distress to the fleeing group. Jupiter and Saturn soon realized that the people of Uranus had vanished from sight, while the monstrous fish continued their relentless chase. Consequently, Chairman Jupiter led the way, weaving through trees and foliage as they ran. Suddenly, at the base of a hillside, he discovered a small opening. Hastily, he utilized his knife to enlarge the hole, revealing a tunnel that could accommodate a single individual, extending deep into the earth. Initially mistaking it for a mouse hole, he slid down the passageway, arriving at a spacious chamber filled with a labyrinth of tunnels, crawling with venomous creatures measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. It became apparent that Chairman Jupiter had fallen into a den of poisonous insects. In the solar system, the people of Jupiter were renowned for their ability to tame insects and harness biomimetic technologies derived from them. Thus, the sight of poisonous creatures did not instill panic within him. He steadied himself, momentarily avoiding alarming the insects, and retrieved an insect repellent from his belongings. Mixing in some highly toxic powder, he then collected some pungent insect excrement, fashioning a potent repellent, which he cast liberally about. At that moment, the others, having followed suit, slid down to seek refuge behind Chairman Jupiter. The monstrous fish outside could not access the narrow entrance of the tunnel, remaining merely at the threshold, flailing about. The repellent that Chairman Jupiter had scattered proved effective. The stimulated insects rushed out in a frenzy, and the fish outside seized the opportunity to feast. After their gluttonous meal, the fish returned to their watery abode, allowing Jupiter and Saturn's group to remain hidden in the insect den throughout the night, only emerging at dawn. Upon hearing their harrowing tale, Chairman Earth recounted his own ordeal. It transpired that the previous day, all the leaders had sought refuge for the night. They had not been included on the elite list. Jupiter and Neptune had their children listed, thus naturally occupying space in the children's chamber. The other 4 leaders employed various tactics, both coercive and deceptive, to secure their places in their respective planetary cabins. Only the Earth inhabitants refused to offer any concessions to their leader, leaving him bereft of a spot to call his own. He attempted to access the chambers of Mars and Pluto, yet the air walls of those establishments barred his entry. In desperation, Chairman Earth disguised himself as a laborer, repeatedly transporting various supplies onto the spacecraft, falsely claiming it was for planetary exploration, thereby arousing no suspicion. Finally, when dusk fell and attention waned, he locked the spacecraft's cabin door, intending to spend the night aboard. In the dead of night, a sudden assault from venomous creatures was captured on surveillance. The horrific scene leaving him utterly terrified. He hastily retreated into a supply box, too fearful to make a sound. As dawn broke and the insects retreated, he still dared not emerge. Unbeknownst to him, the Martians and Plutonians had already fled in their ark, abandoning him and the aircraft. After enduring a night of terror, he contemplated leaving the box to assess the situation, yet hesitated, fearing the presence of the creatures outside. The 5 individuals exchanged their experiences, casting wary glances at one another. What path lay before them? This was a matter of great concern for Defangfang as well. What events transpired that led them to appear in the asteroid belt? 12 light-years away. Did they harbor hope that someone would witness this electronic footage? Defangfang's curiosity deepened as she continued to seek answers within the video. 10. Departing from Tigadan B, the leaders of Jupiter, Saturn, and Earth, accompanied by 2 attendants, gathered within the spacecraft to deliberate on their future survival. The attendants murmured that being abandoned by the Ark equated to a death sentence, deeming it an illegal act. The Saturnian leader remarked that their absence from the Ark's roster made their abandonment unsurprising, lamenting his own decision to leave the Ark in pursuit of adventure. This Uranian leader has truly led us to ruin, he lamented. The Jovian leader, maintaining a calmer demeanor, analyzed. The Martians likely fled because Pompey appointed a commander among them. Our intention to seize command while remaining on the Ark was, from the outset, at odds with the original plan. The ensuing disaster was a direct result of our missteps, costing many lives. The Earth leader contemplated gravely before speaking. Given the current circumstances, it is highly probable that those insects, having tasted human flesh, will launch another attack tonight. The individuals aboard the Ark must also be fearful of these creatures, hesitant to return. He gazed out the window and continued. It seems the Ark's energy reserves are nearly depleted, hindering their ability to proceed to Altair as originally intended. Perhaps they are in search of a planet capable of providing sufficient energy to restart their vessel. The Jovian leader nodded in agreement. Our immediate priority must be to prepare for tonight's onslaught of insects before addressing other matters. During my observations in the wild, I noted that this area is not only rife with poisonous insects, but that even the trees, water sources, and air may harbor toxins. Thus, we must don our spacesuits when venturing outside to avoid harm. The others concurred, beginning to devise appropriate defensive measures. He sighed, adding, "It is conceivable that we have already been poisoned from last night into today. Yet to leave this place and return to the solar system entails a journey of 12 light-years. Our food supplies are dwindling, and discussions of energy consumption are futile. I have examined the structure of the spacecraft. It is indeed possible for smaller insects to infiltrate. I shall endeavor to concoct additional insect repellent. In the distant reaches of the cosmos lies a planet named Saturn, home to an intelligent and industrious race known as the Saturnians. Their bodies are composed of a unique substance, enabling them to traverse the void of space with ease. The technological prowess of the Saturnians is remarkably advanced, as they excel in harnessing extraterrestrial resources for agricultural production. Their cities are constructed within colossal space stations, which possess the ability to rotate autonomously, thereby generating artificial gravity that allows inhabitants to live in comfort akin to that on Earth. The Saturnians harbor a unique passion and innate talent for botany. having mastered numerous sophisticated agricultural techniques that enable them to cultivate delectable food in diverse environments. Their crops are not only exquisite in flavor, but also rich in nutritional value, earning them the admiration of residents from other planets. Due to their exceptional achievements in agriculture, Saturnians have gained renown as the preeminent farmers within the solar system. Each Saturnian is an agricultural expert, possessing knowledge that surpasses that of specialized professors from other celestial bodies. Consequently, individuals from other planets frequently seek guidance from Saturnians regarding plant cultivation and nurturing. The societal order among the Saturnians is remarkably harmonious. Every individual is cognizant of their responsibilities and obligations, willingly contributing to the collective well-being. Their culture emphasizes unity, cooperation, and mutual assistance, enabling them to confront various challenges collaboratively. Over time, interactions between Saturnians and other planets have intensified, with their culinary delights and agricultural innovations spreading throughout the galaxy, benefiting a multitude of beings through their wisdom and diligence. Meanwhile, Saturnians continually strive for growth and advancement, elevating their civilization to unprecedented heights. At this juncture, the Saturnian president stood up, summoning two attendants to seek out a few suitable trees for harvesting sap as a substitute for water. Unfortunately, upon collecting the sap, they discovered its toxic nature, which, while less harmful than the outdoor water source, still posed a danger. The Earthlings, adept in machinery and manufacturing, took the initiative to block potential entry points for pests into the spacecraft. The Earth president also delved into the aircraft's power source, contemplating that an enhancement to nuclear fusion energy would be optimal. He mused that they might need to find a location for a nuclear detonation to procure the necessary materials for fusion. Through collaborative effort, by dusk, as the sun was about to set, all preparations within the spacecraft were complete. The Jupiter president called everyone to take their seats, explaining that the pest repellent created the previous night in the toxic wormhole had proven effective, and that he had just scattered the repellent around and beneath the aircraft. If all went well tonight, they could excavate the nearby pest nests tomorrow, allowing for a period of tranquility. He planned to incubate a centipede egg he had brought along, nurturing it to maturity to serve as a guardian, believing that using poison against poison would be an ideal defensive strategy. The Earth president elaborated on the necessity and significance of conducting nuclear experiments in this location. He emphasized that only through the continuous improvement of power source technology could the spacecraft potentially achieve light speed or even surpass it, enabling the possibility of superluminal travel. Once the aircraft possessed the capability for such travel, it would drastically reduce the duration of interstellar journeys, allowing for more efficient exploration of the cosmos. This advancement would present humanity with unprecedented opportunities and possibilities for future space exploration. The Saturnian president proclaimed that he had resolved the water source issue. While water source from the wild could not be fully purified, utilizing almond purification on the sap rendered it safe for consumption, sufficiently replacing water. Merely residing here for a few more years, the towering trees are likely to become depleted. Beside the farmland outside the aircraft, I have planted fast-growing apricot trees and have also transitioned the fields to cultivate rapid-growth wheat. I believe that if protein-rich meat can be synthesized, it will be possible to create compressed rations in the future. With the current storage technology, such rations can be preserved for 5 to 6 years without issue. After listening to my proposal, the Jupiter chairman invited everyone to partake in some food and suggested we retire early. He noted that, at present, only the giant mutant fish can provide meat, leaving the handling of the fish's toxicity to the Saturnians. Tomorrow morning, heed my instructions. We shall first collaborate to catch a mutant fish. My plan is to capture a venomous worm tonight, prior to fishing. We will place sharpened wooden stakes and iron blades along the pathway. The fisherman will secure the worm by the pond's edge, while another will observe, coordinating their efforts to maneuver the worm past the sharp blades. When the fish traverses the blades, we will seize the opportune moment to dispatch it. As dawn broke the following day, the Earthlings remained at home, while the others carried a large box filled with prepared sharp iron pieces and a deceased venomous worm towards the fish pond. Approaching midday, they indeed returned with a substantial mutant fish. The Jupiterians delegated the processing of the fish to the group while discreetly locating the worm nest. After expelling the worms from their lair, they collected the eggs and permanently destroyed the nest. By the fields, several individuals worked in a flurry. They spread a sheet of nanofilm to separate the fish flesh from the oil. The fish liver was relatively easy to clean, while the other parts, requiring water for washing, were discarded into a box wrapped in the film to decompose into fertilizer for the fields. Several days later, they captured approximately 10 more fish, drying the flesh and fish jerky for storage, intending to use them for the production of compressed rations. The fish oil was refined and processed as supplementary fuel for the aircraft. The Earthlings wore a serious expression. "I wish to discuss recent occurrences with you before I retire for the night." He produced his notes, densely filled with data and observations. Through the telescope, we could perceive numerous changes in the surrounding environment. Among the most striking was the emergence of a colossal figure in the distance, resembling a frog-like humanoid. If this creature is indeed a native of this planet, it may have already taken notice of us and begun to monitor our activities. Thus, we must remain ever vigilant. Furthermore, I have observed other intriguing phenomena. For instance, the night sky is breathtakingly beautiful, yet shrouded in mystery. Additionally, the climate here seems rather arid, which is not conducive to our survival. Therefore, I urge everyone to take the opportunity to explore further during their leisure time, gaining more insight into this planet. Should we encounter any danger, it is imperative to remain calm and composed. I am confident we can rise to meet various challenges. Finally, the Earthling broached an important topic: nuclear weaponry. I have been contemplating how to safeguard our base and personnel. After careful consideration, I have resolved to conduct a nuclear test near the frog-like humanoid's lair. This way, should it pose a genuine threat, we will be prepared in advance. Naturally, this nuclear test must be executed with utmost caution to ensure minimal disruption to the ecosystem. After a brief discussion, the group concluded that if the frogmen were to launch an assault, the damage inflicted would undoubtedly surpass that of the venomous insects. They simply could not afford such a confrontation. Consequently, they unanimously agreed to explore and expedite the nuclear experiment plan, enabling the aircraft to be modified for an early departure from this toxic land. A month later, the rapidly growing wheat in the fields had ripened, golden waves swaying in the breeze. The community diligently commenced the harvest, wielding their tools with care, as beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Yet their faces radiated the joy of reaping the fruits of their labor. The harvested wheat was neatly stacked aside, accompanied by the incessant hum of the intelligent 3D printer, transforming the grains into plump kernels. Subsequently, another machine combined fish, meat, and apricot flesh to create compressed biscuits. These nourishing provisions represented a glimmer of hope for their future. With an ample supply of food, the spirits of the survivors were considerably lifted. Each person's visage blossomed with long-lost smiles, as if the heavy boulder pressing upon their hearts had finally been removed. The long-awaited happiness of the survivors had finally arrived. They began to gather and store drinking water in abundance for unforeseen circumstances. However, in the distance, the frogmen had not relinquished their watch over them. After a period of observation, the survivors noted that the skin of the frogmen exhibited a peculiar green hue, secreting a transparent slime across their bodies. This led to the suspicion that these creatures might possess potent toxins, rendering them unsuitable as a food source for humans, unlike fish. As time progressed, the frogmen's sentinels began to encroach upon the survivors' territory with increasing frequency, indicating a level of intelligence that posed a threat to their safety. Concern began to mount. Should the frogmen complete their encirclement, an intense battle would be inevitable. Moreover, if they were to launch an attack with venom or toxic gas, the corrosive nature of such substances could inflict severe harm or even endanger lives. The group felt the weight of these concerns. One night, clad in spacesuits, they rolled in the Jupiter inhabitants' insect repellent, ensuring their suits were thoroughly coated before stealthily approaching the frogmen's encampment. The next morning, a mushroom cloud ascended in the sky over the frogmen's territory. By midday, the survivors returned to their aircraft, carrying several specially sealed boxes filled with nuclear waste. The Earthlings successfully modified the spacecraft, which was originally the latest model, making it ideally suited for upgrades. After several days of labor, they unveiled a prototype capable of initial jumps. The engineer explained that due to the aircraft's relatively light overall weight, the risk of unexpected damage during the transition was heightened. Therefore, he recommended limiting the jumps to a maximum of 2. As the group sat in silence, reassessing their future, a Jupiter inhabitant retrieved a curious, gem-like crystal from their bag and presented it to the Earthling. They advised that it had been discovered within the frogmen's cranial region, suggesting it might be useful for energy synthesis. The Earthling noted that after completing 2 jumps with the new energy source, the spacecraft could achieve light-speed travel for up to 3 years. The aircraft's fuel tank was initially full, and he had prepared a considerable amount of fuel refined from fish oil, making the 12-light-year journey entirely feasible. It was at this moment that everyone seemed to be preparing for their return to the solar system. Naturally, discussions arose regarding the current state of the solar system. Both the Saturnians and Earthlings speculated that had the black hole consumed the solar system, their own galaxy would likely be in disarray as well. In stark contrast, the reality was that Tigadan B was as serene as a secluded paradise. Ultimately, a unanimous decision was reached. They would return to the solar system. The first step involved a leap of 3 to 4 light years to scout for planets suitable for landing and establishing a base near the solar system. The second step would be to leap closer to the solar system, at which point they could ascertain whether the solar system had endured. Should the solar system still exist, they would be free to choose any planet for settlement. After lingering for a few more days, the Jovians secured the large centipede they had for defense in a cage, while the Saturnians gathered all the fruit trees and wheat. The Earthlings reported that the frog people were indeed surrounding them, with sightings from multiple directions. Without further delay, they set off. After months of wandering on alien worlds, the five finally launched their spacecraft, departing from Tigadan B. Chapter 11. The Future of the Martians in the Vast Cosmos. The five embarked anew on an uncertain journey. Their spirits were as heavy as the endless darkness surrounding them. Silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts, their eyes betraying a profound sense of confusion and fear regarding the future, their hearts laden with boundless questions. They had once departed Earth filled with hope, only to find themselves stranded on an alien planet for months. Memories of past experiences flashed through their minds, the challenges and hardships leaving them utterly exhausted. After the spacecraft executed its first faster-than-light jump, it made a forced landing on a planet with intense radiation, prompting the Earthlings to conduct emergency repairs. Although they did not linger long, each endured varying degrees of radiation exposure, exacerbated by their prolonged contact with toxins on Tigadan. The five discovered that their bodies had begun to mutate. Anticipating various uncertainties, the Jovians urged everyone to consolidate their supplies, should any of them survive. Those resources would ultimately belong to that individual. A shared belief began to take root in their hearts, the desire to return home, to their original abode in the solar system. Regrettably, the five were no longer ordinary humans. Due to their mutations, each had transformed into a creature that was half human, half beast. Upon entering the second jump, they finally confirmed that the solar system lay ahead, safe and sound. In the midst of their excitement and joy, they encountered cosmic rays, suffering significant losses and rendering further jumps impossible. Thus, the spacecraft could only continue to travel at light speed. Not only was the craft compromised by the rays, but the bodies of the five also grew increasingly feeble in the wake of exposure. After enduring 5 arduous years of navigation, the five, who had already devolved into half-human, half-beast entities, began to experience a gradual decline in intellect and an increasingly transparent physical condition. Yet, using the remnants of their minds and strength, they calculated their imminent entry into the asteroid belt at the outskirts of the solar system, still brimming with excitement. The Jovian individual maintained an affectionate bond with the centipede pet he reared. At this juncture, the five individuals had largely lost control over their own bodies, placing their hopes upon the centipede to preserve some materials that would validate their identities. The aircraft navigated smoothly without encountering any unforeseen hazards. However, upon nearing the fifth enigmatic celestial body within the asteroid belt, it experienced a peculiar displacement akin to that which befell de Fong. The intellectual faculties of the five had significantly diminished, leading to a state of agitation within the cabin. As they traversed the asteroid belt within the solar system, their frustration escalated, believing they had veered off course. Meanwhile, seated before the computer at the lunar base, Fong observed the notable transformations in the physiques of the five. Ultimately, as they transitioned into mere phantoms, they inadvertently opened the aircraft's hatch on the computer interface, and as they hovered above the dwarf planet Ceres, they leapt from the plane. Following their descent, the automatic return function had been compromised long before their loss of control, resulting in the aircraft crash landing on the third largest planet of the asteroid belt. Disrupting the surface, the centipede, previously confined, escaped and constructed a nest nearby, hatching the insect eggs collected by the Jovian, proclaiming itself sovereign. This centipede, once a pet, retained a degree of dependence on its former keeper, thus dragging their supply bag into its lair, ensuring its preservation. After intently watching the video, Fong felt an overwhelming curiosity about the mysteries of the universe swell within her. Her gaze sparkled with yearning as she became entranced by the celestial dance of planets, cosmic rays, and the twinkling of the galaxy. She began to ponder the origins of the universe, the existence of life, and the boundless possibilities that lay in the unknown. Simultaneously, she harbored concerns for Uncle Kelly's fate while marveling at the resilient vitality of the five individuals from Jupiter, Saturn, and Earth. She yearned for the might of the solar arc, the sole testament to unity within the solar system and the pinnacle of its civilization. Upon grasping the plight of the five, she speculated that if the solar arc failed to discover a more advanced civilization beyond its bounds, it might very well opt for a path of return. She resolved to visit her father, bringing along the electronic video to discuss with Dani the potential intentions of the Solar Ark in seeking a return. On board the Martian Ark, after reviewing the contents of the black box, Dani elucidated Kelly's actions. Initially, after establishing the elite roster for the Solar Ark, Pompey had designated a government official to lead the elite. Subsequently, when Kelly and his spouse supplanted Dani's family aboard the Ark, Pompey proposed that Kelly assume the role of captain of the Ark's defense team. At that time, the elite representatives uniformly declined leadership roles, imploring Chairman Pompey to ascend as the leader aboard the Arkansas. The chairman responded that he would travel on a separate ship crafted by the Martians to seek refuge on Earth, as he must return to Mars promptly after the catastrophe to oversee its reconstruction. He encouraged the elite to maintain a long-term vision and to harbor aspirations, asserting that the Solar Ark was not a vessel for refugees, but rather a pioneer for building a new home for all humanity. Inspired by this optimistic vision, the elite became fervently engaged, and upon confirming their selection for the Ark, they commenced an active pursuit of knowledge and survival skills. Their enthusiasm resonated with the Plutonian elites, prompting the Plutonian leader to personally consult Chairman Pompey on how to determine the elite roster, and, akin to Mars, to preemptively identify a leader among the elite. Dani remarked that when 7 leaders, who ought not to have appeared on the elite roster, occupied the command chamber of the Ark, their actions were unlawful. They mistakenly believed they had landed on Tigarden B, whereas Martians had previously dispatched probes to ascertain that it was a terrestrial planet fraught with physiological toxins. This prompted the decision to seek alternatives in the Altair star system. In the realm of cosmic navigation, qualities such as unity, rigor, professionalism, and sincerity are indispensable. With a heavy sigh, Dani lamented that had these 7 leaders engaged in dialogue and exhibited humility, they might have spared the Ark from catastrophic losses and preserved their own lives. Approaching the window, he sat down and gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A hint of confusion lingered in his eyes, and the room was enveloped in silence, with Fong Fong quietly keeping her father company. Dani reminisced about his past with Kelly, recalling the warmth of shared moments. Yet at this juncture, he felt perplexed and anxious about Kelly's fate. Drawing a deep breath, he speculated, his eyes flickering with hope, that since the Ark had safely departed, it must have found its destination star. Nearly 2 decades without news merely indicated their ongoing struggle for survival and development. Dani then shifted the conversation to the challenges of Martian construction, noting that 2 significant active volcanoes had emerged on Mars. These volcanoes erupted alternately, severely impacting the vegetation, while smaller dormant volcanoes sporadically erupted, threatening to render the Martian atmosphere toxic over time. Is it not possible to alter the destructive potential of the 2 newly formed active volcanoes with advanced technology? Fong Fong inquired. Dani shook his head, explaining that any attempt to modify these immensely powerful volcanoes could result in catastrophic shifts in Mars' crust. Unlike Earth, which boasts vast oceans that can mitigate volcanic activity, Mars lacks sufficient water to cool or promote circulation, thus risking a total cataclysmic explosion of the planet. How terrifying. What do you plan to do in the future? Fong Fong asked, her concern palpable. Dani replied that there were 2 potential paths. One was to conceal their identities on Earth and strive to survive. The other was to gather resources to repair and maintain the Ark while seeking a habitable planet. Fong Fong remained silent, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, and awaited her father's elaboration. Dani glanced back at Fong Fong and stated that it was improbable for the Ark to be taken to Earth. The majority of Martians aboard would likely choose to remain with the Arkansas. Their reasoning was sound. After all, Earth had undergone radical transformations, and without the Ark, survival would be exceedingly difficult. They believed that relying on the Ark would afford them a more peaceful existence than on Earth. Fong Fong agreed with this perspective and sincerely suggested that they openly discuss their situation with others. Dani smiled faintly, responding that the most prudent course of action was to gather supplies from the asteroid belt to replenish the Arkansas. However, he acknowledged that humans tend to cling to their current circumstances and rarely relinquish their way of life unless faced with dire consequences. Thus, he had not disclosed the resources collected by the Martian workforce, as he was reserving them for the future. When I am no longer here, you must support your brother. If you are able to leave, devise a safe route. If you need not depart, then focus on accumulating reserves. What do you mean? The endeavor of humankind to reach Mars remains fraught with challenges, and should they succeed, Mars would cease to be the realm of Martians. Fong Fong felt a twinge of sadness, yet nodded with unwavering resolve. As she disembarked from the aircraft, adorned with her backpack, she resembled a vibrant streak of color against the backdrop of the sky. Her spirit was invigorated, her hair dancing in the breeze, and her light blue eyes sparkled with life. She entrusted Hua with a selection of fast-growing hemp seeds, a request from her father, known to yield the finest hemp in the solar system. The newly constructed flying saucer designed by Hua was now complete and sported a fresh coat of paint. Intrigued, Fong inquired why the spacecraft was fashioned in the form of a disc. With a touch of humor, Hua explained that it was intentionally crafted for travel to Earth, recalling how previous Martian vessels had been misidentified as UFOs during their passage from Earth. This time, he crafted a genuine flying saucer to evoke a sense of familiarity among Earth's inhabitants. Hua advised her to prioritize the collection of tree seeds, which could be nurtured upon her return for optimal growth. He urged her to aim for uninhabited islands for landing. Fong committed his instructions to memory, casually picking up a fist-sized meteorite from the lunar surface and placing it in her bag. Noticing Hua's gaze, she clarified that while the stone might seem inconspicuous at the base, it could fetch a handsome price on Earth. "I've done my research," she reassured him. "Earth's population is in the billions and embroiled in conflict. Rest assured, I shall return safely." As the gentle night enveloped the moon, Hua tenderly adjusted Fong's backpack, cautioning you to avoid drawing attention. You nodded solemnly, his expression resolute. The Knight's mission was steeped in an air of mystery and tension, and he had equipped himself with the newly crafted robotic bodyguard for Fong. Beneath the starlit sky, their figures appeared remarkably agile and poised. In the expansive wilderness, a massive, deep gray flying saucer loomed like a mysterious airborne fortress, quietly docked. Its sleek contours radiated a subdued yet formidable aura, reminiscent of a lurking beast. As the hatch of the saucer gradually opened, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the surrounding ground. A faint buzzing emanated from within, heralding its powerful engine and advanced technology. This colossal vessel, meticulously crafted by Hua, was undoubtedly the centerpiece of their collection mission. Fong and Yu, both with chestnut hair, ascended the flying saucer, resembling a mother and son embarking on an extraordinary adventure. The robotic bodyguard, designed by Yu, was adorned with an array of knives and swords. Fong couldn't suppress a chuckle at the whimsical sight of the childlike robot. Yu, with calm composure, inquired about the items Fong needed to collect and the location of their first landing. Stifling her laughter and diverting her gaze from the robot, Fong pointed to the map. Diligently analyzing, a large spacecraft is exquisitely designed, necessitating various rare materials for its construction. Titanium and tungsten are indispensable, followed by an assortment of synthetic steel and metals. Tungsten is scarce on the moon, yet it plays a crucial role in the ship's structure with its unparalleled strength and heat resistance. Fortunately, the asteroid belt is rich in metallic ores, and Hua has dispatched robots for their collection. Modern scientists have discovered a type of hemp that produces high tensile fibers, which, when synthesized, can provide robust support and protection for the spacecraft. What the moon lacks most is timber, an indispensable material for spacecraft. Just moments ago, Hua requested me to gather tree seeds. The vast oceans of Earth necessitate the selection of uninhabited tropical islands to avoid disturbing humanity. The spacecraft, cloaked in the dense mist of night, descended onto a seemingly desolate isle. Fong instructed you to disguise the spacecraft as a rocky outcrop and set up simulated coconut trees and various tropical flora to partially conceal the structure. Given the dense human population on Earth, they decided to leave the bodyguard robots inside the spacecraft for protection, instructing them to create special sounds to deter any curious onlookers. After departing from their well-camouflaged vessel and moving a distance away, Fong cautiously contacted the robots, advising them to report any significant occurrences to her and you. You reassured Fong, stating that his electronic reconnaissance waves could effectively survey the area within several dozen kilometers. Enveloped in the darkness of night, they proceeded toward the island. Fong observed the increasing density of trees and asked you if he could find suitable timber. You soon discovered a grove of trees. They planned to collect a few saplings from this forest. While gathering as instructed, you carefully preserved the protective soil around the roots and moistened it with some dew. Fong nodded approvingly as he collected a few saplings, wrapping them in a nanofilm before sending them back to the spacecraft. While laboring, you continuously surveyed the entire island. It truly seemed to be an uninhabited isle, as only the sounds of the wind and waves broke the silence. Noticing the soft sandy beach, you considered that sand could serve as a building material, being quite malleable. He filled several bags with clean sand, secured them, and sent them back to the spacecraft. Suddenly, Fong rushed toward him, and he scanned the direction she came from, discovering a large ship quietly approaching the shore, from which a group of rugged men descended. Fong signaled you to be quiet, and they both concealed themselves inside the spacecraft. Within the spacecraft, they monitored the newcomers through surveillance. Dozens of individuals disembarked from the ship, some carrying firearms, others with grenades, all silently transporting items from the vessel into a cavern. Dafeng speculated that these men were likely pirates, holding a dismissive view of both them and their treasures. Upon observing the conditions of Earth's land, she concluded that acquiring the minerals needed for spaceship construction might be more convenient through market purchases. Consequently, she instructed you to locate the nearest large market that could supply minerals. You marked it on the map for her, and she suggested that they hide near the seaside market before landing. Upon reaching the town, she advised you to use a language translator while she pretended to be a mute who could hear but not speak. You nodded in understanding, and Dafeng added that they would pose as mother and son, selling a meteorite upon arrival in the town to exchange for minerals. After landing, they disguised the spacecraft as a large ship, dressing the bodyguard robots in clothing to stand at the bow, taking advantage of the pirates' retreat into the cave. With the outside quiet, Dafeng activated the spacecraft, descending to the shoreline. Before dawn, they camouflaged the spacecraft, and you quickly 3D printed 3 sets of clothing in the style of Earthlings. Dafeng and the robots changed into them, and despite being crafted by you, the robot exhibited considerable intelligence, leading Dafeng to even perceive a semblance of self-awareness within it. After bidding farewell to you and the robot, Dafeng reminded the robot to vigilantly guard the door of the disguised flying saucer, ensuring that no one could approach. They then hurriedly departed. Upon arriving in town, dawn had broken. In the hazy morning light, lights in the houses began to flicker on, and the townsfolk commenced their daily labors. Dafeng requested you's assistance in locating places to sell meteorites. You listed several shops on his handheld terminal for Dafeng to choose from. After perusing the options, Dafeng quickly concealed the terminal and made her way to an antique and jewelry shop, which had yet to open for business due to the early hour. They then stopped at a roadside stall for breakfast, where Dafeng ordered a meal for herself, glancing at you, who shook his head in refusal. The stall owner, mistaking you's demeanor for illness, approached with concern. In response, Dafeng quickly ordered 2 more buns, gesturing for you to take them. She smiled and waved her hand at the stall owner, indicating that you was not unwell. The owner, sympathizing, assumed Dafeng was mute, and upon seeing you prepare to eat a bun, nodded understandingly. At that moment, you, using a translator, addressed the stall owner, apologizing, "Excuse me, sir. We are travelers from another place, and on our journey, we were robbed by pirates. We currently have no money, but we plan to sell a family heirloom once the shop opens to pay you. Would that be acceptable?" The owner hesitated, pondering that they did not appear to be victims of robbery. You then produced the meteorite from Dafeng's bag, vigorously polishing a corner until its metallic luster shone brightly. He added, "My mother is mute and disabled. This is indeed our family's gem. I assure you, I speak the truth." The shopkeeper finally believed him, gesturing for Dafeng to continue eating, and told you, "All right, you both eat. You will have to wait a while longer for the antique shop to open. Otherwise, I can help by calling the owner to open the store after you finish eating. You must be cautious to avoid being robbed again." Dafeng gratefully clasped her hands in thanks, while you discreetly pocketed the meteorite, seizing the opportunity when the shopkeeper was distracted. He stood up and walked away to feign checking if the shop had opened, turning his back to the stall and pretending to bite into a bun, secretly hiding it instead. Once Dafeng finished her meal, the owner cleaned up the table and genuinely led them to the antique shop, introducing them to the proprietor with a smile before bustling away. You then recounted the fabricated tale he had told the stall owner to the antique shop owner, this time polishing the meteorite even more to showcase its brilliance. The antique shop owner, beaming as he examined the meteorite, wasted no time in retrieving a bag filled with cash and handing it to them. Dafeng extracted a bill to give to you for their breakfast, bowing deeply in gratitude to the owner. The owner personally escorted Dafeng outside, where you had already returned. He inquired about where to purchase minerals, explaining that they had been robbed and wished to buy some minerals to resell for a profit. The owner nodded repeatedly, pointing them in the right direction. Dafeng managed to acquire a substantial quantity of phosphorus, ore, and some necessary rare earth elements. After returning to the disguised flying saucer with the delivery person, they waited for assistance in loading the minerals. Once everything was securely stowed, the 3 of them boarded the saucer, quietly maneuvering it to glide across the water's surface, away from prying eyes. To passers-by, the gliding saucer appeared to be a distant ship slowly drifting away. They remained still, patiently awaiting the night. Chapter 13. Safe return. After you closed the saucer's hatch, he felt a sense of pride as he meticulously checked the supplies procured from Earth. He confided in Fong his profound admiration for the sand he had collected, as rumors suggested that sand could be transformed into silicone and glass. Both glass and silicone are suitable for crafting a myriad of objects. Perhaps one day, he could sell some products on Earth. Fong listened intently to his words, finding immense joy in the company of you. She patiently awaited the arrival of twilight. Outside the disguised merchant ship, flocks of sand gulls cried out and spiraled in the air, soaring freely and harmoniously with the azure sea. The ocean stretched infinitely, its waves tumultuous, resembling a boundless expanse of blue satin that reached the horizon. Fong leaned against the window, quietly gazing at the scene before her, greedily enchanted by the beauty that unfolded. As time passed, the sun gradually descended, painting the sky with hues of orange and crimson. Fong consumed the 2 buns that you had hidden for her that morning, her gaze still fixed on the distant horizon. Though a slight hunger lingered, she had no desire for the fast food of the moon at that moment. Approaching the lunar base, an inexplicable sense of longing for Earth arose within her. At long last, the moon began to rise slowly from the surface of the sea, resembling a brilliant pearl that radiated a gentle glow. Moonlight danced upon the water, sparkling and ethereal. A wave of tranquility and joy surged within Fong. She reveled in the beauty of the moment, feeling as though she had become one with the entire world. You approached her. Devoid of human emotion, he nonchalantly nudged her. Startled, Fong gestured for you to activate the reconnaissance equipment and survey their surroundings. You had already swiftly checked the area and nodded to Fong, indicating it was clear. Suddenly, a mysterious light flickered erratically as the flying saucer began to ascend, swirling gracefully like a massive butterfly dancing across the night sky. As the saucer accelerated, it shot through the dense darkness like a shooting star, awakening the small birds on the beach, which took flight as if to bid it farewell. The clouds in the night sky brushed against the smooth body of the saucer. Perhaps somewhere tonight, someone had caught sight of it. The saucer sped towards the moon, its velocity increasing until it gradually vanished beyond the distant horizon. Upon landing at the lunar base, Hua was already waiting. When Fong beheld Hua's towering figure, she could not help but exhale in relief. She opened the hatch, calling for you and the robotic bodyguard to return home, simultaneously reminding you not to forget to name it. Pointing to the robot, she added that without it, their mission could not be accomplished. You tilted his head, walking out of the saucer while suggesting, "How about calling it Martian? Is that okay?" Hua, waiting outside, approached and inquired what was wrong with the Martian. Fong followed suit, knowing Hua had misunderstood, and quickly clarified that you wished to name the robot Martian. Martian sounds quite fitting," she replied. Thus, this remarkably skilled robot, adept in the use of cold weapons, officially acquired the name Martian. A peaceful night passed. The following morning, Fong and Hua engaged in conversation while rebooting the mechanical factory. Hua informed her that Dani had called to ask where she had gone. Fong replied that she had yet to disclose the shipbuilding project to her father, as she felt the challenge was considerable and required further experimentation. When the time was right, she would ultimately need to seek her father's assistance. Once again, Hua inquired, "Are the saplings we collected usable?" With a tone of cheerful enthusiasm, Hua responded that they exceeded expectations significantly. "In our fields, we typically cultivate genetically modified, fast-growing crops from Mars. After planting these saplings, projections indicate they will thrive splendidly." Fong nodded, explaining that this is due to the moon's gravity being less than Earth's, resulting in fewer constraints on the saplings. Suddenly, she recalled how the Saturnians at Tigardin used almonds to filter the sap's toxins, and an idea struck her. Promptly, Fong called Dani aboard the Mars Ark, saying, "Dad, I found a blueprint for constructing a spaceship among the remnants of the Jovians on the asteroid. I'm planning to attempt building a spacecraft, and I'll need your assistance for the inspection." Dani chuckled warmly and asked, "My dear, how large do you intend to build it? Where do you plan to go?" After a moment's contemplation, Fong replied, "After watching the electronic video, I believe Uncle Kelly departed from Tigardin. If we could conquer that planet, it would be much easier to locate or contact him. I suspect that their absence all these years may indicate they've encountered difficulties." Dani pondered for a moment and remarked, "That makes perfect sense. I haven't seen the blueprint, so I'm unsure of the size of the vessel you plan to construct. If feasible, I recommend making it larger. Even if it's just you and the robot on the voyage, a larger ship would allow for more supplies. It would be even better if we could equip it with a mobile battleship." Fong smiled mysteriously and said, "Let me share with you. This blueprint resembles an ark designed by the Earthlings. I suspect it was secretly discussed among the heads of several planets beyond Mars, who also had plans for a joint ark construction. Eventually, it appears that the leaders of Jupiter and Neptune employed underhanded tactics to secure their place on the elite list of solar system arks, leading to the collapse of their collaboration. Such matters exist. Your idea is excellent, and I wholeheartedly support it. I will do my utmost to maintain the ark, and if an expedition is necessary, I will prepare accordingly. However, the frog people of Tigardin clearly possess intelligence, and I cannot agree to your departure." "Understood, Dad. Speaking of expeditions, if there are Martians aboard the Ark who disagree, I have another idea. Fangfang informed her father that Hua had already assisted in modifying the blueprint based on actual resources. Hua shared Dani's sentiment and had suggested constructing the ship as a cosmic aircraft carrier. She assured her father that once the blueprint modifications were finalized, she would present it to him for review. The father and daughter conversed for a considerable time. Fangfang recounted her encounters with pirates and the selling of meteorites on Earth, suggesting, "Dad, although we are Martians, we share the sun with the Earthlings. We could select a portion of the Martian volunteers aboard the Ark to masquerade as merchants, taking some extraterrestrial meteorites to Earth for sale. After acquiring the capital, we could settle on Earth and engage in trade while we continue production on the Mars Ark, relying on UFOs to provide the supplies they require." Dani regarded his daughter's plan as far-sighted. He would consult with the Martians, as this endeavor would require a cautious approach. If they could successfully navigate cooperation with the Earthlings, it would mark a significant first step towards establishing Martian settlement on Earth. With that in mind, there was little to worry about. He understood his daughter well. She was determined and would not easily relinquish her ambitions. Moreover, she has always been exceptionally organized in her endeavors, so it is unlikely that any issues will arise. Furthermore, she has Hua by her side to assist her. Hua has now become the pinnacle of systems within the solar system. With technological assurance, and with her father's aid, she has acquired the blueprints for Earthling spacecraft, significantly increasing the likelihood of discovering the arc of the solar system and connecting with Kelly. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. "All right, you all work diligently and ensure your safety," he admonished in conclusion. "Rest assured, Father, I understand," his daughter replied cheerfully. "One last thing. I need you to produce a few pounds of almonds on the Mars Ark," she added with a smile. "Almonds? Are you referring to the nuts from fast-growing almond trees?" Dani inquired, puzzled, recalling a bit about the detoxifying properties of almonds. "Is that method truly effective?" Fangfang elaborated, explaining that in an electronic video, Saturnians on Taigiden had used almonds to filter toxins. "Very well, I will gladly assist you. Come by when you have time. I will have it prepared for you." After hanging up, a weight lifted from Dani's heart. His daughter was happy and pursuing her passions. That was more than enough for him. He looked forward to the day when he could witness his daughter piloting the spacecraft she crafted herself, soaring into the cosmos. Chapter 14. Fangfang's plan. Fangfang and Hua first ventured to the design room of the mechanical factory to begin modifying the blueprints for the Earthling spacecraft. It turned out that several Martian staff members, who had previously worked at the mechanical factory, had returned to the base to take up ordinary roles. Upon overhearing discussions about Fangfang potentially reviving the factory for new products, they proactively approached Fangfang, expressing a preference for working at the mechanical factory and hoping to return to their former positions. Fangfang consented and allowed several individuals who had previously served as researchers at the Martian Research Bureau to partake in the spacecraft design, while others could select their roles freely. As the design blueprint for the Earthling spacecraft illuminated the large screen, a brainstorming session ignited among the researchers. Their thoughts soared like rockets, breaking free from the constraints of convention and venturing into uncharted territories. One researcher proposed a novel energy transmission system that could significantly enhance the spacecraft's energy efficiency. He exclaimed, "If we can apply this technology to our own spacecraft, we could enable much longer interstellar journeys." Another researcher focused on the spacecraft's exterior design, suggesting a unique aerodynamic principle that would reduce drag during flight and increase speed. He excitedly declared, "This way, our spacecraft can reach its destination more swiftly, exploring more star systems like a whirlwind." Additionally, one researcher developed a keen interest in Earthling material science. He believed that there might be special substances or alloys on Earth possessing extraordinary strength and resilience, ideal for constructing sturdier, lighter spacecraft structures. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he stated, "This could revolutionize our entire aerospace industry, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes." At that moment, the seasoned scientist, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. He reminded everyone to maintain composure and pointed out that while the technological advancements of Earthlings may appear remarkable, it is essential not to engage in blind admiration. After all, these are relics of the past. There remains a considerable gap between this former level of technology and the current demands of our civilization and space exploration. Nevertheless, this seasoned scientist encouraged all to draw inspiration from Earthling technology, continuously innovating and transcending their limits. He firmly believed that as long as they persist in their pursuit of excellence, they would surely be able to forge their own resplendent achievements. Akin to the brilliance of stars, each newly inducted researcher harbored the ideals and fervor from their time at the Mars Research Bureau. resembling a flock of exuberant birds soaring freely across a vast sky, sharing their thoughts and creative visions. Their professional acumen nurtured these ingenious ideas, shining like brilliant pearls that radiate the light of wisdom. It is precisely these audacious imaginings that propel technological progress, advancing at rocket speed. Ultimately, several veteran employees of the Research Bureau spontaneously formed a working group to meticulously analyze the schematics of Earthling spacecraft. Much like a band of explorers bravely venturing into uncharted territories, they eagerly anticipated groundbreaking outcomes that would contribute significantly to humanity's endeavors in space exploration. Shining as brightly as the stars, Dafangfang expressed her satisfaction with the newly established spacecraft development team, emphasizing that the new vessel must be equipped with navigation and reconnaissance aircraft, along with space combat shuttles and escort fighters. In essence, it was to be a space combat carrier. As for the specialized materials required, she insisted on utilizing as much as necessary. She also instructed Huadu to conduct experiments with tungsten alloy and tungsten steel, aiming for the early realization of the carrier's material independence. After conveying her aspirations, she took you to Mars, akin to a mother safeguarding her child, providing you with a sense of security, ensuring he excelled within the computer management system. Upon meeting her father, Dafangfang received a 5-pound bag of almonds that Dani had the robot retrieve, joyfully announcing that they had successfully used almonds to neutralize toxins in the electronic video. This precaution adds an extra layer of safety. In case new survivors emerge on Tigadinga, these 5 pounds of almonds will be invaluable. Dani, with a loving demeanor, replied that they had only managed to collect this much for the time being, but now that they knew it could detoxify, they would pay closer attention to gathering more in the future. Dafangfang expressed her gratitude repeatedly, smiling as she remarked, "Dad, I did not come for the almonds. This amount is more than sufficient." She looked up at her father, saying, "Dad, I came for a specific reason." Her father, always harboring genuine affection for his daughter, smiled and inquired, "What is it?" Dafangfang gently patted Yu's shoulder, explaining, "It's like this. During my last visit to Earth, I was mute. I was afraid to speak, fearing that using a translator would lead to endless questions. I always had you converse with the Earthlings." After a brief pause, she continued, "I previously suggested sending Martians to Earth for trade, and we must select individuals with strong language skills. Let you teach them. This time, you has already deciphered the Earth language." Dani chuckled, remarking, "Upon mentioning this, I merely asked around casually. I didn't anticipate that so many would express interest in engaging in trade." Ku Xiang and Bo Yin, observing Dani's delight, approached them. Bai Yin mentioned that your father requested our assistance, having deliberated for quite some time, while expressing discontent over Hua's absence. Otherwise, this situation would not be so cumbersome. Dani took the conversation forward, asserting that his daughter's suggestion would certainly eliminate a considerable number of candidates. Fang Fang, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked that they too had been confined within the Ark for an extended period, yearning to venture out. Once the aircraft carrier is completed, they could behold the stars and the vast ocean. Bai Yin, displaying impatience, insisted on taking you immediately to conduct language assessments for the initially selected Martians, to which Fang Fang and Dani both nodded in agreement with smiles. In discussing the language tests, Fang Fang further proposed that the young Martians visiting the quaint town on Earth should be selected for their untainted virtues. They could contemplate intermingling with Earthlings, thereby ensuring that, should suitable offspring arise, they could bolster the population of either the Ark or the aircraft carrier. Dani acknowledged this, having never differentiated between Earthlings and Martians in his thoughts. Dani continued to engage Fang Fang in deeper discussions, during which she informed her father that the former researchers from the Lunar Scientific Bureau still harbored enthusiasm for scientific inquiry. With their active involvement, Hua could dedicate more time to the production of materials for the spacecraft. Dani remarked that the current Martian Ark still possessed numerous commendable attributes worth emulating, urging Fang Fang not to overlook these. As their conversation unfolded, Fang Fang shared her recent endeavors, revealing her analysis of electronic videos, which led her to believe that the unfortunate quintet had previously conducted a nuclear explosion on Tigaden. The ramifications of nuclear radiation on such a primordial planet would undoubtedly be profound. Regrettably, it was highly probable that the frogmen had faced extinction due to the radiation. In such a scenario, the biodiversity of Tigaden would inevitably transform. On a brighter note, the radiation might alter the planet's toxic gases, resulting in environmental changes. As we must establish Tigaden as our base to synchronize with my uncle, I resolved to investigate the situation further. Dani, reluctant to allow his daughter to embark on another solitary venture, yet unable to find a suitable companion for her, pondered briefly before proposing that he would accompany her while entrusting her brother to their grandfather to oversee the Arkansas. Fong Fong firmly declined, asserting that with Martians beginning their commercial endeavors on Earth, it would be challenging to establish authority if he were to vanish so soon. Given the imminent selection of Martians for business on Earth, she suggested keeping you here to assist with language training. Those who qualified could be dispatched to Earth at any time. Father, you are the one in control, otherwise, chaos will ensue, she emphasized. Dani nodded gravely. Then have you stay behind to help. Return home, and next time, bring Hua along to observe which resources within the Ark could be of assistance. He reminded her to include both Hua and you in her explorations. Very well, I shall take them both, Fong Fong affirmed, agreeing that the Ark, as a representation of Martian cutting-edge technology, undoubtedly held knowledge that Hua could benefit from. Rising, she began to meticulously scrutinize the Ark, her gaze akin to that of a scientist delving into the mysteries of the unknown universe. She requested the assistance of the robot Jian to help analyze certain characteristics of the Ark, as if embarking on a scientific quest with a wise companion. 15. The transformable Ark from the control room to the information processing chamber. Fong Fong attentively absorbed Jian's explanations, her eyes frequently drawn to the enigmatic control panel of the Arkansas. Her hands gently caressed the material of the Ark, savoring its texture and feel, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with it. Fang's expression was earnest, her eyes revealing a profound interest in the vessel alongside a hint of perplexity. As she meticulously observed, she pondered each detail articulated by Jian, striving to uncover the answers she sought within her heart. All along, her father had conveyed to her the immense efforts made by the late Director Bayesian in improving the Ark's propulsion and energy systems. Now, if she aspired to construct a cosmic fortress surpassing the Ark, she must unravel all its secrets. Her father once remarked that Earthling spacecraft represented the pinnacle of the solar system's standards. Thus, she questioned which was superior, the Martian Ark before her or the spacecraft depicted in the Earthling blueprints. Why did she harbor a sense that the vessels constructed from the blueprints were inferior to the Ark? A mere feeling, indeed. Should she build one and encounter issues, she would find it impossible to forgive herself. To create a vessel superior to the Ark, she was determined not to overlook any detail of the Arkansas. As time passed, Fang became intimately familiar with the Ark's internal structure, believing it bore significant resemblance to the designs of the Earthlings. She ventured outside the Ark and inquired of Jian whether it possessed a protective shield. Jian replied that there was an energy shield. She surveyed the Ark again. Its overall shape was oval, complete with tail fins and streamlined side wings. These features bore a striking resemblance to Bayesian's space shuttle design. Indeed, the original Ark was essentially a colossal space shuttle, constructed from the only blueprints available at the time. Chairman Pompey had not proposed studying the designs of Earthling spacecraft. Instead, Director Bayesian had sketched a simple diagram, which the chairman approved, urging her to commence construction promptly. Thus, the initial Ark, the Solar System Ark, was merely a large aircraft. According to Director Bayesian at the time, this large aircraft was not intended to venture beyond the solar system. Jian answered Fang's questions with clarity. She then inquired about the large aircraft. Jian explained that once it was completed, news arrived that the Minister of Mercury was developing dark energy and creating a dark matter propulsion system. Director Bayesian immediately redrew a diagram, which was finalized after modifications by the chairman, leading to the creation of the genuine Ark before her. The large aircraft had been repurposed as a transport vessel, hidden beneath the Ark's lower deck. Fang understood entirely. Dark energy surpassed nuclear energy, thus necessitating a transformation in the entire energy system, leading to improvements in the propulsion system, followed by advancements in materials, and subsequently, redesigned blueprints tailored for the new energy source. A spark of inspiration flickered within her, prompting her to ask Jian if the Ark had retractable hidden wings. Jian replied in the negative, but mentioned that there was a solar charging device atop the Arkansas. For such a vast vessel, it seemed peculiar to have a solar device installed in a limited area atop the cabin. What purpose could it serve? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she climbed alongside Jian to the solar device, discovering it was fully functional and charged. However, she found no indication of how this electricity was utilized. Fang pointed to the small display screen indicating a full charge and asked Jian if he knew its purpose. Upon discovering the astonishing truth, Jian shook her head in disbelief and swiftly made her way into the Ark's control room. To her astonishment, she uncovered that the Ark's exterior consisted of 2 layers. The inner layer was a formidable combination of superfibers and reinforced steel, while the outer layer was composed of ultra-hard tungsten-cobalt alloy. This shell not only served as an impeccably seamless defense mechanism, but also harnessed solar energy. allowing it to morph and camouflage itself. "Oh, this is simply incredible," Fong exclaimed with delight. Dani approached, his eyes filled with excitement, declaring, "This is the true essence of Martian technology. This is the astonishing creativity that only Pompey possesses." Thus, Fong remarked, "The Ark is equipped solely with an energy shield, as it is confident in its ample energy supply and robust power." Realization dawned upon her. Chairman Pompey was likely apprehensive that once Martians sought refuge on Earth, a period of adjustment would be necessary. This foresight led to the Ark's capability to alter its appearance and remain inconspicuous. Deeply moved, Fong reflected on the elders' foresight in facilitating their integration into earthly life. Dani, standing nearby, felt a pang of regret. Had he not been stranded in the earthly oceans for several years, he mused, perhaps he could have aided Chairman Pompey in escaping danger sooner, and the Ark might have already taken its first steps toward survival and development on Earth. With newfound determination, he turned to Fong, suggesting that she remain temporarily to instruct the Martians in their language. "Tomorrow, you shall pilot the spacecraft back to the lunar base and retrieve the hundreds of capable laborers there." Fong was taken aback, questioning whether the base would be left unstaffed. The lunar base cannot serve as a home for Martians. By bringing them back, they can partake in deciding whether to journey to Earth. Should they choose to remain on Mars, they still have the opportunity for space exploration in the future. They are the last cohort of robust laborers from Mars. Dani pondered further, stating that the Ark should stay on Mars while utilizing her flying saucer to transport individuals to Earth. Once the new spacecraft is completed, the lunar base will transition to full automation. We shall immerse ourselves in earthly life while simultaneously engaging in space endeavors. "I share your concerns for Kelly," remarked Dani's wife, Xiang, who had approached unnoticed, her face etched with worry and concern. "I hope we can locate them soon," she sighed softly. Dani turned to her, sensing her anxiety, and gently took her hand, offering reassurance. "Fear not, my dear, we shall certainly find them. I have a feeling that their silence does not signify misfortune, but rather that they are alive and perhaps facing challenges yet persevering." Xiang nodded slightly, as if finding solace in her husband's words. Fong, too, comforted her mother, assuring her that they would commence their search promptly. Dani continued, "We are the last group of Martians, and we must unite to survive." He called for his son, instructing Fong, "This expedition shall include your brother, for he has diligently pursued knowledge in science and technology. It is essential for him to apply what he has learned and gain experience." After a moment of contemplation, Fong replied, "That could work. But the new spacecraft is not yet completed. If we overload the old aircraft, we may miss the opportunity to transport valuable resources, which would be quite unfortunate. I will return to the base and discuss it with Hua before making a decision." Dani resolutely declared, "Sister, I am now of age. Reluctant to engage in business on Earth, she implored, "Take me away. Perhaps one day I shall venture there on my own." Fong gazed earnestly into her brother's clear eyes, assuring him, "I promise to take you along. But I have encountered wondrous phenomena that render me particularly cautious of the perils depicted in electronic media. Let me prepare further. There is no rush." After sharing a meal with her family, Fang piloted the cargo aircraft, transporting Jianfei back to the lunar base, while Yu remained on Mars to teach Earth languages. Upon her arrival at the moon, she headed straight for the control center and activated the public announcement system. She conveyed her meticulously contemplated thoughts to all personnel at the lunar base. She began by expressing her heartfelt gratitude and warm regards to the staff, followed by a detailed account of the exquisite design crafted by Chairman Pompey for the Mars Arkansas. With a grave tone, she informed everyone that the original plan to migrate to Earth had been severely impeded by the recent cataclysm. "We have now resolved to restart our endeavors, gradually integrating into life on Earth." In her concluding remarks, she declared, "Tomorrow morning, all personnel shall embark on the journey to Mars. Upon arrival, you may choose freely whether to proceed to Earth, remain on Mars to manage logistics, or join the expeditionary teams. For those with a fervent desire for research, we shall retain a technological development group, enabling full participation in all scientific activities through the Ark's main control computer." Moreover, she announced that the future lunar base would initiate an automated machine intelligence mode, specifically designed for the production of equipment necessary for exploration. She warmly encouraged the research group to submit equipment design proposals, either collectively or individually, with the promise of rewards for successful submissions. After a moment of silence, Fang spoke. "Throughout these years, we have shared life on the moon, which has witnessed each of our growth journeys. Tonight, please prepare your belongings. Each of you may select 1 or 2 items of special significance as mementos. I hope everyone can assemble punctually tomorrow morning. Good night." Her voice resonated with nostalgia and reluctance as she bid farewell to those who had accompanied her through the hardships of her early days. The crowd listened in silence, a wave of complex emotions swelling within them. On this tranquil night, they would deeply embed their memories and sentiments for the lunar base within their hearts. As night descended, the lunar base fell once more into serenity, with only the faint lights flickering like a solitary gem illuminating this once vibrant land. Following this night, the lunar base would officially commence intelligent automated production, with Defangfang becoming the last of its laborers. Chapter 16. The Martians reassemble. The night at the lunar base was tranquil and serene. Defangfang, unable to sleep, conversed with Hua about her brother Danjiang's desire to partake in the upcoming expedition to Tiga Garden Star. Hua urged her to rest early, as they would be sending individuals to Mars in the morning and fatigue could lead to perilous driving. Fangfang smiled, realizing that Hua, an emotionless robot, could not comprehend feelings. She candidly stated her intention to retire for the night, but added that if she were to embark on an adventure with Danjiang, she would require an exploration vessel larger than the old space shuttle. Hua responded, recalling her previous request for a new spaceship equipped with fighter jets and escort craft, affirming that he had already constructed these aircraft in anticipation of their design plans for the spaceship, ready for her review. He suggested utilizing the escort craft, as it boasted substantial capacity and formidable defenses, although its sensitivity in operation exceeded that of the space shuttle, requiring her to acclimatize. Fangfang clapped her hands together with excitement, her face radiating joy akin to that of an innocent child. "This is fantastic. Tomorrow, I shall attempt to pilot it," she exclaimed, turning to glance at Jian, her eyes brimming with anticipation and trust. She continued, "Look, I specifically brought Jian along. Tomorrow, she will pilot the escort craft to escort me to Mars. After I transport everyone, I will be free to test fly the escort craft, so worry not." On the following morning, the transport ship buzzed with activity as personnel prepared to journey to Mars, bustling with their packed belongings and queuing to board. Noticing the transport's insufficient capacity, Fangfang quickly called for all the researchers from the mechanical factories to board the new escort ship. As a dozen researchers separated from the crowd, Fangfang was astonished to see each had chosen a robot as a keepsake, eliciting laughter from her. She called out to her fellow robotic enthusiasts, urging them to message her upon their return, promising gifts if conditions permitted. Jian had already settled into the cockpit of the escort craft. After the researchers switched to the escort ship, 3 seats remained vacant on the transport. Before boarding, Fangfang instructed Hua to merge the entertainment and breeding areas at the lunar base, as well as the planting and reservoir zones, informing him that she would discuss the details upon her return. Hua nodded in understanding and instructed the security robot to safeguard Fangfang, advising her against fatigue piloting during her test flight. Fangfang turned, a confident smile adorning her face, waving goodbye to Hua. Clad in a specially designed, armor-like lightweight spacesuit, she ascended into the cockpit of the transport ship, donning her helmet. The helmet contained a dedicated communicator, ensuring that any anomalies encountered en route would be promptly relayed to Hua on the moon and to Dani and his son awaiting her on Mars. Given the hundreds of employees aboard whose safety was paramount, a Martian, radiating a metallic sheen, followed Fangfang into the cockpit and settled into the co-pilot's seat. Their synergy was palpable as they swiftly prepared for departure. As the hatch slowly closed, the cacophony of chatter within the cabin abruptly ceased, enveloping the space in a solemn tranquility, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. People gazed longingly out the windows at the moon, their eyes reflecting nostalgia for the planet and memories of their lives over the past decade. The transport ship's control panel flickered with lights and data, swiftly entering the countdown phase. 3, 2, 1. Fangfang piloted the transport ship, successfully taking off and, after a brief taxi, ascended into the sky. 10 minutes after the transport aircraft took off, Jian piloted the latest lunar-built escort ship, following closely behind. The researchers in the cabin exchanged smiles and engaged in discussions, proud of having participated in the design and construction of these new aircraft. The prospect of flying back to Mars in a vessel they had crafted with their own hands filled them with a sense of pride and fulfillment. Simultaneously, they were enveloped in nostalgia for their past lives on Mars. Since the cataclysm had forced them to flee to Earth, they had ultimately sought refuge on the moon. And now they were embarking once again from the moon toward a new life. The future awaited them, always just out of reach. Martians never waver, they press onward relentlessly. Uncertain who initiated the melody of the Martian anthem, others joined in, and the song grew louder, resonating throughout every corner of the escort ship. This piece, a political anthem symbolizing the unity of Mars, was a staple at flag-raising ceremonies, akin to a national anthem. Its lyrics, simple yet profound, brimmed with strength and courage. It encapsulated the Martians' confidence and determination for the future, embodying their indomitable spirit in the face of adversity. At that moment, each individual was immersed in the song, seemingly forgetting all worries and concerns. They sang with heartfelt sincerity, allowing even the robot Jian to be moved by this overwhelming force. The transport aircraft, moving at unprecedented speed, had already surpassed the speed of light. Fangfang did not consider making a jump, as it was unnecessary. Transitioning over a short distance of 10 light years would waste energy. Though space appeared desolate, with planets moving in orderly orbits under gravitational influence, cosmic rays and comets posed significant threats to transitioning vessels. Particularly, the erratic bombardment of cosmic rays could incapacitate a jump's control system instantaneously. The transport aircraft, with its deep brown fuselage resembling bold strokes, traveled several times faster than lightning. It pierced through the stillness of the void, leaving a brilliant trail in its wake. Like a sword, it sliced through the shroud of darkness, forging ahead with unwavering resolve. The design of the transport aircraft was sleek and fluid, exuding a sense of power. Its metallic exterior gleamed with a cold luminescence, as if forged from countless stars. The wings were broad and robust, capable of withstanding the harshest trials of the cosmos. Inside the cabin, advanced technological apparatus and precision instruments provided comprehensive support for the pilots. This marvel was a product of Martian ingenuity, a final legacy of the esteemed Chairman Pompey. Passengers within the cabin pointed out the vast universe beyond the windows. Engaged in animated discussions, Fangfang, on her inaugural flight, felt an immense satisfaction with the aircraft's speed and performance. Glancing at the fleeting, ethereal scenery outside, she sensed she was partaking in a magnificent adventure, one that revealed the infinite possibilities and mysterious allure of the cosmos. Mars soon came into view, with Dani and Dayanjiang having prepared large markers on the ground. Calmly, Fangfang switched to automatic landing, and following the markers, the transport aircraft glided for a considerable distance before coming to a smooth halt. Once Jian had also landed the escort ship nimbly, Fangfang opened the transport door, inviting everyone to disembark in an orderly manner. As Dani gazed at the returning transport aircraft, ripples of emotion stirred within him. He reminisced about the delightful days spent on Mars, a time when he lived a blissful existence alongside other Martians. However, now those moments seemed to fade into distant memories. Everything on Mars had been swept away by the winds of time, leaving only the cold, unyielding technological remnants behind. Confronted with such a stark reality, Dani could not help but feel a profound anxiety for the future of the Martians. After a lengthy journey through the cosmos, those returning from the lunar base finally set foot on this familiar terrain. As they disembarked from the spacecraft, they were astounded by the sight before them. A group adorned in uniforms, holding flowers, stood on the tarmac, eagerly awaiting their return. These individuals were survivors of the Ark, having resided here for an extended period, forming a deep emotional bond with the place. Upon witnessing the returnees from the lunar base, tears of joy welled in the survivors' eyes. They rushed forward to embrace and shake hands with the newcomers, expressing their elation and gratitude. Every face radiated with happiness, as if the past sufferings and adversities had been momentarily forgotten. In the ensuing days, the survivors organized grand celebrations to welcome back those from the lunar base. Together, they sang, danced, shared delectable food and drink, rejoicing in this rare moment of reunion. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, they felt a strong sense of kinship and camaraderie, cherishing the hard-won peace and tranquility. Amidst the cheers of the welcoming crowd, Fangfang remained seated in the cabin, lost in her thoughts. She observed the scenes of individuals helping one another, advancing hand in hand. She heard words of encouragement and support. She felt the collective yearning for a brighter future. These vivid images struck her soul with immense power. As her eyes began to glisten with tears, she was deeply moved by the passion for unity and perseverance displayed by the people. This emotion flowed through her like a warm current, melting the coldness that had enveloped her heart. She realized that the strength of solidarity and struggle was monumental, capable of transforming the world and an individual alike. It was only when Dayanjiang arrived, knocking on the cabin door, that Fangfang emerged from her reverie. She glanced at her youthful brother, brimming with vitality, and calmly stated, "Today, I shall rest well. Tomorrow, we shall practice piloting the escort ship." "All right, I'll follow your lead," Yang replied with a beaming smile. Fangfang, looking at her younger brother, who was 16 years her junior, solemnly remarked, "In the past, children on Mars underwent rigorous military training each year. Your training on the Ark surely was not sufficient. You must always be ready to learn from others. Do you understand?" Yang stood at attention and saluted his sister, playfully responding, "Yes, Commander." He affectionately took her hand, and together, they walked hand in hand towards the Arkansas 17. Life of the Earthlings at dawn, the sun gradually ascended from the east, casting a warm orange glow upon the vast, transparent canopy of the Ark's greenhouse, breathing life into the plants and animals within. The spirited Dani had already taken his place on the empty playground, clad in a pristine flight suit, his eyes reflecting determination and anticipation. He stood silently, his posture straight as an arrow, resembling a statue. His gaze was intently fixed on the horizon, as if envisioning himself piloting a Guardian aircraft high in the azure sky. His heart brimmed with an ardent passion for flying and profound admiration for his sister. As time ticked away, Dani exhibited no sign of impatience. He understood the stringent expectations his sister held regarding the operation of the Guardian aircraft. He must present himself in the finest condition to embrace this forthcoming practice. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset, bracing himself for the impending challenge. When his sister's silhouette emerged within his line of sight, a joyful smile illuminated Dani's face. He approached her with determined strides, and they exchanged a knowing smile before embarking together towards the Guardian aircraft, commencing their journey of practice. On this vibrant morning on Mars, Dani and his sister would pursue their dreams together, soaring towards the boundless sky. Fong was the first to settle into the cockpit, instructing her brother to take his place in the co-pilot seat. "Have you familiarized yourself with the aircraft structure?" she inquired. Dani replied that he had diligently studied the three-dimensional diagrams on the computer and practiced on the simulator. With a smile, Fong remarked that in times of peril, engaging the autopilot was less effective than allowing an accompanying robot to take the helm. It was far more prudent for him to focus on troubleshooting malfunctions. In this regard, Hua was the most invaluable robot, capable of detecting flight anomalies in advance, thus averting potential dangers. This was his superpower, and in times of true difficulty, they would need to rely on him, understood? "Yes, I comprehend," Dani affirmed. "Did the aircraft encounter any issues during our last expedition to the habitable planet?" Fong seemed somewhat indifferent as she opened the aircraft's control panel, first sealing the cabin door and inspecting various indicators, all of which were normal. She explained to her brother that their previous adventure in the Kuiper Belt had prompted her decision against using the space shuttle, as it was somewhat outdated, raising concerns of potential malfunctions mid-journey. Instead, she had piloted a newly constructed shuttle by Yusin, albeit with a smaller passenger capacity. With a soft beep, the Guardian aircraft ascended swiftly like a graceful bird. Its form was lithe and maneuverable, as if dancing elegantly through the air. In stark contrast, the cargo plane loomed large and cumbersome, appearing sluggish and laborious upon takeoff. The wings of the Guardian aircraft shimmered with a silvery sheen, reminiscent of a sword slicing through the vast expanse. Its engine emitted a melodious hum, powered by nuclear fusion energy, endowing the formidable super-engine with augmented strength. In a flash of brilliance, it soared beyond the stars at superluminal speed. The aircraft's streamlined contours presented no resistance, while its agile design allowed it to traverse effortlessly through the skies. Meanwhile, the cargo plane resembled a colossal beast, rising steadily and deliberately. Its massive body appeared somewhat unwieldy in flight, imbued with a sense of heavy responsibility. The Guardian aircraft and the cargo plane formed a striking juxtaposition in the sky, one swift, the other deliberate, one nimble, the other steady. Each served its unique purpose, serving as a lifeline for the inhabitants of Mars. Contemplating the fate of the Martians weighed heavily on Fong's heart. Silently, she flew towards the lunar base, coming to a halt and signaling for her brother to disembark first. She led Dani to the lunar mechanical factory, locating the wardrobe for the space suits crafted by you, selecting a lightweight set for her brother. "This is your first flight today. Wear this and remember to don your helmet, as it contains a communication device." Upon the successful connection of the neural bridge, the system administrator, Hua, was able to promptly grasp the flight information. Fong, seeing her brother Dani fully equipped, eagerly took his hand and led him towards the Guardian aircraft. "During your first flight, do not place undue pressure on yourself," she advised, guiding her brother into the cockpit seat. Dani activated the control panel, closing the aircraft door while nodding at his sister. His gaze was resolute. In the face of the intricate control panel, his movements were deft, each action exuding steadiness and confidence. Beside him, Fong wore a satisfied smile. The Guardian aircraft swiftly ascended into the cosmos. And as Dani gazed through the porthole at the receding moon, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the unknown. He made subtle adjustments to the aircraft's posture, ensuring a stable flight. The spacecraft traversed the vast expanse of the universe, with stars twinkling around them as if cheering him on. Danjiang's focus and confidence inspired Fangfang, who felt immense pride in his performance. The aircraft zipped past Mars at superluminal speeds, returning to the lunar base for a gentle landing. The training concluded flawlessly. The two siblings joyfully sought out Hua, with Fangfang expressing her pride in her brother, yet still inquiring about Hua's opinion. Hua remarked that Danjiang's performance could merit a perfect score of 100, although he appeared somewhat tense. Fangfang shook her head, indicating that in the coming days, they would finalize preparations, including provisions and laser weaponry, before their departure. The first batch of personnel ready to journey to Earth had already been selected aboard the Mars Ark, and Yu was diligently training them in language skills. Dani and Jian were preparing various essential supplies for this group, while Boyan and Kashang assisted in organizing the foundational resources. As they could not ascertain what items would be sold, they opted to prepare valuable metals such as meteorites, gold, and silver that could be exchanged for currency. Once he was convinced that the Mars inhabitant with the greatest linguistic talent was fully qualified, Boyan intensified the training, focusing on cultural and geographical knowledge of Earth. Ultimately, Dani expressed his concern, insisting that he should accompany them. He believed it prudent to ensure that the Martians had settled into a home on Earth before returning. Boyan, somewhat troubled, glanced at Degeo, who understood that he could not dissuade his son. He proposed the idea of modifying Jian into a bionic being to accompany them. The transformation of Jian was remarkably successful. Yu fashioned Jian to assume the role of Dani's servant, imbuing him with an air of nobility surpassing that of a mere servant. Thus, Jian and Dani appeared much more natural together. Dani, Jian, and 10 Martians, along with Yu, gathered all their belongings and piloted an old spacecraft to the lunar base, where the flying saucer had been concealed. Fangfang and her brother felt considerable unease upon learning that their father would also be traveling to Earth. Dani paid little heed, merely instructing everyone that with Jian present, communicating via the language translator would be more convenient. Among you, only one is fully qualified linguistically, so if conversation is necessary, ensure you maintain discretion. Once we arrive on Earth, you must enhance your language skills independently. Understood. The group responded in unison, embodying the military discipline of Martians. With all preparations complete, as night fell, Dani and the others boarded the flying saucer, silently infiltrating Earth. This time, they directly landed on the seaside of the small town where Fangfang had previously sold meteorites. Having been there before, Yu was quite familiar with the terrain. Out at sea, far from the town, the UFO transformed and disguised itself as a large vessel, remaining undetected until it reached the shore. As the moon set and the sun rose, the group enjoyed breakfast aboard the ship. Dani only brought along those fluent in the local language, along with Jian and Yu, and they ventured out together. He first headed towards the market, and Jian quickly assessed the situation, reporting that this seemed to be a port where people engaged in buying low and selling high, transferring goods to other ports to profit from the price differences. Dani nodded, acknowledging that they had gold and silver, and the priority was to settle down. You searched for any large houses for sale or, better yet, plots of land. After some exploration, he found a few scattered residences away from the town center that could be considered. After much effort, Dani and the others purchased these residences and summoned the Martians waiting on the ship, instructing them to demolish the various homes and construct a single, interconnected mansion. Dani himself went to the market to buy some low-cost goods, instructing you to transport them to a high-price dock to earn a profit from the price disparity. All these actions were aimed at establishing themselves as merchants to the locals, signaling that they had just settled in the area. The journey on Earth progressed smoothly, and Dani finally felt a sense of joy. From that night onward, he began to learn from the Earthlings, embarking on a new life as a terrestrial being. In order to thrive, Fangfang and her brother waited for 2 days at the lunar base without receiving any news from their father. Attentive as ever, Fangfang proactively contacted you to confirm that their father was well, which put her at ease. She advised you to consider some issues for their long-term stay on Earth without being detected. She cautioned that if the UFO needed to return to Mars, it must not retrace its landing path, as being spotted would lead to immediate suspicion. If a return was necessary, he must wait for her to assist. She inquired about any additional supplies needed on Earth. You detailed their current situation. Fangfang noted that the house their father purchased was somewhat isolated, suggesting that they could improve its geographical advantage by constructing roads for the town. She also proposed that, aside from using the ship for trading, they could leverage their current residence to establish a boutique business, selling incense, spices, and incense burners, which carry the essence of Taoist cultural significance. Her grandmother, Boyan, was unparalleled in cultivating spice plants, which could help lower costs. They could also create and sell souvenirs that reflect local culture, as Martians could easily craft such items, attracting tourists and generating business opportunities. Fangfang recalled seeing many exquisite jewelry pieces in the antique shop, where they had previously acquired meteorites. She asked you to find out where to source Bodhi seeds at a low price, ideally in bulk. She planned to gather materials for beaded wristbands from Mars and send them to you, as Bodhi beads could be strung into bracelets or fashioned into souvenirs and collectibles. You assured her he would follow through with her suggestions and reported Fangfang's proposals to Dani, who praised the ideas. Consequently, Fangfang immediately exchanged information with Boyan, who promised to prepare the necessary supplies. Fangfang then inquired of Hua whether he could help her construct a new UFO, similar to the Mars Ark, with a shell capable of morphing to conceal its body. She deemed it essential to replace the old with the new, planning to retrieve the original spacecraft from Earth. Only by minimizing exposure to danger could progress be made. Hua felt an unyielding sense of duty. He had been organizing the supplies necessary for the escort craft, and, upon receiving the task from Fangfang to construct a new flying saucer, became busily engaged on both fronts. With some leisure time at her disposal, Fangfang, accompanied by the Martians and Danjiang, undertook to revamp the lunar base. Fangfang estimated that in the future, she might be the sole guardian of the lunar outpost, and the current food reserves were deemed sufficient. Consequently, only a small plot was designated for planting grains or vegetables, while the remaining land was devoted to fast-growing timber and apricot trees. The livestock area had been dismantled, retaining only a minimal number of poultry and livestock. The lunar base faced a severe water shortage, necessitating trips to Earth's oceans for seawater collection, making water production and recycling indispensable. Thus, the reservoir remained, albeit with a significant reduction in aquatic resources. Presently, the planting and breeding zones were consolidated into one area, and the aquatic reservoir's footprint had been significantly reduced. Additionally, Fangfang intended to convert the entertainment zone and surplus space into a hangar, designed with 2 levels to accommodate various aircraft. After organizing the lunar base, Fangfang still had one task left: to expedite the delivery of the new flying saucer and supplies to Earth. In accordance with Fangfang's specifications, Hua had diligently completed the new saucer. It boasted superior materials and performance while retaining the design of the old model. As she caressed the new saucer, Fangfang realized that the lunar base existed to cater to diverse needs and foster development. She hoped Hua would prepare another saucer, crafted to updated standards, for future needs. Hua assured her he would retain relevant materials for on-demand construction. Fangfang intended to pilot the new saucer to Mars, accompanied by the robotic bodyguard Martian. Her brother expressed a desire to operate the new saucer, to which Fangfang acquiesced. The siblings and Martian thanked Hua and bid farewell, to which Hua earnestly replied that gratitude was unnecessary. All he did was his duty. He was acutely aware that they would also venture to Tiga Garden Star on an expedition for him. Fangfang felt a stir of emotion and remarked that their primary objective on Tiga Garden Star was to locate their uncle, Kelly, and establish a forward base. Committing to work harder towards achieving energy independence for him, Danjiang, brimming with enthusiasm, hurriedly took the pilot's seat, eavesdropping on their conversation. Fangfang waved and boarded the new saucer, smiling as she teased her brother about his apparent eagerness to fly. "Let's go. We're off to Mars." Danjiang piloted the new saucer with calm assurance, curious as to why his sister didn't incorporate more saucers into the design of the new cosmic aircraft carrier, opting instead for planes. Fangfang explained, "As you can see, the new saucer is continually evolving, but its greatest drawback is its limited capacity. Each time we embark, we only bring 1 or 2 robots along with our luggage. Planes offer more spacious accommodations. Furthermore, the construction of planes employs traditional techniques, resulting in more robust products." Danjiang noted the excellent quality of the saucer, but found its flat design somewhat uncomfortable. Fangfang pointed out that in the vastness of space, the saucer's sleek form rendered it less vulnerable to aerial defenses. The cosmos was fraught with meteors, and during meteor showers, a larger surface area increased the likelihood of damage. The new saucer boasted impressive speed, and Danjiang piloted it with excitement. Fangfang repeatedly reminded him to maintain stability until they finally landed before the Martian Arkansas. Grandmother Boyan emerged to greet them, simultaneously directing the robots to transport supplies onto the flying saucer. Mother Qixiang opened her arms and embraced her 2 children. Fangfang requested her mother to summon additional Martians to Earth, believing that the current cargo mission would require a considerable amount of manpower. Qixiang gently reassured her daughter, stating that she had already contacted Dani, and in accordance with Earth's designs, had instructed the robots to print a batch of wristbands and some decorative items. On Earth, Jian should also be able to print some basic materials. Degeo also stepped out, inviting the family to enter the Ark to avoid prolonged exposure to radiation. The family, along with the newly selected individuals destined for Earth, sat down to enjoy drinks and engage in conversation. Fong Fong raised her glass, encouraging everyone by stating that the first group to reach Earth was currently safe and that their work was progressing smoothly. She urged them to proceed methodically, emphasizing the importance of not revealing any vulnerabilities in their language. Furthermore, she highlighted the necessity of continuous learning, asserting that practical application of knowledge, regardless of location, would facilitate survival. Everything they did was for the sake of survival and living well. Her words resonated with many, igniting a fervor for learning Earth's language aboard the Arkansas. For safety while piloting, Dani did not partake in drinking. As he escorted Fong Fong and the Martians to Earth under the cover of night, you awaited them by the seaside. You had collected seawater in the old flying saucer, as well as various flower seeds favored by humans, to assist Boyan in cultivating them after modification on Mars. These seeds, once genetically altered by Boyan, would yield intensely fragrant blooms. From these, large quantities of essential oils could be extracted for perfume production to supply the Earth market. They could also be used in incense, where the synthetic fragrance would purify the air and invigorate the mind when burned. The midnight beach lay still and silent, devoid of life. Dani transformed the new flying saucer into a large vessel and sailed into the harbor. Fong Fong called upon others to help carry the cargo off the ship. Upon encountering her father before dawn, she whispered to him, and Dani nodded repeatedly in response. It turned out that during U.S. recent trading voyage, he had caught the attention of pirates. Fortunately, U.S. keen awareness of surveillance and his swift escape prevented any harm. However, he discovered that pirates were already monitoring the vicinity of Dani's new residence. Relocating was not a feasible option. They could only divert the pirates' attention and quell their desire to rob. Under the cover of night, they made all necessary preparations, awaiting dawn to enact their grand scheme. At the break of dawn, Fong Fong, clad in a black mourning attire, wept as she was assisted by a group of people down the ship, heading straight for Dani's residence. Dani, having concealed himself in the old flying saucer, remained hidden. Accompanied by bodyguard robots, Fong Fong had you disguised as a corpse, lying in front of the new flying saucer, which was camouflaged as a large ship. Dani feigned ignorance and rushed out to greet them. At this moment, Fong Fong cried out loudly, as she needed to feign muteness, leading the newly arrived Martians to explain to Dani in loud voices for all to hear. They conveyed that Yu's ship had encountered pirates, resulting in the ship being stolen and you being killed. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in curses against the pirates, expressing sympathy for them. The antique shop owner and the steamed bun vendor, who had met Fong Fong during her first visit to Earth, recognized her and her bodyguard robots upon hearing that her son Yu had been killed, and they all expressed their condolences. Dani wept openly, lamenting the harshness of life, the sorrow of a parent bidding farewell to their child. He never anticipated that his grandson, so young, would suffer such a calamity. As he cried, he recounted his grief, clearly evoking deep sympathy. Among the Martians who arrived aboard the new flying saucer was a young man named Fong Si, the nephew of the town's mayor, Ching Fu, and the son of Ching Yu. Boyan and Daga regarded all the surviving Martians as family. Fong Si felt as close as kin when with them. In this moment, Fong Si, following Fong Fong's lead, addressed Dani as father. Standing before the crowd, he supported the weeping Dani and earnestly advised him, "Father, take care of yourself, and may you find solace in your sorrow." This group of new Martian arrivals deliberately created a commotion as they entered their earthly residence. Onlookers listened intently as the owner of the Bowsy stall animatedly recounted tales of Yu, expressing their sympathy for Fong Fong. Subsequently, they conducted a funeral in accordance with local customs within the dwelling. That night, when all was quiet, Fong Fong discreetly encouraged her father to return home, leaving Fong Si to manage the business. Dani disagreed, considering that they had only just established a foothold and there was still much to be done to ensure the Martians could settle comfortably. The following day, Fong Si became the head of the household. He heeded Fong Fong's advice, transforming the front half of the residence into a business space while reserving the back half for living quarters. A courtyard was established in between for tea drinking and relaxation for guests. Dani and Fong Fong retained a small group to assist Fong Si in the business, while the others, along with Yu disguised as a corpse, departed on 2 boats to bid farewell to the neighbors, claiming they were escorting their daughter back to her homeland. In reality, Dani had acquired an abandoned residence in a mountainous area of another region, establishing a new home. From then on, Dani publicly proclaimed he was devoted to spiritual practice, while secretly allowing Jin and the remaining Martians to use the new home as a base for maritime trade. Given Jin's robotic nature and exceptional counter-detection abilities akin to Yu's, he was indispensable for maritime operations and pirate defense. Dani adopted the guise of a lay Taoist disciple, Fong Fong, accompanied by her bodyguard robot and Yu, set sail on an old boat piloted by Daong, evading the gaze of the crowd. Once the vessel ventured into the depths of the ocean, they returned to the moon under the cover of night, unnoticed. Upon their return, Fangfang immediately instructed Hua to alter Yu's appearance, transforming him into a different guise, as he might be needed again to escort new Martians to Earth, and suspicion must be avoided. As Dani settled on Earth, masquerading as a recluse in the mountains, there were indeed no unforeseen circumstances. All Martians breathed a sigh of relief. However, Hua's energy was gradually depleting, prompting Fangfang to decide on an expedition to Tiga Dingjin B planet. One morning, as the gentle sunlight bathed the earth and the sky brightened with dawn, Fangfang and her brother felt particularly invigorated and joyful. They boarded the prepared escort craft, where the Martians awaited quietly in their seats. After years of independent living, Fangfang had matured significantly. She kindly suggested to Hua, "I think it would be best for you to accompany us. The base has only basic living facilities and no other production activities requiring special management. Another pivotal objective of this expedition is to seek avenues for supplementary energy. Should you accompany us, we can immediately verify the suitability of any newly discovered energy sources, thereby circumventing unnecessary trips back and forth." Hua, who had been quietly standing at the boarding gate, smiled and approached Fangfang after hearing this, indicating his agreement. Fangfang gently patted the silent Yu on the shoulder and softly said, "Yu's appearance has already been transformed. It is more appropriate for him to remain here to assist those on Earth. Although we have temporarily settled, we must remain vigilant against potential upheavals." After speaking, she gazed intently at Yu. However, Yu neither expressed agreement nor dissent, merely displaying his impassive robotic visage. Observing this, Fangfang deliberately scrutinized Yu closely and then inquired with a smile, "What is the matter? Are you not pleased?" "In truth, my concerns do not stem from threats posed by Earthlings, but rather from the Martian ark of Beijing. It was only recently that we discovered the ark harbors the capability for morphological transformation. After such a prolonged wait, we have finally unveiled this secret. I believe her innovations in propulsion and energy must encompass many undisclosed contingencies. I suspect my father has already contemplated this. Moreover, my father lives alone in the mountains while briefly venturing out for maritime errands. Without high-tech assistance, it would indeed be perilous. Therefore, you must remain at the lunar base for the time being and closely monitor the situation on Earth. Do you understand? This matter is of utmost importance." After a moment of contemplation, Yu eventually nodded in understanding. He recognized the gravity of this situation as it pertained to the safety of their family and warranted careful consideration. Fangfang paused for a moment, smiled, and gestured toward the mechanical factory, informing Yu that there exists a high-level robot crafted by Hua and herself in the factory's warehouse. Initially, we did not intend for the robot to possess learning capabilities, which has resulted in its inability to evolve advanced intelligence thus far. I see that the bodyguard robot you created on your own is quite competent. During this period, I ask you to assist that robot in evolving advanced intelligence. It will become a valuable aid in the future. Our expedition may encounter dangers, and you are our sole support." Fangfang earnestly cradled Yu's face and implored him. After contemplating, Yu replied, "There are indeed many robots in the mechanical factory. I will strive to transform as many as possible into ones with advanced intelligence. I hope that when humans are absent from the moon, some of them will exhibit remarkable evolution." "Very well. With that, Yu leaped from the aircraft and sprinted toward the mechanical factory, not forgetting to wave goodbye coolly. Hua had remotely configured the robots to autonomously manage the living facilities and instructed Yu to take over the base control panel, commanding the robots within to close the lunar base's main door before boarding the escort vessel. Fangfang turned back to survey the interior of the escort vessel and, upon confirming that all personnel were seated, smiled and nodded at her brother, signaling that they could commence their departure. Her brother, seated at the controls, expertly operated the control panel and pressed the ignition button. As the engine roared to life, the escort vessel gradually ascended, leaving the ground behind. Defangfang gazed through the window at the gradually receding base below, a gentle wave of melancholy washing over her heart. Dayanjiang had become remarkably composed in flight. As Fangfang allowed Hua to take the co-pilot seat, she advised him, "I believe the best way to evade the dangers of superliminal travel is to utilize a drone for reconnaissance. What are your thoughts?" "Certainly, at your service." Hua Binbin replied courteously. He proceeded to configure an electromagnetic wave detection system within the control panel's protective protocols. He added that if this test wave detected any surrounding threats, it would alert the control system, and they could simply monitor the information displayed on the panel. Fangfang gave a thumbs up, and Dayanjiang smiled happily. Dani had purchased a residence in the remote mountains at a price comparable to a house in the small town. fully aware that he had overpaid, but nonetheless making the purchase outright without hesitation. This decision stemmed from two reasons. First, the house occupied a vast area with no neighbors nearby. After renovations, the usable space would significantly increase. Second, there was a quaint little temple nearby that resembled an antique shrine. It would be easier for him to assume the role of a wandering Taoist priest, which brought him considerable peace of mind. In pursuit of creating a perfect sanctuary, he had to masquerade as a Taoist practitioner, necessitating visits to the nearby temple for worship and offerings. Thus, he arrived at a small mountain temple, modest in size yet revered by the locals as a sacred site. Following the temple's traditional procedures, he donated some money and items, expressing his admiration for the Taoist faith. After considerable effort, he finally achieved his desire to become a lay Taoist. However, the path was not so smooth. Despite successfully entering the temple, he encountered resistance. The temple's priests sternly informed him, "We do not casually recruit practitioners here, and this small temple has only one volunteer." They advised him that if he truly wished to pursue a monastic life, he would be better off seeking larger and more renowned temples. Dani thought to himself, "Is this a precaution against extraterrestrials?" Maintaining his composure, he insisted on his desire to remain a lay disciple, stating that he had purchased a residence nearby and would diligently practice. He shared his hardships, lamenting the difficulties he had faced in life. Upon learning that he had become a neighbor, the priests softened their stance but mentioned that the house he bought originally belonged to the temple and had been usurped by a local resident, specifically to await someone like him, who wished to leave the secular world and was eager to enter monastic life. They cautioned him that being a Taoist was no easy feat, and the path of cultivation was arduous. It was only after Dani assured them that if he were to pass away, the house would be left to the temple that they fell silent. Once the residence was completely dismantled, the budget was revised to reconstruct it as a 3-story building, enclosing a vegetable garden and planting fruit trees, with plans to add a small courtyard in front. After completing the overall design, Dani was quite satisfied. He intended to beautify the nearby roads once the residence was finished. Surrounded by lush, verdant forests, a winding path led down the mountain, with a few households occasionally visible at the distant foot of the mountain. At the summit, the temple provided a sense of protection, instilling feelings of safety and tranquility. This environment allowed people to escape the clamor of the world and revel in the splendor of nature. For those yearning for a reclusive existence and seeking inner tranquility, this locale undoubtedly presents an ideal choice. Here, one may breathe in the crisp, refreshing air of the mountains, experience the transformations brought forth by the changing seasons, and coexist harmoniously with nature. Furthermore, this region possesses unique advantages for commercial pursuits. Its remote location minimizes external disturbances, rendering it a veritable paradise for the logistics industry, particularly for those engaged in maritime operations. Much like automatons, they adeptly grasp market dynamics, swiftly seizing opportunities to procure goods at the lowest prices and promptly dispatching them to their destinations. When market demand surges, they are equally capable of selling at premium prices, thereby reaping substantial profits. This precision in decision-making and efficiency in operations has facilitated their remarkable success in the business realm. During the reconstruction of his residence, Dani, accompanied by a single attendant, embarked on a land journey to visit Fong Si in the town. Fong Si now regarded him as a son, eager to assess the progress of his offspring's business endeavors. In this tranquil town, Fong Si had anticipated Dani's arrival and personally ventured out to greet him, a proud smile illuminating his face. "Behold," he remarked, "the changes here are quite impressive, are they not?" Dani gazed in the direction Fong Si indicated, and the scene before him left him in awe. The space that once housed 2 families amid these structures had transformed dramatically, following the burgeoning success of their new shop. Both households had developed an interest in commerce. One attempted to engage in business, but met with failure, while the other failed to achieve satisfactory results. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Si inquired if they would be willing to sell their homes. After negotiations, he successfully acquired both residences at a slightly elevated price, subsequently establishing a bustling commercial street in their stead. Dani extolled Fong Si's acumen, acknowledging that Martians residing and laboring here would find both secrecy and security. He lavishly praised Fong Si, while simultaneously expressing his regrets. He lamented that if all Martians possessed the same business acumen and ability to seize opportunities as Fong Si, their lives might attain greater stability. Yet, the stark reality remains that many Martians lack such capabilities. If establishments like this could flourish in every corner of the world, perhaps a more stable future would be within reach. Fong Si nodded in agreement, fully aware that Martians currently faced a plight of homelessness. His shop not only provided shelter, but also kindled hope. Moreover, The employees within could gradually acquire managerial skills through training, given sufficient time. He believed they would one day achieve independence and a better life. Everything, he assured, would gradually improve. The visit to the town unfolded seamlessly, instilling Dani with a sense of peace and satisfaction. The mountain residence would require some time before it was ready for occupancy. Seizing the moment, he reached out to you, knowing that Fong Fong had instructed you to await his support on the moon, which further brightened his spirits. As Fong Si and Dani walked along the path, their figures appeared diminutive beneath the moonlight. The night sea breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. They arrived at a secluded beach, far removed from the town, where tranquility enveloped them, interrupted only by the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore. "We have arrived," Fong Si whispered. Dani nodded, his resolute gaze revealing a sense of anticipation. At that moment, a bright light appeared in the sky as a flying saucer gracefully descended onto the sand. Xiaoyu emerged from the spacecraft, waving to them. Dani and Fong Si exchanged farewells, urging him to remain vigilant and inquire whether similar opportunities could be found in other provinces. Fong Si solemnly assured him that he would keep a close watch on the development of the Martians, as he observed Dani boarding the saucer, the hatch closing behind him. The spacecraft swiftly ascended, vanishing into the night sky, embarking on its journey back to the lunar base. Upon reaching the moon, Dani toured the base and the mechanical factories, but lingered little. He expressed to you his need to visit a place in search of answers. You did not question further. Instead, he piloted Fong Fong's new spacecraft, carrying Dani into the cosmos. Just as Fong Fong had surmised, Dani believed that Bei Jun must have left behind detailed manufacturing notes or summaries regarding the creation of the Arkansas Oddly. Bei Jun had uttered not a single word until his sacrifice, leading Dani to believe that answers could be found in a specific location. Thus, you transported Dani to the nameless asteroid where Bei Hua had been laid to rest. The surface of this asteroid was marred by numerous craters, remnants of countless asteroid impacts over eons. After the spacecraft landed, Dani took a deep breath, opened the hatch, and stepped out. The desolate landscape before him evoked a profound sense of sadness and solitude. He instructed you to guard the spacecraft and to maintain the utmost vigilance. Donning a radiation suit over his spacesuit, he began his solemn march towards Bei Hua's grave. Each step felt particularly burdensome, as if his feet bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. He carefully navigated the sharp rocks and uneven terrain, wary of falling or injuring himself. As Dani paused to gaze into the distance, time seemed to stand still. His field of vision was filled with rubble, varying in size and shape, strewn across the asteroid's surface, with occasional massive boulders resembling peaks in a stony sea. The color of the debris was deep and monotonous, starkly contrasting with the surrounding void. They exuded no signs of life, merely existing quietly, witnesses to the passage of time. Among the craters lay many meteorites, their surfaces shimmering with a metallic luster. As Dani approached Bei Hua's burial site, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a massive stone. From a distance, the person bore an uncanny resemblance to Bei Jun. In the midst of their journey to Taigaden Star, Fong Fong remained intensely focused. She scrutinized the electronic footage of the fallen leaders, meticulously calculating the coordinates of the frogman's lair from which the mushroom clouds had risen. Hua assisted her intermittently. Upon finalizing the landing point on Taigaden Star, Fong Fong first donned an additional layer of radiation film over her spacesuit. The spacecraft hurtled through the darkness at superluminal speeds, its destination distant, and the continuous emission of navigational electronic waves resulted in significant energy consumption. As they successfully navigated past the enigmatic celestial body capable of instantaneously transporting their spacecraft beyond the Kuiper Belt, a radiant smile naturally graced Fong Fong's face. However, as the vessel traversed the asteroid belt, peril loomed. Countless asteroids raced by like shooting stars, narrowly missing the spacecraft in what resembled a breathtaking meteor shower. The usually composed Danjiang found himself compelled to regulate his heartbeat, anxiously maneuvering the ship to evade massive boulders and two celestial bodies that remained entangled due to an impact. The asteroid belt was shrouded in dust and debris, while the ship's shields flickered with ionized light, repelling the relentless assaults. Danjiang's gaze was sharp and resolute as he calmly and meticulously piloted the vessel, narrowly escaping danger time and again. Having endured this arduous journey, he seemed to mature in an instant, his youthful visage now imbued with an air of wisdom. At long last, they successfully emerged from the asteroid belt, continuing their journey toward Taigaden Star. Throughout this protracted expedition, Fong Fong, preoccupied with concerns regarding their energy supply, repeatedly contemplated and compared various potential solutions. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the Ark's exterior, crafted by Bei Jun, was also composed of ultra-hard alloys. Curiously, she inquired of Hua where Beijing might procure such ultra-hard materials. Hua suggested that the most convenient source would be the then existing Earth. After pondering this, Fangfang reasoned that if Earth provided tungsten ore, there would be no reason for the Earth's leader to flee rather than seek refuge in the Martian Ark. Thus, another possibility emerged. Beijing might have been researching dark energy, and it was likely that the ultra-hard alloy of the Ark was derived from dark matter. Hua promptly cross-referenced the Ark's ultra-hard alloy with data from the lunar base and confirmed that they were indeed different. He noted that the Ark's alloy exhibited slight radiation. At last, Fangfang realized that the dreaded dark energy of legend must correspond to a form of dark matter infused with nuclear radiation. This substance need not possess great mass. As long as it perpetually radiated and contaminated other materials, it would gradually stabilize. This indicated that Beijing must have conducted nuclear experiments to regain control over dark energy. The Ark now utilized safely processed dark energy following nuclear fusion. Clearly, the material of the Ark's superstructure was also refined from nuclear fusion dark energy. Moreover, the nuclear experiment, shrouded in secrecy, was known only to the Beihua graveyard, indicating that Beijing would undoubtedly have established the experimental site there. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Fangfang's face, prompting Hua to inquire about her newfound idea. I believe I have discovered a new source of energy, Fangfang declared confidently, clenching her fist. Now that we understand, we have a new mission upon our return, correct? Hua responded with feigned enthusiasm. Fangfang raised her head, her gaze steady as she earnestly asked Hua, is it possible that if you attempt to enter a nuclear radiation zone, it could yield dark nuclear fusion energy? Hearing his sister's words, Dani, seated at the controls, turned pale with alarm and urgently interjected, Sister, you cannot let Hua take that risk. He glanced back at his sister, then resolutely added, I believe father has also considered the Beihua graveyard. It is a decision that should rest with him. Dani continued to voice his objections, sincerely imploring his sister not to easily abandon Hua. However, Fangfang remained unmoved by her brother's words. She turned to him and then cast her gaze towards the profound expanse of space, resolutely stating, if Hua continues to confront such arduous challenges regarding energy replenishment, it would indeed be a grave error for us to refrain from striving to overcome this bottleneck. After a moment of silence, Hua, as if having pondered deeply, slowly remarked, I have made up my mind. I too believe this endeavor is worth pursuing. Moreover, addressing this issue on Taigaden Star undoubtedly represents the most prudent choice. Now that we have some time, let us deliberate on specific methods, Fangfang proposed. She recalled that Hua had previously harbored concerns about contaminating other substances. Could we perhaps employ Hua's rays or a similar guiding force to interact with external nuclear radiation materials, thereby detecting whether there exists a darkening process? Hua assented to this preparation, indicating that his darkening chip had long been secured within a specially designed box. He suggested that, when the time came, he would use an external force to create a small opening in the box to attempt contact with the target. However, they must also prepare a radiation-proof container to safely store the nuclear radiation material. Fangfang concurred with this trial, retrieving a specially designed box from her treasure trove. She then pondered how to place the contaminant inside. Hua reminded her, when we reach the nuclear radiation contaminated zone, we could simply catch a mutated frog that has been affected by the contamination. With their strategy in place, Dani also breathed a sigh of relief. After nearly a month of arduous travel, they finally glimpsed Taigaden B star, which, like their previous destination, orbited a solitary sun. Fangfang began to outline their mission, emphasizing the necessity of conducting a comprehensive survey and soil examination upon landing. Once they located the nuclear testing site, their first priority would be to replenish the fusion energy of the escort craft. Take it slow. Since we are here, we must make ourselves comfortable, she reassured her brother. Hua detected the location where the Ark had previously landed using electronic waves, discovering that it had once been cultivated land. Due to the characteristics of fast-growing crops, the rapid-growth apricot trees towered magnificently, while the golden fields of wheat lay unharvested, glimmering in the sunlight. At this juncture, Fangfang requested to land beside the fields, explaining, firstly, the Jovians had previously eradicated the insect nests in this area, so we are unlikely to face a massive insect invasion upon landing. Secondly, the mature plants in the fields can be utilized to assess the air quality. She speculated that nuclear radiation might have permeated the entire planet, and toxins in the air would likely be significantly neutralized by the radiation. Thus, they might leverage these plants to ascertain whether the atmosphere was conducive to human life. Consequently, the spacecraft descended beside the fields, the hatch opened, and the crew emerged to commence their exploration of the surrounding environment. They discovered that the ecosystem here bore some resemblance to Earth, yet exhibited notable differences. Further investigation into the planet's environment and biodiversity was imperative to determine the feasibility of establishing a new home. In the vibrant fields, the towering apricot trees stood tall and straight, akin to vigilant sentinels. Their branches were lush and dense, resembling vast green umbrellas that provided shade to everything beneath them. Countless golden apricots adorned the branches like delicate lanterns, exuding an enticing fragrance. Complementing the apricot trees was the sprawling expanse of golden wheat fields. The waves of grain rolled with the wind, creating a magnificent sea of gold. Each wheat stalk stood plump and full, gently swaying in the breeze and producing a faint rustling sound, as if whispering tales of the joy of harvest. Having endured countless days of solitude and cold at the lunar base, Dafangfang diligently led the development work in silence. Day after day, she accompanied the vastness of space, her heart inevitably burdened with hardship. Now, as she stood at the edge of the fields on Tigarden, receiving the fruits of human labor, a profound sense of happiness surged within her. In that moment, she perceived the significance and value of her tireless efforts, feeling a deep connection with humanity. Calmly, she instructed her brother Hua, along with the Martian bodyguard, to don protective suits before disembarking. She allocated tasks, directing the Martians to sprinkle the insect repellent she had brought around the protective machine, while a few robots were to assist in harvesting the plants. She and Hua would venture into the radiation zone. Dafangfang's insect repellent was crafted according to the manual left by the Jovians, and she was confident that this land had previously been treated for pests by the Jovians, ensuring that this repellent would at least scare the insects away. Hua interjected, suggesting they wait, as they were far from the radiation zone, and the radiation posed no harm to humans. The toxic gas had been significantly neutralized. He believed that wearing just masks would suffice for breathing. Dafangfang disagreed vehemently, deeming it too risky. She believed that the significant environmental changes suggested evolutionary mutations among species. Furthermore, the greatest challenge lay in the human requirement for a specific temperature. The planet's climate might not be suitable. She insisted that everyone wear their space suits before proceeding, to avoid potential insect bites. After a brief contemplation, Hua proposed, "Why don't we first explore the pond over there?" He felt that rushing into the radiation zone at this moment was indeed too perilous, suggesting they gather information from the pond first. "I think that's a safer approach." Dafangfang agreed with a nod, fully aware that if they charged straight into the radiation zone, they could face far greater dangers and challenges. "Very well, let us proceed," Hua declared, leading Dafangfang toward the pond. "Do take care," Dafangfang called back, reiterating her caution to her brother and the Martians, her eyes filled with concern. She felt a sense of relief. At 18, life on the moon had felt like a caged beast, monotonous and dreary, yet she was surrounded by a multitude of Martians. Now, her brother, also at 18, was independently laboring in outer space, indicating that he was surpassing her. Dayanjiang experienced his first harvest of crops in a natural environment. Witnessing the robots gather abundant apricots and wheat, he assisted in organizing the produce into collecting boxes, chuckling with delight. However, the harvested apricots had long been sun-dried, turning into dried fruit. He refrained from sampling them, recalling his sister's warning about the area's pervasive toxins. Instead, he instructed the robots to further process the apricots to extract the kernels. After removing the husks, they had gathered over 100 pounds of wheat grains. Subsequently, Dayanjiang began to mimic his sister's actions, attempting to utilize the machines to scan and analyze the food to ascertain any toxic content. After a thorough examination, he was astonished to discover that the food bore no toxins. Once the Martians completed their task of spraying insect repellent, Dayanjiang promptly gathered the food and placed it inside the cabin. He also instructed the robot to collect the discarded apricot flesh, fruit peels, chaff, and withered branches and leaves to create organic fertilizer. Having accomplished these tasks, he let out a sigh of relief. As evening approached and the sun gradually descended, his sister had yet to return, causing Dayanjiang to feel a twinge of concern. He resolved to send a robot on a search mission, while carefully sealing the ship's hatch to ensure safety. Chapter 21. The perfect planet under the splendid sunlight of Tigaden. A lush green meadow unfolded like a soft velvet carpet. In the distance, the woods appeared dark and mysterious, exuding an air of tranquility. Before him stood several unidentified trees scattered across the grass, each with its own unique posture, some towering and majestic, while others gracefully arched their branches as if dancing in the gentle breeze. The bark of these trees displayed distinctive patterns, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment to create a naturally harmonious tableau. The leaves shimmered with a vibrant green hue under the sunlight, infusing the serene landscape with vitality and energy. Truly, it was an ideal habitat, and Dani thought it a shame to waste such splendid resources. Although it might be premature to plan the land, at the very least, a rudimentary base should be established. Following the exploratory map created by Hua, they made their way towards the pond. Hua led the way, and despite being clad in a spacesuit, she instinctively sensed a slight drop in temperature in the direction of the pond. What a treasure trove this place is. Dani could not help but marvel once again. Hush! Hua urged suddenly, signaling her to be silent. Dani halted, bending slightly at the waist, quietly awaiting Hua's assessment. Shortly, she received a video captured by Hua, revealing a peculiar creature, neither quite a rabbit nor a mouse, an animal she had never encountered before. Its slender, agile body bore a rabbit's head and a mouse's snout, adorned with spotted yellow and black fur, and it sported a long, dog-like tail. A new species? Dani inquired, to which Hua nodded in affirmation. They pressed on, arriving at the entrance of the wormhole previously discovered by the Jovians. Here lay the markings left by the Jovians, though the original entrance had become overgrown and obscured. Beside a fragment of stone, they found a new concealed opening. Hua utilized a laser to scan the depths of the cave and employed a tracking camera to investigate further along the laser's path. The cave was deep, wide, and spacious at the bottom, just as described by the Jovians, though signs of collapse were evident in many areas. Could it be that the giant venomous insects mentioned by the Jovians have been eradicated? Dani pondered, recalling related knowledge but unsure. Hua replied, that is a possibility. However, I believe a more accurate statement would be that the massive venomous insects have been eliminated, while smaller ones have evolved into different species. After all, the organisms in the food chain influence one another. Dani nodded in agreement, and then asked, what shall we do now? Hua contemplated for a moment and suggested, let us proceed to the edge of the pond. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. But be cautious not to fall in. They approached the pond with utmost care, attentively observing their surroundings as they walked. As they approached the pond, they discovered that the once documented water body had vanished, replaced by a narrow stream approximately 4 to 5 meters wide. The water was remarkably clear, allowing them to glimpse the stones and aquatic plants beneath the surface. The surroundings appeared transformed, seemingly safe and devoid of danger. Let us take a closer look, Fong suggested. Hua nodded in agreement, retrieving a wooden stick to gently prod the water's surface, finding no abnormalities. With a sense of reassurance, he stepped closer to the edge, ready to observe more intently. Suddenly, a slight ripple emerged from the water, drawing their attention. Hua immediately became alert, fixating on the surface. At that moment, a dark creature emerged from a submerged crevice. Surfacing once more, its body was roughly circular, about 30 centimeters in diameter, encased in a hard shell reminiscent of a turtle. However, when it opened its mouth, sharp teeth glinted ominously, sending shivers down their spines. What on earth is that? Fong exclaimed in astonishment. Hua shook his head, remarking, judging by its size, it must be a newly discovered aquatic species. Let us not dwell on it. We should maneuver around and continue our journey. They cautiously circumvented the creature, advancing along the stream. Along the way, they encountered an array of peculiar beings, some resembling insects, others appearing akin to fish or reptiles. Each creature showcased unique forms and behaviors, broadening their horizons. After some time, they arrived at a more open area, where the ground was relatively dry, surrounded by towering trees and dense underbrush. Let us take a break here, Hua suggested. Fong nodded, and they settled on a clean patch of earth, consuming food and water to replenish their energy. Where do we head next? Fong inquired, gathering some water samples for analysis back on the aircraft. Consulting the map, Hua replied, according to the chart, if we proceed further, we should soon locate the piranha's nest. It's south, quite close now. After a brief respite, they set off again. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest, as if the very trees trembled under its might. Hua reacted swiftly, pulling Fong behind a large tree and drawing his laser gun, vigilantly scanning the direction of the sound. Before long, a fierce beast, reminiscent of both a leopard and a tiger, charged out from the depths of the woods. Its massive jaws gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged toward them with aggression. Without hesitation, Hua squeezed the trigger, and a brilliant beam of laser light struck the creature's head, causing it to crash to the ground in a cloud of dust. Rather than being intimidated, Fong crouched down with keen interest, examining the fallen beast. With such a formidable creature around, those frogmen would think twice before approaching this area. What a fascinating place, she remarked to Hua as she assessed the creature's condition. Hua nodded in agreement and proceeded to scan the beast with his device for a detailed analysis. The results confirmed it was indeed a mammal, Yet its specific species warranted further investigation. With a contemplative tone, Hua remarked, "This area seems to have transformed into a den of beasts. I fear we may not locate that man-eating fish." Fang lifted her gaze to the sun and then glanced at the time. "This planet is truly perfect. A day consists of 24 hours. Let us return now, carrying this animal carcass. Next time, we should bring a robot along." However, as Hua intended to hoist the beast's body, he paused and turned to Fang, asking whether to summon Yang robot for assistance, and whether they should still search for the man-eating fish. Fang replied that it was getting late and expressed her disinterest in these species, suggesting he take more notes, which she would review when time permitted. It is utterly impossible to find a planet suitable for human habitation that is devoid of toxins and secrets. Understood. Let us allow the robot sent by Yang to continue the exploration, she proposed, noticing the approaching robot. Hua handed the laser gun to it, instructing it to complete the exploration of this area according to the map, without concern for the regions beyond the woods. The robot accepted the gun, and Hua provided it with some bags, advising it to activate the camera and to remember to scan and record in areas it cannot enter. Special resources such as energy and exposed minerals should be collected if possible. In case of difficulties, send me a distress signal. They observed the robot venture deeper into the forest. Fang inquired whether the beast would attack it. It lacks any life signs. It will know to evade. There is no need for concern. Upon returning to their resting place, Yang eagerly greeted their return, asking what they intended to do with the animal. Fang smiled slyly, explaining that if they were to leave it in the wild, it would be easily claimed by the frog people, leading to countless troubles in the future. Yang, somewhat resigned, questioned how they should handle it, noting its rather filthy appearance. Fang regarded her brother's youthful face and gently suggested, "You should rest early. After Hua dissects and analyzes the animal, he will use it to create fertilizer. Tomorrow we need to explore the area of the frog people's nest, which is quite complex, and we must be well rested to face it. All right then, good night." Yang turned to head toward his resting pod. "Good night," Fang echoed, her mind filled with a wish for a peaceful night ahead. On the first night on Taigaden, Fang and her brother fell into a tranquil slumber amidst the unfamiliar yet serene environment. In the morning, they awoke to find a clear sky outside. Upon opening the hatch of their protective pod, they embraced the refreshing breeze. Hua did not object, having already tested the air and confirmed that the surroundings were entirely free of toxins. Yang extended his hand to feel the warmth of the sunlight, smiling joyfully as the golden rays danced upon his fingernails, enveloping them in a serene silence. The gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze resonated like ethereal music in their ears. Having endured harsh environments for so long, the siblings felt a profound sense that this place was indeed paradise. However, Fang found herself wavering in her previous resolution, acutely aware that the oppressive tranquility before her was a consequence of nuclear devastation. The aftermath of a nuclear explosion had cast a pall over the planet's atmosphere, revealing the low intelligence of the human inhabitants and the absence of advanced civilization. Present-day Taigaden resembled a precious gem, yet she pondered whether she truly wished to claim this land as her own. Such a scenario may imply the complete extinction of the frog people, with certain species, such as the colossal venomous insects, forever vanished. She suddenly questioned her previous aspirations to reshape and dominate this pristine habitable planet. Having once developed the moon, she felt an unwavering confidence in her ability to transform this primordial world. Yet, a thought struck her: human life is finite. What significance does it hold to dedicate a lifetime to the transformation, conquest, and construction of a habitable planet only to await the slow passage of years until death? It seemed as though an unseen force had imparted wisdom upon her, leading Fang to resolve to extract only what was necessary from the planet, renouncing further bloodshed. Let nature take its course. She began to regret the decision to slay the beast the previous day. She set aside the notion of slaughter, recognizing that the universe is replete with numerous habitable worlds. This was what she desired and was capable of achieving. With this newfound perspective, once scorned in her past, Fang felt an unexpected tranquility, as if her reason had been restored. After the siblings had breakfast, Fang commenced organizing the day's tasks. She instructed the Martians to maintain communication on the escort craft, ensuring vigilance over their surroundings. All the robots were dispatched underground to locate the original Jupiter leader. Uncovering a nest of insects beneath the surface, they would renovate the nest into an underground fortress. She explained that the primary objective of their exploration into the nuclear contamination zone was to gather nuclear waste to provide fusion energy for the escort craft. Jiang and Hua, equip yourselves with the necessary gear and facilities. I will transport the shuttle and aim to secure fusion energy from near that area to bring back. She also insisted that Hua and her brother don their spacesuits, emphasizing that Hua should equip their weapons with tranquilizer darts, stating that in future encounters with beasts or half-beasts, they should only use the tranquilizers, avoiding unnecessary killing. The escort craft carried a shuttle, which Defangfang activated once the trio was prepared, propelling them directly towards the nuclear contamination zone. Upon detecting elevated radiation levels harmful to humans, Defangfang instructed everyone to don protective suits over their spacesuits. Approaching the contamination zone, they were met with desolation and a haunting silence that enveloped the land. The air was thick with a noxious odor, inducing a sense of suffocation and discomfort. The earth appeared morbidly gray, devoid of life, and littered with the decaying carcasses of animals, as if some malevolent force had snatched away existence. Venturing deeper, a sense of distortion and unreality assailed them. Light seemed warped, creating bizarre bands and shadows that conjured an illusion of the surreal. An intangible malevolence permeated the air, sending chills down their spines. Faintly, it felt as though an unseen force influenced everything around them. The wind here was peculiar, alternating between a howling rush and an eerie silence. Trees twisted and contorted, seemingly struggling in agony. Everything in this place exuded a menacing aura that sent shivers through their beings. Dianjiang glanced at his sister, shaking his head in resignation, while Hua, expressionless, began his work. Defangfang confirmed the location of the frog people's nest, noting the neatly arranged piles of stones between the contamination zone and the nest. Counting them, she observed 8 horizontally and 9 vertically, totaling 72 stone piles. After scanning with an electronic detection wave, she confirmed it was the graveyard of the frog people. She let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the numerous deaths of the frog-like beings caused by nuclear radiation, which had even given rise to burial customs. As she ventured closer to the lair, she purposefully retrieved some cactus and monstera seeds from her treasure chest, scattering them upon the damp earth. Observing the monotonous sea of green that surrounded her, she then took out sunflower and wildflower seeds, dispersing them with care. She was aware that these seeds had been meticulously cultivated and possessed remarkable vitality. When she returned, the ambience here would be irrevocably transformed. The frog beings were innocent and should not serve as stepping stones for foolish humanity. Next, she would conduct an investigation into the radiation levels at the frog people's lair, a task that demanded both audacity and meticulous skill. Defangfang was not one to indiscriminately wield nuclear weapons to subjugate primitive beings. However, for the Martians, given the necessity to utilize everything altered by the nuclear explosions, she felt an undeniable sense of responsibility. Defangfang had resolved to shoulder this burden, yet she wondered, would the frog people seek revenge? Her emotions were tumultuous as she unknowingly approached the frog people's lair. Suddenly, from behind her, Dianjiang grasped her arm, urgently exclaiming, "Sister, it's dangerous. You cannot go alone." Startled from her reverie, Defangfang realized she had been lost in thought about how to establish a camp here and had wandered too far. She craned her neck towards Hua's direction, asking, "How much longer will you take?" Dianjiang, not loosening his grip on his sister, anxiously pulled her back, suggesting, "Let us wait together on the shuttle for a while." Defangfang made her way toward the shuttle, intending to grab some water. However, upon nearing the shuttle, she was taken aback to find a frog person inside. Instantly filled with excitement, she shouted, "Hey, don't move." Realizing that the frog being was likely uncivilized and might not comprehend her words, she called out, "Hua, Yang, bring the tranquilizer." Hearing her cries, Hua responded swiftly, immediately sealing the shuttle door before rushing over with the tranquilizer in hand. "Oh, poor frog being," Defangfang lamented, unwilling to inflict harm upon these innocent primitives. Considering the necessity of preserving the camp in the long term, she felt compelled to treat the frog person with kindness. She quickly shouted, "No, Hua, don't shoot yet. Check if the shuttle has been damaged." She dashed to Hua's side, leaning against the window to peer inside. The shuttle's window was rather small, and at first glance, she saw the frog person's colorful belly pressed against the glass. Moments later, the frog being bent down, revealing a pair of round eyes that met Defangfang's gaze, reflecting a complex mix of hesitation and unease. Hua had swiftly scanned the shuttle's interior, confirming that it was undamaged. He turned to Defangfang, gun in hand, and asked, "The cabin is intact. Should we capture it?" "Let it out," she replied, retreating behind Hua, her gaze fixed anxiously on the frog person within. The door opened with a soft click, and the green figure of the frog person darted out, colliding directly with Dianjiang. A flicker of fear crossed its face as Dianjiang swiftly restrained it in his embrace. Defangfang stepped onto the soft, lush grass, approaching the frog person. Gently, she placed her palm on its back, attempting to soothe it. The smooth, green-skinned frog being remained calm in Dianjiang's hold, unafraid, and gazed at Fang with round, curious eyes, exuding a sense of goodwill that seemed beyond verbal expression. Fang felt the friendliness of the frogman, and she smiled as she extended her hand towards it. The frogman hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out its claw, gently touching Fang's hand. A warmth enveloped Fang's heart. She speculated that this young and unique frogman might simply be curious and playful, recognizing that it possessed its own emotions and feelings. She yearned to befriend the frogman and decided to have Hua translate its language to facilitate communication. Hua, never one to disappoint Fang, soon handed her a microphone. Through this device, Fang spoke to the frogman, the words conveyed having been translated into a dialect it could comprehend. Dear young one, I regret to inform you that the nuclear experiment has nothing to do with us. I merely wish to tidy up the aftermath and foster a brighter future. Fang earnestly expressed. Ribbit, I am unconcerned with such matters. I merely saw this machine and wanted to play with it. The frogman's words were relayed by Hua. Fang nodded in understanding and continued. I do not mind gifting you a motorcycle, but I hope you will convey my goodwill to your kin. Observing the frogman's reaction, she turned to Hua and whispered, please print a mountain bike for it immediately. I am aware that your nuclear fusion facility must be completed. We must relocate the equipment and withdraw promptly. It seems this lad is a prince, should a multitude of frog people be disturbed. The destruction of your facility would be trivial compared to the predicament we would find ourselves in. With a deliberately cheerful demeanor, Fang gazed at the frogman and inquired, may I know your name? I have a favor to ask of you. Bestowing you a motorcycle is but a small matter. If you assist me, I would be happy to grant you a request in return. What do you say? The frogman mischievously blinked and finally agreed to cooperate. Asking what was required of it, Fang pondered for a moment and asked, you must be a prince, correct? Do you not have a name? I am called Ziching. The frog prince replied, your kind has caused great turmoil near our dwelling, resulting in the demise of many of my kin. The surroundings are in disarray. Had you walked towards the old nest as you did earlier, you would have only seen graves. No one dares to approach this area anymore. We have all relocated to the opposite side of the planet. That side was once dominated by piranhas and venomous insects, but we have eradicated the insects, and the piranhas have nearly perished due to the dwindling water supply. The reduction in water must be attributed to the evaporation caused by nuclear radiation. Fang, with concern, inquired, is it not raining anymore? Rarely. The rain has become scarce. If this planet continues to experience such drought, we too will struggle to survive, the frog prince said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I can help you bring rain, but as I mentioned, you must treat me kindly, Fang assured without hesitation. The frogman shook its head, appearing somewhat resigned. It was not in a hurry to discern the truth of Fang's words, but felt the vast difference between them. In the underground camp, Hua retrieved a freshly printed mountain bike from the shuttle and placed it before the frogman before moving to collect the already constructed nuclear fusion facility. Fang patted the motorcycle and continued speaking to the frog prince. This is for you. I will have him teach you how to ride it, gesturing towards her brother. Yang nodded at his sister and released the frogman. The frog prince, Ziching, did not flee but instead leaned closer, curiously approaching the motorcycle and gently stroking it. Before I depart, I can assist in bringing forth the next rainfall. However, for an extended period thereafter, the deluge will be substantial, so you must prepare for your return. The reason Fang conveyed this to him was her intention to aid the frog people in modifying the climate. After the nuclear explosion, the mushroom cloud evaporated the moisture suspended in the atmosphere, resulting in an extended drought. She planned to utilize chemicals to purify the mushroom cloud. Once that was accomplished, rain would surely follow. Yet, whether the subsequent rainfall would lead to calamity remained uncertain. At present, the ponds and surface visibly suffered from significant moisture depletion. The evaporated water had lingered in the atmosphere. When the radiation cloud dissipated, the evaporated water would return to the ground, creating a magnificent spectacle of rainfall. In summary, this nuclear explosion had irrevocably altered the planet's climate, and consequently, precipitation and the natural environment would transform as well. Ziching nodded earnestly, now convinced. The woman before him was indeed capable of anything. While Dani was teaching Ziching to ride an off-road motorcycle, Hua passed 2 helmets to Fang. Inquiring about the recently completed underground camp, Fang contemplated and suggested that the robots cultivate some saplings of apricot trees beside the wheat fields, planting a circle around the outer perimeter of the land, keeping a distance from the guard machine. The open space in between might accommodate larger spacecraft in the future. Furthermore, regarding the beast that was hunted yesterday, I tested its head last night for dark radiation, but it proved ineffective. Oh, Fang appeared slightly disappointed, realizing that only living organisms could yield crystal stones. Recently, While working in the nuclear-contaminated zone, I captured a deformed little creature and kept it in a box. Eager to experiment with it, Fong Fong inquired if the pollutants here could be adequately cleaned. I believe the earlier contaminants were buried by the frog people, albeit not deep enough, rendering it utterly disastrous. Fong Fong felt a surge of sympathy for the frog people. She organized her thoughts and stated that we need to create 2 sets of fusion energy for the guard machine. The underground camp must utilize the same energy source, as it is both enduring and reliable. Additionally, based on the beast from yesterday, we should develop a bionic creature to safeguard the camp. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the contaminated area, lamenting the absence of concrete, which should have been used to seal off the pollution zone. It seemed that Zicheng was preparing to return home, as he slowly halted his motorcycle before Fong Fong. Fong Fong smiled, asking if he had learned. She hung one helmet on the motorcycle handlebar and placed the other upon his head, fastening it securely, advising him not to enter her camp, but to play outside instead. Do you understand? If you get hurt inside, I shall not be responsible. Zicheng lowered his head, lost in thought. Fong Fong continued, expressing concern that he worried his kin might object and cause havoc. Then tell them this rain is my doing. The contaminated area remains, and I shall return. Do you understand? Zicheng pouted, asking if he could accompany her. Not for now. Fong Fong promptly dismissed the unexpected query. She had many tasks to accomplish, and having the frog people alongside would complicate matters. I need someone to guard the camp, and you are the best candidate. When I am not busy running around, I shall take you along. Really? Zicheng was reluctant to comply. Fong Fong believed in a promising future and nodded. I am trustworthy, as long as you diligently guard the camp. I will surely express my gratitude, correct? When riding the motorcycle, do not go too fast, especially avoid injuring yourself in the contaminated area. That could be fatal. I understand. This place is off limits. I have come to your camp in search of insects to eat, and the camp's insects are truly delicious. Having never interacted with the frog people before, Fong Fong finds the task quite manageable. All right, understood. Please be cautious and return early. As she watches Zicheng depart, Fong Fong notices her brother already waiting in the shuttle. She ascends the ladder to the shuttle, letting out a soft sigh. Aware that the frog people are facing a shortage of food, Dani, observing his sister's dejected demeanor, reassures her, at least they haven't gone extinct. Don't you think the frog people would venture into the camp? Fong Fong glances at her brother and smiles, replying, I wouldn't scare him. He might just decide to move in. At most, he would recharge inside. Hua, are you done? Please program the bionic beast to allow the frog people to recharge. They could be considered friends as well. Fong Fong closes the cabin door and sets off to find Hua, while Dani busies himself with a video game. Meanwhile, the Martians and robots, surrounding the rapidly growing apricot trees, discover numerous young saplings and promptly transplant them to a distant plot of land. Fong Fong spots Hua sitting alone in a corner, lost in thought, and hurriedly approaches him, inquiring with concern, how is it? Is there any progress? Hua nods slightly, responding, yes, there has been an effect. Noticing Hua's hesitation, Fong Fong presses on, but what is it? She sits beside him. After a brief silence, Hua slowly reveals a new species. Fong Fong furrows her brow in confusion, asking, what do you mean? Taking a deep breath, Hua explains, this virus has induced a mutation, transforming it into an entirely new species. Furthermore, based on my observations and research, it appears that these mutated infected animals possess an immortal essence, akin to the legendary zombie. Fong Fong's eyes widen in disbelief as she exclaims, how can that be? Are you certain there is no mistake? Hua nods affirmatively, responding, I am quite certain. The pressing issue is that if this new species becomes widely known, it could incite panic and potentially trigger a global catastrophe. Thus, we must safeguard this secret. Fong Fong's expression darkens considerably, and she lowers her voice to ask, what should we do? We cannot allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, it is an animal, making it difficult to transmit to humans. Even if it did, it would likely mutate. Hua contemplates for a moment before suggesting, that is a rather optimistic perspective. If encountered by those with ulterior motives, they might indeed create zombies. That would be madness. It cannot be that simple. As long as we control this information and keep it from others, we must also swiftly seek a solution to halt the virus's spread. Fong Fong's tone is resolute. Hua gazes into her eyes, asking, have you never considered whether the destruction of the solar system by a black hole was merely a coincidence? Fong Fong gasps in shock, nearly stammering, unable to articulate a response. Hua places his hand on her shoulder, signaling for her to remain quiet and not disturb Dani, before whispering, I suspect someone launched a nuclear bomb into space, hitting a neutron star. It is most likely the Plutonians. Why would they do such a thing? Isn't that suicidal? Fong Fong gasps for breath in response. Hua reflects for a moment, stating, discussing this now serves no purpose. When I recharge in the future, do not concern yourself. I will handle it alone. There is a place that holds answers upon our return, the Beihua Cemetery. Fang Fang expresses her unease, her worry palpable. Yet her heart was laden with apprehension. The tribulations of the solar system were far from over, and an unprecedented crisis had emerged. What cost must they bear to successfully navigate this challenge? The Martians returned with a cadre of robots, prompting Fang to promptly rise and beckon them to inspect the power supply, while also inviting the Martians to examine the underground encampment. Standing at the concealed entrance of the camp, she gestured to the area before it, instructing the Martians to plant a few sunflowers. Uncertain of when they would return, perhaps years hence, she reasoned that sunflowers would make it easier to locate the entrance. The Martians summoned a robot, commanding it to cultivate several sunflowers to be planted at the entrance before their departure, ensuring their survival. Fang descended into the camp, letting out a soft sigh, pondering, what have I been doing all this time? This underground refuge revealed the fears that lingered within me. The Martians followed closely behind, teasingly remarking that they might only return once. After departing from here to seek the solar system's ark, they might not come back. That would suffice. Regaining her composure, Fang stated that it would be more convenient to land the large spacecraft above rather than construct a base below, especially given the eerie nature of the past here. The Martians concurred that, once verified, this location would be habitable, suggesting that the camp might never be utilized. Fang nodded, emphasizing the importance of storing compressed rations and space vegetables within. She then deliberately changed the subject, expressing relief over the newfound freedom of water resources, exclaiming that otherwise, she would have to build a reservoir. As they conversed, they surveyed the entire camp. The ground was treated for waterproofing and moisture resistance, while the walls featured a waterproof sandwich layer, and the sleeping quarters were lined with soundproofing material. Fang sincerely admired. Was this all your consideration? I am truly moved. Thank you. You are remarkably thoughtful. The Martian bowed slightly, responding with a gentlemanly demeanor. That thoroughness was simply part of my programming. With a laugh, Fang remarked that the program designed by this child was quite commendable. A message arrived from the surface. The guardian beast had descended. Standing at the entrance of the control room at the center of the camp, she spotted the familiar bionic beast and waved it over, as if it were a pet she had nurtured for ages. The creature was tall, and she instinctively grasped the collar around its neck as she walked backward. Pointing to the apricot tree beside the wheat field, she requested the Martians to construct a den for the beast, digging a passageway for it to enter the camp for recharging. The Martians considered and remarked that the frog people could also use the beast's entrance. Fang informed them that she had already warned the frog prince, Zicheng, and had incorporated restrictions within the beast's programming to prevent reckless behavior in the camp. She patted the beast's head, adding that Zicheng was indeed the frog prince, and if he needed to come in to recharge his motorcycle, she asked them to assist him and befriend him. The bionic beast nuzzled against Fang and nodded in agreement. Fang left the beast at the camp and directed the Martians to construct the den before returning to the guard team's cabin, where she found Yang still engaged in a game. She whispered softly, I will rest for a while. Fang lay in her sleep pod, turning inward, as a single tear trickled down the corner of her eye. Chapter 24. The search. Fang's original plan was to repair the camp on Taigaden Star before seeking and calculating a potential direction for the solar system's arc. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Hua and the Martians, the radiation clouds over Taigaden Star finally dissipated completely on the following night. As the dawn of the third day broke, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the heavens. The rain softly kissed the earth, nurturing every living entity upon this land. The once parched riverbed regained its moisture, lush greenery enveloping the terrain. The dense grass, moistened by the light rain, swayed gently, as if engaged in a dance with nature itself. The towering trees rustled softly, their branches and leaves swaying in the breeze, exuding a vitality that was palpable. In the distance, the mountains lay shrouded in mist, appearing ethereal and adding an air of mystery to the world. The streams in the valley converged into a small river, its waters rushing forth with a refreshing essence towards the horizon. This rain not only breathed life and vigor into Tigastar, but also allowed humanity to experience the wondrous beauty of the natural world. After replenishing energy, Hua, following Fang's instruction, launched a drone into the sky to ascertain the location and began calculating the path of the Arkansas. He referenced the ground, where remnants of the solar system's arc had once been, deducing the flight direction. Utilizing this trajectory, he deployed the drone to emit tracking signals, examining the movements of surrounding celestial bodies as well as the myriad physical influences acting upon Tigastar itself. All indicators suggested that the arc was indeed departing from the solar system. Fang and Daong exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Despite the advantageous conditions on Tegastar, the Ark could have easily returned, as they had, to address nuclear pollution and establish a base. Yet, it departed with unwavering determination, never to return. Fong Fong inquired about the supplies of food and water aboard the escort ship. The Martian replied that the reserves remained ample, just as they had been upon departure. While they could carry more dehydrated provisions, water remained a significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Fong declared, "Let us proceed. Remaining here is not a viable option. Perhaps following the clues will yield better results." The crew hastily took their positions. Daong patted the head of the bionic beast, bidding it farewell. The creature whimpered softly, raising its forepaws in a wave before lying down again. Fong Fong settled by the window, casting a hurried glance at the bionic beast as the hatch closed, sighing at the fact that she had yet to name it. "How about Mingzi?" Daong suggested with pride from the pilot's seat. Fong Fong, preoccupied with her thoughts, did not respond but nodded in agreement. "Let us go, Mingzi," Daong shouted, activating the flight control panel and confirming the direction with Hua as they ascended once more into the azure sky. The escort ship pierced through the cumulus rain clouds, swiftly soaring into space, tracking towards their predetermined target. Hua assisted in activating the electronic navigation shield, and after stabilizing their flight for a stretch, Daong increased the speed to its maximum. After several jumps, the escort ship traversed a distance of over 10 light years. He meticulously inspected the ship's condition. Everything appeared normal. Daong sensed something peculiar about his sister that day and remarked, "The escort ship's maximum speed is still slower than the Ark's low speed. So we are flying quite safely." Fong Fong felt a sense of inner turmoil but kept it to herself, opting instead for a smile and a nod, suggesting, "Perhaps it would be best to have Hua confirm the trail ahead." Daong focused on the control panel, maintaining a steady flight while Hua rapidly computed and deduced through the electronic navigation shield. After a while, Hua mentioned that the Ark had not proceeded to the originally designated Altair star, but had discovered a habitable planet 10 light years ahead. If they were to settle here, it would likely be less troublesome than on Taigaden. However, why had they not sent someone back to establish contact? Fong Fong, filled with doubt, decided to hover the escort craft above the habitable planet and deploy a reconnaissance drone to investigate. This nuclear-powered drone resembled a miniature space shuttle and, upon its initial launch, did not unfurl its wings, but instead plunged directly downward like a steel ball. Captured by the planet's gravity, it plummeted rapidly before deploying its parachute. Once the parachute stabilized the descent, it intelligently discarded the canopy and unfurled its wings. These small aircraft had been modified during late-night hours of leisure by Fong Fong, who held a particular fondness for them. Shortly thereafter, the cruising drone seemed to have made a discovery, sending a continuous stream of video back to Hua, prompting Fong Fong and her brother to hurriedly observe. This habitable planet was surprisingly picturesque, and signs of fauna were evident. With curiosity, Fong Fong inquired whether locating the remnants of the Ark would confirm that these creatures originated from the solar system. Hua affirmed, urging patience. "It's only been a few decades. The Ark's remains are substantial and must be found," Yang Yang asserted calmly. For a moment, silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, the Martian suggested that since they could not locate the remains, they might as well descend for a closer look, reasoning that the beasts were unlikely to pose a significant threat. Both Yang Yang and Huan nodded in agreement, while Fong Fong, resting her forehead on her hand, pondered aloud whether the absence of remains could imply that beings had jumped from the Arkansas. Yang Yang promptly countered, "But we've seen the beasts. It wouldn't make sense for someone to jump while carrying them." After some time, Hua and the others continued to operate the drone, expanding its range and employing an electronic array to detect more areas. By converting electronic signals, Hua translated them into visual imagery. Despite the vast distance from the surface, the adjustable image size allowed them to observe clear details of the terrain. During this process, they unexpectedly discovered an active volcano on the planet. Surrounding the volcano was a barren landscape, devoid of anything but volcanic ash. However, further away from the volcano, large chunks of unmelted ice coexisted with patches of green vegetation. Overall, aside from the volcanic region, most of the planet was blanketed in a thick layer of ice. After analyzing the planet's average temperature, Hua estimated it to be around -18 degrees Celsius. He elaborated, "This is a frozen planet that only revolves without rotating. It has suffered a colossal meteor strike, causing the crust to rupture and resulting in this active volcano. I believe that if the volcano continues to erupt, it may gradually initiate the planet's rotation. Once the planet begins to rotate, it could potentially develop polar regions and a magnetic field, conditions that would be highly advantageous for the proliferation of life." Yang Yang inquired, "So, is there currently no life on the planet?" Hua replied, "There should be some, such as unicellular and asexual organisms, but they would struggle to exhibit sexual differentiation. Yang, intrigued, asked why is that? Hua explained, because the planet's environment is extremely harsh and lacks suitable conditions for survival. In such circumstances, organisms may evolve unique adaptive strategies, such as parthenogenesis or simple cell division for reproduction. This diminishes reliance on partners and enhances survival prospects. However, the absence of the intricate mechanisms and environmental support required for sexual reproduction makes it challenging for these organisms to develop pronounced sexual dimorphism. Yang nodded thoughtfully, her gaze drifting over the desolate landscape before her, stirring a deep sense of contemplation within her. Though devoid of the vibrant world familiar to humanity, this place nurtured a tenacious vitality. She pondered whether, if one day this planet commenced its rotation, it might give rise to more complex and diverse forms of life. Fangfang reflected that this indeed resembled a primordial world. The beast should attest to the fact that Uncle Kelly had been abandoned here by the Arkansas. The subsequent footage captured by the drone revealed no sign of the Ark, prompting Fangfang and her brother to land on the planet. This nameless celestial body appeared to harbor potential for life, situated far enough from the volcano at the foot of a lush, wild mountain. Fangfang resolved to have the Guardian craft land there. Uniquely, the Guardian craft dove headfirst, creating an illusion of imminent collision with the ground. Nevertheless, as gravitational acceleration was felt, it gradually decelerated and began to glide, ultimately making a safe landing on a verdant meadow. Although this method of descent was somewhat exhilarating, it was evidently the result of meticulous design and calculation to ensure the craft's secure arrival. Hua detected a scarcity of oxygen in the air and instructed them to don their spacesuits and carry oxygen tanks as they exited the craft in single file. The Martians led the way, searching for signs of life. Fangfang brought up the rear, commanding the robot to guard the craft and secure the hatch. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, the Martians discovered a beast's den halfway up. Hua also detected sufficient oxygen atop the mountain, allowing them to remove their helmets. The sun cast a slanting light upon the Earth, and here, devoid of rotation, the planet's far side lay shrouded in eternal darkness. They stood in place, and Hua volunteered to explore the beast's den, having known the Kelly couple, while Fangfang was still young when she parted from her uncle and aunt. Hua ventured alone into the cave, while Fangfang and her brother, along with the Martians, remained vigilant. They stood quietly, their expressions betraying a mix of tension and anticipation. Without hesitation, Hua boldly stepped forth to investigate the enigmatic den. With resolute strides, he entered the darkness of the cave. His acquaintance with the Kelly couple instilled him with confidence for this exploration. Despite his desire to accompany him, Fangfang was met with Hua's firm refusal. Holding a flashlight, he illuminated the path ahead, the beam dancing in the obscurity. He tread carefully, each step imbued with caution. The cave was imbued with a damp atmosphere, its stone walls adorned with moss, whispering tales of time's passage. As a robot, Hua's calm demeanor was his defining trait. With every distance traversed, he meticulously observed his surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked. Suddenly, he caught a faint sound, as if something stirred in the distance. He halted, listening intently, attempting to discern the source of the noise. A man adorned in a uniform emblazoned with the Martian flag materialized before them. This man was none other than Kree, who had been lost for many years. The weathered visage of Kree, marked by an expression of terror, revealed a profound sense of despair and anger. He brandished an enormous wooden club, wielding it wildly to halt Hua's advance. Suddenly, he charged towards Hua with fervor. The club was evidently crafted with meticulous care to serve as a weapon. Hua swiftly evaded, calling out Kree. This exclamation pierced the tense atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. Kree's aggressive stance froze in an instant, his body trembling slightly, as though restrained by an invisible force. His eyes gradually cleared from madness, now reflecting confusion and bewilderment as they rested upon Hua. I come from Mars, sent by Dani to find you. Hua continued to implore. The surrounding ambience remained taut, yet Hua's entreaty appeared to shatter the impasse. Kree, harboring skepticism, seemed reluctant to readily accept Hua's words, maintaining his silence. In a calm tone, Hua reassured him, please, wait. I came here with my sister, Defangfang. May I bring her in? Hua promptly activated his terminal to summon Defangfang, requesting her to enter and reunite with Kree. Defangfang had been tracking Hua's whereabouts all along. Upon hearing Kree's name, she excitedly raced towards the cave. Soon enough, the siblings arrived. Defangfang, spotting her robust uncle with a beard, recognized him instantly and, filled with a mix of sorrow and joy, shouted uncle. As she rushed towards Kree, Kree's lips quivered, and he discarded the club, crouching down to shield his tear-streaked face with his hands. Dianjiang followed closely behind his sister into the cave. Although he had never met his uncle, he echoed his sister's jubilant cry of uncle. Defangfang embraced her uncle's broad shoulders, weeping openly. As Kree lifted his head, Defangfang eagerly introduced Dianjiang, who was born after Kree's departure from Mars. Kree noticed that the boy bore a striking resemblance to Dani and shared some traits with his sister, Xiang. In a surge of emotion, he embraced Dianjiang fervently. At that moment, 3 more individuals and 2 robots emerged from the cave. Kree introduced the lady as his wife and the 2 boys as his sons. Martians soon followed them into the cave, although it was somewhat deep. The space was not particularly spacious. It became apparent that their presence would make the area exceedingly cramped. Consequently, Defangfang extended an invitation for the family to gather aboard the Guardian ship. As they returned to the Guardian ship, joy radiated from every face. Defangfang began to inquire about her uncle's circumstances, attempting to fathom his inner world. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in Kree's eyes as he began to recount an extraordinary past. Years ago, the arc of the solar system had deliberately abandoned 5 leaders to embark anew, leaving only the Plutonians and Martians aboard, while provisions were supplied by the 9 planets, ensuring a life of relative abundance. However, tensions persisted between the 2 factions, as the Plutonians were known for their fierce competitiveness. Among the Martians, all except Kree considered themselves proud elites, viewing themselves as superior. Disputes over trivial matters frequently erupted between the leaders, gradually souring their relationships. Kree, however, was not one of the elites. To everyone else, he was merely a survivor, akin to those leaders he had once been abandoned with. This phenomenon of discrimination was initially not pronounced, but it erupted after the spaceship cast off all its leaders and set sail anew. Kree lamented not having joined his sister's family on the Mars ark, primarily because his wife had been pregnant for several months at the time, compelling him to heed Dani's plea to escape. Ironically, the inhabitants of Pluto and Mars frequently clashed aboard the solar system ark, making it increasingly difficult for Kree to find his footing. However, while Kree and his wife were queuing to board the ark, he encountered a robot adorned with the character Pang embroidered on its chest, which thrust a metallic contraption into his hands. Once aboard the solar system ark, Kree meticulously examined the object and discovered it to be a trap for capturing animals. He surmised that the robot bearing the Pang insignia was likely Pompey's personal assistant. Before boarding, he noticed his name inscribed on the personnel list as the Chief of Joint Defense for the solar system ark. This peculiar device seemed to hold particular significance for him. Kree held deep respect for Chairman Pompey and thus cherished the contraption, concealing it carefully. Throughout the journey, Kree devoted himself to deciphering the mechanics of the animal trap, which led him to surreptitiously visit the Jupiteran supply depot regularly. The Jupiterans, renowned for their skills in animal training and biomimicry, had all perished, leaving behind a multitude of untamed creatures unattended in their storeroom. Kree naturally took it upon himself to care for these animals. Whether he was indeed the Chief of Joint Defense had never been acknowledged aboard the ark. Through practice with the captured creatures, Kree discovered that the device not only enabled him to comprehend animal languages, but also allowed the animals to understand his speech. It then dawned on him that Pompey had anticipated his predicament and had intentionally provided assistance through his personal robot. In a moment of life and death, Chairman Pompey chose not to safeguard his own interests but instead reached out to aid a mere civilian, which profoundly moved Kree. Influenced by Dani and Xiang, Kree had previously studied and researched the operation of robots and complex battle armor, mastering several control commands. Shortly after boarding the ark, he infiltrated the Martian warehouse and modified the directives of 2 inventory robots, bending them to his will. As the protracted journey unfolded, the strife between the 2 major factions aboard the solar system ark intensified. Kree perceived the disdainful attitudes of these elitists towards him, who persistently created obstacles. Even the Martian elites he once knew regarded him with increasing animosity. After much endurance, Kree felt it was untenable to maintain a peaceful coexistence with these deranged elites. Consequently, he relocated with his wife to the Jupiteran's animal birthing chamber, summoning 2 robots for precautionary measures. Thereafter, the elites seldom encountered him and refrained from seeking trouble in the filthy, chaotic storeroom. Kree understood that retreating to the birthing chamber was merely a temporary measure to ensure the safe arrival of his child. It could not last indefinitely. Thus, he relied on the robots and prepared for action. During the night, the Plutonians and Martians consistently raised air walls, both to prevent unforeseen incidents and to ensure restful slumber. This provided Kree with an opportunity. He commanded the robots to infiltrate the control chamber, where they located the current planet. At that time, the planet bore no vegetation, only ice and volcanoes. The Ark system would not classify this planet as suitable for habitation. Through his meticulous analysis and calculations, Kree resolved to send a contingent of frost-resistant beasts and rapidly growing plants to this celestial body. His ambition was to transform the planet, for only by developing a suitable environment could he hope to escape. His child was soon born, and both his wife and infant spent their days in slumber, utilizing the nighttime for furtive endeavors. Fortuitously, the local repository housed an array of unmanned exploratory devices. Consequently, Kree systematically deployed these colossal machines to transport the beasts, flora, and a robot to the designated star. The robot, acting as a vanguard, located a mountain on the current planet, where Kree released the beasts, cultivated the plants, and excavated caverns. After several days of navigation, Kree's plan reached fruition. Given the infant's tender age, the couple deemed it too perilous to board the local reconnaissance vessel for landing. Kree's wife adamantly opposed the idea. Thus, Kree manipulated the system through the robot, establishing the star's exploratory value by default. The foolish leaders of the Martians and Plutonians were deceived, leading them to land the vessel on this seemingly barren planet. Kree's escape plan from the Ark was now fully developed. As the solar system's Ark commenced its exploration of the planet, Kree grew anxious about the eventual discovery of his cavern. That very night, he successfully transported his wife, child, and a supply of medicines and seeds, along with poultry, into the cave using 2 robots. The following day, the Ark's system had generated an exploration plan and was poised to dispatch personnel. Kree, left with no choice, altered the Ark's itinerary once more and commanded it to depart immediately, making his hurried escape. It was daylight, and with the lack of oxygen outside the Ark, the hatch remained sealed. Unable to extricate himself, Kree concealed himself within the repository of the reconnaissance machines, awaiting his chance. Coincidentally, the 2 planetary leaders entered the machine bay to retrieve equipment, only to engage in a heated dispute. They accused one another of squandering resources and mocked each other's ignorance, blaming the Ark's landing on a worthless planet. The confrontation escalated to gunfire, resulting in the destruction of numerous machines within the bay. Some of these machines still retained energy from Kree's prior configurations, and when struck by stray bullets, they detonated violently. The 2 leaders, not being fools, quickly deduced that the energy explosion was suspect and banded together to hunt Kree down. In a bid for self-preservation, Kree concealed himself in the shadows, brandishing his sidearm. In a moment of surprise, he shot the Plutonian leader, creating chaos from which he swiftly escaped. Regaining his composure, Kree made his way to the control room, preparing to open the Ark's hatch. Soon after, news of the Plutonian leader's mysterious demise spread rapidly. Enraged, the Plutonians turned their wrath upon the Martians, launching a frenzied retaliation. Thus, war commenced, while Kree, with the assistance of his 2 robots, disregarded all else to open the Ark's hatch and make his escape. Subsequently, he took refuge in the cave, promptly utilizing Pompey's trapping spheres to summon all the beasts he had released, instructing them to hide, while the robots camouflaged the cavern. The exterior vegetation, having been planted for too short a time, remained unrecognizable. At this juncture, Kree monitored the situation within the Ark through surveillance devices. In the Ark, chaos reigned supreme, with no one attending to him. The Martians and Plutonians were locked in a bitter conflict, leaving the internal facilities of the Ark in shambles. As the scene of devastation unfolded before them, both sides gradually regained their composure and began to collaboratively repair the Arkansas. After exhausting the majority of the Ark's stored resources, it was finally restored. Just then, a volcanic eruption occurred on the planet, prompting the inhabitants to desperately flee. However, the Ark's system unexpectedly classified the planet as habitable at that moment, thus refusing to initiate the launch sequence. The people within the Ark were bewildered, unable to activate it. They frantically abandoned ship. A tragedy ensued as volcanic ash cascaded down, trapping everyone in its path. Ultimately, the unmonitored Ark succumbed to the searing ash, leading to a catastrophic explosion, and the volcano was reawakened, commencing a relentless eruption. During the explosion of the Ark in the solar system, all those who sought escape perished, save for the Klee family, who had cleverly concealed themselves with 2 robots. The ice covering half the planet's surface melted away, streams emerged from the mountains, and gentle rain fell from the sky. Initially, I believed it was a meteorite that had shattered the ground. In truth, it was the explosion of the Ark that had resurrected the volcano. When Klee mentioned the volcano, Hua interrupted him. Indeed, Klee emphasized the magnitude of the Ark's explosion. Defangfang, aboard the escort ship, ensured her uncle's family was settled and informed everyone to prepare for the journey home. Klee expressed his desire to bring along the 2 robots and other creatures, but Fangfang earnestly replied, "Dear uncle, the Martians have now lost their original home. The Martian Ark is perhaps no longer suitable for hosting fierce beasts. We could allow the 2 robots to carry some seeds and poultry, but the others must remain behind. I have observed that this nameless planet's environment has improved. Leaving them here may be for the best. As they prepared to return home, Hua gazed out of the escort ship's window and noticed the ecological environment had significantly improved. He observed that the once dying animals were now living freely. These creatures frolicked in the snow and grass, their existence a testament to the planet's gradual revival. With a smile, Hua turned to the others and remarked, "Look how well these animals are thriving now. The mountains are filled with abundant sunlight, oxygen, flora, and water. They will flourish here. Moreover, the remaining poultry will sustain them for some time. Once the food chain is fully established, their footprints will spread across the planet, and everything will become even more splendid." Hua's words brought great comfort to everyone, as they realized that with the passage of time, this place would transform into a vibrant and hopeful realm. De Fangfang also beheld the flourishing planet before her, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Ever since she had slain the fierce beasts on Taigaden, a shadow had loomed over her heart. Yet at that moment, she felt a warm energy enveloping her, as if sunlight were breaking through the clouds to bathe the earth. On this new planet, far removed from slaughter and violence, only harmony and tranquility remained. Her heart gradually found peace. The gloom brought by disaster no longer able to dictate her emotions. She recognized that true strength resided in kindness and justice. She smiled, harboring the hope that in the future, she could transform the world with love and compassion, infusing every corner with warmth and hope. She understood that only through such endeavors could she truly achieve inner peace and happiness. Dianjiang activated the guardian ship, and the control panel emitted a prompt sound, prompting Fangfang to remind everyone that we were preparing to return to Mars. The journey back to Mars would take over a month, with Fangfang and her brother, Hua, taking turns piloting the guardian ship. Kelly's two sons, having endured hardship, were exceptionally understanding and considerate. Fangfang shared some insights regarding the Martian struggle for survival on Earth, encouraging them to improve their language skills. Mastery of the Earthlings' language would enable them to lead more Martians in becoming self-sufficient on Earth. The two brothers, invigorated by her words, eagerly began to learn the Earth language. With the assistance of robots, their progress was swift. Hua helped them upgrade the two robots, stating that in the future, they would undoubtedly possess the capability to engage in maritime trade with these robots. Meanwhile, they could establish a commercial street onshore, enlisting dozens of Martians for support. A model that Dani favored. These two robots had accompanied them for years, developing mutual influence and bonds, marking the beginning of a beautiful collaboration. Kelly and his wife felt a deep sense of comfort upon hearing Hua's words. They too began to learn the Earth language, expressing their intention to establish a commercial street on Earth in the future. The couple encouraged and supported one another, making rapid progress in their studies. The Guardian ship successfully returned Kelly's family to Mars, fulfilling their wishes. On the Martian ark, Xiang embraced her two nephews, weeping aloud. "Oh, my poor children. You have suffered so much." Meanwhile, Boyan hugged Kelly's wife, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string, choking out, "Sister-in-law, you have endured so much. We are finally reunited." Degeo, witnessing this joyful scene, urged, all right, no more tears. Everyone should be happy." The surrounding Martians, drawn by the spectacle, applauded, welcoming Kelly's family back. Their faces radiated joy and blessings, sharing in the delight of a family's reunion. Fangfang, with a smile, suggested, "Uncle, aunt, and my two younger brothers, why don't you rest well on the ark for a while? Take care of your health, and we can make arrangements once my father returns." Kelly looked at everyone with gratitude, nodding in agreement. "Thank you all. We will rest well. We are truly fortunate to return safely, thanks to everyone's help." He held his family's hands tightly, his eyes shimmering with happiness. After settling her uncle's family, Fangfang encouraged her brother to stay on the ark, saying, "You must have enjoyed the journey, right? Rest well, and spend time learning the language with your cousins. Wait for Dad to make arrangements. For now, don't follow me." Upon hearing his sister's reasoned words, Dianjiang, still yearning to bond with his younger brothers, stopped insisting on accompanying her. Fangfang bade farewell to Hua, her mother, grandfather, and grandmother, piloting the Guardian ship back to the lunar base. As they approached the lunar base for landing, Fangfang spotted her father and Yu waiting on the tarmac. The bionic robot beside her father appeared unfamiliar. Astute Fangfang surmised it must belong to Beijing. Though she had never met the late director Beijing, she was aware that her father had likely investigated the Beihua cemetery and made new discoveries. Approaching her father, whose expression was grave, De Fangfang could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Dad, Yang and I have located Uncle's family." Dani maintained his composure and nodded, saying, "Well done. Your mother and grandfather have both called me about this matter. Now, A new commercial district can be established on Earth. They are truly remarkable. Fangfang smiled and continued. I know, arrangements will be made. As Dani and Fangfang conversed, they walked toward the base, while Hua and the Martians were being led by Yu to the machinery factory. This must be the Beijing you have retrieved, right? De Fangfang cautiously inquired of her father as she glanced at the accompanying android. Dani immediately halted, exclaiming, oh, indeed. He introduced, this is Beijing's android. Splendid. From now on, let us refer to her as Beijing. She is the heroine of Mars. And this name deserves to be remembered by posterity. I am here to discuss her with you. I suspect Director Bei has established a dark nuclear fusion power station at the cemetery? Fangfang confidently remarked. That is fantastic. Had it not been for this new fusion energy, the escort aircraft might not have found Uncle. Dani did not offer the expected praise, which surprised Fangfang. She paused, contemplating, and asked. Surely she must have taken the black box from President Pompey's aircraft? You've been searching everywhere for it. Dani smiled faintly. He had entered the base and pointed at the control computer, saying, take a look. Fangfang noticed that the computer was displaying a video of an unfamiliar aircraft's black box. Hesitantly, she asked, is this the Pluto leader's aircraft? Dani sighed heavily and nodded, urging her to watch closely. The video began with the Pluto leader hastily entering the cockpit with his personal robot, amidst the chaos and explosions outside on Pluto. The leader muttered something to himself as he activated the aircraft, surprisingly heading for Mars. Fangfang was eager to hear his murmurs, rewinding the video and increasing the volume. She heard him say, Mars has an ark too. It's better to go from there. That old fool Pompey has plenty of treasures. De Fangfang clenched her fists in anger, turning to look seriously at her father regarding the leader of Pluto whom her uncle had killed, certain he was no good. This confirmed leader must be a brigand. I believe the conflict with the Martians was instigated by him, aimed at exterminating the Martians. Dani remained silent. Fangfang continued watching the video, observing the Pluto leader indeed heading straight for the Martian Arkansas. Shortly thereafter, he found Pompey's personal robot amidst the crowd before the Ark and immediately commanded his own robot to communicate. After scanning the entire area, it seemed he could not locate Pompey. He did not linger, activating the aircraft to fly towards Pompey's estate. The Pluto leader rudely landed the aircraft under the Martian flag, leaping out and heading directly for Pompey's office. Upon entering the empty office, he searched frantically, and soon his robot followed him in. They scoured for Pompey's technological inventions and various classified Martian documents, yet found nothing. The visibly agitated leader viciously pointed at the robot, and then towards the door, shouting, hurry up and search. Find him. After a brief interval, the robot will transmit the location of the buried files from Pompey to the Führer's personal terminal. The Führer, satisfied, nods in acknowledgement and commands the robot to locate the data and remain vigilant. He instructs it not to move until he arrives. The robot dutifully departs. Meanwhile, the Führer returns to his aircraft, activates the radar, and conducts a thorough scan of the Martian surface in search of Pompey. At last, he spots Pompey on a plane not far from the location of the buried data and directs the shuttle towards the Arkansas elated. The Führer swiftly powers up the aircraft and, after a moment's contemplation, steers it towards the robot. He lands on a flat expanse before the robot, disembarks, and calls for it. He instructs the robot to temporarily set down the data and intercept the creature, commanding it to eliminate him at once, stating, I shall await your return. After some time, glancing at his watch, he walks back to the site of the buried data, tapping his foot on the ground. Yet the robot has still not returned. At this juncture, Fangfang turns to her father and exclaims, Father, this time I have witnessed the rebirth of two celestial bodies and attained the greatest inner tranquility. Dani gently pats his daughter's shoulder and replies, Good and evil are eternally in opposition. This statement plunges Fangfang into deep contemplation. She reflects upon her experiences in space, recalling the perplexities and anxieties that once troubled her. She comes to realize that the dichotomy of good and evil in the universe is not absolute, but rather relative. Each planet possesses its unique ecosystem and forms of life, interdependent and mutually influential. Yet it is this very diversity that imbues the universe with vitality and exuberance. Suddenly, Fangfang comprehends her father's words. Good and evil are indeed opposing forces, yet this does not imply that we must eradicate all that is malevolent. We can guide those ensnared in darkness towards the light through our actions. We can embrace those who have erred with love, granting them an opportunity for renewal. If each individual harbors goodwill, then this world shall flourish into a more beautiful realm. Contemplating this, Fangfang cannot help but smile. She feels she has discovered the answer, to wield her own strength in transforming the world. Though the future remains uncertain, she believes that as long as love resides within her heart, she can overcome any adversity. She reaches out to touch the black box and, with a hint of confusion, inquires of her father why the conclusion has unfolded in such a manner. Now we must begin anew. Will those who caused the destruction take responsibility? Had the great calamity been averted, or if we could have prevented it, our existence would not be so arduous. After a moment of reflection, Dani responds. At the crossroads of life, good and evil diverge like two entirely distinct paths. Those for whom we care are often seduced by malevolence, gradually descending into the depths of darkness. They may initially pursue their selfish desires, employing unscrupulous means to attain personal gain. As time progresses, the seeds of evil take root in their hearts, flourishing and maturing. They become increasingly self-absorbed, indifferent, disregarding the suffering of others. Along the path of malevolence, they gradually lose the radiance of their humanity, becoming lost to themselves. Morality, conscience, and compassion are cast aside, replaced by greed, deceit, and cruelty. They continuously inflict harm upon others solely to satiate their own desires, oblivious to the fact that they are sinking ever deeper into the quagmire of sin. However, justice will ultimately prevail. When they finally glance back, they will discover themselves standing alone at the edge of darkness, laden with boundless regret and guilt. In contrast, those who choose the path of virtue will reap the rewards of inner tranquility and genuine happiness. Suddenly, Defangfang felt a profound sense of growth. Her thoughts had matured, and her mindset had become more composed and profound. She was aware that the ensuing video contained graphic content that would disturb her inner peace. Yet, under her father's insistence, she calmly watched it to its conclusion. The leader of Pluto was entirely bound, yet still sought to struggle. What do you want? I do not wish to kill you. We can still depart together. My spacecraft can surely reach Earth. The leader exclaimed urgently. Earth? Your greed knows no bounds. I initially thought your intent to kill me was solely for Martian technology, yet it appears you also covet the resources for constructing spacecraft on Earth. Do you see? The energy of the craft is depleting. It would be prudent to discuss the black hole matters swiftly, Pompey remarked, deliberately glancing at the slowly leaking energy. That was not my doing. A century ago, Pluto prohibited the private sale of meteorites. If it was not you, then it must be the unscrupulous merchants. You have been derelict in your duties. A century prior, the people of Pluto could freely sell meteorites. Numerous unscrupulous merchants, in pursuit of greater gains, began bombarding the asteroid belt to acquire more meteorites. The government's inaction led capable merchants to even utilize nuclear weapons against celestial bodies. Only after media exposure did the government begin to regulate and restrain these merchants. The Pluto leader had secretly accepted a substantial bribe from a merchant, directly facilitating this merchant's use of nuclear weapons against celestial bodies. Unbeknownst to him, this particular launch deviated from its target, veering off into outer space. The astute media of Pluto quickly uncovered this situation, leading to reports claiming that the Plutoan's nuclear weapon had struck a neutron star in space. Upon learning of this, the leader discreetly suppressed the news. Consequently, a journalist fabricated a story, broadcasting a false report of Plutoans discovering a black hole 100 light-years away throughout the solar system. This unverifiable news finally caught the attention of Gong Changxuan, who, through investigation, unveiled the truth behind the fabricated story. He promptly designated the sale of meteorites as a government monopoly and imposed a comprehensive ban on meteorite smuggling. Thus, the chaotic bombardment of extraterrestrial bodies was finally curtailed. The Pluto leader confessed to Pompey regarding his actions but asserted that the merchants, being adults, should bear the primary responsibility. I had no choice. Pompey discerned the leader's extreme selfishness and sternly remarked, Do you not seek to go to Earth for your own benefit? The leader hastily agreed, smiling as he said, You have finally grasped it. Earth possesses abundant resources for spacecraft construction. Just think, if you collaborate with me using your technology, we can still reign as leaders on Earth and create new spacecraft. The old solar system will become a thing of the past, and we can start anew. I am your ally. Release me. Pompey sighed deeply, informing the leader that his robots had been severely damaged during the ambush. My robots are currently safeguarding Martian technology, and Martians will come to retrieve it. As for you, it is essential to grasp that, as the president of the Martians, I shall undoubtedly lead my people down a path of righteousness and benevolence. I am acutely aware that the solar system has been obliterated, and your transgressions are monumental. You may believe that no one can hold you accountable, but I possess that power. Should I release you, the consequence would be dire. I extend my sincerest apologies to all the innocent souls who have perished. With that, Pompey produced a lighter and, without hesitation, ignited the leaking energy source. The aircraft was engulfed in a tremendous explosion, accompanied by the wails and curses of the Plutonian leader. The black box recorded the demise of both Pompey and the leader in this cataclysm. De Fong wiped away the tears that had unknowingly streamed down her face, while Dani gently patted her back, compassionately remarking, "I know that during your recent journey, you witnessed the rebirth of the planet and experienced the beauty of life. I wanted you to see this video, hoping that in the future, when confronted with the dichotomy of good and evil, you will know how to discern your choices." But why did President Pompey not flee? Fong inquired loudly. As you have observed, President Pompey is a man of justice. He understood that assassinating the Plutonian leader would also be an act of crime. To preserve a sense of righteousness in the hearts of the Martians, he chose to selflessly perish alongside his adversary. Do not weep. In time, you will come to understand these truths. These words were imbued with strength and emotion, allowing Fong to feel the greatness and spirit of sacrifice embodied by President Pompey. Yet, Fong remained perplexed. She believed that her heart would only be softened by the blood flowing through the Martians. All her childhood friends, classmates, respected teachers, and even neighbors like Mayor Chingfu had fallen victim to this calamity triggered by a black hole. These departed souls slipped away silently, their ethereal forms seemingly branded upon her very soul, igniting within her an uncontrollable fury and a yearning to amass justice and kindness, seeking warmth for her heart, which lay ensnared in solitude and neglect. De Fong felt a throbbing pain in her head, a heavy weight dragging her heart downward, pulling at her nerves. She rested her hand upon her forehead, sitting in a daze. Observing his daughter's distress, Dani tenderly extended his loving hand to gently pat her back. "Take a moment to rest," he advised. "During this period at the lunar base, I have constructed 2 new aircraft capable of transforming and cloaking themselves. Tomorrow, I shall take Beijing to Earth to establish new maritime routes and commercial districts. I am prepared to invite the Klee couple to manage the commercial area. You may arrange the other matters at your own pace." Fong nodded, making her way to her resting quarters, longing for a restorative slumber. Dani solemnly stored away the black box, intending to document the once beautiful life of the solar system, its sudden devastation, and the courageous sacrifices of Beijing and Pompey in a documentary. He envisioned it as an educational resource for the Martian children, ensuring that future generations would remember this chapter of history. During this time, you assisted Dani in the creation of new aircraft, acquiring a wealth of knowledge imparted by Beijing. The storage of the Beijing android contained comprehensive information regarding dark nuclear fusion energy, repeatedly emphasizing that modern energy relies on nuclear fusion. While neutron stars pose a significant hindrance to contemporary energy, following an explosion, there is a high probability that a black hole will form. Although you did not fully comprehend all of this, he managed to retain the knowledge. Upon his return, Hua brought you along, releasing the mutated beasts that had been contaminated by nuclear fallout from Tiga Garden Star, allowing them to roam freely in the Beihua Cemetery. Both of them donned their protective suits, seemingly severed from the outside world. Like 2 solitary observers, they silently beheld the unfolding events before them. As a terrifying new realm revealed itself, once feeble mutated beasts were released upon the surface of the Beihua graveyard planet, and an extraordinary transformation swiftly ensued. The originally frail creatures began to darken, their bodies appearing to be shrouded in a veil of sinister power, rendering them strikingly grotesque and fearsome. These darkened beasts were no longer the frail entities they once were. They had morphed into a horde of bloodthirsty predators. Some possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm brandishing sharp claws. Others had 4 faces atop a single head, with 6 eyes, each glimmering with a bloody radiance. Their grotesque forms sent shivers down one's spine. Among these mutated beasts, a frenzied cannibalism erupted, as they savagely tore into each other, voraciously devouring one another's flesh. The gruesome spectacle was nauseating, yet more horrifying was the fact that some beasts could regenerate even after losing their heads, as if they had transcended the boundaries of life and death. The relentless cycle of consumption and rebirth among the beasts led to a burgeoning population. Hua targeted a particularly large-headed mutated beast, swiftly severing its head and securing it within an antimatter container, thereby preventing the creature from regenerating a new body, while its bizarre form was already stripped bare. You pondered for a moment and identified a smaller-bodied beast with an abundance of heads, capturing it within the antimatter container. Hua, glancing at you with curiosity, remarked, "I require the dark crystal within this head. What use is your capture?" You gestured towards the swarm of beasts and replied, "I believe this will help control their population. Do you wish for these creatures to proliferate uncontrollably on this planet?" Hua gave him a thumbs up and sincerely said, "Your learning ability has indeed improved. I suggest we capture another, raise them together, and I shall carry them with me. What do you think?" As you assisted in capturing the mutated beasts, Hua entered the energy station constructed underground by Bayesian and located a laboratory. After dissecting the head of the mutated beast, he extracted a crimson crystal. They joyfully returned to the lunar base, while the mutated beasts continued to clash within the antimatter container en route. Dani, accompanied by Bayesian, prepared to pilot 2 new aircraft back to Earth. Noticing Fong Fong deeply asleep, he refrained from waking her. At the landing pad, you, freshly returned, called out to Dani. Please wait. Dani halted, perplexed. You advised, you might want to apply some makeup. Last time you visited as Fong Si's father, and it hasn't been long since. It might not align with Earth customs. Dani, clad in his spacesuit, glanced at his attire and took a deep breath before responding. Thank you for the reminder. I wasn't aware. What should I do? You hurriedly replied, please wait a moment, and dashed back into the base. Shortly after, he returned, pulling Dani onto the aircraft, displaying a piece of nanofabric. Dani understood and instructed you to disguise him as a middle-aged man resembling an Earthling. Hua followed suit, reminding them. Martians once had an average lifespan of 800 years, while Earthlings now average merely 100. Dani chuckled, glancing at Hua. Thank you for the reminder. I will be mindful of my role. Once again, you remarked that he had utilized nanoskin for many years and had become quite adept at it. You deftly arranged the nanoskin for him. This particular skin extended only halfway to the navel and featured 2 hands, with a miniature control terminal cleverly disguised as a necklace around its neck. You pointed to the pendant of the necklace, stating that it housed the latest data type controller. If it were to be forcibly removed, it would shut down, and even if it were sawed open afterward, the severed edge would merely reveal alloy particles, leaving no trace of its peculiarities. The chain of the necklace could convert solar energy to charge the terminal. Remarkable. Dani praised him, giving a thumbs up. After I depart, it would be best to construct several more of these aircraft. I am confident that in just 2 or 3 years, Clear's 2 sons will master the Earth's language, at which point they can come here to learn to pilot. You need only wait a month to take the Cliffords to Earth. Contact me then for your return. After accepting their new mission, Hua and you simultaneously bowed to Dani, bidding him farewell as he departed for Earth. Dani and Bayesian piloted their respective aircraft, and the thunderous roar of the 2 planes startled Dafangfang awake. She gazed out the window towards the sky, where countless stars sparkled in the night. Chapter 28. Becoming Earthlings on this beautiful and vibrant planet Earth, the rise of the Industrial Revolution ushered in an unprecedented wave of social transformation. Science and technology flourished at an extraordinary pace, bringing about monumental changes in people's lives. The primitive and the modern coexisted on the vehicle of history, as humanity, with unyielding determination and intellect, elevated the light of civilization to greater heights. Simultaneously, the specter of war loomed over the Earth. Countless lives were lost on the battlefield. Families were torn apart, and society descended into turmoil. Yet, even amidst such adversity, humanity's quest for civilization remained unrelenting. Scientists toiled day and night in laboratories. Artists conveyed hope and beauty through their works, and educators diligently nurtured the wisdom and virtues of the next generation. It was this indomitable spirit that allowed human civilization to persist amidst the flames of conflict. Martians chose to conceal themselves among the peaceful and prosperous populace, disguising themselves similarly to Dani, and they too were genuinely transformed by life on Earth. During the month of her father's return to Earth, Dafangfang fully updated and applied new energy sources at the lunar base. Given the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night on the moon, she constructed a dark nuclear fusion energy tower in the valley where the mechanical factory was located. The temperature here could plummet to minus 180 degrees at night, or even lower, allowing the natural cold to effectively cool the energy tower, thereby conserving resources required for continuous cooling. In that month, you also crafted a new type of transformable and stealth aircraft. This aircraft employed a stealth mechanism not only to evade radar, but also to utilize optical principles to remain invisible to human sight. Hua was scheduled to take the Cliffords to Earth a month later, and you instructed him to pilot the new aircraft. Dafangfang requested that the 2 of them decommission the 2 flying saucers at the base and construct her a new aircraft, as she harbored a strong dislike for the appearance of the saucers. Initially, there had been no alternative, but with the advent of a more convenient design, she felt justified in retiring it. After presenting the new aircraft to Fong Fong, Dafangfang prepared to pilot it to Mars to retrieve her uncle. The Martians, reluctant to remain behind, expressed their desire to accompany them. Fong Fong contemplated for a moment and suggested that spending some time on Earth would provide a better understanding of humanity. Her greatest curiosity lay in the question of why they could not abandon war and pursue a path of peaceful development. You opined that Earth's inhabitants, constrained by their short lifespans, relentlessly pursued immediate gains, disregarding all else. The Martians believed that humanity had not transcended its barbaric customs, resorting to war as a simplistic means of survival in times of crisis. Hua pondered for a while and remarked that war could serve as a mechanism for natural selection, ensuring the future superiority of the human race. In an era when scientific advancements had yet to fully preserve collective strength, relying on the machinery of war to distinguish reality from illusion could indeed be considered a strategy. If we engage in warfare, we may very well never return, he cautioned. De Fangfang nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "You are right. War is not a game I can master. It seems that if we are to go to Earth, we must avoid conflict." Currently, the Martians possessed but a single ark, and their population was gradually dwindling. The onset of war would render them mere prey in the vast universe. Her tone was tinged with anxiety and concern. Indeed, if we wish to evade the gaze of other powers, we must strive to avoid any form of conflict. Earth is fraught with dangers, yet it also brims with opportunities awaiting us. As long as we exercise caution, we should be able to find a suitable place for our survival, Hua reassured her. De Fangfang furrowed her brow and contemplated, suggesting that perhaps they could gain insights into local conditions by observing news and social media from Earth. Furthermore, they could establish an observational site on the lunar base to acquire more information regarding Earth. Hua nodded in agreement, and they resolved to create an observation website focused on Earth, endeavoring to gather as much intelligence as possible before venturing into this unfamiliar environment. In the ensuing days, Hua and Yu assisted De Fangfang in actively preparing for their journey to Earth. They delved into the geography, climate, and culture of Earth, formulating a comprehensive plan. Finally, De Fangfang could no longer contain herself and contacted Hua, arranging for him to escort the Cliff couple to a designated location on Earth the following evening. She decided to bring along several lunar robots, which had been among the earliest to arrive on the moon. After Hua updated their systems and integrated Earth language translation capabilities, Yu and the Martians undertook biomimetic modifications to the robots' appearances, while also making some alterations to themselves. Once sufficiently prepared, the group took a new aircraft to retrieve the Cliff couple from Mars before heading directly to Earth. Dayanjiang, upon seeing the new aircraft, immediately clamored for one of his own, to which Hua promised that he would receive one when Cliff's two sons traveled to Earth. Fangfang personally piloted the new aircraft, adjusting the speed as they descended into the tranquil valley designated by Dani. In the secluded hollow at the back of Dani's estate, tranquility reigned, rarely visited by humans. The area was accompanied solely by the sounds of nature. The surrounding silence was profound, allowing one to hear their heartbeat, as if the entire world were in slumber. The symphony of chirping insects and croaking frogs intertwined, creating a harmonious melody of the natural world. Their notes varied in pitch and duration, sometimes crisp and delightful, other times melodious and lingering, infusing the serene hollow with a touch of vitality and vigor. In the secluded valley, a gentle stream flows serenely, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the surrounding mountains and trees like a polished mirror. The stones along the bank, smoothed and rounded by the relentless caress of the water, seem to whisper tales of bygone ages. Within this tranquil haven, time appears to stand still, devoid of urban clamor and bustling crowds, offering only serenity and beauty. This is the embrace of nature, a sanctuary for the soul. Dani has cleared away the trees on the hillside facing the stream, leaving vast stretches of barren land for the landing of aircraft. To disguise the area, he has piled large boulders by the stream and constructed a rudimentary path leading directly to the water's edge, facilitating both the aircraft's movement and access for visitors. On either side of the path, medicinal fields have been excavated, recently planted with ginseng, Chinese yam, and gastrodia, serving to conceal their activities. When Fangfang and the Cliff couple, along with their robots, disembark from the plane, Dani instructs Fangfang to make the aircraft invisible and employs holographic laser scenery to cloak the area. The group swiftly enters Dani's estate through the back door, where Dani and Cliff finally embrace in a heartfelt greeting, both overwhelmed with emotion. Dani reflects on Cliff's harrowing experiences, while Cliff expresses gratitude for surviving. After exchanging pleasantries, Dani suggests that everyone rest. Cliff, having spent years in a foreign land, finds solace in the tranquility of the countryside at night and falls into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Fangfang's robots prepare a delightful breakfast for the family, who engage in cheerful conversation. Fangfang curiously asks her father why he left the estate unguarded, expressing concern over potential mishaps. Dani confidently reassures her of the safety and rarity of disturbances in the area, adding that his estate is fortified with numerous defenses, the intricacies of which even he cannot fully comprehend. He explains that the previous occupants departed only yesterday afternoon, and he had dined alone before their arrival. Cliff, incredulous at the situation, initially intends to caution his brother-in-law about the importance of safety. However, recalling the peacefulness of the previous night, he smiles in acceptance. He then suggests that they should leave promptly, as their clandestine arrival might raise suspicions. Dani readily agrees, assuring him that he will accompany them, urging no haste. Fangxi has already arranged for a new commercial district, where the Martians who arrived last night are headed. In the future, these individuals will assist them, and Fangxi will oversee their work while imparting valuable skills. Once your sons arrive, you will be responsible for mentoring them to take over. With diligent effort over the coming years, you will eventually manage the old commercial district, which has become robust and stable, supported by capable Martians. You are encouraged to visit the old district for reference and learning, solidifying your comprehensive abilities before embarking on the establishment of a new commercial district. As for Fangxi, he has pledged himself to a Martian maiden and aspires to return to Mars for marriage and family. Consequently, I am considering allowing him to remain on Mars to engage in training work, facilitating the protection of his wife and children. On Earth, there will be 3 commercial districts, all of which will fall under your planning and coordination. With your partnership and the involvement of your 2 sons, you are undoubtedly equipped to succeed. Should your sons wish to marry and start families, they will follow a similar path as Fangxi, as the education and upbringing of Martian descendants are best realized on Mars. As Dani speaks, he realizes he has been speaking at length and pauses to glance at Cliff, seemingly awaiting his response. Kelly expressed his agreement, courteously and humbly stating that he could find no fault in your arrangements. He acknowledged that for his family to bear such a significant responsibility, they would require your guidance. Dani nodded, sipping his tea and enjoying his snacks, mentioning that the current sea freight vessels had been allocated 1 each to Jean and Bajan's androids. He further informed that he had arranged a ship for each of your 2 robots as well, promising to inform them that they should visit you at least once a month. Although the overall surveillance and networks across various commercial streets are interconnected, sending them to your location serves dual purposes: to consolidate profits and to assist in enhancing your commercial street's inventory and popularity. After careful calculations, he estimated that 4 ships could accommodate 600 to 800 Martians across 3 commercial streets. He planned to notify the Martian training team to prepare around 600 Martians for support and logistics, who could also readily replace any Martians needing to return to Earth. Your family has endured a challenging existence in the extraterrestrial realm for over a decade. The current comfort and tranquility of life on Earth is, in fact, a perfect compensation for you. I wholeheartedly believe that with your presence, the Martians will also find suitable accommodation. Hence, the most crucial task for you now is to learn how to be Earthlings. Dani articulated his thoughts, stating that Martians were invisible in the eyes of Earthlings, and with their current level of science and technology, they posed no threat to us. The critical issue lies in the Martians' precarious situation. We have not yet liberated ourselves from suffering. If even one of us were to be exposed, it would alert the warmongers on Earth, forcing the Martians to abandon their home and flee to another galaxy. Otherwise, becoming embroiled in war would be inevitable, and we simply cannot afford that. Upon hearing this, Kelly exchanged a solemn glance with his wife, both nodding gravely. Kelly earnestly assured, "I promise to diligently learn the customs of Earthlings, to embody their ways, and to safeguard any Martian secrets, ensuring that Martians remain in the shadows." In the tranquil estate, Hua, along with the Martians and several robots, discovered the charging station located in the cellar of the mansion, where they quietly replenished their energy. Meanwhile, the family gathered around the breakfast table, sipping tea and continuing their conversation. Dani pointed at Fong Fong, saying, "You expressed a valid point earlier. Such a vast estate cannot be left unguarded. Therefore, your robots should remain here." He then turned to Fong Fong, awaiting her response. Fong Fong, unfazed, tossed her short hair lightly and calmly replied to her father, "Dad, the wars on Earth have never truly ceased. I believe that if Martians wish to settle down peacefully, simply engaging in business to this extent allows for invisibility. But why should we handle this estate in such a manner?" Dani sighed and kindly responded, "You are absolutely correct. We cannot involve ourselves in Earth's wars, nor do we possess the capability to instigate any conflict." He then glanced at Kelly, who nodded in approval. Having transitioned from a refugee of suffering in the solar system to a staunch advocate for peace, Kelly had become a true pacifist. The Taoist residing near this estate is a truly admirable practitioner. I will take you to visit him shortly. Kelly, please remain discreet and avoid unnecessary appearances. One more thing. I have asked Fong Fong to guard the estate because I wish to take Yang Yang out for a stroll to gain more experience in space. Primarily, it is evident that Yang Yang is ill-suited for survival on Earth. Fong Fong, while tending to the estate, must also exercise caution when presenting gifts to the Taoist priest. It is imperative that no Martian artifacts are revealed. Henceforth, adopting a mute persona must be maintained consistently, in the face of disasters and famine nearby. Engaging in acts of kindness and accumulating virtue will appear quite natural for a person with a disability. Fong Fong, though somewhat perplexed, is inherently a benevolent girl and will certainly dedicate herself wholeheartedly to doing good deeds. After much discussion, Dani hastily took Fong Fong to visit the Taoist priest at the temple. The father and daughter meandered along a narrow path, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Along the way, Dani advised Fong Fong to be mindful of details and to emulate the behaviors of Earthlings, given her recent arrival. Fong Fong smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, Dad," while genuinely mimicking silence and communicating through sign language. Dani, with earnestness, remarked that despite the ongoing conflicts on Earth, progress continues at a rapid pace. One must not underestimate human intellect. He expressed concern that in a few hundred years, once Earthlings venture into space, their inherent physical limitations, short lifespans, and narrow experiences may lead them to exploit Martians. Furthermore, due to these shortcomings, Yang, having extensive exposure to Earth, may be influenced in thought and action. My intention in taking Yang on a space exploration journey is twofold. Firstly, to understand the various dangers of space, as we currently lack defenses against them, and secondly, to comprehend issues thoroughly before seeking resolutions. If we can establish a new home for Martians, it is essential to acknowledge that, in comparison to the ever-increasing population on Earth, Martians will require augmented human resources. Only by amassing strength can one showcase their capabilities. Do you believe that Tegastar is suitable for Martian development? Not necessarily. Oh. Fong Fong was quite taken aback. As they approached the temple, both fell into silence. Driven by the Industrial Revolution, technological advancements on Earth have rapidly transformed human society. From steam engines to electricity, internal combustion engines to computers and the internet, each technological innovation acts as a vigorous spring breeze, opening doors to new possibilities. Factory productivity has surged, transportation and communication have become more efficient, and medical standards have experienced a qualitative leap. These advancements have not only enhanced material living conditions, but have also instilled a sense of anticipation for the future. Yet, all these developments coexist with the specter of war. In this intricate and tumultuous world, one cannot help but ponder why humanity is so inherently selfish and greedy. This detrimental trait seems deeply entrenched within the core of our being. Driven by self-interest and desire, individuals often resort to unscrupulous means for personal gain. However, can we truly curb corruption merely by increasing wages? This remains a contentious topic. In modern society, though malfeasance and corruption are widely despised and combated, they continue to surface relentlessly. The pursuit of immortality and the desire for unrestrained freedom are eternal quests for humanity. We yearn to transcend the limitations of time, to remain perpetually youthful and vibrant. We aspire to live without constraints, freely and effortlessly. Yet, reality starkly confronts us. The notion of eternal life is indeed a beautiful illusion. In this world filled with questions and desires, Earthlings persist in exploration and contemplation, constantly striving and evolving. Perhaps one day, advancements in technology will provide us with answers. Or perhaps we must seek the power for change from deep within ourselves. Regardless, we should harbor hope and strive to make this world a better place. Upon encountering the Taoist priest before her, Fang instantly recognized a profound resilience in him, akin to that of her Uncle Kelly, which stirred her heart. The father and daughter clasped their hands in reverence and greeted the solitary Taoist. With remarkable poise, the priest regarded the mute Fong Fong and courteously invited them to take a seat. Dani succinctly fabricated a tale, stating that his son was engaged and preparing for marriage to a woman of illustrious lineage, albeit one who held merchants in disdain, and urged her husband to pursue scholarly endeavors. He feigned a sigh, lamenting the necessity of selling his thriving business. Now that his son was genuinely off to study, it was, in essence, a positive development. Thus, he had no choice but to acquire a shop in the vicinity of his son's educational institution to manage himself. The estate would be overseen by his daughter, as his wife had passed away many years prior, and the mute woman had been cast off by her family after the loss of her child. The Taoist nodded in understanding, and Dani continued to express his hopes for her to engage in charitable acts in the community, urging the priest to inform his daughter should she require assistance, encouraging her to accumulate virtue. Having lived in seclusion within the mountains for many years, the Taoist led a life of tranquility, free from worldly strife. His modest abode was enveloped by dense forests, where he devoted his days to scholarly pursuits. Possessing a profound understanding of Taoist classics, his countenance radiated kindness and solemnity, and his eyes reflected wisdom and depth. Clad in a simple Taoist robe, he stood tall, as if one with nature, still holding an ancient text in his hands as he faced Dani and his daughter. The priest spoke concisely, affirming Dani's actions, and expressed concern for Fong Fong, noting that townsfolk were quite proactive in donating during times of disaster. He remarked that as long as there was no local warfare, instances of charitable soup kitchens were rather rare. If one wished to do good, he advised, it would be more effective to contribute funds or goods directly, suggesting that as a mute woman, she need not exhaust herself in aiding others. His words were as refreshing as a spring breeze, warm and invigorating. After politely bidding farewell, Dani gifted the Taoist with rice, flour, and oil that he had procured, and the pair returned to their estate. Once back, Dani questioned Fong Fong about their commercial endeavors and maritime ventures, noting the difficulty in concealing their hometown's identity. Only by managing the estate well could they uphold this ruse. Fong Fong then realized the significance of Dani's words regarding the complexities of human relationships. When pondering why Tiga Garden Star was unsuitable for Martian habitation, she speculated it was due to the presence of indigenous frogs. Dani shook his head, asserting that the existence of natives could foster mutual development, as harnessing their knowledge could better preserve planetary resources. Crucially, he noted that the area had once been rife with venomous creatures, indicating resource scarcity that would not satisfy Martian developmental needs. Now, following nuclear detonation, the environment had transformed, and while resources would gradually become abundant, the process would be protracted. De Fang nodded slightly, suggesting, "Are you implying that it would be wiser to seek a suitable star? One that could be transformed through nuclear energy, thereby cultivating ample resources without the burden of indigenous consumption, ensuring both concealment and safety?" Dani smiled, affirming that this was indeed the ideal he had long envisioned, which is why he intended to explore the small planet where Kelly had once resided. With their idle chatter concluded, Dani, accompanied by the Kelly couple, embarked on a journey via terrestrial vehicles common among Earthlings to the new commercial district. Recently, Dani had procured 2 aircraft from Beijing. One had been adapted into a ship for maritime transport, while the other was designated for delivering goods to the new commercial street. Fong Fong intended to gift the aircraft she piloted to her father, but Dani declined, stating that he would prefer to return with the cargo plane he was operating, as leaving an idle aircraft would attract undue attention. After bidding farewell to her father and uncle and aunt, Fong Fong instructed Hua to utilize electronic signals to locate several donation boxes and groups of beggars in the vicinity. She discovered a plethora of garments previously used by Martians for disguise and cleaned them meticulously. Disguised as a machine maid, you took the clothes, while Hua was entrusted with the funds to perform charitable acts in the neighboring villages. During this inaugural act of kindness, Fong Fong refrained from participating directly, fearing that her prominent features, her demeanor, appearance, age, and health, might betray her Martian origins. Alone in the manor, she prepared an array of delicacies favored by Martians for preservation. The estate boasted numerous fruit trees, though overly sweet. Her preference lay solely with oranges. Her father's various fast-growing medicinal plants would become particularly bitter if cultivated for too long. When harvested at the right time, their flavor was distinct, and she often gathered some to enjoy as fruit. The estate included small plots of farmland cultivated by Martians, yielding corn and vegetables, alongside discreetly kept Martian livestock, which constituted Fong Fong's staple diet. Seated in her study, the soft light cascaded gently upon her. She had deliberately sought out Taoist scriptures and ancient texts on officialdom, her eyes revealing a deep focus and contemplation. As her studies deepened, she discerned numerous inaccuracies in the texts that had been passed down through generations of Earthlings, with obvious signs of deliberate alterations. Gently caressing the ancient tomes, a wave of emotion surged within her. The selfishness of humanity was once again starkly revealed. In their relentless pursuit of objectives, they resorted to unscrupulous means, greedily willing to sell anything. With a heavy heart, she observed the unclear expressions, the misinterpretations, and the deliberate modifications within the texts, all of which had lost their original significance. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she recognized that these errors and alterations could mislead future generations. And amidst this hypocritical scholarship and detritus, humanity would ultimately lose its rationality. In that moment, she comprehended her father's choice to forsake Earth and even abandon the Tigaden star. Dani sought to uphold and pass down the justice and reason of Chairman Pompey, forever committed to the principles of justice and kindness that Martians cherished. In the early morning, a refreshing breeze swept gently across the verdant hills of the fields. The air was infused with the fragrance of fresh grass, invoking a sense of serenity. The birds seemed aware of the arrival of guests, joyfully flitting about the branches, welcoming them with their melodious songs. This harmonious melody resonated like an anthem for a beautiful day. The guests, enchanted by the bird's exuberance, found their spirits lifted, entranced by the natural beauty and delightful sounds surrounding them. Fong Fong gazed contentedly through the window, observing the hillside behind the manor, now carpeted in lush grass. The two medicinal fields were vibrant and lush. She carried a basket woven from vines to gather her favorite tianma from the medicinal field. Next, she harvested the vegetables for the day's meals and noted that the corn was nearing maturity. This locale was well suited for cultivating 3 crops of corn annually, featuring her most cherished variety. De Fangfang adores corn and delights in the cultivation process, having learned the art of pollination and flower pruning. When harvest time arrives, her spirits soar with a profound sense of accomplishment. The gathering of crops not only brings her joy throughout the autumn, but also extends into the winter, where the presence of roasted corn on the dining table adds an element of surprise. The orchard's fruit trees, lovingly planted by her father, Dani, along with the Martian villagers during their residence here, include 3 orange trees. As De Fangfang has a particular fondness for oranges among all fruits, she later had a robot plant 2 early-bearing summer orange trees. Now, in this bounteous harvest season, the orchard is overflowing with oranges, far more than she can consume. She generously shares the surplus with the Taoist priest and preserves some as canned fruit or neatly packages them to send to her mother and grandmother, who reside on Mars. The remaining fruit that cannot be eaten is left on the trees to fall and contribute to the compost. Each time she indulges in an orange, she relishes the experience of plucking it directly from the tree, ensuring its freshness. Strolling through the orchard, sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Standing beneath the orange tree, she casually picks a few oranges, appreciating their weight in her hands. As she gently peels the skin, a refreshing aroma wafts into the air, the distinct fragrance of oranges instantly uplifting her mood. Placing a segment in her mouth, the sweet and tangy juice bursts forth, enveloping her in a wave of happiness. With her eyes closed, she savors the flavor of the orange, feeling as though the vitality of the entire orchard is encapsulated in that one delightful bite. Each chew brings forth the fruit's succulent juiciness, leaving her yearning for more. As she continues to stroll through the orchard, enjoying her oranges, a gentle breeze rustles the leaves, creating a melodious symphony that enhances her connection with nature. Embracing the beauty of the natural world, she finds tranquility and contentment in this moment. Momentarily casting aside all worries to focus on the orange in her hand and the breathtaking scenery around her, she recognizes the rarity of such moments, understanding their value and the importance of cherishing them. After preparing her fruits and vegetables, she hands them over to the robot for processing. She begins browsing through news articles from various regions, aimlessly flipping through a magazine about the peculiarities of Earth, shaking her head in disbelief. Setting it aside, she calms her mind and diligently studies the invaluable research materials left by President Pompey. Following lunch, she relaxes in a reclining chair, contemplating how to combine a spacesuit with exoskeletal armor. As a peaceful day nears its end, Hua suddenly appears on her terminal, issuing an urgent call. De Fangfang promptly answers. Hua informs her that Yang Yang is calling. This news surprises De Fangfang. After several months of space exploration, her father, Dani, and her brother, Yang Yang, have reached the habitable Tigardin star. Dani has collected unique species and minerals from this planet, sending them back to the Mars Ark via an unmanned shuttle for scientific analysis. Yang Yang recorded a laser holographic message to be sent back to their mother. Now, another message has arrived, indicating their arrival at a new planet and the return of new specialties. Rather than hastily opening the holographic message, she inquires if they encounter difficulties and require her assistance. No, he replies, I'm merely venting. As Fong Fong smiled, she helplessly inquired about the peculiar situation, wondering why it had come to involve him once again. She understood that her brother, since he had expressed a desire to learn to pilot a spaceship, had only accompanied her to retrieve their uncle home. During the journey, they encountered 2 habitable planets, both of which appeared undeveloped and primitive, leading him to lose interest in interstellar travel. Although he initially displayed enthusiasm when their father took him into space, the monotony of the prolonged voyage soon revealed that embarking on an adventure with their father offered little novelty. What puzzled him further was his father's insistence on the significance of interstellar exploration. Amidst the dimness of space, the silence of daily navigation became unbearably tedious, making him feel more like a captive than an explorer. Last month, he had vented his frustrations to their mother via a holographic message, and now, he had entangled Hua in his predicament, leaving Hua with no alternative but to seek Fong Fong's assistance in resolving the matter. Fong Fong, maintaining her composure, instructed Hua to transmit the holographic image of Yang Yang through the terminal she held. Upon opening it, she beheld the youthful, innocent visage of her brother. Determined to respond and stabilize the situation for their father, she contemplated briefly before recording a laser message. With a smile directed at the camera, she deliberately paused for a moment before addressing Yang Yang. "It's me. What has happened?" She calculated that they had been away for nearly 4 months. This time, Dani piloted a new model of a dark fusion energy aircraft, one whose shape could alter and which possessed stealth capabilities. It boasted advanced navigational ion shielding and an early warning space electronic anchor, resulting in a significantly larger fuselage. Dani had even stored a fully autonomous shuttle in the aircraft's hangar. This new shuttle was essentially a miniaturized version of the latest spacecraft, all products of the lunar base. Despite their distant exploration in space, the father and daughter shared a common understanding, having discovered extraterrestrial beings akin to frogmen. It was plausible that adversaries of humanity resided on a dark planet dominated by dark energy. Fangfang initially wished to accompany them, but her father insisted she remain behind to safeguard their home and provide support. In the past 2 months, Fangfang had ostensibly retreated to the mountain villa, while in reality, she had sent Hua and Yu to the lunar base. Their objective was to manufacture a fleet of armed aircraft and develop weaponry superior to laser technology. In the mechanical factory of the lunar base, industrious workers were diligently constructing a brand new spaceship of colossal proportions, comparable to the original arc of the solar system. This vessel would feature multiple spacious compartments capable of accommodating a substantial number of personnel and supplies, along with vast storage facilities for various resources and equipment, and advanced emergency repair docks to ensure timely rectification of any faults during space travel. Furthermore, with the addition of this formidable fleet of armed aircraft, the spaceship would instantly transform into an impregnable space fortress. Hua interrupted Fangfang's reverie, asking through the terminal whether she intended to dispatch drones to deliver supplies to them, and what they might require. As she reviewed Yang Yang's image, she noted, "Father intends to construct an energy tower on the unnamed planet. Once completed, he seems inclined to continue exploring, as if he has no intention of returning." While continuing to record her message for her brother, she added, "Yang Yang, I have a secret to share. At the lunar base, Father is building a massive new spaceship, large enough to accommodate dozens of your current aircraft. Therefore, when we venture out in the future, we be in dire need of energy." She mysteriously continued, "Firstly, you are undoubtedly the pilot of this grand spaceship. Moreover, the vessel is still under construction. Do you not think it would be beneficial for you to engage in more physical training outside?" As she spoke, Fangfang glanced at her brother's image. Sister, are you on Earth? Why not oversee things on the moon instead?" Upon her return, she declared, "I shall visit you first." After a brief contemplation, she added in response to her brother's inquiry, "Do not return casually. If you were living on Earth, I doubt you could endure even a single day. Here, aside from listening to the birds sing, one merely gazes at the grassy fields. I have previously shared scenic videos with you from Tiga Garden and the Nameless Star. Such landscapes abound." Fangfang earnestly advised her brother, urging him to refrain from reckless actions. Feeling that her counsel had been sufficiently imparted, she seized the moment to encourage him. "Once the cosmic carrier is complete, only a hero from Mars can command it. Consider this. The captain on the bridge embodies the glory of all Mars. When the people seek you out, whether to make requests or voice grievances, you must not throw tantrums. And do not act superficially. Let us not bring shame upon our family. Remember to acquire more knowledge during your free time to enrich yourself." After recording the laser holographic message, she utilized the terminal to send it to Hua on the moon, instructing, "Please bring some beverages for Yang Yang and a bottle of wine for my father. Tell my mother to prepare more delicious food. After preservation, send it via the rapid shuttle. My father is about to open a new route." Fangfang pondered for a moment before solemnly inquiring, "How goes the research on the weapons you are developing? If there are any suitable ones, do send some." She contemplated her father's intention behind constructing the energy tower on the Nameless Star and asked, "Once the energy tower is built, security will surely be inadequate. If they stray too far and encounter danger, the Nameless Star may fall. Is it wise to spend excessive time there?" Hua, having conducted a comprehensive analysis within the system, replied, "If I remain there, the enemy would find it exceedingly difficult to gain an advantage. Thus, Dani must exert his utmost to progress further. As for the dangers you have anticipated, he is certainly aware of them as well. He is a leader imbued with a spirit of sacrifice and dedication." Fangfang fell silent, fully aware that the spirit of sacrifice and bravery among Martians is a treasured legacy passed down from the previous generation. These qualities have been indelibly imprinted in their very genes, becoming an intrinsic part of their lives. In Martian society, every individual bears a sense of responsibility and mission. Whether confronted with adversity or challenges, they invariably rise to the occasion, utilizing their strength to safeguard their homeland and protect their loved ones. This selfless dedication and courageous spirit manifest not only on the battlefield, but also in the myriad aspects of daily life. Fong Fong was deeply moved, realizing that the greatness of this spirit lies in its embodiment of collective consciousness rather than mere individual action. It is precisely due to the presence of such a group of individuals, willing to shoulder responsibilities and eager to contribute, that Martians have managed to survive and thrive in harsh environments. All of this stems from their reverence for and inheritance from the previous generation. Hua continued to report to Fong Fong, stating that you had newly devised a mechanism crossbow that could utilize wood or stone for ammunition, and the laser gun had been modified to serve dual purposes with sound waves. Firearms and ammunition are not easy to produce. They may not be appropriate, he remarked. Fong Fong envisioned the weapons Hua described in her mind and suggested, shall we send Yang Yang a laser sword? In a quest to forge a robust creation that would simultaneously serve to enhance one's physical prowess, Fong Fong smiled knowingly. As night descended, darkness enveloped the entire world. De Fong Fong lifted her gaze, her eyes traversing the infinite blackness towards the distant night sky. The vast expanse of stars and oceans had already found its place on the Martian exploration map, a legacy from her predecessor, Beijing, who had constructed a dark nuclear fusion energy station at the Beihua Cemetery, a revolutionary change passed down to her father's generation. Now, her father had established a new energy station several dozen light years away from the solar system, poised to ignite a fresh revolution in Martian technology. Remaining on Earth, she perceived that the seemingly pitch-black sky was not devoid of color, but rather imbued with a profound shade of dark blue. This unique hue rendered the night both mysterious and enchanting, as if concealing countless unknown secrets and possibilities. The thick veil of night concealed the stars, and in the past, De Fong Fong had lived among the cosmos as a Martian. Throughout her life, countless nights had been graced by the companionship of starlight, and deep within her heart, her fascination with the celestial glow would remain unaltered. The initial voyage observing her son, Dani, huddled in a corner engrossed in his game. Dani gently stroked her newly shaven head, a decision made in preparation for this journey, and gazed outside the cave. This unnamed planet bore a resemblance in size to Mars, and in stark contrast to the current sweltering and tempestuous Martian climate. It could indeed be deemed a sanctuary of gentleness. It was Dani's inaugural experience venturing such a distance, a full 40 light-years from the solar system. Fortunately, their passage through the Kuiper Belt was devoid of peril. The beacon established by Hua on the asteroid remained functional. Her daughter had once traversed this beacon zone and encountered a mysterious event, prompting Dani to deliberately steer clear of that area upon her return. Her son, Danjiang, held a fondness for the Tiga Garden star, while Dani herself was more enamored with this unnamed planet, where the solar arc had tragically crashed and exploded, leaving behind thousands of restless souls. This conviction led her to assert that a monumental structure should be erected, even if merely to commemorate the arc's demise. Thus, she constructed a new energy tower, beneficial for future spacecraft resupply and adorned with the emblem of the Martian flag. As she stepped outside, she glanced at the date on her computer. The second shipment of supplies should have arrived by now. However, it would take at least another fortnight for her family to send more supplies. This fortnight marked the current limits of the latest Shuttle-S flight capabilities. Reflecting on the past, she recalled the relentless efforts she and Director Beijing had devoted to research in pursuit of speed. Thankfully, at the lunar base, Hua could refine the aircraft's qualifications and attributes based on various flight data. This necessity of venturing into space was driven by the understanding that the further the aircraft could travel, the more rapid its advancement would be. Recalling her daughter's account of the psychological pressure stemming from her encounter with the mysterious event, Dani remembered a time when she had ventured to the Beihua Cemetery in the asteroid belt. During that passage through a small celestial body, she had unexpectedly received a series of enigmatic electronic signals, seemingly belonging to an unknown civilization. Given the unsuitability of the small body for landing, the origin of the signals remained uncertain. Exercising rationality, she had admonished herself against responding to unfamiliar messages, though later she sought Hua's insight on the matter. Hua conjectured that it was highly probable that a wormhole existed in the vicinity. To maintain communication over such vast distances, one could potentially utilize quantum mimetic wormholes, albeit requiring knowledge pertaining to wormholes. Dani, contemplating the expertise of the Jovians in the realm of insects, inquired whether their knowledge could evolve to create wormholes. Hua asserted that wormholes are a physical concept. Should the Jovians insects possess the capability to construct such a phenomenon, the extinction of the Jovians would be improbable. This time, as Dani personally traversed to the nameless planet, he realized that the lunar base, which he once deemed a source of pride, had not advanced significantly in the realm of technology. Despite the incessant warfare on Earth, should humanity rapidly progress, it is plausible that the Earthlings may unleash their war machines upon Mars. Presently, even amidst the complexities and unknown perils of the cosmic environment, he remained resolute in his pursuit of advancement, determined to ensure that Martian technology outpaces that of Earth. Standing at the mouth of a cave, gazing upon the snow-covered expanse, he perceived a desolate tranquility devoid of vitality. Yet, amid this seemingly barren land, life quietly thrived around the distant volcano. Although the volcano erupted periodically, each eruption was spaced approximately 5 years apart. During these brief intervals, the fast-growing flora cultivated by the Martians flourished, demonstrating an unwavering resilience and tenacity. These plants appeared to have adapted to the volcanic environment, growing and reproducing at an astonishing rate, becoming the most captivating entities on this terrain. During the intervals between eruptions, they thrived, providing a continuous source of vitality to the surrounding ecosystem. Meanwhile, his son was engrossed in gaming, and this relaxed state during their voyage beyond the stars filled Dani with concern. He struggled to find a more suitable way to guide his child. Sighing, he turned back towards the cave, rummaging through supplies in search of an opportunity to engage his son in conversation. Yang, come with me to hunt a ram. With the shuttle scheduled to return with supplies in half a month, they needed to prepare food in the meantime. Yang glanced at his father, stood up, instinctively wanting to say something, yet hesitating to provoke his father's ire. He rose and made his way directly to the sheep pen, where his uncle had once reared sheep and pigs. They had previously kept cattle, but by the time they arrived, the beasts had been devoured by predators. Sheep, being docile and prolific, had managed to survive due to the abundance of grass both inside and outside the cave. As for the pigs, they consumed anything, and it was a mystery how they had managed to endure. Yang felt a sense of aversion towards pork. He could envision the pig's struggles for sustenance, making the mere sight of pork unappetizing. Dani followed behind, traversing the long corridor overgrown with moss and weeds, tenderly stating to his son, "You must hold a fondness for Earth in your heart, don't you?" "I do as well. It was personally selected by Chairman Pompey as a place for survival." Yang retorted in anger, "I've never even seen it. How could I know? You understand, presently, on Earth, I am nominally your father. Once you arrive there, and they see how much we resemble each other, it would be quite conspicuous, wouldn't it?" Observing Yang shake his head in silence, Dani continued, "In a few years, Fongxi will return to Mars, and when we journey back through space, we can visit there. Just think about how you wish to present yourself then." Sighing again, Dani remarked that Earth had undergone a complete transformation, with monumental changes in geography and culture. He had perused many books about Earth, noting that much of their content lacked scientific foundation and often veered into the realm of idealism. Although there are those on Earth who question the origins of humanity, they are not of our kind. That land is rife with continuous warfare and a burgeoning population, exhibiting stark polarization. Each year witnesses the birth of numerous new species, while various others face extinction. Yang could not contain his curiosity and interrupted his father, inquiring about the meaning of species extinction and why gene recombination or cloning technologies are not employed. "I am uncertain about this. The inhabitants of that region appear to be far more frugal than us, yet they lack strength in conserving natural resources and combating natural disasters." Dani reminisced about a humble and diligent Taoist neighbor who spent his days in solitary cultivation. "I speculate that Earth may harbor various alien species from distant outer space. For within our solar system, Earth remains the sole habitable planet. They are unaware of our Martian existence and cannot yet venture to Mars freely." In summary, Earth still dwells in a primitive era, where Martians are perceived as unfamiliar extraterrestrials. Earthlings believe that aliens will invade their territories, much like the wars that plague them, vying for their possessions. I discern that such instincts belong to the primitive understanding of mankind, which may lead them down a path contrary to humanity. From my observations of Earth's historical habits and relics, it appears that the earlier they venture into space, the greater irreversible harm they inflict upon their planet. A myriad of factors amalgamate to determine that we Martians must prepare multiple sanctuaries to seek future development. As you have noted, the two celestial bodies currently in outer space are unsuitable for exploitation. Yang stamped his foot in frustration, exclaiming that Taigiden is already quite satisfactory. Dani, with an air of profundity, responded that if one were a native frog person, nearly driven to extinction by nuclear bombardment in their homeland, and after countless generations of evolution, managed to live a comfortable life, only to discover that the one who dropped the bomb was there to seize their land and resources, perhaps even to enslave them, how would they react? I hadn't considered that. Yang Yang replied without hesitation. Dani chuckled, observing that merely forming a friendship with the Frog Prince would not guarantee their coexistence. Survival is challenging, Yang Yang. It is essential to understand that Taigiden is resource-poor and ill-suited for Martians who lack resources. Eventually, Yang Yang nodded and retorted, then let's keep searching. Indeed, once we receive the supplies sent from home, we shall depart immediately, as we bear the hopes of our Martian kin. Dani paused, then smiled at Yang Yang, speculating that Fong Fong would send good things. Upon hearing that his sister was sending supplies, Yang Yang's spirits lifted, revealing his youthful exuberance. Together with his father, he exerted effort to drag a plump sheep to a stream near the foot of the mountain. There, they found a stone platform for slaughtering, and utilizing the stream, they processed the sheep, observing the blood attracting numerous wild beasts to drink. Dani casually tossed the unwanted offal towards them. 2 robots stood vigil behind them, armed with long electric rods to ensure the safety of the father and son from any beastly assaults. After a fortnight, the unmanned shuttle sent by Fong Fong finally arrived. Yang Yang read his sister's holographic message, his eyes narrowing in delight. Dani, the robotic entity, transported food and beverages into the spacecraft's storage, perusing various weapons and laughing heartily. Upon discovering the heavy sword intended for Yang Yang, he mused. Now this young lad will certainly charge forward. He carefully placed the sword aside, picked up a bottle of drink, and approached Yang Yang, who was engrossed in reading laser holographic information. With a contemplative tone, he remarked, "This unnamed star holds great promise." Yang Yang, perplexed, looked at him and questioned, "I just don't understand. The energy station has been completed. Why not continue the renovations and remain here?" Dani chuckled softly, responding to himself. All it takes is a single sun. In the currently frozen regions behind this planet, if we were to construct an artificial sun, all our problems would be resolved. Consider this. Why should I press onward? Because this place is too close to Earth. We are developing just in time, and if the Earthlings catch up, it could all be destroyed in an instant. Yang Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Clever. Dani's face lit up with a satisfied smile as he nodded approvingly. Thus, we must first journey far enough, selecting the best planet for safety, ensuring a future for Martians. Yang Yang ceased his chatter, silently assisting his father in organizing the provisions they had painstakingly gathered on the unnamed star, transferring all the food and water onto the spacecraft. With everything in readiness, the father and son embarked from the unnamed star into the depths of the galaxy. After inventorying their supplies, Dani planned a 5-year voyage. Given the spacecraft's speed, they would traverse nearly 3,000 light-years away from the solar system, marking humanity's furthest journey within the solar system. In the vast, dark expanse of space, Dani and his son were quietly navigating. After nearly a month of recuperation on the unnamed star, they focused intently on the screen, searching for signs of life. Suddenly, a brilliant sun appeared in their field of vision, prompting them to engage the rapid setting. This operation was routine for the system tasked with locating habitable planets. 2 agile robots acted swiftly, employing their keen sensors and advanced algorithms to begin scanning the planets surrounding the sun. Each data analysis and signal interpretation was imbued with hope for the future. In the endless cosmos, the 2 machines steadfastly executed their mission, serving as pioneers of human exploration and heralds of hope. In the vast universe, not every solar system with a sun can nurture a habitable planet. The conditions for life are exceedingly stringent, requiring a harmonious interplay of a series of special environmental factors. The sun merely provides light and warmth, which is far from sufficient. The formation of a habitable planet necessitates a delicate cosmic chemical balance. It must reside at the right distance, neither too cold nor too hot, to sustain liquid water. Furthermore, factors such as the planet's atmosphere, magnetic field, and geological structure are of paramount importance, collectively creating a stable and conducive environment for life to thrive. However, such conditions are not easily attained. Even within our own solar system, only Earth possesses the rotational capability that generates opposing magnetic fields at the poles, an innate survival trait that renders the vast majority of potential habitable planets seemingly unattainable. Scientists are utterly captivated by the phenomenon of Earth's rotation, as the forces and factors propelling this motion are pivotal subjects in the study of human origin and existence. In the realm of space exploration, humanity's most profound curiosity pertains to the existence of extraterrestrial life and the planets on which it may reside. Although the quest for habitable planets is fraught with challenges, astronomers diligently employ telescopes and probes to seek potential life-sustaining worlds in distant galaxies. Yet, the vastness and complexity of the universe render this endeavor exceedingly arduous, and our understanding of life beyond Earth remains woefully limited. Perhaps, in the distant future, we shall uncover more habitable planets or even discover signs of other forms of life. For now, however, we must cherish our unique and precious home, Earth, and strive to protect and preserve it, ensuring that life may continue to thrive and evolve on this planet. Dani and his son must alternately pilot their spacecraft, with the accompanying robots only taking over when it is deemed safe, allowing them to rest. After a day of travel, reassured by the tranquility around them, Dani retrieved a heavy sword sent by Defangfang from the aircraft storage while the robots piloted the ship. Yang, upon witnessing this, eagerly seized the sword. In the subsequent hours, the excited Yang became engrossed in wielding the heavy sword, which, once unsheathed, could cleave with physical force and unleash laser beams to strike distant targets. The laser could also be adjusted in size, and while experimenting with various firing methods concealed within the sword, Yang discovered a unique red button. Pressing it instantaneously projected an ionizing shield, enveloping him completely. When his father called him to eat and rest, he was too captivated to respond, instead pointing to the shield surrounding him to showcase it to Dani. Dani nodded in approval, a knowing smile gracing his face. The following day, brimming with energy, Yang rose swiftly. Dani playfully teased him, questioning whether he would be able to pilot the ship if the next habitable planet was far away and he had not rested sufficiently. With a confident pat on his chest, Yang reassured, "I promise." Dani then opened his work computer, revealing a meticulously designed route map. He pointed to various diagrams, asking Yang to choose among them. Upon examining the maps, Yang noted that Dani's routes included ones circling the solar system, heading directly to certain constellations, and venturing deep into the Milky Way. With a thoughtful tilt of his chin, he analyzed, aside from the black hole crisis instigated by our own kind, we have scarcely faced disruption within the solar system. If Mars were to come under threat, President Pompey once suggested we should head to the Lyra constellation, where we could rapidly expand. However, if we are in search of extraterrestrial life, we ought to explore within the Milky Way. Dani furrowed his brow, stating, "It is said that the center of the Milky Way harbors two extraordinarily massive black holes, and venturing into its depths, particularly the quiet and dark regions, poses significant risks." His tone was laden with hesitation and concern, yet with our current capabilities, we are not equipped to traverse that far. Yang then inquired, "What use are the routes to the constellations? Given our current distance from the solar system, we must also consider energy resources to reach them." Dani regarded his son, replying, "If we seek the latest habitable planets, the most suitable locations lie near the remnants of supernova explosions. The explosion of a supernova may give rise to a new sun, and our habitable home, humanity, is inextricably linked to the sun. Far from our solar system, in the constellation of the Big Dipper, supernovae are currently detonating. I understand that your newly constructed spacecraft will venture forth." Dani gave him a thumbs up. Yang nonchalantly chuckled, suggesting they were headed deep into the galaxy, perhaps to encounter creatures akin to the frogmen. "We must tread carefully in the domain of such monsters," he warned. "I shall undoubtedly protect you," exclaimed Yang with a joyful laugh. The spacecraft journeyed tirelessly for nearly a month, occasionally landing on smaller, stable planets to evade cosmic rays. Upon landing, they hurriedly conducted repairs and replenished their energy. The energy on board was sourced from the latest supply of the Bayesian energy station, characterized by dark energy that had been compressed into blocks, significantly reducing spatial occupancy. This allowed for 6 times the storage capacity in the same energy compartment, undoubtedly providing exceptional convenience for their voyage. With each planet they found suitable for landing, Dani felt a profound sense of gratitude. Without these mundane celestial bodies, the spacecraft would have been unable to rest and would have had to continue flying indefinitely. Among these ordinary celestial bodies, rocky planets were the most favorable. Metallic bodies, due to their conductive properties, often possessed magnetic fields or strong electrical currents, necessitating avoidance of pure metallic planets for landing. Of course, not all metallic bodies in the cosmos exist in a state of purity. They invariably contain various impurities. Yang reflected that throughout their journey, he had acquired much knowledge that could only be understood through experience. Ever since obtaining the heavy sword, he had yearned to discover habitable planets akin to Tigaden. Yet his wishes had repeatedly gone unfulfilled. Curiously, he inquired of his father why habitable planets became increasingly scarce the farther they traveled. Dani, unconcerned, reiterated that the conditions for sustaining life were exceedingly stringent, and many of these conditions were absent as they ventured deeper. "Oh, if we cannot find habitable planets, what is the point of our journey?" Yang expressed a hint of disappointment. The primary significance lies in testing the theory of life-sustaining conditions, and it also indicates that the environmental radiation here has intensified. Our spacecraft possesses an electronic shield, While primitive life forms do not, replied Dani. He contemplated the notion that the existence of a black hole at the center of the galaxy was indeed plausible. The difficulty in discovering habitable planets suggested that the black hole's gravitational influence had reached this area, causing celestial bodies to gradually lose their unique characteristics. However, he refrained from voicing this grim hypothesis and remained steadfast in his belief that unique life forms, unlike humanity, would soon emerge. The question then arose: how to locate planets that could nurture such non-human life forms? Conventional logic regarding life would not suffice. Hua had previously mentioned wormholes, prompting Dani to instruct the robot to employ the logic of wormholes in the search for a planet suitable for the insectoid species. After several more days of travel, seemingly to placate the increasingly restless Yang, who was eager to test the heavy sword, they finally discovered a planet inhabited by the insectoid species. Dani cautioned his son that the defining characteristic of these creatures was their immense numbers. This planet was home to not merely thousands, but potentially billions of insects. He retrieved 2 spacesuits capable of withstanding powerful radiation and dark matter, both equipped with a gravitational field, from the supplies recently sent by his daughter. Undoubtedly, these were cutting-edge gear produced in a lunar base, the pinnacle of technology within the entire solar system. He then instructed the robots to urgently craft 2 cloaks. Together with his son, they donned the new equipment and draped the cloaks over their shoulders, with the father earnestly advising that the cloaks were ideal for concealing weapons and that they must remain calm and composed, especially when refraining from firing. The Yang nodded, changed into his new spacesuit, and slung a heavy sword across his back, covering the blade with the cloak. After ensuring his father was properly equipped, he utilized the system's monitor to survey the entire planet. To avoid detection and potential disadvantage, the aircraft had activated its cloaking feature well in advance. The system's voice clearly indicated the presence of an artificial satellite orbiting the planet ahead. The Yang nodded at his father, signaling that he was ready. Dani reiterated that the spacesuits would maintain communication with the aircraft, emphasizing that regardless of the situation, preserving a complete data block on the suit would ensure their connection. The Yang piloted the aircraft, skillfully maneuvering around the satellite while selecting the optimal landing spot. He trusted the aircraft's intelligence, which had analyzed that this was a planet inhabited by insectoid beings, evidenced by the human-like satellite orbiting above. This suggested that a species with insect-like characteristics thrived on the planet, and although these creatures were diminutive, they possessed remarkable self-defense capabilities. These tiny beings were naturally endowed with formidable armaments that enabled them to survive in complex environments. Their exoskeletons were as hard as armor, seemingly forged from steel, capable of repelling external assaults. Some insects even secreted foul-smelling liquids or irritating toxins to deter their predators. Their colors and shapes often blended seamlessly with their surroundings, creating natural camouflage that rendered them nearly invisible to foes. In stark contrast, the human body appeared exceedingly fragile, lacking a hard shell, natural toxins, or protective coloration. Humans primarily relied on intellect and tools for self-defense in the face of peril, having studied various insects' abilities and structures in biology class. The Yang had playfully experimented with ants and scorpions. Now, standing on an insectoid planet, he realized the challenges of space exploration. It required not only advanced technology for protection, but also wisdom and courage. In a brief span, the system identified a unique area on the planet, where colossal stones were arranged in an impeccably orderly manner. The Yang glanced at his father, who nodded in agreement. Consequently, their spacecraft swiftly activated its cloaking mechanism, transforming into a massive stone and positioned itself neatly in an available space. The Yang selected a suitable landing spot, camouflaging the aircraft to resemble the surrounding rocks, and shut down the engines. A question arose in his mind. If satellites could be constructed in outer space, it surely required more than mere artificial intelligence. It necessitated the collaboration of intelligent beings through organized planning and cooperation. Yet, how could intelligent life exist without sunlight? He repeatedly scrutinized the computer, which confirmed that the star system of this planet contained only a single red dwarf star. How did such a red dwarf star come to exist in the vastness of space? It is the remnant of the sun, formed after its fiery explosion and subsequent energy depletion. Once, the sun shone like a brilliant gem, radiating boundless energy and illuminating the entire solar system. However, as time passed, its fuel gradually diminished, culminating in a magnificent explosion. In that breathtaking moment, the sun's outer layers were cast into the cosmos, creating a vibrant and colorful nebula. Meanwhile, the core of the sun collapsed under the force of its own gravity, resulting in an exponential increase in density and temperature. After eons, this collapsed core slowly cooled, giving rise to the tranquil red dwarf star we see today. The surface of the red dwarf glows with a deep crimson hue. Although its size is significantly smaller than that of the Sun, its density remains exceptionally high. Its existence stands as a testament to the Sun's grandeur and decline, as well as the cyclical nature of matter and evolution within the universe. In the vast expanse of space, the red dwarf continues to shine quietly. Yet beneath its dim light, most plants can no longer perform photosynthesis. Without photosynthesis, oxygen cannot be produced. Daeong believes this to be a planet of non-organic life, perhaps inhabited entirely by robots. In such a scenario, he finds it far more terrifying than falling into a den of tigers, for robots, devoid of human empathy, would exhibit nothing but cold ruthlessness in their actions. As Daeong pondered the mysteries of this planet, Dani embarked on a task. Using his work computer, he endeavored to decipher the language of the planet. Upon realizing its peculiarities, he attempted to eavesdrop on conversations to find an opportunity for strategic thinking. Soon, the translation was complete, and he transmitted the software to Daeong's portable system. After the aircraft transformed, the intelligent defense system activated, designed to respond perfectly to emergencies based on the aircraft's capabilities, providing a series of automated responses upon detection by enemies. Daeong and his father, in unison, remained silent, attentively listening to the sounds outside. If their arrival had stirred any commotion, someone would surely come soon. After a brief wait, a loud noise echoed from outside, causing both occupants of the aircraft to tense with anticipation. At the first hint of sound, Dani and Daeong exchanged glances. Relieved to find the situation was not as dire as they had feared, they quickly aimed a miniature camera lens outside to investigate the source of the noise. To their astonishment, 3 humanoid figures with insect-like faces emerged from the nearby rocks. At that moment, a woman's voice exclaimed, "Who parked this? The error exceeds 2 centimeters. How rude." A younger voice behind her chimed in. "Could you keep it down and show some decorum?" An impatient, mature man's voice followed. "What a trivial matter." The woman, evidently a bit neurotic, continued her complaints. 2 centimeters. I could file a complaint for endangering my safety. How is this my fault? The younger voice faded away, indicating he had walked off. The mature man remarked, "You have too much time on your hands." With that, he turned and closed the car door. Dani and Daeong exchanged astonished glances, nodding in mutual encouragement before embarking on their tasks. Dani swiftly analyzed the physiological data of the unusual family he had just captured on camera. In this peculiar household of 3, each member possessed the body of a human but the face of an insect. It seems that the unique attributes belonging to the insectoid beings have determined their current evolutionary state. Their faces are distinctive, resembling a flawless amalgamation of insect and human features. The father possesses a resolute visage, his insectoid traits imparting an air of dignity and solemnity. The mother exudes an elegant aura, her insect characteristics adding an enigmatic charm. The child's face radiates innocence, the delightful insect traits evoking affection. Dani speculates that among these insectoid individuals, there must be those endowed with extraordinary abilities, as they resort to legal measures for a mere 2-centimeter parking discrepancy. Though the recent events unfolded in less than a minute, it is evident that their pursuit of detail is relentless, a testament to their upbringing that restrains their actions. Upon their arrival, they exhibit a keen sense of decorum, their graceful demeanor and mannerisms reflecting a lifestyle of privilege. All of this suggests the existence of a social hierarchy and workplace competition on this planet. Yang Yang is scanning nearby stones with electronic waves to gather data. This barren expanse, it turns out, serves as a helipad. Each of the flying vessels, resembling stones, boasts a hard and rugged exterior, as if assembled from countless stone fragments. Yet these stones are forged from advanced alloys, imbued with indomitable strength. Within these vessels lies a complex neural bridge system, seamlessly connecting the pilot's neural signals with the mecha's movements, thus achieving an unparalleled human-machine control experience. The spacious interior accommodates multiple individuals, each seat outfitted with sophisticated control panels and display screens. Yang Yang surmises that the panels at the passenger seats are weaponry, while the displays ensure unobstructed lines of sight for all. Astonished by the cutting-edge weaponry he has never encountered before, Yang Yang is overtaken by an urge to flee. Dani casts a worried glance at him and encouragingly inquires, "You are an insectoid. We are genuine humans. Are you preparing to leave before even engaging? Wouldn't such a long journey be in vain? If you wait until they chase you home to draw your sword, it will lose its momentum. Let me think." Yang Yang, feeling somewhat anxious, strives to concentrate. After much deliberation, he and his father decide to design and fabricate a special type of miniature robot. These robots will be crafted to resemble insects, enhancing their stealth and adaptability. Utilizing advanced 3D printing technology, they swiftly produced the first batch of miniature robots. Yang Yang wonders if these robotic insects can truly compare to those native to this planet. Observing his creation, he feels a twinge of doubt. The appearance of this batch of miniature robots is exquisite and lifelike, almost indistinguishable from real insects. Their bodies are constructed from high-strength materials, lightweight yet sturdy, capable of withstanding various environmental pressures and impacts. The leg structures of the robots are nimble, allowing them to traverse complex terrains with remarkable balance. The heads are equipped with high-definition cameras and sensors to gather real-time information, relaying it back to the control center. Additionally, the robots are powered by robust propulsion systems and high-efficiency batteries, ensuring prolonged operation without compromising performance. Dani intercepts Yang Yang, who is ready to deploy the insects, saying, "Do not release them now. I've just had a thought. Since no one noticed our descent from space, why not take the aircraft for a spin?" Yang Yang found great sense in the notion that, on a planet, employing an aircraft for direct reconnaissance undoubtedly proved to be the most efficient means. The Yang Yang commanded the aircraft to maintain its transformation and stealth capabilities, initiating an aerial investigation. He deftly pressed various buttons, and the plane swiftly ascended, concealing itself within the clouds. Subsequently, the Yang Yang activated the reconnaissance system, revealing a plethora of data and images on the screen. They glided silently through the air, akin to a phantom, gathering vital information. The Yang Yang remained intently focused on the screen, continuously adjusting the flight path to ensure a comprehensive survey of the target area. As time progressed, Dani analyzed the collected data, surmising that the overall size of this planet was comparable to that of Mars in the solar system. The entire northern hemisphere was shrouded in a dim atmosphere, with a few relatively large structures rising about 5 stories high, yet none towering. He hypothesized that the insectoid species had constructed the majority of their living and functional facilities underground, aligning with their natural inclinations. The surface devoid of buildings had been transformed into stunning parks, adorned with lush greenery and vibrant blossoms. These flora possessed unique and captivating characteristics. Due to the constraints of sunlight, no towering trees were observed. The flowers in the park bloomed with extraordinary exuberance, each delicate blossom appearing as if plucked from Earth's wildflower fields. They emanated a faint fragrance, enticing bees and butterflies to indulge in their nectar. These wildflowers exhibited remarkable vitality and resilience, intertwining to form vast expanses of floral seas. These floral vistas resembled vibrant, colorful canvases embodying the essence of life. Dani gazed quietly at the floral landscape displayed on the video, his eyes somewhat dazed. Clearly, due to the planet's lack of direct sunlight, it was challenging to fully appreciate the beauty of the flowers in person. However, through the visual adjustment feature of the video, breathtaking scenes were rendered. Dani silently observed the screen, the interwoven shadows of the floral expanse evoking memories of similar streets on Mars Central Avenue. Particularly, the southern city wall, where darkness intertwined, left an indelible impression of the flower's resplendent beauty etched deep within his consciousness. Having spent his childhood aboard the Mars Ark, Yang Yang had never set sight upon the shadows beneath the southern city wall of Central City. He had always admired Mars landscapes solely through electronic videos in geography class. Thus, he struggled to comprehend why the red dwarf star, failing to emit scattered light, cast the entire sky in a dark red, slightly blackened hue, resulting in the floral sea's shifting contrasts, which stirred such intense emotions in his father. Soon, the aircraft system made a new discovery, a particularly bright area in the center of the southern hemisphere. Upon detailed analysis of this region, Dani uncovered the presence of an artificial sun. He resolved to land near this artificial sun for further investigation. Yang Yang located a new helipad in the vicinity of the artificial sun and found an empty space. This time, he maneuvered the aircraft precisely into the vacant spot, not exceeding the designated area by a fraction. He jested about the planet's generous hospitality, noting the absence of a charging system. Dani timely deployed several mechanical insects to scout in various directions. After an hour of waiting, the mechanical insect crawled back through the small opening of the aircraft, unnoticed. Dani promptly compiled the gathered information onto his work computer and began to analyze it. It turned out that there was an artificial sun here, serving as a breeding ground for the insects. Within this area resided 4 noble insectoid individuals, each possessing specialized laboratories for DNA gene selection and privileges for eugenics. Certain high-quality insectoids utilized advanced technology to cultivate exceptional offspring. Meanwhile, ordinary insectoids also had designated breeding workshops, yet they appeared merely insect-like in form, clearly lacking in intelligence. They were likely bred to replace organs for higher-ranking beings or to serve as living subjects for medical experiments. To Dani's astonishment, he spotted several human figures in the ordinary breeding area. These individuals were bound by rings on their wrists and ankles, which he surmised indicated their status as slaves. He quietly instructed Yang Yang to create 2 masks so they could approach the slaves. Dani speculated that another planet inhabited by humans likely existed within this galaxy, and this human world was evidently an adversary of the insect planet. Donning their masks, Dani and Yang Yang established a link with their system, leaving the robot to guard the aircraft, extinguishing all lights before stealthily descending. Fortunately, the ordinary breeding area was in close proximity to the landing site, with a side entrance allowing direct access. Dani brought along the mechanical insect, and the two hurried through the side door toward the location of the slaves. They had stowed a few mechanical insects in their spacesuit pockets, specifically designed to obstruct potential surveillance. As they deftly evaded detection, they swiftly approached the slaves. Suddenly, another door leading to the interior corridor swung open, revealing a woman clad entirely in protective gear, her demeanor exuding arrogance. This woman bore an insectoid visage, more refined and slender than the female insect Yang Yang had previously observed outside the aircraft. Beneath her protective helmet was a round, slightly plump face adorned with a pair of short, rigid antennae above her pronounced eyebrows. She flung a small object toward the slaves, vociferously accusing them with scathing rebukes. 3 slaves halted their tasks on the assembly line, gathering before the insectoid woman, heads lowered in submission to her tirade. The assembly line, which had continuously delivered supplies for packaging by the slaves, was abruptly halted by the control room. From within emerged a male insectoid, his head crowned with a hard shell, his forehead decorated with patterns and compound eyes, a diminutive nose, and a gaunt face. This male insectoid stood tall and unperturbed before the woman. Accepting the item from her hand, he uttered little, merely casting a proud glance at the slaves before departing alongside her. Dani clearly observed a pair of wings protruding from the male insectoid's back, prompting him to leave Yang Yang at their current position. He patted Yang Yang on the shoulder, gesturing toward the side door, instructing him to guard the entrance while he seized the opportunity to slip inside. The slaves noticed Dani's approach. 2 of them merely glanced at him before turning away to seek water at their posts. Another, seemingly elder, stationed at the outermost position, lifted his water cup and, after taking a sip, initiated a conversation, inquiring if Dani was searching for someone. As Dani drew nearer to these slaves, a wave of compassion surged within him. Their complexions appeared strikingly pallid, as though they had been drained of vitality. This pallor was not merely a superficial alteration of skin tone, but rather a pathological manifestation that penetrated to the very marrow. Upon closer inspection, one could astonishingly discern evident pigmentation beneath their skin. This sight evoked memories of his own prolonged suffering from skin ailments, deepening his resonance with the scene before him. The slaves' listless and enervated demeanor seemed to narrate the anguish and torment they had endured. Observing their hair, it had become encrusted with a greasy film, imparting an impression of uncleanliness. For them, as slaves, this was an inescapable facet of their fate, one they could only endure in silence. When the slaves spotted Dani, they exhibited a calm friendliness, even initiating conversation, which took Dani by surprise. He promptly responded, and an elderly slave kindly inquired about the women. Although Dani felt anxious, he nodded to further comprehend the situation. The elder slave suddenly adopted a serious tone, urging him to leave quickly, for the interior was heavily guarded, and there was no hope of rescue. Especially the women, once captured, were first sent for milking. After a few years of milking, those with poor health were typically killed and turned into fertilizer for the park soil. If their health remained adequate, their wombs would be implanted with the eggs of ordinary parasitic beings, utilized as breeding grounds. In short, a woman brought here faced an inevitable demise. Dani frowned upon hearing this and earnestly inquired if they had any rest periods. I mean, does work cease here when night falls? The elder slave looked at him in surprise, saying, "Do you not know that the creatures are more active at night?" After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "We work 4 hours, then rest for 4. 6 individuals are divided into groups of 3 for rotation. Just now, an issue arose with the products on the assembly line, and the supervisor went to inspect the situation. I suspect today's working hours will be slightly adjusted. The supervisor has 6 teams, changing shifts every 4 hours." Dani understood. This was a year-round endeavor without respite. He reluctantly retrieved several mechanical insects from his pocket and handed them to the slave, saying, "You may dispose of them wherever you please. I need to assess the situation first." The elder slave set down his cup, solemnly accepting the mechanical insects and examining them closely. "These are quite well made, not typical of our planet's products. Even if discovered, they would not trace it back to me. Yes, I have assisted you. Now be swift." Indeed, there existed another world. Dani maintained his composure and gestured for Yang Yang to approach. He also placed the mechanical insects from Yang Yang's pocket into the slave's hands, softly imploring, "This assembly line cannot be limited to just one location, can it? Please distribute them in multiple places so I can broaden the scope." Observing their ongoing conversation, two other slaves stealthily moved to the doorway to keep watch. The elder slave searched his station and found no place to conceal the mechanical insects. He picked up the cup he had been drinking from and asked Dani, "Are these insects water-resistant?" Yang Yang quickly nodded, replying, "They are waterproof. Thank you." With that, he pulled his father towards the exit. The slaves waved them off, urging them to leave swiftly. After the duo exited through the side door, several slaves returned to their posts, each receiving a few mechanical insects from the elder slave, all while shaking their heads and sighing. Father and son Dani swiftly and silently returned to the aircraft. The mechanical insects remained in the hands of their captors, and the surveillance cameras had yet to activate, lying still as if awaiting a signal. "Father, what shall we do?" Dani whispered, anxiety flickering in his eyes. His father gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not fret, my child. Let us exercise patience." As time ticked away, they waited anxiously for a signal from the mechanical insects. It was hard to believe that security could be so stringent. Was a dilapidated factory truly worth such measures? That alien planet was indeed desolate. Couldn't a swarm of insects obliterate their nest? Yang Yang felt indignant, having no regard for the insectoid beings. "At present, we only observe the insect race and not the human race. We remain unaware of the specific situation," Dani speculated. Perhaps the human planet suffered from severe pollution, leading to widespread fragmentation. Resources had been plundered, compelling people to flee, leaving the existence of the insect race unchecked. While speaking, he shared food and drinks with his son, stating that they must first ascertain the circumstances. As humans, they needed to restrain their instinct to obliterate the insect nest. Moreover, they were too weak. It was unrealistic for two individuals to confront an entire planet of insects. The insects were both defensive and reliant on their slaves, exhibiting a consciousness of warfare. This ongoing conflict could drain both sides, ultimately benefiting their solar system's chances of survival. Thus, he hoped for the two factions to continue their struggle, rather than encroach upon their home in the solar system. Yang Yang listened attentively, savoring the drink prepared by his sister and the food from Earth, finding the flavors delightful. He expressed his thoughts, noting that the physiological structure of the insect race diverged greatly from that of humans. They were numerous and maintained a daily surveillance system comprising 6 groups, waiting for opportunities to strike. The appearance of the slaves also differed significantly from theirs. They appeared unhealthy, shorter than humans. Since they wore masks, the slaves could not discern their faces and could not identify them as beings from another planet. This indicated that only these 2 planets within the entire solar system harbored life forms. Dani concurred with his analysis, taking the conversation forward. "Regrettably, it is challenging for us to blend in among the insects." After approximately 2 hours of waiting, several mechanical insects relayed information, allowing Dani and his son to visualize the interior conditions of the area illuminated by the artificial sun. Yang Yang discovered that the number of working insectoids was far greater than he had anticipated, rendering infiltration impossible. Through the surveillance cameras of the mechanical insects, they observed that, aside from the numerous insects, every entrance was monitored, while other forms of security were nearly non-existent and rather lax. He reiterated that those who stood opposed to the insect race were truly powerless. With a swarm of bombers in the sky and such a nest of insects below, he believed he could single-handedly dismantle it. Dani commanded a mechanical insect to quietly follow a departing insectoid back to its home. This worker appeared to be a solitary individual, lacking personal transportation and utilizing public transit to return to an underground apartment not far from the workplace. The apartment spanned 6 subterranean levels, with each floor marked by negative numbers. It resided on the second negative floor. Dani surmised that this insectoid was quite impoverished, as the building lacked even an elevator. As the insectoid stood at the entrance of the apartment, a multitude of corridors stretched behind it, delving thousands of meters deep underground and beyond. Flanking these passageways were numerous towering edifices, some of which visibly operated elevators. Upon entering its abode, the space felt sufficiently spacious for a solitary man. The duplex design included a bathroom and kitchen. A small staircase against the wall led to the second floor, which was fashioned as an open bedroom. The second level, though not lofty, boasted wooden flooring. The bedding was laid upon the wooden boards, and the insectoid reclined upon it. After approximately half an hour, it gradually rose and descended downstairs. On the lower level, in addition to the expansive living room, there was a study and a room filled with fitness equipment. Dani noticed the insectoid fixated on the wall in the gym, displaying an intense concentration. Upon magnifying the content on the wall, he discovered several charts affixed there. The charts contained information pertinent to the enhancement of insectoid attributes, which he initially struggled to comprehend. Yang interjected, explaining that this was akin to increasing attributes in a game, a concept he fully understood. Dani had heard legends of martial arts on Earth, which also seemed to involve enhancing attributes through the cultivation of meridians, leading him to curiously inquire whether Yang practiced the martial arts of the insectoids. Yang shook his head with a smile, stating that the attribute enhancement was fully encapsulated in the game mechanics, easily grasped upon engagement. Dani realized it was data, a vast repository that could provide swift recovery strategies for races and societies during wartime. It also indicated that the insectoids possessed innate talents and had been systematically improving themselves, evolving rapidly. While they were in discussion, a piercing air raid siren suddenly shattered the tranquility of the surroundings. The father and son exchanged glances, a flicker of relief passing between them, for they understood this heralded the long-awaited attack of the human race. At that moment, the insectoid they were monitoring also perceived the siren, swiftly shedding its garments to don battle attire. As it grasped the hem of its clothing, it paused, revealing a mechanical insect in its grasp. Dani noted the surveillance equipment had been detected and promptly ordered the mechanical insect to self-destruct. They could not allow anyone to uncover their presence, lest the flames of war be ignited on Mars, bringing catastrophe to the Martians. Yang, somewhat anxious, questioned whether the explosion of the mechanical insect would leave traces. Dani reassured him, stating that he had employed a cloaked battery within the mechanical insect. Once it detonated, the cloaking material would leak, misleading the enemy. The mechanical insect exploded, killing the panicked insectoid under surveillance. Simultaneously, human bombs accurately struck the artificial sun area, resulting in a tremendous explosion. They were situated within the blast zone. Yang urgently ascended the aircraft and executed a drift maneuver, gliding far away from the explosion's epicenter, propelled by the force of the blast. Seizing the opportunity, Dani triggered the detonation of all mechanical insects. Though he felt a pang of guilt for the slaves carrying them, he could not compromise his principles in the midst of war. In the parking area adjacent to the artificial sun, the vehicles, though robust in appearance, sustained minimal damage, albeit in disarray, having lost their formation. The Dani father and son altered the aircraft's shape, quietly retreating into the shadows. Dani cautioned Yang to refrain from taking off, otherwise, they would become targets for both sides. Moreover, the Zerg possessed satellite defenses in space, and their capabilities remained largely unknown to them. Yang nodded and pointed at the video feed of the aircraft's surveillance on the computer, prompting Dani to look. In the midst of the planet, several intertwining paths amid patches of flora suddenly sank into the ground. The vegetation withdrew, revealing an underground space from which a colossal Zerg warship ascended. This war vessel soared into the air, adorned with a formidable, darkly alluring shell resembling that of a giant tortoise. At that moment, this silent behemoth hovered quietly in the sky. Its body exhibited sleek lines, and from the crevices of the shell, rows of cannon muzzles emerged, reminiscent of a predator's fangs, exuding a lethal menace. These gun barrels, shielded by the shell's protection, stood ready to unleash devastating firepower upon any who dared to challenge it. The central part of the shell continuously emitted billows of smoke, resembling the creature's breath. Enveloped in this haze, the silhouette of the warship appeared even more enigmatic and imposing. When the vessel activated, its engines emitted a deep, thunderous roar akin to the wrath of the heavens. It moved with astonishing speed, lunging towards the encroaching enemy, vanishing instantaneously into the horizon, leaving only a faint trail behind. In its wake lay a sky shrouded in the chaos of battle. As it vowed to safeguard the tranquility and peace of this realm, Dani searched the skies for human aircraft, advising Yang to keep a close watch on their movements for a potential visit to the human faction. At this moment, he noticed that the massive structures he had initially seen on the surface were now enveloped in electronic shields. Realization dawned upon him. These edifices were indeed the bases of several prominent Zerg nobles. No wonder the artificial sun's area defenses were so feeble. The Zerg had been holding back. The Zerg's numbers were immense, rendering the recent human assault largely ineffective. Curiously, the damage from the explosion of his mechanical insects seemed more significant due to the dark radiation they emitted. However, Yang held a different perspective. Believing this was merely the beginning, he deduced that the Zerg's tortoise battleship had just been diverted, and a second wave of attack would soon follow. Dani shook his head, deeming it futile. The noble territories were the Zerg's foundation, and now that they had activated their protective shields, they would remain unharmed. Yang, skeptical, questioned the oddity of this, playfully suggesting that the Zerg might wish to eliminate him instead. The Zerg's reproductive capabilities were formidable. They could swiftly mobilize their forces and invade human worlds, uprooting the very land itself. The answer soon arrived, as the second wave of human aircraft descended, nimbly releasing a barrage of munitions before hastily retreating. This artillery rain emitted an oddly shimmering black metallic glow. Upon witnessing this, Dani shouted for Yang Yang to flee. Dark nuclear bombs. They must not be struck. Yang Yang calmly navigated through the openings in the barrage, rising above the clouds. He inquired, "Dad, the contamination from dark nuclear bombs is quite severe. Isn't it?" Dani sighed, recalling how Huaji had once suffered from dark nuclear contamination, leading to the demise of several Martians due to the same affliction. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, as if wishing to erase the haunting images of the polluted corpses he had witnessed. Explosions began to blossom across the ground, and Dani continued, stating that those afflicted by such contamination became neither alive nor dead, bloodthirsty and aggressive. I dare say that, aside from a few exalted nobles within the protective shield, the subterranean insectoid race has been entirely exterminated. Having spoken, he gazed anxiously towards the insectoid surface base, feeling a sudden tremor within. It was as if someone from beneath the largest base's protective dome was casting a glance in his direction. This sensation brought forth an overwhelming sense of foreboding, prompting him to swiftly inform Yang Yang that the explosion had ceased, and they must devise a means to return to the landing pad. He hoped to unearth something from the insectoid vehicles that could assist their aircraft in escaping. The insectoids were likely driven to madness, and the skies were perilous. Only by returning to the ground and concealing themselves could they seize an opportunity to flee. In the midst of the battlefield, Yang Yang piloted the aircraft, deftly evading the aerial bombardments. After the destruction of the artificial sun on the insectoid planet, this region was plunged into a hellish darkness, illuminated only by the fierce artillery fire above. He dared not alter the aircraft's stealth configuration, which rendered his handling of the machine somewhat alien and challenging. A tremendous weight of pressure surged within him, compelling him to gaze out the window. The pitch-black ground lay in eerie silence, which puzzled him. The resilience and tenacity of the insectoid life were formidable, and it was implausible that a single barrage could annihilate them entirely. Why did he feel this pressure? He envisioned a meticulously fortified underground realm of the insectoids, likely in a state of chaotic disarray. Perhaps there was a great commotion below, with swarms of insectoid beings fleeing towards the surface, inducing this sense of overwhelming anxiety. The surface of the insectoid domain was shielded perfectly, while deep underground, multiple layers of defense were likely established. Such measures might encompass robust rock barriers, intricate tunnel networks, and various advanced defensive mechanisms. The insectoids could leverage the advantages of their subterranean environment to construct a bastion of unparalleled strength. Yang Yang pondered the activities of the insectoids below. Perhaps they were silently mending their damaged sections, preparing for the next counteroffensive. Or perhaps a multitude of insectoid warriors was gearing up to retaliate from above. He steeled his resolve, determined to delve deeper into the subterranean conditions and uncover the insectoid's vulnerabilities, for he was human and ought to ally with his kin. In the darkness, under the weight of an unseen pressure, Yang Yang's mind wandered aimlessly. He inquired of his father whether it would be prudent to create more mechanical insects to scout the underground. Dani merely shook his head and gestured dismissively. It dawned upon him then that every time he entertained thoughts of assaulting the insectoids, an unusual pressure gripped his chest. He had assumed it was merely psychological stress, until his father's reminder illuminated the reality of the insectoid's supernatural influence pressing upon him. Feeling the threat, he hesitated to make any erratic movements, thankful that the aircraft's stealth mode had engaged autopilot. Otherwise, in his somewhat dazed state, he might have inadvertently caused the plane to plummet. At that moment, the aircraft spiraled downwards, heading towards a chaotic landing pad, where he sought an optimal place to touch down. Dani stood, patting his hand, and pointed outside, indicating that they must utilize the insectoid's resources to ensure their safety in their departure. Dani intended to take 2 robots with him, leaving Yang Yang to observe the unfolding battle. Yang Yang had never personally experienced war, yet having grown up in the trauma-laden environment of the Mars Ark, a fierce desire for vengeance burned within him. Witnessing the cosmic conflict, he perceived a rare opportunity for enlightenment. It was no wonder that the Zerg could not breach the domain of humanity, resorting instead to inflicting violence upon a few captives in the artificial sun zone. It seemed that the human race conducted periodic cleanups. Yang Yang gradually regained his composure. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. The human territories were likely teeming with the undead, afflicted by dark radiation. How else could they exist, teetering between life and death, in the shadow of a red dwarf? His father, however, asserted that the Zerg would likely regain their strength within months and seek vengeance. Yang Yang countered, months? That is implausible. The Zerg family I observed this morning could not have matured in such a brief span. Dani concurred with his insights regarding underground defenses, deducing that the Zerg must have cultivated remarkably advanced healers. Those flying vessels, equipped with neural bridge chains, could not have been constructed without medical expertise. The fate that awaited these two races, drawn into the abyss of war, remained uncertain. Regrettably, he could not extrapolate much about the humans here, having only encountered Beihua, a zombie-like figure infected by dark radiation, who vividly illustrated the state of the undead. Yet, the slaves he had recently encountered bore little resemblance to her. Clearly, a visit to the human planet was necessary to ascertain the truth before reaching any conclusions. From the ongoing battle, it was evident that the Zerg and humanity were locked in a relentless struggle. As representatives from the solar system, they could not act without moral consequence. Dani was bound by the righteous principles of Martians. Moreover, aligning with either faction would only lead the Martians down a perilous path. He believed that since they were present, they should accept their fate, yet without thorough investigation, he could not return with peace of mind. In the sky, human bombers were hastily retreating, and Yang Yang's acute electronic waves tracked their movements. Success. He had pinpointed the coordinates of the human planet. Should we pursue? Yang Yang inquired. No, Dani responded. The ground-based Zerg are about to retaliate, and the satellites in space are on high alert. Ascending now would be akin to moths to a flame. As Dani spoke, an icy chill crept down his spine, prompting him to shout, quickly, land at the parking area. Incoming attack. Yang Yang accelerated the descent of the aircraft, realizing it was plummeting directly toward the ground. As he attempted to maneuver the aircraft for a smoother glide, the operating system inexplicably lost power, spiraling out of control. Observing this, Dani swiftly brought two nearby robots to the control panel, using their built-in energy sources to urgently recharge the aircraft. This was Yang Yang's first experience of an aircraft in freefall. With the life-saving power supplied by his father, he exerted every effort to stabilize the aircraft, ultimately achieving a safe landing. What in the world is this? He exclaimed in frustration. Dani gently patted his shoulder. It must be the Zerg's supernatural abilities. I will take some time to search for resources within the Zerg's vessel. Remain vigilant, particularly against those other Zerg powers. Yang Yang positioned the aircraft closely beside a Zerg stone vehicle, which he had taken to calling it. In truth, the exterior of the Zerg vehicle was crafted from resilient, super-hard alloys, uniformly shaded in deep gray and resembling massive slabs of rock. Finally, after stabilizing the aircraft and shutting off the engine, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Listening intently, he noted the surface outside was eerily quiet, devoid of any Zerg emerging from hiding. With a bitter resolve, he thought that now that he had parked the aircraft haphazardly, no one would come to confront him. The father and son exchanged knowing nods, each consumed by their respective tasks. Yang Yang intended to assess the condition of the aircraft, contemplating that if he were the aggressor, he would need to utterly incapacitate the insectoids to avoid retaliation. Surely, employing poison would be the most effective approach, he reasoned. However, the thought of using toxins prompted concern for his father, and he urgently activated the electronic communication to call out, Dad, be cautious. The human race will be deploying gas bombs next. Dani's steady baritone resonated through the device. Do not worry, the spacesuit is of the latest model. Above, the cacophony of artillery echoed like a grand fireworks display as both sides engaged in fierce combat. Listening to the rhythmic sound of gunfire, Yang Yang felt a shared perspective with humanity. The insectoids relied on sheer numbers to prevail and could persist in their resistance. The battle must render these insectoid beings incapacitated. Otherwise, relentless retaliation would ensue, leading humanity to eventual defeat. This war had only just begun, with both factions' vessels poised in confrontation amidst the vastness of space. At that moment, humanity seized the opportunity to launch a second wave of drone attacks. A multitude of drones surged forth like a swarm of bees, armed with munitions akin to miniature nuclear bombs, heading straight for the insectoid shell warship's stronghold. Yang Yang shouted to his father, Dad, the humans are deploying nuclear bombs. Be careful. Have no fear. I am within the insectoid vehicle, deciphering its computer system, Dani replied. What parts do you believe we could utilize to escape? Dad, the concern lies with these numerous nuclear bombs. Will this planet be obliterated? Are you afraid, my boy? This is a battleground of life and death, Dani responded. Then muttered to himself, many nuclear bombs detonated without hitting their targets. Thus the damage is not as severe as one might think. In the vast expanse of the universe, a breathtaking war unfolded. Yang Yang was acutely aware of the nuclear bomb's destructive potential, even though the insectoids possessed extraordinary abilities. Capable of intercepting half of the bomb's midair and causing them to explode, the immense energy generated would still inflict substantial damage on the targets. As the bombs were launched, they streaked across the sky like meteors, carrying an aura of devastation toward the insectoid territory. The insectoid superhumans sprang into action, harnessing their enigmatic powers to intercept the nuclear ordnance. In an instant, the sky shimmered with flickering lights, and shockwaves surged outward from the energy collisions. Despite the insectoid successfully intercepting half of the bombs, the remaining ordnance continued to cascade like raindrops. The thunderous explosions reverberated, and flames soared skyward, enveloping the entire insectoid domain in a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Even those not directly struck suffered grievous injuries. The stronghold of the shell warships within the Sea of Flowers had already collapsed, flowers withered, and the scorched earth bore witness to life's swift extinction. Yang fixated on the unfolding chaos within the computer screen. This was the stark reality of the battlefield. The machinery of war left him in awe. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recognized that these insectoids were, in fact, distorted forms of humanity. He recalled witnessing an insectoid family earlier that morning. Perhaps they were hiding safely within some defensive fortification. Yet, the haughty, round-faced female insectoid from the artificial sun sector had perished effortlessly. War was merciless and unforgiving, leaving behind only a landscape of frenzied slaughter. He could not comprehend the origins of the conflict between the two races, but now he only wished to escape swiftly. Dani approached a nearby insectoid vehicle, directing two robots to assist in accessing the onboard computer system. Yang observed the injured Zerg scuttling across the ground, the situation growing increasingly dire. In a state of urgency, he shouted, "Quickly, hurry. If any Zerg approach, shall I open fire? You remain up there." Solely tasked with assessing the situation, do not engage, stay calm, it will be over soon. Once the vehicle's computer system was decrypted, it could successfully interface with the neural bridge of the vehicle. Dani attempted the operation, finding it straightforward, with an emphasis on coordinating with the others inside the vehicle. As he recalled the family from that morning, it seemed they were not accustomed to collaboratively operating this vehicle. He swiftly reached out through the neural bridge and made a remarkable discovery. The vehicles in the entire parking area could amalgamate and transform into a colossal battleship. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily commanded the two robots nearby to spring into action. First, he instructed them to disable the adjacent vehicle and extract its computer system, sending one robot to deliver this system to Yang, instructing him to immediately establish a neural bridge with the computer and allow the robot to pilot the aircraft. "Let our aircraft be integrated into the neural bridge. I will drive another vehicle." Yang, filled with anxiety, inquired about the situation. Dani explained, "The vehicles in this parking area can merge through the neural bridge to form a battleship. I have disabled one and am sending its system over. Each Zerg vehicle becomes a segment, with a minimum of 2 individuals per segment. You must maintain our aircraft in transformation mode and connect its neural bridge with my current segment. Once linked, you simply need to stay on my outer side. I also possess a Zerg vehicle, and together we can blend into the chaos." Under his father's guidance, Yang commanded the robot to take control of the aircraft while he personally established a neural bridge with the Zerg computer system. Upon completion, it felt as though he had donned a suit of armor, prompting him to instruct the robot to integrate the aircraft system with that of the Zerg. To his astonishment, he found he could command the aircraft's computer through the neural bridge, while the robot at the controls resorted to autopilot, monitoring the external movements of the aircraft. At that moment, Dani, within the Zerg vehicle, envisioned extending his left hand to locate his son in the aircraft to the left. After Yang completed a series of operations, he sensed his father reaching out, and he eagerly extended his right hand to connect. Soon, their hands clasped tightly through the system, followed by the overlapping of their arms within the computer's interface. Yang realized his hands were unrestrained. The connection merely linked the nerves of his hands, and upon a gentle touch of the system's virtual neural network, it automatically bound the two together. The two aircraft were also inseparably close through this connection. Once the connection was established, Yang could only manipulate the Zerg computer panel with his hands. He gestured for the robot to control the aircraft while he intentionally maintained a following status, his mind brimming with curiosity about Zerg technology. Outside the aircraft, seated within the Zerg vehicle, Dani, feeling the successful connection with his son's computer neural bridge, first activated the language translator in his spacesuit, integrating it into the Zerg system. He then used the built-in communication device in his suit to contact Yang, advising him to refrain from making any noise, to disable the external microphone, and to activate the internal communications. Hearing his son respond affirmatively, he turned his attention to the robot seated in the assistant's position, instructing it to test the weaponry capabilities. The robot, devoid of a nervous system, possesses the ability to decipher operating systems. Upon successfully decoding, it informed Dani that weapons could be utilized, albeit with limited agility. Dani nodded in satisfaction, having no intention of targeting anyone specifically. As they prepared, a swarm of Zerg approached. Contemplating his options, Dani noticed a seating situation marked as full, with a deficiency of personnel. Without hesitation, he selected the full option, and a small green light illuminated above him. Shortly thereafter, someone on his right sought to establish a connection, to which he extended his hand and confirmed the link. Another hand reached out from the front, which he also tapped. While no one was behind him, positioned slightly to the left, he found Yang at his side. At this moment, within the Zerg communication system, someone inquired about the individual in the far left rear who had not responded. Fearing that a random connection might reveal the disparity between his craft and that of the Zerg, Yang remained still. Dani hastily clarified that the left vehicle had been damaged, accommodating only 2 occupants, and was capable of firing. They managed to evade suspicion. The Zerg outside ceased their chatter, quickly finding their positions and forming connections, culminating in the assembly of a colossal warship on the tarmac. To accommodate Yang's protruding craft on the left, another was intentionally positioned on the right as a counterbalance. As Dani and his son successfully combined with the Zerg warship, they observed that the vicinity was now filled with assembled vessels. On the surface of the Zerg planet, troops stood poised for action, the restructured warships solemnly occupying the tarmac, silently awaiting orders, ready to retaliate fiercely against their adversaries. The night enveloped the land, casting a dark and foreboding atmosphere. In the sky, fighter jets continued to flash their artillery, shattering the tranquility of this extraordinary night, with the sounds of bombardment gradually receding. Suddenly, a vast swarm of drones emerged, flickering with eerie lights, unleashing a deluge of munitions. The second wave of human ambush had succeeded, deploying gas bombs this time. Having just endured a barrage of nuclear strikes, the Zerg were now confronted with these toxic projectiles, and Dani surmised that the civilian populace had likely perished. The Zerg underground defenses relied not solely on governmental protection, but also on their individual capabilities to withstand this harrowing night. The air was thick with tension, oppressive and heavy. Silence prevailed, broken only by occasional electronic signals of communication. Every Zerg aboard the warships understood that the impending battle would be brutal and fierce, a fight for the survival of their entire race. At that moment, Dani focused intently on the video feed of the Zerg base, which remained shrouded in a protective shield, with sporadic bursts of electronic light revealing the bustling secrets within. The ferocity of the human's second strike ignited a surge of indignation within him, altering his perception of the conflict. Since learning in the morning that the Zerg had evolved into humanoid forms, Dani had concluded that humanity's preemptive strike constituted a war crime. Such unrestrained slaughter signified that the human planet was mired in a dark quagmire of pollution. Having lost their son, they had succumbed to a standard that revered the grotesque and exalted the malevolent, thereby fueling humanity's regressive actions. The conclusion of this war remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet he is acutely aware that such acts of warfare only yield greater calamity and suffering. Regardless of which faction emerges victorious, a staggering price will be paid. War not only obliterates lives and disrupts social order, but it also has the potential to ignite broader conflicts and animosities. In this context, the pursuit of peaceful resolutions becomes paramount. Through dialogue, negotiation, and compromise, solutions acceptable to both parties can be sought, thereby averting further escalation of conflict. Only through peaceful means can long-term stability and sustainable development be achieved. Should such a war manifest within the solar system, he would resolutely intervene to prevent it. In the distant expanse of outer space, the truth beneath the red dwarf star twists, yet remains unavoidable. Beneath the heavy, low-hanging night sky, the wrath of the insectoid race envelopes the entire fleet. Accompanied by the scent of slaughter, the insectoids have just endured a cataclysmic extermination, and now, as they retaliate, the human race will also bear devastating losses. Sensing the unwavering resolve of the insectoid warriors aboard their warships, undaunted by the perils that lie ahead, Dani believes these vessels will engage in suicidal assaults. Amidst the fleet, Dani and his son endure the oppressive pressure of the surrounding forces, as Dani discreetly contacts Yang through the integrated communications of his spacesuit. The command for the insectoid general to launch an offensive is soon issued, and the warships spring to life. Yang's aircraft, governed by the insectoid neural network, relies entirely on his father's neural link as they trail at the rear of the formation, hurtling towards the human planet. Maintaining his composure, Yang employs the reconnaissance capabilities of his aircraft to swiftly search for suitable landing sites within this star system. He identifies several options and reports back to Dani, noting that only one frozen planet is solid, while the others are either molten, metallic, or gaseous. Having read about the dangers of metallic planets, he adds, "Dad, I believe the frozen planet is also unsafe. Upon closer inspection, I found that beneath the ice lies a magma reef." Dani appreciates his son's insight. After enduring numerous trials, Yang has finally matured mentally. If their aircraft were to land on the ice, its immense weight could shatter the surface. Should the underlying magma reef lose its icy insulation, it would emit tremendous heat, leading to a catastrophic explosion. Thus, he resolves, let us follow the insectoid forces to the human planet, waiting for the opportune moment to sever our connection to the warship's neural system together. I will first detach myself. You must break free from the controlling system, understand? Yang ponders this, recognizing that his father's dual connections within the fleet pose a greater challenge. Nevertheless, he responds affirmatively, all right. Once the insectoid warships ascend, they resemble a pack of ferocious beasts, charging at the remaining human vessels that have yet to escape. They unleash torrents of fiery breath, bombarding their adversaries with ferocity. The human warships, in turn, release a barrage of massive missiles from their rear, attempting to repel the insectoids. These projectiles, like blazing flames, streak across the sky towards the insectoid fleet. Meanwhile, concentrated volleys of high-density shells rain down upon the enemy ahead, clearing a path for the human vessels. The human fleet, amidst a fierce exchange of fire with the insectoid adversaries, desperately sought refuge in their base. Their objective was unequivocal, to return home and request aid and protection. However, the relentless pursuit of the insectoid ships left no room for mercy as they launched unyielding assaults on the human vessels. The intensity of the conflict was palpable, each clash of artillery sending waves of adrenaline through the ranks. The insectoid turtle ships, heavily damaged, withdrew to regroup after reinforcements arrived to provide covering fire. Dani and his father found themselves ensnared within the ranks of the attacking forces, as the human ships ahead had already fled, leaving only a few trapped vessels, attempting to escape in a desperate plunge. Combat in space markedly differs from terrestrial warfare. Enemy ships can effortlessly evade in any direction, necessitating superior speed on our part to catch up and obliterate them. Thus, in the arena of space warfare, speed emerges as a critical determinant of victory, alongside the inherent combat capabilities of the ships. If we fail to swiftly pursue and annihilate the enemy, they may elude us and continue to jeopardize our safety. Hence, space conflict encapsulates not only a contest of strength, but also a race against time. Only by possessing greater velocity can we effectively counter the enemy's retreat and secure ultimate triumph. The ship to which Dani was assigned seemed to lag behind the main fleet, possibly hindered by their presence, as they had yet to engage in combat. Dani gazed at the ominous mass of insectoids ahead, unable to resist the urge to touch a rather oversized green shell of an artillery shell, feigning a launch, only to discover that firing the projectile required considerable force. He quickly withdrew his hand, only to notice a gentle smile from an insectoid companion within the ship, connected to him through shared circuitry. Though the ship's exterior was robust, the electronic waves penetrated, allowing Dani to perceive the warmth of the insectoid smile, prompting him to ponder its significance. Upon scrutinizing the artillery shells at hand, enlightenment struck him. The green shell was imbued with potent toxins, intended for a final act of mutual destruction against the enemy at the human base. As he sighed in realization, their ship surged forward, catching up with the human fleet. At that moment, he felt the intensity of the human artillery fire, still fierce, as numerous damaged insectoid vessels retreated. These impaired ships reconnected with one another, hastily extricating themselves from any remaining threats. The undamaged vessels sought to join forces in the sky, understanding that a single insectoid fighter lacked the propulsion to navigate space independently. They needed to form a collective to generate formidable power. The effectiveness of this strategy was commendable. Fortunately, they had not recklessly launched a solitary ship to flee. Ahead, the human planet came into view, with both fleets still engaged in battle. One human ship, having sustained heavy damage, began to smoke and plunged directly into the atmosphere. As the remaining human ship entered the gravitational pull of their planet, it still managed to return fire with its remaining ammunition. Dani, disregarding the unfolding chaos, fixated on potential landing spots on human soil, only to be met with despair. Before him loomed a labyrinthine network of ultra-tough alloy walls, approximately 10 meters high. The walls were exceptionally resilient, impenetrable in nature, and measured between 1 to 2 meters in width, with automated anti-aircraft guns positioned every 100 meters or so. Across the entire planet lies an unbroken, serpentine wall, serving both as a formidable line of defense and an intricate labyrinth devoid of exits. These walls partition the land into numerous square clearings, each inhabited by zombies or ferocious beasts. These animated corpses meander in the darkness, stirred by the distant sound of cannon fire, their low growls sending shivers down one's spine. The scene is tightly enclosed, leaving no avenue for escape. And no sanctuary exists for refuge. Yang reflects on the necessity of water in human life and discovers the planet's only sea, now encased in a protective barrier. With a sense of resignation, he remarks to his father on the strength of the planet's absolute defenses, lamenting the difficulty of finding a safe landing. Dani ponders for a moment before suggesting they seek out a region where the zombies are comparatively weaker. He explains that among the uniformly deteriorated zombies, those without any special conditions are likely the most feeble, primarily located in remote and hard-to-reach areas. Once located, Yang should descend directly into the midst of them. He warns to be cautious of the anti-aircraft artillery and insists that Yang must go first. "But father, what about you?" Yang inquires. "I will manage. You will be there to catch me. I will break free from the insectoid and drop a certain distance before I can jump down. Hurry." These automated anti-aircraft guns lock onto their targets via radar, and Yang has activated his aircraft's stealth mode, rendering him invisible to the artillery. He worries for his father's safety, fearing that he might be harmed during the descent beneath the insectoid warplanes. Dani reassures him, insisting he has a plan. "All right, I will descend first and wait for you." With a heavy heart, Yang begins to sever the neural bridge connecting them. Concerned that his father might struggle to break free, he suggests, "You should detach from one side first, then I can jump." Upon hearing this, Dani manages to free his right hand. But the nearby insectoid notices and reaches out to seize him. A robot positioned behind Dani suddenly strikes the insectoid's appendage. Seizing the moment while the creature is momentarily stunned by the pain, Dani hastily attempts to unshackle the connection in front of him. However, the resistance proves too great. Despite Yang's assistance, he cannot break free. He gestures to the robot for further help, waving his hand, but the robot fails to comprehend. Unable to issue a direct command, Dani resorts to the insectoid language, urging the robot to assist him. As he speaks and gestures, the robot finally approaches, inquiring if he cannot detach. Dani quickly nods, urging it to act swiftly. He shouts to Yang, "You must go now. Once my machine detaches, I will fall directly." The insectoid, misinterpreting Dani's words, believes he fears falling and increases its grip. Yang continues to assist, asserting, "I can attack it." Dani uses his internal communication to command, "Leave now and catch me." Reluctantly, Yang swiftly flees downward, executing several aerial flips before shutting off the controls and plummeting straight down. Meanwhile, aboard the insectoid warship, Dani struggles to free himself. In desperation, he activates his vehicle, intentionally flipping it over, and taps the robot's hand, signaling for an attack on the neural bridge chain ahead. Urgently, he commands, "Fire." The robot responds with the same vigor it had shown against the insectoid earlier, unleashing a jolt of electricity towards Dani's captors, causing him to shudder in pain. Seizing the chance while the insectoids are caught off guard, he exerts all his strength to finally sever the neural bridge chain. Soon, his war chariot plummeted, creating a considerable distance from the swiftly advancing Zerg warships. At this moment, the artillery stationed upon the city walls concentrated their firepower, unleashing a barrage upon the Zerg vessels. This was a battle of life and death, marking a critical juncture in the war between humanity and the insectoid race. The city walls were fortified with state-of-the-art automated laser cannons, missile launchers, and electromagnetic railguns, weaving a dense net of deadly firepower. The laser cannons emitted blinding beams, piercing the sky like an array of swords. Missiles, trailing long tails of fire, streaked across the horizon like shooting stars, carrying with them the force of annihilation aimed at the Zerg warships. The electromagnetic railguns discharged metal projectiles at astonishing speeds, each imbued with immense kinetic energy, capable of effortlessly penetrating the armor of the Zerg vessels. The Zerg warships, undeterred, deployed formidable shields to withstand the onslaught, retaliating with a barrage of energy beams and biological projectiles. Yet, the fortifications of humanity stood resilient. Despite the ferocity of the bombardment, the Zerg could only manage ineffective shots, failing to dismantle the city walls. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and flames, as the combat raged fiercely and brutally. Each exchange of fire triggered colossal explosions, shattering the Zerg shields while delivering significant impacts to the city walls. However, the Zerg shields possessed the remarkable ability to regenerate repeatedly, allowing them to charge fearlessly towards the human base. Ahead, the human warships, desperate to escape, began their descent, racing towards their base. The Zerg were poised, waiting for the opportune moment when the base's gates would open to launch a decisive assault. A few cunning Zerg ships advanced ahead of humanity, activating cloaking shields and lying in ambush near the base entrance. As the gates of the human base slowly opened, welcoming the injured soldiers and warships, the Zerg finally initiated their suicidal assault, surging from the shadows into the heart of the human stronghold. After freeing himself from the neural bridge chain, Dani's vehicle began to sink due to insufficient power. He instructed the robot to embrace him while he endeavored to control the descent speed, searching for Yang and aiming to land as close as possible to him. Yang swiftly maneuvered his aircraft to a safe landing on a square patch of ground. Realizing the area was quite spacious, once the colossal spacecraft returned to its original form, it would allow for ample movement within. He restored the aircraft, but refrained from disengaging the cloaking device. The concentrated fire from the surrounding walls would spell doom otherwise. Concerned about locating his father, he hurriedly transmitted his coordinates to his father's spacesuit communication channel. Dani squeezed into the Zerg cockpit, periodically checking the descent speed of the aircraft. Observing the rapidly approaching ground through the window filled him with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. He recognized the inherent risks. As the aircraft descended, gravitational forces exerted intense jolts on his body, nearly shaking him apart. Yet, surrender was not an option. He had to remain vigilant, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. The crash of this battered warplane went unnoticed by the artillery on the walls, which was a relief for Dani. However, time was of the essence, and swift action was imperative. Upon receiving the coordinates from Yang, he immediately calculated the distance to the target below. Adjusting his course, he disengaged the aircraft's flight brakes. At that moment, the plane spiraled out of control, transforming into a mere hunk of metal plummeting through the air. As it descended to approximately 1,000 meters, he sprang into action. 1,000 meters, I'm coming down, Dani shouted into the communicator. Simultaneously, he opened the aircraft's door, feeling the fierce currents of air assaulting his body. He clung tightly to the robot beside him, both exerting their strength to withstand the tremendous force of the wind before leaping from the aircraft, plummeting toward their target below. The robot exhibited remarkable loyalty and courage, following Dani without hesitation into the void. Should stray bullets come their way, it would unflinchingly shield him with its own body, serving as his protector. This unwavering loyalty and spirit of sacrifice filled Dani with profound admiration and gratitude. In midair, Dani was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear and pressure. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that he could surmount this formidable challenge. He understood that one must confront difficulties with courage to achieve victory. Despite being in perilous circumstances, he held firm to the conviction that justice would forever belong to the Martians. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, revealing his pursuit of justice and his defiance against evil. He believed wholeheartedly that he would escape this malevolent galaxy and return to the solar system, where his home and loved ones awaited him. He reminisced about the joyous moments on Mars, filled with warm sunlight, azure skies, and kind-hearted people. He was acutely aware of the significant responsibility resting on his shoulders, not only for his own sake, but for the honor and justice of Mars. Upon his return to Earth, he resolved to impart the Martian belief in justice to every Earthling, ensuring they understood that as long as they uphold righteousness, they could triumph over malevolence. On the ground, Yang spotted his father's silhouette, maneuvering the aircraft closer to the designated area while launching a capture net towards Dani. The intelligent capture net ensnared both Dani and the robot midair, spinning them around several times to dissipate their downward momentum before retracting them into the cockpit. Lying on the cockpit's highly resilient cushioning, Dani felt a disorienting whirl, his head heavy and foggy, taking a considerable time to regain his senses. He shook his head, attempting to clear his mind, though discomfort lingered. Yang, noticing Dani's condition, furrowed his brow with concern. He quickly summoned the robot, instructing it to scan Dani's body to ensure he had sustained no injuries. After a thorough examination, the robot determined that Dani was unharmed, albeit with elevated cranial pressure. It gently pressed on his head, finding no obvious signs of cerebral hemorrhage, and recommended he take a rest. Dani nodded and reclined on the protective cushion while Yang fetched an additional pillow to elevate his head. "Thank you, Pompey," Dani exclaimed, recognizing that it was the capture net invented by the former Martian President Pompey that had saved him from the skies. He comfortably closed his eyes, striving to calm his racing thoughts. Taking deep breaths, he savored the warmth and comfort of the cockpit, gradually drifting into slumber. Once he observed his father asleep, Yang returned to the cockpit, activating the aircraft to repeatedly strike at the throngs of encroaching zombies. A raging inferno engulfed the insectoid warplanes, and the zombies, incited by the flames, erupted into furious, ear-splitting roars. The zombies incessantly clawed at the aircraft, and in an effort to minimize the physical damage inflicted by the collision, Yang had no choice but to drive the zombies into the flames. He believed that the only way to safeguard the aircraft was to eradicate all the zombies in the vicinity. Once the plane was stabilized, Yang, cloaked and wielding a heavy great sword, assessed the number of zombies present and descended the aircraft accompanied by 2 robots. He unsheathed the extraordinarily heavy sword from his back and, grasping it firmly, began to swing it with remarkable speed. Each swing was accompanied by a tremendous force, as if capable of slicing through the very air. The zombies, previously frantically clawing at the aircraft, were instantly propelled away by this force, crashing heavily to the ground. He then swung the great sword downwards with ferocity towards the heads of the zombies. Each strike was imbued with unparalleled might, rendering the zombies utterly defenseless. Under his relentless assault, the undead fell to the ground, bereft of life. Simultaneously, the 2 robots, wielding sharp blades, targeted the zombies' heads with precision and swiftness, each strike hitting its mark flawlessly. As they continued their onslaught, an increasing number of zombies succumbed to the pools of blood, falling silent at last. After a brief respite, Dani awoke. Shaking his head, he felt no abnormalities and noticed through the window that the insectoid aircraft was still ablaze. Amidst the flames, his son was valiantly battling the zombies alongside the robots. He quickly rose, retrieved a laser gun, and suddenly realized that his cloak was torn and his visor was missing. He donned a new spacesuit, discarding the tattered one, and after a moment's thought, he went to the storage room to retrieve 4 exceptionally long mechanical arms. With the mechanical arms in tow, he descended the aircraft and, employing the laser gun, opened fire on the distant zombies. His aim was remarkably precise, and after half an hour of effort, they finally obliterated all the zombies in the area. Once the last of the zombies was vanquished, Dani commanded the 2 robots to spring into action, and they expertly secured the mechanical arms in place. Dani seized a dry ice fire extinguisher and swiftly charged towards the raging flames. With a hissing sound and a cloud of smoke, the fire gradually subsided. After extinguishing the blaze, Dani hurried toward the aircraft without hesitation. He deftly opened the outer door of the energy chamber and quickly unscrewed the second pressure door. As he prepared to open the 3rd fire door, he called out for the robots to be ready. The robots, already in perfect sync, promptly clamped the searing wreckage of the insectoid aircraft with the mechanical arms. Just as Dani pressed the fire door button and ducked behind the pressure door, they swiftly dispatched the debris into the energy refining chamber. Dani nimbly sealed the chamber door, ensuring safety. Finally, he instructed one robot to tidy the mechanical arms before they both returned to the aircraft to continue refining and converting the energy within the energy chamber through the control computer. With the energy extracted from the fully metallic battle vehicle, they had enough to replenish their aircraft's energy chamber. Dani settled into the pilot's seat at the control console, caressing the smooth joystick, his heart brimming with joy and satisfaction. He activated the energy display screen and saw that the energy reservoir was filled to its maximum capacity, with additional energy available for future needs. The harvest filled Dani with unparalleled excitement, and a radiant smile broke across his face as he turned to share this joy with Yang. However, to his astonishment, he noticed that Yang had yet to return to the aircraft. A slight furrow formed on Dani's brow, and a wave of concern washed over him. He promptly rose to his feet and hurried toward the exit of the plane, intent on checking on Yang's well-being. As he walked, he murmured to himself, "Why hasn't Yang returned? Has he encountered some trouble?" His heart began to race, and he fervently hoped for his son's safety. Upon stepping out of the aircraft, Dani's gaze quickly swept the surroundings, searching for Yang's silhouette. His expression was wrought with anxiety and tension, for he understood that in this perilous environment, any unforeseen incident could transpire. Dani quickened his pace, heading in the direction Yang had taken, softly calling out his son's name. There, he found Yang crouched on the ground, his eyes fixated on the remnants of a zombie. The force with which he had struck had caused some of the heads to crack open, revealing the luminous cores within. The skulls, being remarkably sturdy, had mostly only been cleaved, allowing the glimmering cores to be seen within. In a flurry of excitement, Yang summoned a robot to assist in gathering the scattered cores from the ground. Dani remarked that these 2 were energy stones, useful for research, though not in excessive quantities. Yang, however, disagreed, asserting that such a rare find should not be carelessly abandoned. Dani instructed another robot to help lift the zombie remains that had lost their cores, casting them into the area where the battle vehicle had burned. The ground was thick with ash, making it easy to rekindle the flames. By incinerating the bodies, They could conceal the remnants of the vehicle, preventing the human race from discovering their whereabouts in the future. Upon explaining this concern to his son, Yang reluctantly agreed to collect the fallen cores, yet cautioned his father that those slain by their blades would be easily identifiable by humans. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a strategy. Back on the aircraft, Dani recalled that there would be no sunrise here, as the red dwarf star cast no distinct day or night, only a blend of daylight illumination and the twinkling of stars at night. A sense of melancholy enveloped him, yet he recognized it as an immutable reality. To help his son sleep, Dani painstakingly extinguished all lights, plunging the cabin into utter darkness. The aircraft seemed to vanish into the shadows, leaving only the faint hum of the engine, evoking a sense of tranquility and mystery. In this silence, Dani gently stroked his son's hair, wishing to offer him a modicum of comfort. Gradually, Yang's eyes fluttered shut, and his breathing steadied, signaling that he had succumbed to slumber. Dani sat quietly beside him, gazing out at the starry expanse, his thoughts drifting far away. He began to ponder his life choices and the significance of this adventure. Seated in that rare tranquility, Dani adjusted his seat for greater comfort, then slowly closed his eyes, seizing the opportunity to rest for a moment. Time ticked away, and as dawn approached, the lights of the planet gradually began to brighten. At that moment, the robot keenly sensed a peculiar anomaly. It observed that a door had inexplicably opened at the base of a surrounding wall, while a barbed wire fence was positioned 2 meters away. Initially thought to merely prevent zombies from clawing at the wall, it now appeared that the fence served another vital purpose: to shield humans emerging from within the wall from potential harm inflicted by zombies. The robot curiously watched the human who emerged from the wall and summoned its companions to investigate, all without disturbing the slumbering Dani and his son. Since their encounter with the neural bridge of the insectoid war machine, the two robots accompanying Dani on this voyage had undergone a profound transformation in their understanding of existence. They continuously updated themselves using the aircraft's main control computer while engaging in dialogue to share experiences, thus enhancing and developing their self-awareness. This shift encouraged them to contemplate deeper questions about themselves and the world around them, prompting them to exhibit increasingly unique and adaptable thought processes in their subsequent actions. The individual stepping out from the wall was a man, dragging an automated harvester towards the dense crops at the base of the wall, activating its automatic mode. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something, lifting his gaze to the still-burning pile of corpses. The sight of the flaming remains was hardly surprising. The previous night's fierce battle had resulted in numerous insectoid war machines plummeting, igniting a conflagration. The air had been filled with the howls of zombies, rendering any semblance of sleep impossible. He too had been deprived of rest, yet his mind remained clear. The sight of the scattered corpses drained the color from his face, and his lips trembled slightly, as if shaken by the horrific scene before him. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, his expression a complex mixture of shock and confusion. He began to ponder what had transpired. How had these zombies perished? Who was responsible? A cascade of questions flooded his mind. He attempted to recollect the events of the previous night, but found his memory to be hazy. He only remembered hearing a cacophony of strange, complex sounds before falling asleep, which he had dismissed at the time. In retrospect, those sounds might have been the commotion of the zombies. The realization instilled a sense of dread within him. There were unknown invaders who had eradicated these zombies. Considering the battle from the night before, it was likely the surviving insectoids that had done this, the consequences of which could be dire. Resolving to set these questions aside for now, he determined to promptly report the situation. As for the disposal of the bodies, that would require orders from the higher-ups to open the barbed wire fence. He restarted the harvester, feeling his hands tremble, yet persisting nonetheless. The area surrounding the walls was rife with crops that needed harvesting, and it took him approximately 10 minutes to finish the task. He quickly gathered his tools, relieved to observe that the surroundings were eerily quiet. On the human planet, this worker remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly become a lifeline for the aliens. His decision to complete his work before reporting to his superiors provided the extraterrestrials aboard the aircraft with a crucial opportunity to regroup and devise a strategy in those fleeting minutes. The first to discern the predicament were two robots stationed within the dimly lit aircraft cabin. They bore witness to a figure emerging from the walls, a visage marked by terror as he beheld a heap of corpses. His face was a canvas of astonishment and dread, his gaze fixated on the ghastly accumulation of remains ensnared within the wire mesh. What should have been a throng of animated zombies had devolved into a disjointed pile of skeletal remains. The robots, equipped with sensors, detected the fluctuations of human emotion, their electronic eyes flickering with a faint luminescence as they emitted a series of urgent beeps. The sound reverberated through the stillness of the cabin, shattering the erstwhile tranquility. Dani was jolted awake, inquiring if someone had arrived. Previously ensconced in slumber, he was startled by the abrupt warning, his eyes flying open as he sat upright. A trace of confusion lingering in his expression. As he scanned his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the robots and the terrified individual, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Discovered. They had been discovered. The robots reported. Stay calm, Dani commanded, utilizing the aircraft's surveillance to survey the exterior. In stealth mode, he observed that the area surrounding the plane was littered with corpses, yet they remained undetected. However, the presence of the bodies unmistakably signaled that life thrived within. We must quickly disguise ourselves. He recalled the enslaved figures he had witnessed at the Zerg base. He instructed the robots to adorn him and the already awakened Yang in suitable disguises, for they could not linger in the aircraft any longer. Father, do you intend to infiltrate the human domain? If we enter, will we be able to return? Yang queried anxiously. Why not? Here, we are all human. Just like them. After traveling such a distance to achieve nothing, do you not wish to glimpse what lies within? Dani remained resolute. Very well, I concur. But what shall we do about the aircraft? Do the robots require disguises as well? The aerial conflict ceased following the Zerg's incursion into the human base. Had it not been for this war, Dani could hardly have imagined that humans lived underground like vermin. Clearly, the subterranean bases of the humans were rife with mechanisms and traps. Although the Zerg's assault was a desperate, suicidal endeavor, their relentless push into the base was precisely the outcome the humans had awaited to conclude the conflict. Dani surmised that none of the Zerg that had infiltrated the base the previous night had returned. The metallic walls above, it appeared, were forged from the wreckage of Zerg aircraft. He resolved to venture into the human stronghold, render the shuttle invisible, activate autopilot, and position it within a block adjacent to the zombies for our eventual escape. You know, if there are any inhabitants within, it will incite a zombie attack. But with autopilot engaged, it will remain undetected. The two robots piloted the large aircraft into space, utilizing the gravitational pull of nearby celestial bodies to hover in anticipation of a return journey. They were, of course, mindful of avoiding satellites. Yang complied with her father's directives, skillfully deploying the shuttle from the compartment without illumination. Once the shuttle activated its cloaking mechanism, it swiftly ascended and nestled itself amidst the zombies, separated by 2 or 3 blocks. It awaited silently, as if merging with its surroundings. Shortly thereafter, the shuttle autonomously transmitted its coordinates to Dani, confirming its successful arrival at the destination. This locale was shrouded in a gloom deeper than its surroundings, the shadows more pronounced. As though consumed by darkness itself, Dani and his son hastily consumed their meal, exited the aircraft, and concealed themselves behind a mound of corpses. Yang tugged at his spacesuit, inquiring of his father how such a stark difference could be so readily apparent. Dani promptly instructed the aircraft systems to print 2 sets of attire designed to mimic human appearance. These garments were donned over their spacesuits, which, being of a new lightweight fabric, allowed for effective concealment without arousing suspicion. Dani harbored grave concerns regarding the unsuitability of the atmosphere on this planet. To ensure ample safety measures, he modified their helmets into the form of archaic hats. The helmets, however, could not be discarded casually, as their numerous hidden functionalities also served to enhance their defenses. As 2 robots swiftly piloted the aircraft, escaping into the cosmos, the surrounding barbed wire silently descended, retracting into the ground. Upon discovering abnormalities within this sector, the workers who emerged for the harvest ultimately reported the situation to their superiors. In that enigmatic underground base, his superior was an impressively striking middle-aged man. This superior, slender yet exuding an air of competence, seemed to embody strength and decisiveness in every line of his form. He had a penchant for spirits, with the liquid in his glass serving as a source of relaxation and enjoyment. Each night, as darkness enveloped the world, he would sit in a corner, gently swirling his glass, his gaze reflecting a profound contemplation. What captivated attention most was his infatuation with an extraordinarily enchanting songstress within the underground base. Her voice resonated like divine music, her figure graceful and alluring, captivating the audience with every performance. He would always sit quietly in the shadows, his eyes filled with admiration and rapture. After her performances, he would personally present her with flowers and compliments, his gentle smile a rare treasure upon his typically stern visage. His attentiveness and care for the songstress were meticulous, as if she were the most precious jewel in existence. In this realm steeped in mystery and peril, his superior became a legendary figure, his unique charm and emotions drawing the admiration of all. His story, akin to the exquisite wine in his glass, was intoxicating, evoking reflections on the complexities and vibrancy of human nature. At that moment, seated gravely behind his desk, the superior fixed a stern gaze upon him, emitting a low hum as he inquired whether any living beings had been detected. The worker swallowed hard, slightly leaning forward, nodding to assure that absolutely none had been found. Corpses piled high, and there was not a single visible appendage or wing to be seen. Fool! With such a mountain of corpses, could it not have hidden behind? He scoffed. I told you, with all those bodies, there should be protruding antennae or wings visible. Very well, go out and assemble a team to investigate. And while you're at it, clean up the bodies, the superior commanded decisively. The worker cautiously inquired about deploying a machine, citing the overwhelming number of corpses that a single team could not manage. Understood, the superior replied, absent-mindedly stroking the ring on his hand, remaining seated. He felt disheartened. Having just celebrated a success, knowing his beloved songstress would not grace the stage until the following day. Today's rehearsal was merely a prelude. He resolved to procure a fine bottle of wine. The thought of his cherished drink invigorated his movements as he exited the office. Striding directly to the forefront of the gathering, heading towards the problematic sector, hiding behind a pile of corpses, Dani suddenly noticed Yang still bearing his sword and exclaimed in anger, which slave dares to wield a weapon? This is utter madness. Aware of his own guilt, Yang touched his prized heavy sword, his gaze betraying a hint of hesitation. Unsure of how to proceed, he pondered how to deal with the formidable blade. Should I bury it here and let the robots take it away? He murmured softly to himself. His surroundings filled him with unease. He knew that ground clearance operations were imminent, and if he buried the sword here, it might be discovered and disposed of. They're about to clear the ground. Don't you know that? Dani glared at him, irritation evident in his voice. Yang nodded, realizing the naivety of his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, he unslung the heavy sword from his back and placed it on the ground. Suddenly, Dani pulled him down and crouched beside him, just as a cold, harsh voice echoed from nearby. Look, there are still living ones. The workers, following their superior, nodded awkwardly, and a group of about 10 encircled Dani and his son. Stand up. The superior commanded Dani, who had long since input the language translator into his helmet and understood that he was being addressed. He gently tugged at Yang, who stood up calmly. Raising his hands, he hastily replied, Spare us, sir. We are prisoners of the insect race, forced onto the battlefield. We fell without firing a shot. Upon realizing they were human, everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Noticing the superior's silence, the workers approached the two, scrutinizing them up and down. Then giving them a push to confirm their humanity. They then reported to the superior, it appears they are indeed human. It's the first time we've seen living beings fall from the sky, though there had been instances of such occurrences before. They typically involved either being fed to zombies or being killed by cannon fire. Observing the superior's continued silence, one added, Let us send them to the military shelter. They seem fairly healthy. Dani had also strategized about the entire human planet and knew that wealthy individuals did not serve in the military. Their presence here could only indicate that they were impoverished. On this sunless planet, there existed artificial suns located at the north and south poles underground. Only the wealthy nobles could reside in the areas illuminated by these artificial suns. The rest of the populace, including the district leader, lived like mice in the depths below. The surface had been transformed into a zombie farm, a means to contain the humans mutated by pollution. This desolate necropolis was a realm where normal individuals would not dare to tread. Due to the zombies' aversion to light, the red dwarf star offered no sunlight. And during the day, luminescent tubes embedded in the walls provided some illumination for laborers. The narrow strips of land between barbed wire and sturdy walls were cultivated with green fibrous plants capable of providing vitamins. Commoners navigated through the dark, damp tunnels, with faint light seeping through the cracks above. The air was thick with decay, and the walls were adorned with moss and vines. In stark contrast, the wealthy nobles resided in fully automated, intelligent villas, albeit still underground, where their lives were maintained by artificial intelligence systems. They moved with grace and agility, seemingly having adapted to the oppressive darkness. On this decaying and forsaken planet, only two forms of entertainment ignited the passions of its inhabitants. One event is the weekend dance and singing competition, which spans from Friday to Sunday, culminating in the crowning of a champion each year. The other is the lottery, strategically scheduled for the early mornings from Monday to Thursday to distinguish it from the dance competition. The talent show serves as a means for the affluent to acquire companions, while simultaneously providing a shortcut for those from the lower echelons of society who yearn for a better life. The lottery comes in various forms, including welfare lotteries, sports betting, and more. In the lottery shops, people congregate, their eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Clutching their tickets, They harbor a deep-seated desire for wealth. The welfare lottery is issued to support social welfare initiatives, with purchasers hoping that their contributions will bring warmth to those in need. Sports lotteries are intertwined with various athletic events, as fans not only rally behind their favorite teams, but also await the arrival of fortune. Betting offers a more exhilarating option, enticing those who seek high risks for high rewards. In the realm of gambling, anything is possible, and the dream of overnight riches captivates the heart. The lottery resembles a magical box, filled with countless unknowns and surprises. Each ticket acts as a key to unlock the door of dreams, instilling a sense of hopeful anticipation for miracles to unfold. Some say that purchasing a lottery ticket is akin to entering a gamble, yet many perceive it as a pursuit of hope and dreams. They believe that possessing a mere ticket could transform their lives for the better. However, amidst the bustling chaos of this urban landscape, there exists a peculiar group of lottery enthusiasts, those who are utterly consumed by their obsession. These individuals are not mere casual players. They regard buying lottery tickets as a form of faith, an inescapable spiritual opiate. As Dani and Yang find themselves in a precarious situation, the onlookers maintain a stoic demeanor, awaiting directives from their superior. The superior, with a grave expression, inquires about the scene before him, questioning whether they truly escaped from the insectoid race, or if they had clandestinely infiltrated the area. Upon hearing themselves mistaken for thieves, Dani and Yang feel a sense of relief. Dani, still wearing a smile, concocts a story about being coerced into battle by the insectoids, claiming they flew here only to find the creatures vanquished. He mentions having pilfered an object of unknown purpose, which he had kept hidden. Gesturing towards the heavy sword on the ground, he recounts how, in a moment of peril, they huddled together to leap from a failing war machine, wielding the sword in the air to trip the zombies, ultimately falling upon them and miraculously escaping with their lives. One of the workers whispers to his superior that he reviewed last night's surveillance footage, where indeed, an aircraft was seen plummeting onto this very square, capturing the duo's descent on camera. The superior furrows his brow, coldly remarking on the peculiar coincidence. Dani and Yang, eager to align with this notion, enthusiastically exclaim, "Indeed, it is a coincidence. We had no idea what it was for, but it saved our lives. This is a treasure. We later used it to slay zombies. Truly a great find." Dani emphasizes this, giving a thumbs up. The superior, still frowning and visibly irritated, dismisses the situation with a shake of his head, exclaiming, "What dreadful misfortune." As he grumbles, he kicks the heavy sword at his feet, which, while having preserved their lives, cannot be exchanged for gold or fine wine. The only currency for exchange here is the fragile and delicate art, yet he remains perplexed about the essence of true artistry. His sole passion lies in the enjoyment of wine, relishing the performances of the enchanting dancer as he sips his drink. The mere thought of alcohol exacerbates his discontent, instilling a fervent desire to depart this place swiftly. However, at that moment, he noticed two men before him, perhaps vaguely familiar. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "These two are indeed grotesque, almost unbearable to behold. Even if sent to an orphanage, they would likely face scorn." Sighing, he concluded that perhaps the only option was to return them to the military. With that, he turned on his heel, eager to escape the sight of those wretched souls. Upon leaving the shelter, he held the highest authority in the region, wielding the power over the lives of thousands. These individuals were his subordinates, tasked with managing and maintaining the countless sectors on this planet. As for the exact number of sectors, that remained a mystery to him. Nevertheless, it sufficed that he focused solely on matters within his jurisdiction. Though his personal income paled in comparison to that of affluent merchants, he certainly did not endure the hardships faced by the common populace. He had amassed sufficient wealth to live a life of comfort, and for him, that was more than satisfactory. After all, power and status were paramount, while money was merely a means to an end. The two captives, having descended from the heavens, had become ensnared in the turmoil of war, and he relished the thought of passing them off to the military as a commendable tale. Confident that his subordinates would heed his commands, he uttered no further words and departed. The workers bowed slightly, gesturing for their superior to leave, before turning to address everyone. "Make sure you all heard that? Call upon these two to assist in clearing this place, and then escort them to the military shelter." With that, he too turned and moved towards the interior, retrieving a mechanical shovel with an articulated arm, and took his seat in the driver's cabin to commence the grim task of clearing the ground littered with corpses. Yang, alongside his father, quickly engaged in the cleanup effort. The workers labored diligently to extinguish the still burning remnants, while a sense of curiosity arose within them. Why was there no metallic residue left after the vehicle had burned? Dani offered an explanation. "It burned for too long. It must have melted and integrated into the soil." Should we remove this soil as well? Upon hearing this, the workers quickly gestured in opposition. No need, just level the protruding areas. Dani then discreetly signaled to Yang Yang, and together they approached the scorched ground. Dani picked up a shovel, exerting force covertly, pressing down on the charred earth. He then feigned a loud exclamation. Oh dear, I can't move it, sir. Ultimately, the workers harbored no suspicions regarding this situation. Instead, they utilized the shovel to level the land, loading the mountain of corpses and debris into the vehicle for transport to the dump. Once this task was completed, the workers escorted Yang Yang and Dani to the shelter. Dani and his son were taken to a shelter, a vast space resembling a colossal warehouse filled with beds and essential supplies. They were instructed to await further arrangements in this unfamiliar and monotonous environment, which stirred feelings of doubt and unease within them. Dani, ever vigilant, began to seek opportunities. He clung to the worker who had escorted him, eager to pose some inquiries. However, the worker, displaying impatience, replied, I am merely following orders. Other matters do not concern me. Coldly, he added, as for the two of you, being here is already fortunate. There is food to eat and clothes to wear. For those with nothing, is that not sufficient? Once the war is won, you will have money to return home. Isn't that splendid? So, focus on fighting well and strive for victory. Dani feigned disappointment, reluctant to release him. Are you still going to serve? We have returned with great difficulty. The shelter was originally a social welfare institution designed to assist the homeless and those in need. However, the prolonged conflict with the insectoid species had altered that reality. Wealthy nobles evaded military service, creating an urgent demand for reinforcements. Consequently, the military began soliciting talent from society, offering financial incentives in hopes of recruiting skilled military commanders to lead the soldiers into battle. They succeeded in attracting numerous gifted individuals. Yet the issue of insufficient soldier numbers persisted. In light of this predicament, the military turned its attention to the youth within society, particularly those with antisocial tendencies, rebellious attitudes, or records of petty crimes. These young individuals became the focus of military interest, gathered under the guise of a shelter for unified management and subjected to rigorous training. Subsequently, they would be dispatched to the battlefield to engage in combat. For these soldiers, there was the promise of a modest commission and allowances upon retirement. Once admitted to the shelter, as long as one was in good health, they would be sent to the front lines, where they often found themselves devoid of agency over their destinies. Equipped with modern mechs and advanced weaponry, the brutality of warfare resulted in a high casualty rate. Thus, the shelter gradually earned the moniker of military shelter, signifying a place for the cultivation of expendable soldiers, with little hope for advancement or wealth. Dani pondered grimly. Having narrowly escaped the insectoid planet, how could he possibly return? He subtly hinted to Yang Yang to feign illness, suggesting he discreetly use the suit's built-in communicator to remind him not to forget their disguises, and to cough as if suffering from a lung ailment. As they conversed, a registering lady fixed her gaze upon him. Dani, seizing the moment, began to act deranged, his lips trembling and eyes darting. The lady frowned, preparing to call for assistance. Yang Yang, sensing the urgency, abruptly began to cough loudly, his already pallid face appearing even more pitiful in the throes of his act. The shelter was sparsely furnished, and there were not many individuals awaiting registration. This heightened Yang Yang's anxiety as he noticed a corridor outside the side door, where it appeared a soldier was stationed. Ultimately, their performance attracted the attention of the recruiting officer, who approached with an air of authority, scrutinizing them from head to toe before inquiring, "Have you served in the military?" Dani feigned madness, his gaze distant, a foolish grin plastered across his face, seemingly oblivious to the officer's words. Meanwhile, Yang Yang appeared somewhat apprehensive but took a deep breath, then, panting heavily, replied, "Sir, he has lost his mind, while we both served last year, during an assault. We were unfortunate enough to be captured by the insectoid forces and endured a year of servitude and torment. As a result, I have developed a severe pulmonary ailment, and his mental state has been significantly affected, leaving him rather disoriented. May I inquire if we can still process our discharge under these circumstances?" Coughing violently, Yang Yang suddenly erupted into a fit, as if he might expel his very lungs. Rather than expressing anger at their demeanor, the officer smiled and nodded, stating, "You are not my soldiers. What need is there for discharge? The shelter does not require your presence." This remark left Yang Yang and Dani astonished and perplexed. However, upon hearing the officer say they would not be retained, Yang Yang felt a surge of joy as he realized he had escaped conscription. At that moment, Dani seemed to regain his lucidity, deliberately bursting into laughter and proclaiming loudly, "We are soldiers. We shall go to the battlefield." His words resonated with determination and fervor, as if he were voicing an ardent desire for war. Yang, taken aback by Dani's proclamation, found himself momentarily speechless. He could only continue coughing, striving to mask his internal conflict and unease. He understood Dani's intentions, but simultaneously feared that such behavior might arouse the officer's suspicion. In this tense instant, Yang felt at a loss, hoping that Dani could maintain control over his emotions and prevent matters from escalating further. The officer remained silent, merely casting a glance aside before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, two uniformed soldiers emerged from the side door, their expressions devoid of emotion as they approached the father and son, brandishing handcuffs and batons. The sudden turn of events startled the pair, and before they could react, the soldiers seized their arms, forcefully lifting them and securing their hands behind their backs. They were then escorted out of the room, through the corridor, into a spacious hall. This hall appeared to be an office area of a police station or security bureau, bustling with uniformed personnel engaged in various tasks. They were brought to the threshold of an interrogation room, where the soldiers opened the door, thrusting them inside and locking it behind them. The interrogation room was sparsely furnished, containing only a table and a few chairs. A middle-aged man sat behind the table, dressed in plain clothes but exuding an air of authority. He regarded them as they entered, offering a casual smile while nonchalantly stroking his hands. "You have served in the military?" he inquired. Yang nodded, feeling youthful and inexperienced in such tumult, his heart filled with fear and uncertainty. Dani pondered for a moment, deliberately feigning madness, while contemplating the overwhelming armed presence surrounding him. He realized that attempting an escape would entail an uncertain and potentially grave cost. Cursing the wretched planet under his breath, he wondered aloud about its affinity for violence. "Do you even comprehend the nature of your crimes?" the man continued to inquire. Dani suddenly shouted, "We are fearless warriors. We shall charge forth and eradicate the insectoid menace." As he spoke, he activated his helmet's translator and began to sing a military anthem he had surreptitiously overheard from the computer. Though he did not know the song, he echoed the computer's lines, shouting, "Charge! Forward! We are the iron-blooded soldiers. Victory! Onward! We are the dauntless fighters." The interrogating officer was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Dani's rendition was flawless. The melody stirred memories within him, prompting him to pause the questioning and lower his head in contemplation. After a brief interval, he raised his gaze and resumed his inquiries with Yang, who merely pointed at Dani, gestured to his own head, and coughed without offering any verbal response. The officer, unable to interrupt Dani's song and witnessing Yang's severe coughing, found the provocative standoff intolerable despite his prior exposure to chaotic scenes. Infuriated, he banged on the table, grappling with the task of recording the names of the two men, which had become a formidable challenge. Observing the commotion before him, the officer suppressed his emotions and retook his seat, leaning back against the chair's support. A sudden realization struck him. Recording their names seemed futile, merely a formality to be completed. Subsequently, the father